In the year 2050 AD, outside Yang City, a canopy of the purest deep green enveloped the sky, as trees, unshackled, grew with wild abandon. Scattered sunlight filtered through the thicket, revealing an eerie silence that seemed to conceal some hidden secret. Su Jing lay in ambush within the grass, clad in a tattered black combat uniform, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of his knife, intently focused on a tree ahead where a halfram-sized anomalous rodent was cautiously surveying its surroundings. However, Su Jing's target was not the rodent. He had been crouched there from dawn till dusk for 2 consecutive days. Tomorrow marked Monday, and if he failed to find his quarry today, he would have to wait until the following Saturday. The thought stirred a sense of agitation within him. Suddenly, the anomalous rodent seemed to sense a disturbance and attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by the fine threads binding its feet. Delicately crafted silver silkworm strands, both slender and resilient. At that moment, Su Jing focused his mind, his pupils slightly dilating as a brown serpent slithered up the tree trunk, its intricate patterns and triangular, flattened head betraying its venomous nature. Hiss! Even the forked tongue it flicked out was black. Su Jing's muscles tensed at last. It had arrived. The black tongue viper, a low-tier anomalous beast, possessed a potent venom, and its gallbladder was a precious tonic. Yet it was elusive and challenging to track. A careless misstep could lead to a fatal bite. Thus, despite being a low-tier beast, the value of its gallbladder was considerable. As the viper bared its fangs, within 2 breaths, the rodent's convulsions ceased. The serpent adjusted its position, preparing to swallow the rodent whole. Just as the black-tongue viper was about to engulf its prey, Su Jing sprang into action. Boom! His dark figure leaped 5 meters high, propelling himself off the tree trunk, and with his steel knife transformed into a glimmer of cold light, he struck at the venomous serpent. The snake twisted desperately, attempting to expel its meal for a hasty escape. Yet, it was unable to succeed in that moment, hindered further by the silkworm strands. Swish! Blood sprayed forth, as half of the serpent's corpse plummeted to the ground, the other half dangling from a branch ensnared by the silver strands. After extracting the gallbladder, a satisfied smile graced Su Jing's lips. Having traversed this parallel world for 18 years, he had witnessed his father perish at the hands of an anomalous beast when he was merely 12. Since then, his mother had toiled from dawn until dusk to care for him and his younger sister, who was 2 years his junior. Now, as he prepared for university, his mother often worked until 2 or 3 in the morning to gather the funds for his tuition, which had led to an eye ailment that rendered her vision exceedingly blurred. After much persuasion, coupled with a touch of threats, he managed to convince her to set aside her work temporarily to focus on her recovery, all the while secretly gathering information and venturing outside the city in search of the gallbladder. Now that he had successfully obtained the gallbladder of the black-tongue viper, he believed his mother's ailment would soon be cured. With this hopeful thought, Su Jing's steps grew lighter. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged. A bald man appeared, also clad in black combat attire, yet of a far superior quality compared to Su Jing's. Su Jing's gaze sharpened. He chose not to engage and hastened his departure. Su Chong glanced at the snake carcass on the ground, his footsteps momentarily pausing as he scrutinized Su Jing's tattered combat attire, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Boy, did you slay this black viper? Without turning, Su Jing quickened his pace and replied, No, I merely passed by. Humph. Su Chong let out a cold snort, accelerating swiftly, closing the distance in mere seconds. Noticing the persistent giant, Su Jing drew his steel knife with his right hand, turning to face him, and declared coldly, What, do you intend to rob me? Seeing Su Jing brandishing the knife, Su Chong halted a few meters away, arms crossed, sneering disdainfully. There are still 7 or 8 miles to the city gate. What's to stop me from robbing you? Assuming Su Jing's silence indicated fear, Su Chong taunted, Considering you're just a student, I have no desire to bully you. Hand over the snake gall, and I shall let you go. Beyond the city gate lies the territory of monstrous beasts, as well as the realm of human lawlessness. Here, whether it be murder or robbery, as long as one remains unseen, no one can intervene. Pa! Su Jing retorted coldly, Your audacity rivals that of a city wall. Under no circumstances would he relinquish the snake gall. His mother's eyesight could not be further delayed. Moreover, he could not ascertain if he would encounter another black viper next week. Su Chong paused, then revealed a sinister grin. Boy, you possess quite the courage. No longer engaging in idle chatter, Su Jing gripped the knife's hilt tightly and swung it towards the giant. Su Chong uncrossed his arms, drawing his long knife to meet Su Jing's strike. Clang! As their blades clashed, Su Jing inhaled sharply, retreating several steps, his palms stinging from the impact. Awakening level 7, not bad. But I am at level 9, Su Chong remarked with a glint of mockery in his eyes, opting not to pursue Su Jing further, but rather to taunt. It's not too late to beg for mercy. Kneel and bow a few times, and perhaps I shall let you go. Am I begging you, you bastard? Su Jing roared, propelling himself forward, the tip of his knife aimed directly at Su Chong's throat. Clang, clang, clang. The silver glimmer danced incessantly as Su Chong blocked with one hand, causing Su Jing's arms to go numb from the force. Bang! Su Chong suddenly kicked out, sending Su Jing flying several meters away. Struggling to rise, Su Jing tasted blood at the corner of his mouth. The disparity between awakening levels 7 and 9 was indeed vast, he lamented internally. Utterly foolish. Su Chong's smile gradually faded, his gaze turning frigid. Since you wish to court death, I shall oblige. With that, Su Chong lunged toward Su Jing, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Su Jing hastily countered with his steel knife. Bang! The knife slipped from his grasp. Su Jing's palm split open, bloodshot eyes filled with rage and sorrow. He was unwilling to accept this fate. He had risked his life to obtain the snake gall, only to have it snatched away effortlessly by such a scoundrel. At that moment, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Super clone system binding to host. Ding! Host is in the awakening phase, automatically granting the host the ability to awaken clone powers. Ding! Clone powers have been awakened. Currently, the number of clones is 1, automatically granting the clone lightning abilities. Su Jing was momentarily taken aback. Even though he had inhabited this world for over a decade, he was no stranger to the system. After such a prolonged journey through time and space, had it finally arrived? Su Chong, observing Su Jing's stillness, initially believed him to be paralyzed by fear. With a mocking sneer, he transformed his fingers into a claw-like shape, lunging toward Su Jing's throat. Suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted as Su Jing split into two. The air before him crackled with electricity, and 2 bolts of lightning manifested, merging once again into one and striking directly at Su Chong. Ah! Su Chong shrieked, stumbling back before collapsing. The sound of his agonized scream jolted Su Jing back to reality. Hesitantly, he glanced at his own hands and the doppelganger beside him, both pulsating with flickering arcs of electricity. Had he awakened a supernatural ability? Before he could ponder further, Su Chong had already regained his footing and charged at him again, his face contorted with pain and rage. Damn it, you little brat. I will make your life a living hell. Su Jing let out a cold snort. Both his true self and his doppelganger struck simultaneously, their speed multiplied several times over. Lightning coiled around their fists as they slammed towards Su Chong's chest. Bang! Su Chong was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth, his combat suit torn apart, revealing a charred, blackened chest that emitted the stench of burnt flesh. No! This is impossible. Why are there 2 of you? And how do you possess powers? By what right? Su Chong mumbled to himself as he lay crumpled on the ground. Su Jing's gaze grew increasingly icy. With a mere thought, the electricity surged around him as he advanced step by step towards Su Chong. Oh no, no. Please don't kill me. As Su Chong regained his composure and locked eyes with Su Jing, he felt a chilling dread rise from his feet to his heart, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I beg you, I have over 100,000 cash in the city. It's all yours. Just tell me what you want. Bang! Before Su Chong could finish his plea, Su Jing delivered a punch that obliterated his skull. Once he had collected himself, Su Jing felt no fear or revulsion, only a sense of relief as a heavy weight lifted from his heart. After tidying up, he turned his attention to the over 50,000 cash he had retrieved from Su Chong's lifeless body, feeling a surge of happiness. As for the 100,000 Su Chong had mentioned before his demise, Su Jing dismissed it entirely. He didn't want the scum to linger in his presence for even a second longer. Feeling the energy coursing through him, he was certain he had awakened not only the elemental ability of lightning, but also an unprecedented doppelganger ability that matched his own strength. Furthermore, when he and his doppelganger merged, their overall power would significantly amplify. Supernatural abilities were classified into elemental, enhancement, and special categories. Most individuals would never awaken such powers in their lifetime, like Su Chong had just demonstrated. Even Su Jing had once believed he would never have the opportunity to awaken. System? As he called out in his mind, a translucent panel materialized before him. Host, Su Jing. Level. Awakening Level 7. Experience points, 90,100. Ability, Lightning Doppelganger. Just moments ago, when he had vanquished Su Chong, he had gained 50 experience points. He inquired once more, but the system remained silent. After being checked by the soldiers, Su Jing successfully entered the city walls. He sprinted eagerly toward his home, yearning to share his joy with his mother and younger sister, Huarong community. This was still the house his father had purchased over a decade ago. Su Jing strolled along the path, lifting his gaze towards the setting sun, inhaling deeply, a look of contentment and ecstasy gracing his face, as if he could already perceive the enticing aroma of a meal wafting through the air. Before long, he opened the old security door. "Mom, Yuner!" Su Jing called out joyfully into the house. "Brother!" A girl with a high ponytail dashed out from her room, her youthful face etched with anxiety. Noticing the unease in the atmosphere, Su Jing inquired, "What is the matter? Mom hasn't returned yet." Upon hearing this, Su Jing's expression instantly darkened. He felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet seeing his sister Yuner on the verge of tears, he refrained from unleashing his frustration. "What happened? She has been struggling with her eyesight lately, and yet you let her wander about." "Brother, I'm sorry." Yuner grasped Su Jing's arm, her urgency palpable. "After you left, Mom insisted on going to work, claiming she was fine, and I simply couldn't stop her. What if something has happened to her?" "Do not panic, I shall go to her workplace and check," Su Jing replied, his heart racing, attempting to soothe Yuner. In this world devoid of mobile phones, and with no means to erect antennas outside the city, their only option was an expensive satellite communicator, which the family could ill afford. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jing turned to leave. "Brother, I will accompany you." Yuner hastily followed suit. Chapter 2. Jinyu Hotel. Within a private dining room of the Jinyu Hotel, a middle-aged woman, dressed as a waitress, repeatedly bows and apologizes to a middle-aged man named Sun Wei. He is stout and dark-skinned, adorned in a floral shirt, a gold chain gracing his neck. Although his strength is merely at the 8th level of awakening, he is notorious in the city for exploiting the law and preying upon the common folk, earning him a reputation as a local thug. The woman, Zhang Yu, is the mother of Su Jing. Sun Wei, angrily gesturing towards the overturned dishes on the table, bellows at Zhang Yu. "You hire blind people as waitstaff? This soup has spilled all over the table. What if it had splashed on me? Is this the level of service one expects from your esteemed establishment?" Zhang Yu, bending deeper in submission, pleads softly, "Sir, please, I can compensate you. I beg you, do not continue." "Pa, I scoff at you." Sun Wei spits dismissively. "Do you truly think you can afford to pay for this? Setting aside the cost of the meal, my emotional distress and the time wasted is worth at least 10,000 yuan. Can you pay that?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu is struck with terror, nearly collapsing to the floor. It would take her a year of relentless toil, forsaking food and working 2 jobs, to accumulate such a sum. Moreover, she has 2 children to support. Shortly, the restaurant manager arrives, alerted by the commotion. Zhang Yu, sensing a glimmer of hope, explains, "It was not intentional. He saw that my eyesight was poor and tripped me." Manager Li, after listening to her account, casts an impassive glance her way before turning to Sun Wei with a smile. "Mr. Sun, I deeply apologize for your loss, but the fault lies not with us. Zhang Yu failed to inform us beforehand of her visual impairment. Thus, she should be the one to compensate you." With that, he shows no further interest and turns to leave. Manager Li. Zhang Yu watches in disbelief as he exits through the door. Sun Wei, having intended to extort money from the restaurant, now finds his expression shifting between anger and frustration. "Oh, you just said you would compensate me. Hand over 10,000 yuan right now." As he speaks, his face contorts with rage, lifting Zhang Yu as if she had truly cost him 50,000 yuan. At that moment, The door to the private room swings open once more. Mom! Yuner? What are you doing here? The voice of Su Yuner fills the space, leaving Zhang Yu momentarily disoriented. Sun Wei, taken aback by her presence, releases Zhang Yu and leers at Su Yuner. Is this your daughter? She is quite attractive. What do you want? Zhang Yu screams, shielding Su Yuner behind her. Sun Wei, with a derisive laugh, retorts, You wretched woman. How dare you show such defiance? He raises his hand to strike. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupts. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning tears through the wall beside Sun Wei, creating a gaping hole. In an instant, Su Jing appears before Sun Wei, his fist colliding forcefully with Sun Wei's abdomen. Ah! Sun Wei let out a piercing scream, clutching his abdomen with both hands, collapsing to the ground, his body contorting into a shrimp-like shape. Who are you? Su Jing's voice was laced with a chilling intensity as he enunciated. I am her son. In that instant, Sun Wei appeared as if struck by lightning, disbelief etched across his face. Every individual who awakens elemental abilities receives significant training. How could he allow his mother to serve as a mere waitress? Can one wield awakened powers without restraint? This is, after all, within the city. Sun Wei glared at Su Jing with venomous resentment. Ignoring him, Su Jing turned with concern to Zhang Yu, asking, Mom, what is happening? Still in shock, Zhang Yu regained her composure and recounted the events. Upon hearing that Sun Wei had raised Zhang Yu, Su Jing could no longer contain himself. He spun around, electric currents crackling around him as he approached Sun Wei, his gaze filled solely with frigid menace. Just as Sun Wei regained his footing, the moment he caught sight of the murderous intent in Su Jing's eyes, his legs buckled again, and he collapsed to the ground, a mixture of fury and fear evident in his voice. What do you intend to do? Even if you are an awakened elemental, you will pay for murder within the city. Enough! Su Jing's voice sliced through the air, cutting him off mid-sentence. Which hand dared to touch my mother? Sun Wei remained silent, his body trembling as he instinctively recoiled. Which hand was it? Su Yuner, gritting her teeth, pointed accusingly at Sun Wei's right hand. With a crack, a bolt of lightning shot forth, blackening Sun Wei's entire arm. Ah! The room echoed with his agonizing cries, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Yet, Su Jing still felt unsatisfied. He could not fathom the terror and helplessness his frail mother must have felt when lifted. Had he not arrived in time, what might have transpired? Outside the private room, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the commotion, including Manager Li, who returned hastily. Little brother. Seeing Su Jing poised to strike again, Manager Li rushed forward to intervene. He was in the wrong first. You were merely protecting your mother. There's nothing to be ashamed of, but with so many witnesses, if you proceed, the guards will not spare you. Noticing Su Jing's gaze fixed on him, he leaned closer and whispered, Moreover, he is backed by Mr. Li of the Taihe Group. I care not for Mr. Li or Mr. Wang. Su Jing replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Manager Li, harboring no fondness for him after Zhang Yu's account. Meanwhile, Sun Wei's cries gradually subsided. His head bowed to conceal his vengeful glare. Su Jing approached him slowly, and with each step, Sun Wei involuntarily trembled. Apologize to my mother. Su Jing lifted Sun Wei with one hand and flung him onto the ground, causing him to roll before Zhang Yu. I was blind to your stature and disrespected you. I am sorry. I deserve to die. Still shaken, Sun Wei shook uncontrollably, bowing repeatedly. What about the money? For my mother's and sister's medical expenses and the mental anguish. Su Jing's voice resonated once more. He was momentarily taken aback, yet dared not linger, hastily extracting all the cash he possessed. Fearing it might be insufficient, he trembled as he removed his gold chain, extending it towards Zhang Yu. Get lost. Su Jing snorted coldly, deeming the punishment sufficient. He had no desire to behold this individual any longer. Upon hearing this, Sun Wei was momentarily stunned, glancing at Su Jing as if to inquire, Am I truly permitted to leave? I said to leave at once. Su Jing's voice resonated with thunderous authority, instilling terror in Sun Wei, whose face turned ashen as he scrambled to escape. Instantly, the crowd outside parted, whispering among themselves. Some praised Su Jing, while others mocked Sun Wei. All present understood the disparity between a youth who had awakened elemental powers and a drowned, mangy dog. In that moment, accolades poured forth. As Sun Wei exited the restaurant, he felt a sharp pain in his right arm, cursing inwardly. Just a mere child, fortunate enough to awaken powers. Just wait. Daring to disregard Mr. Li will make you wish for death. Upon returning home, as soon as he entered, Su Yuner embraced Su Jing's arm and settled onto the sofa, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity as she chattered incessantly. Su Jing cast a helpless glance at Zhang Yu, who feigned ignorance, her face alight with a smile. You two converse. I shall prepare your meal. Though she appeared to head towards the kitchen, her attention remained entirely focused on the living room sofa. Su Jing understood her intent and wrapped his arm around Zhang Yu's shoulder. Mom, your eyes are not yet well. You must not work. I will handle it and tell you all about it during dinner. Yay! Su Yuner quickly encircled Zhang Yu, playfully declaring, You have no idea. When brother returned and found you absent, he was quite fierce. You just relax. I will assist brother. As Zhang Yu basked in the warmth of the moment, she felt that all her grievances were worth it, her smile widening as she acquiesced to both of them. At the dining table, Su Jing urged his mother to consume the snake gall, casually mentioning that he had recently awakened his lightning powers. He recounted his venture outside the city to retrieve the snake gall and fortuitously discovering a wallet containing over 50,000 yuan. Despite Su Jing's calm recounting, concern washed over both mother and daughter. Observing such a heartwarming scene, Su Jing silently vowed to safeguard the beauty he cherished within his heart. Chapter 3. The following day, Su Jing returned to school as usual. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, the teacher announced, That concludes today's lesson. Take a brief respite before heading to the training room. The practical instructor will arrive shortly. In the classroom, Su Jing lifted his gaze towards the window, where the morning sun pierced through the clouds, seemingly aiming to illuminate his heart with its radiance. In this world, despite the opportunities for everyone to cultivate their abilities, becoming a warrior remained an arduous challenge. His previous awakening to level 7 had placed him among the top 50 in the school. Hey handsome, what are you thinking about? A brisk female voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Jing turned his head to see the class leader, Li Yueying. Nothing much, he replied with a gentle smile. I successfully broke through to level 8 yesterday. Li Yueying exclaimed, her fists pumping with excitement. Have you decided which university you'll attend? The 4 great martial academies. Su Jing responded with a smile. Initially, he had considered attending Yangcheng University, which, though not prestigious, was conveniently close to home. However, now that he had awakened his extraordinary abilities and acquired a system, his aspirations had soared higher. The 4 great martial academies were located in the 4 most heavily fortified cities in Xia country. It was not just for his own sake. He also wished to bring his mother and sister to safety. In this world, security was of utmost importance. Such confidence? Li Yueying had initially thought Su Jing was jesting, but upon seeing the determination in his eyes, she became serious. I believe in you. Ha! A male voice interjected, causing Su Jing to frown. It was Li Hanqing, an awakened level 8 speed-type enhancer and Li Yueying's cousin. Li Hanqing chuckled. My cousin awakened a wind-type ability yesterday and is almost guaranteed admission to the Martial University. Yet you, an ordinary person, dare to dream of entering the 4 great martial academies. It's sheer folly. Li Hanqing. Li Yueying's expression soured. Although she had refrained from speaking out, his words had struck a nerve. Wind-type ability. The class's attention was suddenly captured, and a flurry of chatter ensued. Who would have thought the class leader awakened the strongest elemental ability? Indeed, they say elemental abilities are the most challenging to awaken. That's true. Most awakened individuals in our school are enhancement types. Su Jing was astonished but soon smiled, whispering, Congratulations. At least you recognize the gap between you and my cousin. Li Hanqing chuckled, knowing that the strength of an awakened individual was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. At this remark, Su Jing couldn't help but glance at him. Li Hanqing met his gaze, intending to continue his taunts, but the sharpness of his dark, deep-set eyes seemed to pierce through him, causing him to momentarily lose his words. Meanwhile, the discussion continued around them. By the way, I heard someone in the old district awakened a lightning ability yesterday. I heard that too. They're around our age. Perhaps they're from our school. Impossible. Could it be mere rumors? Lightning abilities are reputed to be the most powerful elemental abilities. If a student truly awakened it, how could we not know? As Li Hanqing regained his composure, Su Jing had already risen and was walking towards the training room with Li Yueying. Unable to contain his frustration, he exclaimed, "What nonsense about lightning abilities? Do you think these powers are as common as cabbages? Is it so simple to awaken them at will?" Instantly, the classroom fell silent. All conversations ceased as everyone turned to look at him. Even though the likelihood of awakening abilities is greater during youth, there are still few endowed individuals in the entire school. Who wouldn't he yearn to possess such powers? Li Hanqing soon realized his blunder, lowering his head and trudging toward the training room. After Su Jing arrived at the training room and changed into his gear, his classmates soon gathered. They formed a circle around a circular platform in the center of the room. Standing atop the platform was a robust man, bare-chested. He was their practical combat instructor, Lu Junwen, a true martial artist. In a world besieged by mythical beasts, practical combat training is indispensable, unless one chooses to remain forever sheltered behind high walls. This lesson primarily focused on continuing the previous class's instruction on the use of weapons, without regard to type, for every weapon possesses fundamental similarities. Subsequently, as Lu Junwen demonstrated various weapon techniques, he called several classmates to serve as sparring partners. Alright, that covers the basic knowledge. Are there any students who feel they've understood and would like to step up for some practice? I'll provide guidance. This was a customary part of every practical lesson. Combat training cannot solely consist of listening without actual practice. Yet, the surrounding students kept their heads bowed. The reason was clear. Those who stepped up invariably returned with bruises. A spark ignited within Su Jing. During his battle the previous day, he had realized his swordsmanship was overly simplistic, lacking innovative ideas for improvement. He raised his gaze toward Lu Junwen. Lu Junwen scanned the room, feeling a twinge of disappointment. How could one become a martial artist with such fear? Suddenly, he noticed Su Jing boldly meeting his gaze without flinching, and a glimmer of delight crossed his face. Alright, you, come up. Su Jing stepped forward without hesitation, selected a wooden sword, and positioned himself confidently before Lu Junwen. Come at me. As Lu Junwen's words faded, Su Jing lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 With each successive clash, Lu Junwen's expression began to shift. Although he was only exerting a mere 10% of his strength, it felt comparable to facing a level 9 awakened individual. It was surprisingly challenging. Yet, Lu Junwen, being a seasoned martial artist, adeptly countered each strike with finesse. Below the platform, the onlookers transitioned from initial schadenfreude to sheer astonishment. To their amazement, he was indeed holding his own against the instructor. Soon, Lu Junwen initiated a counterattack, striking with rapid precision, and Su Jing ultimately succumbed. Your swordplay is quite impressive. Have you trained on your own? Upon receiving Su Jing's affirmative response, Lu Junwen's tone brimmed with admiration, sensing he had discovered a promising talent. At that moment, Li Hanqing could no longer restrain himself, convinced that the instructor was clearly going easy on Su Jing. Teacher Lu, please guide me. He too seized a wooden sword. Lu Junwen, seeing this, made no objection and instead asked Su Jing to step down. Since you also wish to try, I shall match your effort with the same 10% of my strength. Hearing this, Li Hanqing felt a tinge of disdain. After all, Su Jing, a mere level 7, could engage in a back and forth, let alone an 8th level ability user like himself. From the outset, Li Hanqing exerted himself to the fullest, aiming to gain the upper hand in a brief span of time. Yet, merely a few seconds in, he found himself struggling to maintain his stance. A surge of anger swelling within him as he suspected Lu Junwen had been holding back. In an instant, he activated his enhanced abilities, his speed increasing significantly. However, he remained firmly suppressed by Lu Junwen, while Su Jing combined his essence and physical form, enhancing all aspects of his being. Li Hanqing was limited to merely augmenting his speed. In the face of Lu Junwen's overwhelming strength, even this brief enhancement in speed proved utterly futile. With a resounding clap, Lu Junwen struck the back of his wooden blade, sending it flying from his grasp. Chapter 4. The black gold-level warrior card. I refuse to accept this. Li Hanqing's face contorted with disbelief as he glared at Lu Junwen. How can a level 7 be stronger than me, a level 8? The moment these words escaped his lips, a wave of confusion rippled through the other students. Although they bore no fondness for Li Hanqing, the disparity between the two was indeed striking. A flicker of impatience crossed Lu Junwen's face as he was about to respond. Meanwhile, Li Hanqing, still on the platform, felt his expression darken further as he absorbed the murmurs from the crowd.
Sujin,
If you have the guts, come face me in a duel. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Li Hanqing. Do you dare to fight? Ignoring the consequences, Li Hanqing shot a venomous glance at Su Jing, who lingered in the corner. Enough, Li Hanqing. If you wish to fight, come at me. Li Yueying, visibly displeased, furrowed her brow and prepared to ascend the platform. Li Hanqing, observing her, felt his anger swell, his mind clouded with rage. Cousin, are you truly that concerned about this impoverished wretch? At his words, Li Yueying's face flushed with embarrassment, swiftly followed by a look of disdain. Who is your cousin? You're an awakened level 8, battling someone who is merely level 7. Is there no shame? With that, she placed a hand to obstruct Su Jing and whispered, his father and mine are distant relatives, both high-ranking members of their family conglomerates. His father has long coveted the power my father wields, but my father scorned him, leading him to set his sights on me. I never imagined this would involve you. Such complexities within a noble family, Su Jing mused, momentarily taken aback. However, he had no intention of engaging with Li Hanqing. Just then, Lu Junwen interjected. Since he refuses to concede, Su Jing, you must face him in combat. Li Hanqing's spirits soared at this, and he provocatively eyed Su Jing. With a resigned sigh, Su Jing ascended the platform once more. As he passed Lu Junwen, the latter subtly remarked, the path of a warrior is one of contention. Su Jing did not pause, stopping before Li Hanqing, his visage inscrutable. Let us begin. Li Hanqing immediately activated his speed enhancement, aiming for a swift victory. With a flash, his blade met Su Jing's in a steady block. Li Hanqing's pupils constricted. With the increase in speed, his striking power should also rise. Was it possible that Lu Junwen had not held back after all? Before he could dwell on this, Su Jing launched his counterattack. His wooden sword danced with a flurry of thrusts, slashes, and feints, matching Li Hanqing's velocity. In mere moments, he had subdued Li Hanqing. A collective gasp echoed through the spectators, many of whom lacked extensive combat experience yet recognized that Li Hanqing was clearly at a disadvantage. Li Yueying's heart brimmed with doubt. Could it be that Su Jing was also a strength-enhancing ability user, and even more advanced than Li Hanqing? On the platform, Li Hanqing struggled to comprehend the situation. It was not merely a matter of being outmatched. He felt his strength, speed, and technique all suppressed. Gradually, Su Jing grew bored and remarked, "It is time to conclude this." With a renewed surge of speed, his form sliced through the air, the wooden sword poised to strike with overwhelming force. Li Hanqing swiftly brandished his blade to block, disbelief growing ever more profound in his eyes. Bang! The wooden sword was cleaved in two. You are also an ability user? You must be a strength-type ability user, having secretly employed your powers. Li Hanqing bellowed, a mix of suspicion and certainty in his tone, as if seeking justification for his defeat. Su Jing, however, remained unfazed, turning away and descending from the stage, unwilling to squander any more time with this individual. Yet, this only solidified Li Hanqing's suspicions. Not only had Su Jing advanced to the 8th level of awakening, but he had also awakened a strength-type ability. The spectators below began to regard Su Jing with altered expressions. While Li Hanqing adhered to the agreement of not using his abilities, Su Jing had concealed the truth of his powers, utilizing them in secret. How else could he dominate someone a level below him? Attention shifted away from Li Hanqing, and the crowd began to murmur in complex tones directed at Su Jing, their discussions rising in fervor. Ironically, it was Li Hanqing who had instigated the confrontation, who now stood on the moral high ground. Congratulations. It appears you have awakened as well. Li Yueying exclaimed joyfully, her eyes reflecting genuine sincerity. Su Jing merely smiled calmly, opting not to refute her statement. Clang. The door to the training room swung open. Suddenly, several unfamiliar men clad in blue enforcement uniforms entered. The distinctive uniforms instantly captured everyone's attention, their focus zeroing in on Su Jing in the corner. "Hello, my name is Zhang Tian," one of them said with a smile. "You had an altercation with Sun Wei yesterday and utilized lightning abilities, correct?" "Yes, but he provoked me by bullying my mother, which led me to retaliate," Su Jing replied honestly, feeling a chill in his heart. Zhang Tian regarded him silently for a few seconds before continuing. "When did you awaken your lightning ability?" 2 days ago. I awoke without understanding how, Su Jing answered. "After awakening, one is required to report to the Warrior Association." "Why haven't you done so?" "My mother suffers from an eye ailment, and I have been searching for the venom of a black mamba outside the city these past 2 days, intending to report today,"
Su Jing explained.
Zhang Tian patted his shoulder and smiled. "No worries, this is merely a routine inquiry, and we're here to register your abilities."
Su Jing felt puzzled.
Was it really necessary to register so urgently while classes were still ongoing? Nevertheless, he complied and demonstrated his lightning ability, a flash of electricity appearing before him in an instant. Boom! As the training room fell silent for a few seconds, the crowd erupted into chaos. Had the enforcement personnel not been present, they would have swiftly surrounded Su Jing. Li Hanqing trembled, gazing at Su Jing, muttering incessantly, "This is impossible," as if struck by the thunder himself. Yet, fortunately, the crowd's attention remained riveted on Su Jing. Seeing this, Zhang Tian smiled and said, "Impressive. Would you be interested in joining the Enforcement Bureau? You would receive substantial rewards, including resources necessary for your journey as a warrior, all provided at no cost." "So, they indeed seek to recruit me?" Yet, the military remains heavily restrictive. In the depths of his heart, Su Jing pondered silently for a moment before expressing his regrets, stating, "I am truly sorry to disappoint your good intentions, but I do not have such thoughts at present." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian was not disheartened. Rather, he retrieved a pitch-black card from his pocket, embossed with 5 golden characters. "Guardianship of Yang City. This is my business card," he said. "Should you change your mind, you may take this card to the guardianship and find me at any time." As Lu Jun glanced at the card, his gaze sharpened, as if struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily speechless. It was a black gold-level warrior card. Su Jing, perplexed, took it and examined it closely, not fully grasping its significance. Beside him, Li Yueying was equally astonished and whispered, "This card is specifically issued by the guardianship to peak warriors who are unwilling to join the military. It confers numerous privileges, such as a 20% discount on weapons and elixirs in Yang City, and a monthly allocation of 3 blood essence pills. The blood essence pills could provide a substantial boost of vitality to the body in a short time, enhancing the speed of cultivation and replenishing resources consumed in battle, with a market price of 50,000 per pill." Upon hearing this, Su Jing's eyes brightened. He desperately needed such an advantage. Zhang Tian smiled and remarked, "Consider this an early reward from the guardianship. There are many more uses for it that you will soon discover." After saying this, Zhang Tian and his companions prepared to leave, with the homeroom teacher hastily following suit. As the door to the training room closed, a wave of exclamations erupted among the students. It appeared that Su Jing was indeed the lightning ability user from the previous day. No wonder he could hold his own against Coach Lu. Elemental abilities were truly formidable. Yet, he hadn't even utilized his powers earlier. Was it truly the case that elemental ability users were so incredibly powerful? How foolish I was to think that Coach Lu had been lenient. Laughing, Su Jing cast a puzzled glance at Li Yueying, who was also an elemental ability user. Did she not possess a black gold warrior card? Before he could voice his thoughts, Li Yueying awkwardly explained, "The guardianship has never favored individuals from family corporations." Su Jing suddenly understood. In this world, family corporations were akin to parasites in the city. They spent exorbitant sums to recruit warriors, primarily for their own benefit, and were averse to having these warriors engage in battles with exotic beasts. Not only was the military dismissive of them, but they were also the subject of ridicule among the populace. At that moment, Lu Jun approached once more. Initially, he had assumed Su Jing was merely an enhanced ability user, but he was astonished to learn that Su Jing had achieved such prowess solely through physical capability. Students, please review on your own, he instructed. Su Jing, come with me. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Su Jing to follow. As the two departed, the training room erupted once again into fervent discussion. Chapter 5. The 4 Great Martial Arts Schools in the Office. Su Jing was eager to understand the criteria for applying to the 4 Great Martial Arts Schools. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun scrutinized Su Jing with a complex expression, refraining from providing a direct response and instead posed a counter-question. Are you aware that abilities are categorized by rank? Without waiting for Su Jing's reply, Lu Jun continued. For instance, the type of unilateral enhancement exhibited by Li Hanqing is classified as B-grade ability. In contrast, a comprehensive enhancement falls into the A-grade category. Elemental abilities are generally A-grade, as they merely allow one to exert basic control over elements. However, you are different. You should possess S-grade abilities, where the power is entirely integrated with your physique. Even without utilizing your abilities, you can rival an A-grade enhancer. This was the first time Su Jing had come to grasp such distinctions. After awakening his lightning powers and experiencing a boost in physical prowess, he assumed that everyone underwent the same transformation. S-grade? In Yang City, with a population exceeding 10 million, it takes years to produce even one such individual. I will apply for a martial arts scholarship on your behalf. Lu Jun paused momentarily before continuing. If you can secure a place in the top 10 during the college entrance examination, the school will grant you additional rewards. To gain admission to the 4 Great Martial Arts Schools, you must at least rank among the top 3. Given that Yang City seldom produces an S-grade individual, should I not feel overly pressured? Su Jing queried, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Although your S-grade abilities are formidable, there are prodigies at Yang City No. 1 high school who have already become martial artists. These martial artists can cultivate martial techniques, thus their strength far surpasses that of someone in the awakening phase. Countless individuals aspire to enter the 4 Great Martial Arts Schools each year, and those who stand out from the crowd are all exceptionally gifted. Abilities alone hold little significance there. A chill ran through Su Jing's heart. Yet, his resolve to apply to the 4 Great Martial Arts Schools only strengthened. The stringent admission criteria reflected the formidable nature of these esteemed institutions. Yang City Martial Arts Association Old Town Branch. At this moment, a slender, handsome youth pushed open the door and entered. The receptionist, a young lady in uniform, was immediately captivated and inquired, "Hello, how may I assist you?" "I would like to collect this month's blood nourishment pill," the youth replied, producing his black gold martial artist card. The young lady looked somewhat astonished but did not dwell on it, presuming that the youth's family belonged to the ranks of peak martial artists. "Please hold on." She then proceeded to check the information linked to the card at the front desk. This youth was none other than Su Jing after school. He needed to acquire the blood nourishment pill promptly, not only for himself but also to help his mother recover from years of physical depletion. "Are you the holder of this black gold martial artist card?" The receptionist regarded the information on the computer with disbelief, then glanced back at Su Jing. "Yes, that would be me." Upon hearing Su Jing's confirmation, the receptionist snapped back to reality. She could hardly believe that this youth, who appeared to be merely a student, could possibly be a peak martial artist. Su Jing frowned, ready to explain, but fortunately, at that moment, a middle-aged man in a similar uniform approached. "Supervisor Sunday." The receptionist quickly whispered to Sun Zhongping, recounting the events that had just transpired. After listening, Sun Zhongping chuckled. "So you are the esteemed Su Jing, the student whom Captain Zhang from the garrison spoke of earlier." Su Jing understood that the Captain Zhang he referred to must be Zhang Tian. "Feel free to wander around. I shall fetch you a blood essence pill." Once Sun Zhongping departed, the receptionist continued to curiously observe Su Jing. "I am not a peak martial artist. I merely fortuitously awakened an extraordinary ability," Su Jing explained with a resigned smile. He then inquired, "I wish to use the power testing device." This was one of the privileges of possessing a black gold warrior card, allowing complimentary physical assessments. "I shall escort you there," the receptionist replied, lowering her head as she walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at him. Under her guidance, Su Jing arrived at the entrance of a room. Noticing the receptionist's intention to enter as well, He quickly interjected, "I can manage alone." He was reluctant to reveal the existence of his doppelganger ability, uncertain if possessing dual powers might invite complications. Thus, he entered the room and securely locked the door, much to the receptionist's disappointment. With a sigh of relief, Su Jing surveyed his surroundings, pleasantly surprised. The array of instruments before him far surpassed the dilapidated power testing device at his school, which consisted solely of a punching bag. There were specialized devices for assessing arm strength, speed, and punching explosiveness. He first positioned himself before the punching bag, adjusted his breathing, and delivered a punch.
Bang! 1730 Kilogramm.
Nearly 2 tons of explosive force, surpassing even his recent awakening at level 9. Just a day prior, his explosive power was merely around 1,200 kilograms. Subsequently, he tested both his doppelganger and his original strength, each registering approximately 1,400 kilograms, akin to the 8th level of awakening. After undergoing additional tests, Su Jing concluded that there was virtually no difference between his doppelganger and original form, and in a unified state, he could enhance his physical attributes by 1/5. Should he continue to multiply his doppelgangers, his prowess would undoubtedly eclipse that of his peers. Upon completing the tests, Sun Zhongping awaited him outside. Su Jing received the blood essence pill and inquired whether it could remedy the exhaustion his body had suffered. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he made his way home. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by a man's voice. "Sister Zhang, this is some compensation from our restaurant. Please accept it." Su Jing's brow furrowed. It was the voice of Manager Li from the Jinyu restaurant. At the same time, Zhang Yu and Li Xiao noticed his presence. "Su Jing has returned." "Hello, I am Li Xiao," he said eagerly, stepping forward to shake Su Jing's hand. However, Su Jing felt no affinity for him. When his mother had been mistreated at the restaurant, Li Xiao had turned a blind eye. Now, upon Su Jing awakening his powers, he sought to ingratiate himself. Ignoring Li Xiao's outstretched hand, Su Jing coldly remarked, "Your visit, Manager Li, truly elevates our humble abode. There is no need for compensation. I presume your establishment holds little regard for me and my mother." "Oh, how you flatter me," Li Xiao replied. Li Xiao, with a wry smile, withdrew his hand and remarked with a grimace, "At that moment, I did not fully comprehend the situation and misjudged your mother. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have been burdened with guilt for a lifetime." Su Jing approached Zhang Yu, gently assisting her back to her room. He disregarded Li Xiao and, with a hint of reproach, said to Zhang Yu, "When I advise you to rest properly, I mean it. Next time someone like him comes around, do not open the door." Even though Li Xiao was skilled in maintaining his composure, he could not help but clench his fists upon witnessing this exchange. Nevertheless, he quickly forced a smile and said, "I understand that you are upset, which is precisely why I brought you these supplements. I'll place them here and take my leave." With that, Li Xiao set down the items and turned to exit. His teeth gritted in frustration. Chapter 6. Joining the beast hunting squad. Wait. Li Xiao heard Su Jing's voice, and a flicker of joy ignited within him, believing that Su Jing had reconsidered. He forced a smile and began, "If you like these things, then just throw away the trash you brought." Su Jing regarded him with a calm demeanor, effectively silencing the words that were yet to escape Li Xiao's lips. Li Xiao stood rooted in place, his expression shifting tumultuously. Unfazed, Su Jing continued, "Hurry up, and remember to close the door. Kid, you become so arrogant just because you awakened a supernatural ability." Li Xiao could no longer contain himself. Grabbing the items he had previously set down, he retorted, "Humph, you really don't know when to stop. Remember this." Whoosh, a black card sliced across Li Xiao's cheek. "What? Do you still want to hit me?" Li Xiao touched the cut on his face, seething with rage. He pointed an accusatory finger at Su Jing, exclaiming, "Do you truly believe that possessing supernatural abilities grants you the right to scorn the law? Just wait. I will report you to the garrison. Pick it up." Su Jing's tone remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Me pick it up." Upon hearing Su Jing insist that he retrieve the card, Li Xiao nearly exploded with anger. He wanted to hurl more insults, but the moment his gaze met Su Jing's profound, icy eyes, he instinctively quelled his fury. He reluctantly glanced at the card on the ground, where 5 golden characters stood out prominently. Garrison of Yangqing. In an instant, his anger evaporated, replaced by a wave of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, as an icy chill enveloped his limbs and surged into his heart. Having served as the lobby manager at the Jinyu Hotel for several years, Li Xiao had encountered a plethora of individuals and situations. He was acutely aware of the card's significance. The youth seated on the couch was not a peak martial artist, nor even a martial practitioner, yet he was a favored prospect of the Yangcheng garrison. The anger he once felt had long since vanished, replaced by regret and panic that caused him to shudder involuntarily. "Pick it up and clean it. Return it to me." Upon hearing this command once more, Li Xiao felt an unexpected sense of relief. Zhang Yu, hearing the commotion outside, could not resist the urge to step out and investigate. In her view, since Li Xiao had come to offer compensation, there was no need to escalate matters, especially since her son was merely a student. "Manager Li, my son is just." As Zhang Yu opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Li Xiao, elegantly attired, bowing in apology to Su Jing. "Hello, Sister Zhang. Please take care. I shall take my leave now," Li Xiao said, flashing a sycophantic smile at Su Jing before departing without a backward glance. Bang! As the door closed, Su Jing's expression softened. He then noticed his mother, poised to speak but hesitating. Sensing her concern, he sighed inwardly but maintained a smile as he explained. "Individuals like Li Xiao are merely bullies who prey on the weak. Today, seeing our strength, he wishes to ingratiate himself. Perhaps tomorrow, if I encounter any misfortune, he might come to gloat." In that moment, Zhang Yu felt a profound shift in her son, akin to a fledgling eagle, young yet brimming with ambition. "By the way, where is Yuner? Why hasn't she returned?" Su Jing inquired. "Oh, Yuner mentioned her desire to practice more at school and return later, hoping to awaken a special ability as well." Zhang Yu settled onto the sofa, reflecting on how her 2 children had truly grown. "What a pity, but let me surprise you first." Su Jing smiled mysteriously and darted towards the kitchen. Given that her mother had suffered from poor health over the years, she would likely find it difficult to consume the blood-nourishing pill directly. Thus, Su Jing decided to dissolve a third of it in water first. Soon, Su Jing emerged from the kitchen, holding a white porcelain bowl filled with deep red medicinal liquid, which wafted a delightful fragrance throughout the room. A warm feeling flowed through Zhang Yu's heart, realizing that this must be a precious medicinal ingredient. Perhaps it would be best for her not to drink it. She thought it would be better for Su Jing to keep it for herself or give it to her sister. "Mom, I have plenty more," Su Jing said cheerfully, moving closer to Zhang Yu. "At your age, it's a waste for me to drink it." Zhang Yu felt a twinge of pain. "Please drink it quickly. This medicine cannot be left for long, or its potency will diminish." "You rascal!" Zhang Yu chuckled, shaking her head in resignation. Ultimately, she had no choice but to accept the bowl and slowly drank it under Su Jing's watchful gaze. As soon as Zhang Yu finished the medicine, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Jing's eyes. With her mother only awakening at level 5, he was unsure whether the blood-nourishing pill would take effect. Upon swallowing the last sip, Zhang Yu's pale complexion instantly flushed with color, and her body temperature began to rise. Su Jing felt a surge of panic. Was the medicine too potent? However, it wasn't long before Zhang Yu's face regained its normal rosy hue, and her body returned to its usual state. "Ah!" Zhang Yu exhaled a cloud of white vapor, feeling fatigue dissipate and strength surge through her limbs. This sensation of unimpeded vitality was something she hadn't experienced in years. Su Jing, regaining his composure, asked joyfully, "Mom, how do you feel? Is it better?" "Much better. Much better." Zhang Yu gazed at her son, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Mom, what were you and brother discussing?" At that moment, Su Yuner returned, her delicate features glistening with perspiration. "Just in time, brother has prepared something special for you." After calling Su Yuner over, Su Jing handed her a blood-nourishing pill. "Take this during your evening practice. It will enhance your cultivation speed." After dinner, Su Jing returned to his room and took out the last blood-nourishing pill, swallowing it whole. A peculiar warmth surged throughout his body, yet he felt no discomfort, which puzzled him. Suddenly, the system notification chimed once again. Ding! Consumed 1 blood-nourishing pill, experience points increased by 30. Su Jing, intrigued, quickly summoned the system panel. Host, Su Jing. Level, Awakening level 8. Experience points, 2100. Ability, Thunder Clone. Could consuming medicine truly augment experience points? Curiosity stirred within Su Jing, followed by a sense of delight. If that were the case, could beast meat, too, be a significant source of nourishment that might also increase experience points? In class at school, the protagonist utilizes a clone to join an external hunting team, targeting monstrous beasts. This strategy not only augments experience points but also enhances combat prowess. With more than 2 months remaining before the college entrance examination, should this method prove effective, a breakthrough to the 9th level before the exam seems feasible, allowing him to become a martial artist. At that point, empowered by his abilities and the benefits of his clone, securing a top 3 position or even achieving the status of top scorer in the examination would be entirely within reach. With these thoughts, Su Jing excitedly clenched his fists, seated himself cross-legged on his bed, and began to practice the foundational qi absorption technique. This fundamental method is accessible to all in the Summer Kingdom. While its cultivation speed is slow, it ensures a solid foundation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Su Jing's mind as he summoned his clone. He wished to test whether the clone could also cultivate. If it could, his training speed would multiply exponentially. Without hesitation, both the main body and the clone sat cross-legged on the bed. Soon the night passed. In the morning, Su Jing opened his eyes and sighed, realizing he had been overly optimistic. Initially, the clone could indeed absorb spiritual energy, but the energy dissipated slowly and could not be retained. After having breakfast, Su Jing proceeded to school as usual, while the clone hurried towards the outskirts of the city. Not far from the city gate, he encountered a throng of individuals, gathered in groups of 3 to 5, marking the assembly point for the hunting teams. Su Jing had observed them a few days prior while hunting snakes. They typically gathered here to sell the meat of extraordinary beasts. Fresh wolf meat, just killed, 500 yuan per pound, he heard from a tall, thin man who was vocally promoting his wares. Approaching the man, Su Jing inquired, "Brother, may I have 2 pounds of wolf meat?" After making the payment, he smiled and asked, "I also wish to join a beast hunting team. Are you still in need of members?" The tall man paused, then replied, "We have enough people. Young brother, you might want to ask at the front for teams that are shorthanded." Following the direction indicated by the man, Su Jing spotted a sign that read Feng Mian Team firmly planted in the ground. After expressing his gratitude, he made his way towards that location. "Wait a moment, young brother," he heard from behind. Turning around, he saw the tall man with a hesitant expression. "Never mind, you'll find out when you get there. Just a word of caution. Be careful. Their captain is not easy to deal with." Su Jing took this to mean that the captain was of questionable character but paid it little mind. After all, it was merely a clone. He had no fear, as he could simply dissipate if danger arose. In fact, if they harbored ill intentions, Su Jing would not mind using this clone to turn the tables on them. As he walked away, the tall man's gaze gradually took on a peculiar quality. Chapter 7, Am I Being Sold? Thump, thump. Luo Yong, dozing behind the team sign, was abruptly awakened by the sound of someone knocking on it. "Who is it?" he grumbled, glancing up to see the smiling face of Su Jing before him. "I heard your team is short-staffed. What do you think of me? So young, what level are you?" Luo Yong inquired, skepticism evident in his gaze. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Jing replied, "I have awakened to level 8. Luo Yong's expression revealed a hint of doubt. "Well, that could work, but considering your age, it suggests you possess considerable talent. Why choose this line of work?" Su Jing shrugged. "My family is poor, and I wish to earn some quick money." "Quick money?" Luo Yong examined Su Jing's handsome features with a strange look. "First, let us go meet the captain." He rose, lifted the sign, and headed towards the city. Qingyang Martial Arts Hall. In the lounge, 4 individuals surrounded Su Jing, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The foremost woman, with a graceful figure and voluptuous form, gazed at him with a peculiar gleam in her eyes. "Little brother, how old are you?" Su Jing suppressed his discomfort, feeling overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. "Sister Qin, I just turned 18 this year. Only 18? Don't call me Sister Qin. Call me Sister Fengmian. Qin Fengmian, slightly surprised, became even more animated. A woman beside her hesitated, saying, "Can someone so young manage it?" "Indeed, Sister Qin, he is too young to handle it," Luo Yong chimed in, fanning the flames. Su Jing misinterpreted their remarks as doubts about his abilities and retorted, "Do not underestimate me due to my age. My skills are commendable, and I'm confident I can satisfy your expectations." Luo Yong's grin grew increasingly lecherous. "As long as Sister Qin is satisfied, I trust you, little brother." "Such bravado. Where do you live? Do you have any relatives? How can you engage in this line of work at such a young age?" Qin Fengmian's smile radiated satisfaction, her gaze tinged with a tender affection as her delicate hand rested on Su Jing's shoulder. "Sister Fengmian, does age truly matter in this profession? And must one inquire about family?" Su Jing forced a smile to mask his embarrassment. Qin Fengmian playfully squeezed Su Jing's arm. "Since you're reluctant to share, I won T-Pry, so have I passed? When can I start?" Su Jing chuckled awkwardly, already feeling an unsettling vibe and eager to embark on the hunt for exotic beasts. Qin Fengmian stifled a laugh, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. "You are quite passionate, but I senti it a bit early for that." Luo Yong continued to stoke the fire. "We know you're young and have your advantages, but moderation is key. Unlike us in our 30s, our bodies are severely depleted, always thinking of how to replenish." At this, 3 dark lines appeared on Su Jing's forehead, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Am I being sold? After all, he was a transmigrator, and no matter how dull he was, he began to grasp the situation. Scanning the room, he kicked off and dashed towards the exit. Just as he was about to burst through the door, a soft hum reached his ears, and 2 creamy arms appeared before him. The momentum of Su Jing's charge was abruptly halted as the scent of fragrant flowers enveloped him. Qin Fengmian had already appeared before him. Is she a martial artist?
Su Jing mused inwardly.
A wave of sorrow washing over him. He had unwittingly ventured into a den of wolves. Why did his brother suddenly decide to leave? Didn't his sister just want him to endure for a while? If he was truly anxious, daytime was not an impossibility. Realizing he had no way to escape, Su Jing's anger flared, and he began to berate Luo Yong vehemently. "How dare you? I wish to join the beast hunting squad, and yet you betray me." After venting his frustrations, Su Jing prepared to dispel his doppelganger. What is happening? Turning around, he saw Qin Fengmian glaring at Luo Yong, scolding him furiously. Seeing that Qin Fengmian was oblivious to the situation, Su Jing felt a twinge of confusion. Were they not in cahoots? He decided to disclose his earlier attempts to find the beast hunting squad, thinking it best not to reveal his doppelganger just yet. Upon hearing this, Luo Yong appeared quite aggrieved, claiming it was he who wanted to make quick money. Moreover, he was nothing like the hunters, merely assuming the other wished to be a pretty boy. At this, Qin Fengmian, both embarrassed and furious, raised her hand and swatted at the top of Luo Yong's head. "Next time, could you please clarify beforehand? If this gets out, how am I supposed to live with it? Is the captain of Fengmian squad so desperate that he spares not even an 18-year-old? You were clearly quite fond just now." Luo Yong lay on the ground, cradling his head and muttering to himself. However, the others in the room were keenly aware of his words. A woman who had been silent for quite some time could no longer contain her laughter, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Qin Fengmian. She then turned her attention to Luo Yong, gritting her teeth and delivering a fierce kick. "Dare you speak again? Dare you?" Outside the lounge, countless passers-by paused, with some calling out, "Should we call the police? Get lost." "Oh, all right." Upon recognizing Qin Fengmian's voice, the crowd instinctively recoiled. "Are you certain you wish to join our squad? In fact, switching to another squad might be preferable." Su Jing, observing the twitching corners of Qin Fengmian's eyes, hastily laughed. Just kidding, just kidding." Qin Fengmian sighed, resting her forehead in her palm. "Let me make it clear first. There is no salary. The spoils from hunting the otherworldly beasts will be distributed entirely based on contribution. That is acceptable." After receiving Su Jing's affirmation, Qin Fengmian introduced him to the other 3 members of the squad. Luo Yong, Awakened Level 9, Wu Qing, Vice Captain, Awakened Level 9, Wang Sherwei, Awakened Level 9, and Qin Fengmian, Captain, Second-Tier Martial Artist. Su Jing could not help but marvel inwardly at the fact that she was indeed a second-tier martial artist. We will first head to the wilderness for some practical training in the morning, and at noon, I will take you to register at the Martial Artist Association. In the event of death due to otherworldly beasts, the town will provide compensation, as the casualty rate within hunting squads is quite high, Qin Fengmian remarked casually, while the other three attentively observed Su Jing's response. They could accept a lack of strength, but a cowardly individual would only become a burden in the wild, and worse, could even lead to their demise. However, Su Jing did not consider this, his brows furrowing in thought. If one were to register with the Martial Arts Association, would the Defense Bureau detect any irregularities, especially since the real body is still attending school? Meanwhile, the four individuals beside Su Jing wore frowns of concern. Qin Fengmian could not help but sigh softly and attempted to diffuse the tension, saying, "It's natural for a child to feel fear, but perhaps this isn't suited for you." "Who says I'm afraid?"
Su Jing replied earnestly.
"Can I choose not to register? Why?" He glanced at Qin Fengmian, adding, "It's because my talent is too exceptional. If the Defense Bureau learns of it, they might not approve." The foreheads of the four simultaneously bore 3 lines of worry. Qin Fengmian, expressionless, remarked upon registration, "One can receive a free set of outdoor combat gear, which would cost at least 5,000 yuan if purchased elsewhere."
Su Jing grimaced.
"I truly do not wish to register. I do not require the compensation or the equipment." Qin Fengmian, slightly displeased, furrowed her brow. "Do you take this lightly? Even if you are merely in the awakening phase, a martial artist must remain vigilant in the wild, as danger lurks at every turn. Let us take a stroll to see what we encounter. All right, let us venture forth. But if we encounter a beast, do not cry in fright." Chapter 8. A visit to my home in the wilderness, 20 miles from Yang City. Qin Fengmian led the way as the captain of the team. Wu Qing, the vice captain and the second strongest member of the team, took on the responsibility of guiding the newcomers. The two remained at the rear of the group.
Su Jing, vigilant,
scanned the surroundings. He had never ventured this far beyond the city gates. They had now reached a territory frequented by low-level exotic beasts. Their primary objective this time was the red-furred pig, a low-level beast comparable to a level 9 awakened being. However, this creature was tough-skinned and meaty, making it quite troublesome to deal with. Wu Qing pushed aside the vines before him and whispered to Su Jing, "Aim for its eyes, not its back or sides. A single decisive strike is best. Otherwise, it may not be killed quickly, and if it goes wild, it could attract other nearby beasts." Suddenly, the 3 individuals ahead halted, and Qin Fengmian formed a V shape with his hands. Wu Qing continued to explain, "This is our team's special signal, indicating that prey is near and we should prepare for battle. Each team has its own, to avoid misjudgments and prevent alarming the beasts." Before long, a 3-meter-long red-furred pig appeared within their line of sight. "This time, it's mainly for you to practice. Later, you will strike alongside Luo Yong and Wang Sherwei, while I provide support," Wu Qing instructed as he leaped onto a branch, his voice echoing in the stillness. Upon hearing this, Su Jing concealed himself behind a tree, gripping the long knife at his side, his muscles taut and ready, patiently waiting. The red-furred pig approached him, snorting heavily. Just when it was 10 meters away, it suddenly halted. In that instant, Su Jing sprang into action, his long knife slicing through the air as he aimed for the beast's head. The red-furred pig seemed to have anticipated the attack. Instead of retreating, it charged forward with all its might, colliding with Su Jing. "Foolish," Wang Sherwei scoffed, recognizing that Su Jing, merely an awakened level 8, might not be able to slay the pig with a single blow. Yet, this reckless charge from the pig would undoubtedly inflict significant injury. At that moment, she and Luo Yong dashed towards the scene, but they were clearly too late. With a splatter, the long knife cleaved through flesh and blood, and just as the others thought Su Jing would be sent flying, the red-furred pig suddenly stiffened, its momentum brought to a halt. In a flash, the knife plunged into its fist-sized eye socket. By the time Luo Yong and Wang Sherwei arrived, only a brief moment had passed. The red-furred pig lay lifeless, motionless. The two stared at each other in disbelief, astonished by Su Jing's feat, even when working together. They would have exerted tremendous effort to slowly wear down the pig, all while worrying that it might go berserk and attract other beasts. Yet, this youth, a level lower than themselves, had achieved a swift and decisive kill. Unbeknownst to them, Su Jing's long knife had been electrified, paralyzing the red-furred pig the moment it struck. Oblivious to their astonishment, Su Jing received yet another notification from the system after slaying the beast. Ding! Experience points increased by 10 for killing a low-level exotic beast. Killing exotic beasts surprisingly grants experience points, which is far more efficient than consuming medicine, and there's no need to worry about a shortage of targets. When Su Jing regained his senses and lifted his gaze, he noticed that the 4 individuals were staring at him with an odd expression. Ah! These beasts are rather easy to slay. Su Jing still wished to conceal his identity. Otherwise, it would have been far simpler and more direct to electrocute the red-haired pig to death. Let us take this pig back. Since you killed it alone, you can keep 80% and we will split the remainder evenly. Qin Fengmian paid no mind to Su Jing's pretense, though her expression was somewhat awkward. Selecting the red-haired pig was meant to test Su Jing's adaptability, yet he had simply overpowered it. It was surprising to see that he possessed such skills. Luo Yong leaned closer to Su Jing, chuckling. Just luck, Su Jing replied, gesturing towards the pig. How much is this worth? About 20,000, Wang Xiaorui interjected, marking the first time she truly regarded Su Jing. In less than 10 minutes, the 5 returned to the city gates with the red-haired pig and sold it directly to military personnel who specialized in purchasing exotic beast meat. Although the price offered by the military was lower, the transaction was quick and reliable, with no delays in payment. In just one morning, Su Jing earned 15,000 in cash and 10 experience points. This is far too easy, Su Jing murmured. Luo Yong retorted, you're merely lucky, and you had a martial artist assisting you in tracking the prey. Otherwise, you wouldn't have even found a single hair of the red-haired pig, and you might have encountered intermediate or even advanced exotic beasts. However, considering Su Jing's performance, Luo Yong couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. In the afternoon, the 5 ventured outside the city once more but encountered no low-level exotic beasts. As the day began to wane, they decided to return. Are you sure you don't want to register at the Martial Artist Association? At least in the unfortunate event of death, it would provide some security for your family, Qin Fengmian remarked, glancing at Su Jing. No need. I believe I won't die, Su Jing replied nonchalantly. If my doppelganger were to perish outside the city and it were reported to the garrison, that would indeed be troublesome. Prepare supplies and weapons. We will venture 50 miles outside the city tomorrow for more hunting. Qin Fengmian stated calmly, it's quite possible that we will encounter intermediate exotic beasts. It's not too late for you to withdraw now. Rest assured. I'll be waiting for you at the city gates tomorrow. Su Jing thought eagerly of facing intermediate beasts to enhance his experience points. After the others departed, Su Jing made his way to the apothecary within the city. I need 3 doses of blood restoration powder. He paid 15,000 and held the blood restoration powder in his hands, uncertain whether it would contribute to his experience points. He did not rush to consume it, as the doppelganger could not absorb energy, a fact Su Jing had confirmed the previous night. He could only wait until his main body shed blood and then hand it over. School at Yangqing No. 3 had ended. Su Jing was once again stopped by Li Yueying. Are you interested in visiting our family's martial arts school? A faint smile graced Li Yueying's face. Su Jing was somewhat surprised. Although he was familiar with her, he was unaware of her family's business. Just yesterday, she had mentioned that her father was a senior executive in a family conglomerate, so how had it transformed into a martial arts school? Li Yueying noticed that Su Jing remained silent, and her fair complexion tinged with a subtle blush, mistakenly believing he had misunderstood her intentions. She hurriedly clarified, both you and I possess elemental abilities. We can engage in a friendly spar and explore ways to enhance our powers. Su Jing felt a stir of interest within him. The prospect of augmenting his strength was indeed compelling, and he was genuinely eager to witness the prowess of wind elemental abilities. Shall we go now? He inquired. Upon hearing Su Jing's prompt agreement, Li Yueying could not help but smile, her lips curving upward in delight. Let's set off at once. The sun had yet to dip below the horizon, casting a breathtaking array of twilight hues. As the 2 companions walked side by side, they were enveloped in a warm embrace of orange and gold. Chapter 9. Restraint for a greater outburst as Su Jing stepped out of the school gates alongside Li Yueying. A sleek black limousine came to a halt before them. Li Yueying deftly entered the back seat of the car, waving and smiling at Su Jing, inviting him to join her. Su Jing, however, hesitated, taking a moment to scrutinize the vehicle. In this world, he had encountered very few cars, as most oil-extracting regions had been overrun by monstrous beasts. Consequently, automobiles had become mere playthings for the ultra-wealthy, primarily serving as tools for transportation within the city. Moreover, the physical prowess of the populace rendered such means of conveyance largely unnecessary. Once inside, the middle-aged driver turned to glance at Li Yueying, teasingly inquiring, "Yueying, is this your young boyfriend?" "Uncle Wang, he is merely my classmate, the one I mentioned yesterday who awakened the lightning ability," Li Yueying replied, a mix of embarrassment and irritation coloring her cheeks as she deliberately averted her gaze from Su Jing. "You can just call him Uncle Wang. I'm just a driver for the young lady. You two may converse freely without concern for my presence." Uncle Wang chuckled amiably, starting the engine. Seeing this, a gentle smile graced Su Jing's face. He always relished such a warm atmosphere. Yet, Li Yueying, still blushing from the jest, gazed vacantly out the window. Soon, the limousine came to a smooth stop before a towering edifice. It was a rare and immense structure, soaring dozens of stories high and sprawling across a vast area. Upon disembarking, Su Jing lifted his gaze to the sign above, furrowing his brow. Taihe Group. It was a name he had never encountered before, yet it had appeared frequently in recent days. Could the Li Zong mentioned by Li Xiao be none other than Li Yueying's father? "What are you pondering?"
Li Yueying lightly tapped Su Jing's shoulder.
"Nothing much," he replied with a smile, thinking it best to embrace the situation now that he was here. Under Li Yueying's guidance, Su Jing took the elevator to the 9th floor. "Miss," a woman clad in a black martial arts uniform approached them briskly, offering her greetings. "Prepare my exclusive training room," Li Yueying instructed. Turning to Su Jing, she added with a smile, "Let me first show you around our martial arts school." With that, she led him into the main hall, where a cacophony of sounds erupted. Hundreds of young men and women donned in martial arts attire were diligently practicing, each group receiving individualized instruction from a coach. Su Jing could not help but marvel in silence. He had initially believed Li Yueying's family merely possessed wealth, but he had not anticipated such an extraordinary level of affluence. Without the system, he might have truly lost the motivation to strive. Coaches at the martial artist level charged by the hour, often demanding 200 to 300 for a mere 60 minutes. "Miss, your exclusive training room is ready," the woman in black respectfully announced. "Excellent," Li Yueying replied, then turned with Su Jing to ascend to the 2nd floor of the main hall. Suddenly, as they rounded a corner, a familiar figure emerged. It was Li Hanqing. Upon noticing the pair, a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. Ever since his defeat to Su Jing, he had been spending his after-school hours entrenched in the martial arts school. Unexpectedly, Li Yueying had brought him along. Had the two already confirmed their relationship? The uncertainty gnawed at Li Hanqing, causing him a degree of agitation. At that moment, Li Yueying was equally vexed. She had never anticipated encountering Li Hanqing here, as he had never visited before. With a frosty expression, she commanded, "Step aside." "Step aside? Cousin, have you lost your senses? This is our family's martial arts hall. You may bring an outsider, but you expect me to yield?" Li Hanqing stared at Li Yueying, his expression contorted, his voice rising in pitch. "Do not call me cousin. I am uncertain of our distant kinship, and there is no blood relation between us." Li Yueying paused briefly before continuing, "Moreover, your father and my father each hold 10% of the company's shares. I can bring whomever I wish, and you have no authority to dictate otherwise. Lastly, I ask you to move, as you are obstructing my way to Su Jing." Her words struck Li Hanqing like daggers, leaving him pale. Once more, a good dog does not impede the path. Before Li Hanqing could retort, Li Yueying assertively maneuvered past him with Su Jing at her side. Su Jing quietly followed behind Li Yueying, secretly giving her a thumbs up. It was the first time he had witnessed such a formidable side of her. Li Hanqing glared at their retreating figures, his expression twisted, fists clenched tightly until they cracked. Only after they vanished around the corner did he stomp away in indignation. Upon entering a training room on the second floor, the atmosphere was markedly serene, a stark contrast to the raucous hall below. The expansive space of several hundred square meters contained a side table laden with snacks and beverages. Li Yueying, how do we develop our abilities? This was the question that intrigued Su Jing most. Our current strength is limited, and our capacity to utilize our abilities is similarly constrained. We must also concentrate while using them, Li Yueying explained, extending her palm to conjure a swirling gust of azure wind. Su Jing resonated with her sentiments. After awakening his powers through the system, he could only manage a rudimentary control over electricity, lacking the finesse of true mastery. One method is through extensive practical experience, and another is to cultivate a deeper sensitivity while employing our abilities, which is rather esoteric. Li Yueying projected the cyclone from her palm, expanding and then contracting it. Su Jing's eyes sparkled with understanding. Although he stood beside her, he felt no breeze. Reflecting on this, he summoned arcs of electricity in his hands, gathering them before they abruptly dissipated. Noticing Su Jing's realization, Li Yueying regarded him with intrigue. The destructive capacity of lightning was undeniable, yet correspondingly, it was more challenging to control. Remarkably, this young man, after merely observing my demonstration, was already able to replicate it. With determined strides, she approached the weapon rack, drew a long, unsharpened sword, and tossed it to Su Jing. Catch the blade. Li Yueying was resolute. Practical experience was the finest teacher. Su Jing caught the sword, raising an eyebrow as he grasped her intent. Control was not merely about suppression but about allowing one's abilities to flow freely. With a firm push against the ground, he closed the distance between himself and Li Yueying in a matter of strides. Boom! The thunderous sound erupted from within, as the long blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Li Yueying took a deep breath. A tempest swirled around her, impeding Su Jing's movements while simultaneously enhancing her own speed. The clash of metal resonated deafeningly, sparks flying. The blade, smooth as a mirror, reflected Su Jing's eyes, an abyss of icy calm. A sense of foreboding gripped Li Yueying, prompting her to retreat swiftly. In an instant, arcs of electricity crackled where she had just stood. In the wind-laden training room, Li Yueying danced with agility, as elusive as a specter. The sounds of their rapid exchanges echoed. Clashing strikes erupted like fireworks, each spark bursting forth only to vanish, only to bloom again. Each time the long blade collided, Su Jing wielded merely a fraction of electricity, attempting to incapacitate her muscles. Li Yueying, in turn, summoned blades of wind, launching multifaceted assaults that left Su Jing on the defensive. Yet they both exercised restraint, striving to meld their extraordinary abilities into instinct. After half an hour, Li Yueying finally called a halt. Although they were of equal rank, her physical prowess paled in comparison to Su Jing's. The prolonged exertion of her powers had taken its toll. Su Jing, however, felt an insatiable thirst for more. This prolonged, intense combat was an experience he had never encountered before. It not only honed his control over his abilities but also enriched his combat experience. The youth is formidable. Suddenly, a robust voice resonated, startling Su Jing. It was only then that he noticed a middle-aged man standing in the corner, having gone completely unnoticed until this moment. Chapter 10. Let us await the outcome. Li Yueying furrowed her brow and quietly explained to Su Jing. He is Li Hanqing's father, Li Hanjie. With a beaming smile, Li Hanjie approached Su Jing. Hearing from my son that Yueying brought home a male classmate, I could hardly believe it. I came to see for myself, and to my surprise, it is indeed true, and you are quite exceptional. As he spoke, Li Hanjie patted Su Jing's shoulder. Su Jing, aware of the man's ill intentions, swiftly evaded. Li Hanjie's expression remained unchanged as he laughed heartily and reached out again towards Su Jing. His movements were slow, yet Su Jing felt as if he were rooted to the spot, unable to move. The aura of true energy emanating from Li Hanjie revealed him to be a formidable martial artist, igniting a flicker of anger within Su Jing. It appeared this old man intended to resort to underhanded tactics. Suddenly, Li Yueying stepped in front of Su Jing, coldly stating, Li Hanjie, you barged into my exclusive training room without my consent and harmed my classmate. Do you have no regard for my father? Or do you believe that Taihe Group is your personal domain? Calm down, Yueying, Li Hanjie said dismissively, retracting his hand and turning to Su Jing. Uncle was merely playing a joke on your classmate. Su Jing let out a cold laugh. A joke that involves restraining me with true energy? I cannot withstand such humor. Upon hearing this, Li Yueying's expression darkened further. Li Hanjie raised an eyebrow. Young man, do not be so easily provoked. At that moment, the door to the training room swung open once more, revealing Uncle Wang from the car earlier. He looked at Li Hanjie with a feigned expression of surprise. Mr. Li, you are here too. Yueying's father just mentioned that he wanted Yueying to bring this young man to see him. Would you like to join? That won't be necessary. I have matters to attend to. Li Hanjie flashed a smile at Su Jing. Young man, take care of yourself. With that, he strode out of the door. Su Jing's expression fluctuated between anger and apprehension. It was evident that this old man was threatening him. Recalling the earlier moment when he stood helpless against Li Hanjie's advance, a chill crept through him. He could not help but hesitate. If he continued to spar with Li Yueying here, Li Hanjie would undoubtedly strike again. This time, Li Yueying was present. But what if she were not next time? His own strength was still too feeble. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Su Jing wondered if he could truly allow this old man to intimidate him. This scene did not escape Li Yueying's notice. She assumed he was upset about Li Hanjie's reckless actions, and a pang of guilt arose within her. She slightly inclined her body and said, "This is my oversight. I did not anticipate it would turn out this way. I will not trouble you further. I sincerely apologize." Su Jing blinked and replied, "No, I will still come in the next few days." He had come to a realization. Even if he and Li Yueying became estranged, would Li Hanjie truly let him go? Of course not. Offending a genius meant that the most prudent course of action was to eradicate the threat entirely. When the time came to sever ties with Li Yueying, she would no longer concern herself with his fate, and that would be when Li Hanjie would seek his revenge. Given today's events, it was likely that Li Hanjie would refrain from further attacks in the coming days. At present, my strength is experiencing an explosive growth, and I have a doppelganger hunting fierce beasts outside. Soon I shall ascend to the rank of a martial artist. When that time comes, if Li Hanjie dares to seek revenge, he will have to weigh his options carefully. Upon hearing this, Li Yueying looked at Su Jing with surprise. Aren't you angry? Of course I am angry. That only fuels my desire to swiftly enhance my abilities and retaliate, Su Jing replied matter-of-factly. At these words, Uncle Wang, who had been silent for a long while, could not help but scrutinize Su Jing closely. Without strength, without power, talent is but an empty boast. It was precisely due to insufficient strength that he had served the Li family at Taihe Group. Years of suffocating oppression left him gasping for breath each night. Yet, this young man before him reminded him of his once reckless spirit. He could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. Let us conclude for today. I shall have Uncle Wang drive you home, Li Yueying said, glancing at the clock on the wall. All right, Su Jing responded, following Uncle Wang to the car. A few minutes later, he said, Uncle Wang, just let me off here. Su Jing pointed toward the pharmacy ahead and turned to the driver. He still needed to collect the blood replenishment powder and cash from his doppelganger. Be careful. Uncle Wang smiled at Su Jing and gradually brought the car to a stop at the roadside. After thanking Uncle Wang, Su Jing opened the car door and walked into the alley beside the pharmacy. Deep within the alley, Su Jing beheld his identical young counterpart, a smirk playing on his lips as the two merged into one. The sensation of having a doppelganger was indeed marvelous. It felt as though a single consciousness controlled two bodies, entirely undisturbed and devoid of discomfort. In the Taihe Group's office, Li Hanjie sat on the sofa with an impassive expression, while Li Hanqing stood behind him. Sun Wei, clutching his bandaged right hand, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, President Li, you must help me with this matter. That little brat is truly intolerable and does not regard you at all. Even Li Xiao from Jinyu Restaurant has spoken your name, yet he dismisses you, saying he doesn't care about you or President Wang. He acts as if he could just strike us down. After a lengthy tirade, Sun Wei noticed the man before him remained unperturbed, intensifying his frustration. President Li, I may have lost a hand, but I cannot bear the fact that this little brat dares to insult you. Li Hanjie replied coldly, "Stop pretending. You simply seek revenge. There will be those willing to assist you. Await their news." Sun Wei was overjoyed. "Thank you, President Li. Thank you." A glint of malice flashed in Li Hanqing's eyes as he remarked, "Since I cannot wait, let us destroy them both together. Let them die side by side." Just as Sun Wei exited, another figure emerged from a nearby room. Although his hair had turned gray, he bore no signs of aging. Upon seeing him, Li Hanjie promptly rose and bowed, "Elder brother." The middle-aged man smiled faintly and placed a hand on Li Hanjie's shoulder. "We are brothers. There is no need for formality." Seeing this man, Li Hanqing's face also brightened as he said, "Uncle, you may converse. I shall take my leave." "Very well," the middle-aged man replied with a smile. As the door slammed shut, the middle-aged man regarded Li Hanjie with a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. "Are you truly unafraid?" he inquired. "With a brother like you by my side, what is there to fear?" Li Hanjie's voice quivered with a hint of excitement as he declared, "This time, I will decisively sever Li Zhe's escape route. I assure you it will be foolproof." Chapter 11. The core of the Windshadow Wolf with a swift motion. Su Jing withdrew his long blade from the eye socket of the red-haired boar. His mind focused as he summoned the system panel. Host: Su Jing. Level: Awakening Level 9. Experience points: 2500. Ability: Thunder Clone. Upon reaching Awakening Level 9, the experience required to ascend to the next level increased to 500. Over the past 3 days, each encounter with a beast had prompted Su Jing to demand a final strike. He was still far from a breakthrough. Luo Yong hefted the red-haired boar with both hands, exclaiming, "This must weigh around 5 tons. Larger than any we've encountered before. Ha! We are nearly 50 miles from the city, in a realm seldom trod by humans, a veritable paradise for beasts." Su Jing's rapid advancement bolstered his spirits. "Beware, something approaches. Stay concealed." Suddenly, Qin Fengmian's voice resonated from above. Bang! Before the two could react, a white figure, swift as lightning, lunged directly at them. Whoosh! In the nick of time, a black arrow sliced through the air. It was Wu Qing's crossbow bolt. Unfortunately, the white figure sensed the impending danger, using its limbs to propel itself backwards several meters. In that instant, Su Jing discerned the creature. A white wild wolf, stretching an impressive 4 meters in length, even larger than the red-haired boar. "Fall back. That is the Windshadow Wolf. An intermediate beast," Qin Fengmian declared as she leapt from the tree, positioning herself protectively in front of them. "Get behind me." Exchanging glances, Su Jing and Luo Yong retreated behind a tree for cover. "This is your first encounter with an intermediate beast, isn't it? We are of no assistance. Intermediate beasts are akin to low-tier warriors," Luo Yong explained, keeping his gaze fixed ahead. Su Jing indeed felt the disparity. The Windshadow Wolf's speed was at least double his own. Should it pounce, his clone would dissipate instantly. The Windshadow Wolf sprang into action, surrounded by a surge of azure energy, its speed surging as it lunged toward Qin Fengmian. Rather than evade, she braced herself, using the blade to parry the wolf's claws. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flew forth, aimed directly at the wolf's head. Sensing the threat, the Windshadow Wolf twisted its upper body in an attempt to evade. Suddenly, a white light emanated from Qin Fengmian's blade, repelling the Windshadow Wolf, followed by a swift kick. Bang! The wolf was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a large tree, blood spilling from its mouth as it retreated with a low growl. Su Jing's pupils constricted in astonishment. Qin Fengmian was astonishingly strong, seemingly overpowering the Windshadow Wolf. "Go!" Wang Xiaorui shouted, charging down from the tree toward the Windshadow Wolf. Luo Yong followed suit, exclaiming, "Don't let this beast escape." In an instant, the 4 of them formed a fan-shaped formation, encircling the Windshadow Wolf. The creature growled lowly, its voice resonating with menace. Simultaneously, Su Jing and the others launched their attacks from 4 different directions. The severely injured Windshadow Wolf was clearly fatigued, its body trembling as Su Jing's blade struck true. The moment the blade made contact, electric currents surged into the wolf, causing its muscles to convulse violently. In an instant, Wang Xiaorui and Luo Yong struck with their blades. However, the Windshadow Wolf was an intermediate beast, and it swiftly regained its composure, utilizing its body's inertia to break free. With a resounding crash, Qin Fengmian's long legs struck the wind shadow wolf once more, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. Su Jing, with remarkable reflexes, swiftly thrust his knife into the wolf's neck. With a swift motion, the blade turned, severing the wolf's head. A mechanical synthesis sound echoed, indicating that the host had slain an intermediate beast, earning 50 experience points. Hearing this familiar sound, Su Jing finally relaxed. Thankfully, he had delivered the final blow. Another step closer to becoming a martial artist. Although he had previously taken down intermediate beasts, this victory felt exceptionally effortless. Luo Yong calmed his breathing, still shaken as he gazed at the carcass of the wind shadow wolf. Indeed, Sister Qin is extraordinarily strong. I believe she could easily handle the wind shadow wolf alone. Su Jing was deeply impressed by Qin Fengmian's earlier strikes. One leg broke its defense, while the other inflicted severe injury. That was merely a low-level combat technique. The mountain splitter kick, yet its power was undeniably formidable. As she spoke, Qin Fengmian cast a peculiar glance at Su Jing. After several hunts, she was convinced that this young man possessed extraordinary abilities. However, the wind shadow wolf thrived on speed, and without the constraints posed by Yu and Wu Qing's crossbows, it would have been challenging to strike it. Hee. Su Jing chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, yet he felt a sense of astonishment. Combat techniques certainly amplify one's strength significantly. Look, the wind shadow wolf's hind leg is injured and has already turned black. Wang Xiaorui turned the wolf over, pointing at the wound on its hind leg. Could it be that the wind shadow wolf was injured before? Su Jing furrowed his brow. At this, an ominous feeling rose within the group. The wound did not appear to be from a trap, and it was coated with poison, indicating that another hunting party might have been trailing closely behind. Let us extract the beast core and leave, Qin Fengmian commanded, thrusting her long knife into the wind shadow wolf's abdomen, retrieving a crystal the size of a fingernail that emitted a faint green glow. This was a treasure only found in intermediate or higher beasts, the most precious item on such creatures. Suddenly, Wu Qing, who had been concealing himself in the trees, shouted, "We are surrounded." At the same moment, several black arrows shot through the air. The group below, alerted by Wu Qing, hurriedly dodged. Similarly, 5 figures emerged from the surroundings, slowly approaching Su Jing and the others. "Hand over the beast core, and we will let you go," stated the leader, a man with a scarred face, in a detached tone. "Get lost. We killed the wind shadow wolf. Why should we give it to you?" Luo Yong pointed his long knife at the scar-faced man, glaring fiercely. Qin Fengmian also regarded the scarred man coolly, stating, "Lin Meng, there are rules in the wild. We hunted this wind shadow wolf ourselves. Do you wish to disrupt the established order? Since Sister Qin wishes to discuss rules, then let us consider this. We have spent considerable time weakening the wolf, which is now heavily poisoned, yet you ambushed us midway. Does that align with the rules?" Lin Meng replied with a forced smile, his gaze fixed intently on the beast core in Qin Fengmian's hand. "Nonsense." Su Jing scoffed. "I see you merely took a chance at injuring the wind shadow wolf, yet could not finish it off, which is why you have been trailing behind. What audacity from such an ignorant child." A man behind Lin Meng scoffed, "Sister Qin, why does your team even take in children? Can't be due to your... Haha. Sun Hua. Rein in your impudent tongue." Luo Yong's arm tensed, veins protruding as he prepared to confront him. However, he was swiftly restrained by Qin Fengmian, who whispered, "Lin Meng is a 3rd-tier warrior, and Sun Hua is a 1st-tier warrior. We must leave." With that, Qin Fengmian discarded the beast core in her hand and led the group in retreat. "Make way for Sister Qin." Lin Meng cackled as he caught the beast core, his gaze lingering on Qin Fengmian's alluring figure. Her expression darkened, but she chose not to comment further. Just as the group had covered several dozen meters, Qin Fengmian abruptly shouted, "Run!" Behind them, Lin Meng's furious voice echoed, "You shameless woman! How dare you deceive me with a fake?" Luo Yong burst into laughter, and in that instant, the tension dissipated, with all their energy focused on propelling themselves forward. Once they escaped the encirclement of Lin Meng's team, the vast expanse of the forest significantly increased their chances of evasion. Alas, The speed of the warriors soon surpassed that of the awakeners, and in mere moments, Lin Meng and Sun Hua were hot on their heels. Chapter 12. Avenge Sister Qin, run ahead. He cannot harm me. Qin Fengmian halted, turning to face Lin Meng. Be careful, Sister Qin. Luo Yong glanced back before continuing his frantic escape. Lin Meng clenched his jaw tightly, his face contorted. He could not allow these few to return alive. Otherwise, not only would the beast core be lost, but his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The garrison despised any hint of infighting among humans over profit. He then growled softly, "You all keep pursuing. I will hold Qin Fengmian back." He was confident that in a one-on-one confrontation, Qin Fengmian was no match for him. Sun Hua, a first-grade warrior, could easily take down a few opponents. As Sun Hua and the others pressed forward, Qin Fengmian attempted to intervene but was restrained by Lin Meng. "Split up," Wu Qing shouted, breaking away from the group and rushing in another direction. Seeing this, Luo Yong and Wang Sharui followed suit, aware that their adversaries sought to buy time, just as they did. As long as a few managed to escape, Qin Fengmian, being a second-grade warrior, would find it easier to extricate himself alone. Without hesitation, Su Jing sprinted towards a separate direction, his concealed abilities a potent trump card. As long as it wasn't Sun Hua pursuing him, he was confident in dispatching the others swiftly before returning to assist Wu Qing and the others. A glance over his shoulder revealed the unsettling truth. It was indeed Sun Hua, indicating they intended to target him first, the weakest among them. Sun Hua, also furrowing his brow, realized that this young man was significantly faster than an average level 9 awakened individual. Time was of the essence. Sun Hua summoned all his inner energy, his speed surging once more. Su Jing felt a weight in his heart. He lacked certainty in facing a warrior alone. The loss of this clone was minor, yet after several days of camaraderie, he couldn't bear the thought of Qin Fengmian and the others meeting their demise here. Anger flared within him, and he pivoted to confront Sun Hua with his blade drawn. "Little brat, not running anymore?" Sun Hua sneered, advancing without hesitation. Clang! Boom! 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 The two engaged in a relentless dance of combat, the ground beneath them disturbed by their movements. Sun Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. How old could this kid be, nearly breaking through to become a warrior yet choosing to play the hunter? With death at hand, he thought, "Why should I care about you?" Su Jing, for the moment, relied solely on his physical prowess to contend with Sun Hua, gasping for breath. "Then die." Sun Hua's gaze darkened. He could not allow this young man to escape. His fists, enveloped in a crimson aura, surged towards Su Jing. Just as they were about to collide, a surge of lightning erupted before Su Jing. Sun Hua's eyes widened in shock, disbelief coursing through him as he hastily activated his protective energy. Boom! The powerful current sent Sun Hua reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jing unleashed another bolt of electricity. Sun Hua attempted to evade, but his muscles were paralyzed by the electric shock, forcing him to withstand the blow once more. Swish! Following the blinding flash of lightning, a chilling glimmer appeared as the long blade pierced through. Sun Hua opened his mouth in a desperate attempt to scream, but no sound emerged. The formidable electric charge coursing through him caused his muscles to convulse uncontrollably. After a brief span of several seconds, the sound indicating an increase in experience resonated, and Su Jing finally withdrew his long blade. To his astonishment, slaying a first-tier martial artist had granted him 100 points of experience. Now, he was merely 330 points away from transcending into a martial artist himself. Despite the confrontation lasting only a few fleeting seconds, fortune played a significant role in his success. The electrical ability proved itself as the most formidable element, as even in the absence of direct damage, it could incapacitate an opponent. Once he had steadied his breath, Su Jing hastened towards Qin Fengmian's direction. Wu Qing and the others, all awakened to level 9, posed no issues against martial artists. In less than a minute, Su Jing returned, but rather than rushing to attack, he concealed himself behind a tree to observe. At that moment, Qin Fengmian was still struggling valiantly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Lin Meng, grinning maliciously, approached her, proclaiming, "Forget the beast core. Henceforth you shall accompany me and we shall bah." Qin Fengmian spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva towards Lin Meng, retorting, Look at yourself. Do you truly believe you are worthy of my company? Don't push your luck. Lin Meng evaded her spittle, his expression darkening as he glared at her. Before he could finish his taunt, Qin Fengmian struck back. Look at you with that old face, speaking as if you were worthy of respect when your words practically drip with disdain. How absurd. Su Jing, hidden behind the tree, was nearly unable to suppress his laughter at Qin Fengmian's sharp retorts. Silence. Lin Meng's face contorted with rage. His fists, much like Sun Hua's, surged with a crimson aura, appearing even more formidable. Qin Fengmian ceased her banter and prepared for battle. Kill! Lin Meng bellowed, his momentum surging as he charged at her. In response, Qin Fengmian launched a counterattack with her mountain-cleaving leg, seemingly imbued with tremendous force, aimed squarely at Lin Meng's fists. Boom! At that moment, a long arc of electricity surged from Su Jing's long blade, propelling towards Lin Meng's back. The instant Lin Meng heard the thunderous roar, his body was struck, a torrent of electricity flooding through him, shattering his combat stance. Without any obstruction, Qin Fengmian's powerful kick landed squarely on Lin Meng's cheek, sending blood and teeth flying in all directions. Accompanied by a chilling scream, Su Jing observed as the once arrogant Lin Meng now hunched over, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Blood smeared his face, rendering him a horrifying sight. Without hesitation, Su Jing leapt forward to deliver the finishing blow. Lin Meng, devoid of any capacity to resist, was swiftly consumed by the overwhelming current. Clang! You have slain a third-tier martial artist. Experience increased by 100 points. Merely 230 points remained, less than halfway, until he could ascend into a martial artist. You are an elemental ability user. Qin Fengmian gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth, her eyes wide as she gazed at Su Jing. Initially, she had surmised Su Jing to be merely a reinforcement-type ability user, albeit rare, one she had encountered before. Yet, she was astounded by the depth of his concealment. Scratching his head, Su Jing replied, I have already dispatched Sun Hua. Now I shall seek out the others. Having spoken, he immediately pursued the direction in which the others had fled. At this moment, Qin Fengmian was rendered speechless by shock. How could Sun Hua, a practitioner of the first rank, be so easily slain? Yet, upon glancing at the charred remains at her feet, she found herself compelled to believe in Su Jing's words. With a determined stomp, she hurried after Su Jing's retreating figure. As a second-rank warrior, Qin Fengmian possessed a keen sense that surpassed Su Jing's, and soon she discerned the sounds of battle resonating from a distance. Exchanging a glance with Su Jing, they hastened towards the commotion. From afar, Su Jing spotted 6 individuals embroiled in a chaotic melee, the scene devolving into utter disorder, with several fierce beasts lurking ominously nearby. Luo Yong, fending off an adversary, surveyed the surrounding creatures and, realizing that his demise was imminent, let out an anguished roar, laughing bitterly as he declared, Ha! I shall not perish at the hands of you wretched little men, but rather because this treacherous heaven grants me no escape. With that, he charged back into the fray, shouting, Even if old Luo dies today, I will take one of you with me. Well said. Wang Xiaorui, engaged in combat, burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Old Luo, today you've shown some backbone. She then abandoned her defense, striking with lethal precision aimed at her opponent's vitals, embodying the spirit of a life-for-life struggle. Inspired by the tragic atmosphere created by the two, Wu Qing cast aside his usual composure, brandishing his long knife with a sinister grin. Let us kill. Let us take a few down with us, so that when we reach the other side, we can give Sister Qin an account. We cannot allow her and young brother Su to die in vain. Chapter 13. Timely treatment of illness, they faced death with unwavering resolve, their spirits soaring as they rallied for Sister Qin, their voices resonating like thunder. Then Su Jing and Qin Fengmian truly appeared before them. Wow! Luo Yong rubbed his eyes, staring at the black line on Qin Fengmian's forehead, and let out an exclamation. The fierce battle momentarily halted as everyone on the field paused in unison. Where is our captain? One trembling voice questioned, filled with confusion and apprehension, wondering why it was Qin Fengmian who had arrived instead of their own leader. However, Su Jing had no desire to squander time in explanations. He sprang into action, his movements akin to a leopard, powerful and agile. As the blades danced, flashes of light illuminated the scene, and one by one, 3 adversaries fell to the ground. It was not only Luo Yong who was taken aback. Wang Xiaorui and Wu Qing stood frozen in place. After a long moment, Luo Yong finally managed to exclaim, "Wow! Incredible!" Su Jing shot them a glance and curtly replied, "What are you standing there for? There are still plenty of other beasts around." Only then did they regain their senses. With Qin Fengmian present and having witnessed Su Jing's recent display of prowess, they regarded the surrounding low-level beasts with little concern. Minutes later, Luo Yong, despite being surrounded by the corpses of both men and beasts, collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted from the series of intense battles. Meanwhile, after dispatching the last beast, Su Jing noticed that his experience points had risen to 460, just 40 points shy of a breakthrough, equivalent to 1 intermediate beast or 4 low-level ones. A smile crept onto his face at the thought. Luo Yong, who had been observing Su Jing closely, felt a sudden pang of anxiety upon seeing this. Leaning in towards Wu Qing, he whispered, "I was curious why he, an elemental ability user, chose to become a hunter. Look at the intensity in his eyes. Could he have some peculiar inclination?" Wu Qing cast a wary glance at Su Jing and replied softly, "Indeed, he has been eager to slay beasts these past few days." Feeling his suspicions confirmed, Luo Yong grinned. "Doesn't he seem satisfied yet? Wouldn't he consider taking us down as well, would he?" "Surely not." Wu Qing hesitated. Qin Fengmian shot them an exasperated glare. With her martial instincts, she had clearly overheard their conversation. "Stop talking nonsense." Before she could finish, Su Jing suddenly brightened and addressed them loudly. "It's still early. Shall we hunt a few more beasts?" "No, I'd rather return and rest," Wang Xiaorui protested, clearly fatigued. At her words, Su Jing frowned slightly. They were so close to the goal, and he was reluctant to wait until tomorrow. "How about you all head back, and I'll continue searching?" Luo Yong and Wu Qing exchanged worried glances, realizing the potential danger. They quickly stood up, speaking in unison, No, we're not tired." With that, Luo Yong turned to the puzzled Wang Xiaorui, insisting, "How can we say we're tired when we're hunting beasts? Look at how determined our young brother Su is." Wang Xiaorui wished to say more, yet Luo Yong strode away, heading directly towards Su Jing, leaving her with nothing but his retreating figure. "What a lunatic," Wang Xiaorui muttered under her breath, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Very well, let us act at once." Su Jing was already brimming with anticipation. However, regrettably, the group scoured the vicinity for several hours without a single trace of a beast, and they had no choice but to return empty-handed. Throughout the journey, Su Jing maintained a low spirits, exchanging only a few words with his companions. It was not until they arrived at the military stronghold to tally their spoils that he began to brighten. The core of the Wind Shadow Wolf alone fetched 200,000, while the remaining assorted beast carcasses totaled over 100,000. As Su Jing gazed at the 80,000 cash in his hands, a smile finally graced his lips. Even without accompanying the hunting team, he was on the verge of becoming a warrior. Having memorized the routes through the wilderness, he yearned to venture out independently, focusing on the hunt for intermediate beasts without overly concerning himself for his safety. He then turned to Qin Fengmian and the others, expressing a tinge of regret. "I must withdraw from the hunting team." The revelation startled them momentarily, yet they understood that Su Jing would not remain in the team for long. His talent was evident to all. Qin Fengmian nodded in understanding. Without further farewells, Su Jing strode purposefully towards the city. In that moment, the others reflected on his departure. After a few days of camaraderie, they had grown fond of this diligent young man. Suddenly, Luo Yong gestured frantically at Wu Qing. Taken aback, Wu Qing soon grasped Luo Yong's intent, and after a brief internal struggle, he shouted towards Su Jing's retreating form, "Su Xiao brother, if you ever get the chance, consider seeing a psychologist. It's crucial to address any issues promptly."
Su Jing.
He turned back to Wu Qing, confusion etched across his face. "I realize that you have taught me much over these past few days, and my abrupt departure is indeed my fault. However, I saved you today. Must you insult me?" Observing this, Qin Fengmian quickly interjected, "It's nothing. Ignore his nonsense. He is the one who's unwell." Su Jing twitched the corner of his mouth but continued on his way into the city. Since his main body had yet to finish school, he decided to find a place to sit for a while. Yangqing Third High School. Ahem. Students, I have just received notification. The homeroom teacher paused before continuing. This year's ranking battle will commence a month earlier than usual, scheduled for May 1st, which is merely 2 weeks away. As the words left his lips, the classroom erupted in chaos. Why is it suddenly moved up? Indeed, I'm not even prepared. Rumor has it that following the ranking battle, the major martial arts academies will jointly initiate wilderness training camps to enhance the practical abilities of new students. Upon hearing this, Su Jing couldn't help but clench his fists. Fortunately, he was about to break through to the warrior level for great martial arts academies. Here I come. After school, he waited as usual at the gate for Li Yueying. Over the past 3 days, his clone had tirelessly hunted while his main body diligently trained with Li Yueying, accumulating a wealth of practical experience and significantly improving his control over his abilities. It's Friday. Shall we unwind a bit and have a meal together? Li Yueying deliberately donned a white dress today, concealing her spirited demeanor and revealing the gentleness befitting a young lady. Unbeknownst to her, the previously mentioned ranking battle had been rescheduled. Su Jing raised an eyebrow in surprise. Li Yueying shot him a glance, playfully chiding, "Do you really think a single meal could hinder your chances at Wuhan University? Then shall we go? Where's Uncle Wang?" Su Jing, unfazed, noted that Uncle Wang, who typically awaited Li Yueying's departure each day, was conspicuously absent today, which took him aback. When dining with a girl, where is your attention focused? Li Yueying stamped her foot in mild exasperation. Is it so hard to manage without Uncle Wang today? Oh, fine. The two walked side by side towards the commercial plaza near the school, their youthful innocence and charm drawing the attention of many passersby. Among them was Sun Wei, who trailed not far behind, his hood drawn low and a sullen expression marring his features. Chapter 14. Within the restaurant, 2 individuals entered a private room. After taking their seats, Li Yueying ordered merely 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, along with 2 bottles of beverages. You need not worry about expenses. Do order 2 more dishes, Su Jing suggested, having recently received considerable assistance from Li Yueying and feeling rather courteous. There is no need for that. We wouldn't be able to finish such a quantity, Li Yueying replied, organizing a set of chopsticks and bowls before handing them to Su Jing. She softly remarked, "I've heard you have a younger sister. Perhaps you could bring her to the martial arts school to practice." Su Jing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of gratitude as he responded, "Of course, I've been meaning to help her find a coach at a martial arts school. Rest assured, I will cover the necessary tuition fees." "That is quite unnecessary," Li Yueying retorted with a playful glare. "You come to my home daily to enjoy free meals, yet I've yet to see you offer any payment. Are we not progressing together?" Su Jing said, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, sensing something amiss in her words. "Your progress is indeed notable. I feel as though I've become merely a sparring partner," she replied. Both individuals were of the same age, and their conversation flowed without generational gaps, though it was Li Yueying who consistently initiated topics, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. However, Su Jing's thoughts were preoccupied with his doppelganger, rendering him oblivious to these subtle nuances. Once the dishes arrived, his doppelganger also made an appearance. Su Jing excused himself to the restroom and descended to a secluded area to rendezvous with his other self. Holding a thick wad of cash, he contemplated whether to indulge a bit and purchase a gift for Li Yueying. After all, their recent interactions, though framed as mutual training and discussions on how to develop their extraordinary abilities, were underpinned by the fact that Li Yueying was already well-versed in much of the theoretical knowledge, as she had jestingly remarked about being Su Jing's sparring partner. Feeling a twinge of guilt, his feet unwittingly led him toward a nearby boutique. Meanwhile, back in the private room, Li Yueying waited impatiently for Su Jing's return, her teeth clenched in frustration as she pouted. He wouldn't dare stand me up, would he? Recalling Su Jing's earlier behavior of frequently glancing out the window, her suspicions only deepened. Soon, another thought troubled her. What if he doesn't like me? Surely that couldn't be the case. Memories of Uncle Wang's words from the morning resurfaced. What young man wouldn't be fond of such an exceptional girl? She mused, As fierce as he is in a fight, he is quite the coward in a date. Resolutely deciding to wait a little longer, Li Yueying clenched her small fists, feeling indignant. Despite her lack of prior dating experience, she felt that this moment was indeed a date. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open. Li Yueying felt a flicker of joy, yet turned with a feigned expression of anger, determined to demand a proper apology from Su Jing. Just then, a shadow loomed over her. Before her stood not Su Jing, but a stranger clad in black. "You are Huang Tao. What brings you here?" Li Yueying exclaimed as she quickly distanced herself from the man. Huang Tao was a fugitive from Jiangqing, sought after by the local authorities for months without any leads, and he had previously provided photographs to the Taihe group, requesting assistance in his search. "Just know that I am here to kill you," Huang Tao stated coldly, striking out with a swift palm. Bang! The wind surged with ferocity, aimed directly at Li Yueying's chest. In a state of panic, she desperately twisted her body, narrowly evading the strike. However, the wall behind her was left with a gaping hole. Huang Tao's expression remained impassive as he unleashed another palm strike, this time targeting Li Yueying's forehead. The speed was even more rapid than before, the wave of energy palpable, lifting the chairs within the private room. Just as the blow was about to connect, a pale blue vortex enveloped her, allowing her to retreat swiftly, dissipating much of the force. Yet, she was still forcefully hurled back, crashing against the wall. Meanwhile, Su Jing had finally exited the boutique, his eyes dazzled by the array of exquisite trinkets inside. With his palm open, he held 2 necklaces adorned with swan pendants, the sapphires glimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. One was intended for Li Yueying, the other for Yun A. Surely they would appreciate such gifts. With these thoughts, his steps grew lighter. Suddenly, cries of alarm erupted from within the restaurant just as he reached the entrance. People surged out in a frenzy. Su Jing's pupils contracted in shock, and he dashed inside. The crowd was overwhelming, forcing him to leap several meters high, landing on the 2nd floor. There, he beheld Li Yueying leaning against the wall, blood pouring from her mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, thunder erupted from his body, arcs of electricity slicing through the air, aimed directly at Huang Tao. Huang Tao, sensing he could not evade the attack, spread his vital energy throughout his body to withstand Su Jing's strike. The impact was tremendous, causing the furniture in the room to shatter. Huang Tao trembled, the electric arcs dancing around him. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jing rushed to Li Yueying's side, only to discover the hollow depression in her chest. Her breath was faint. "Leave me. He is at least a 3rd-tier warrior. You must flee." Li Yueying's brow furrowed, her vitality waning dangerously. Su Jing quickly retrieved a vial from his belongings, administering it to her. This was a life-saving elixir he had brought during his excursion to the wilderness, capable of sustaining those with severe injuries or substantial blood loss. "What is a 3rd-tier warrior to me? I have slain before," Su Jing reassured her. "Such bravado for a mere boy," Huang Tao scoffed, mocking him. "Today, I shall witness how you intend to kill me." Before he finished speaking, Su Jing had already launched his attack, a thunderous crack echoing as his fist, crackling with electricity, hurtled towards Huang Tao. "You've advanced to a warrior? This deviates from the intelligence I received," Huang Tao remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone, though the outcome remained unchanged. In the next moment, he shifted his stance, deftly evading Su Jing's blow by half a meter. With a cold expression, Huang Tao infused his palm with vital energy, striking at Su Jing, producing a sound akin to an explosion in the air. Feeling the imminent danger, Su Jing's hair stood on end, and he retreated desperately. Yet, Huang Tao had no intention of letting him escape easily. He moved again, his palm enlarging rapidly in Su Jing's line of sight. The dread of facing a 3rd-tier warrior overwhelmed Su Jing's mind. Unlike his earlier confrontation with Sun Hua and Lin Meng, he was now in his true form. Defeat meant death. At this critical juncture, a pale blue vortex materialized beside him. It was Li Yueying. Su Jing offered no resistance, allowing the force of the vortex to guide his body, ensuring that the impending strike landed harmlessly in empty space. "Is there a discrepancy with the intelligence? Who sent you to kill us?" Su Jing suppressed the fear swelling within him and smiled. He was still a fraction away from breaking through to the martial artist level. And despite his physique surpassing that of a 9th level awakened, the gap between him and Huang Tao remained insurmountable. He could only strive to buy time, praying that the defenders would arrive swiftly. You need not know, Huang Tao grinned, killing 2 elemental ability users is not a loss for me. With that, he prepared to strike again. Su Jing tensed, ready to deploy his clone at any moment. Suddenly, Li Yueying shouted, "Since you know that killing us will lead to your own demise, why not refrain from doing so? Whatever they offer you, I will pay double." Huang Tao paused, momentarily taken aback by her words. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yueying continued, "You must be aware of my identity. My father is more than capable of providing you with a higher price, double, triple, even 5 or 10 times. I can assure you that you need not worry about the defenders pursuing you and can be sent to another city." She coughed violently, spilling a copious amount of blood, prompting Su Jing to rush to her side for support. Both of them turned their eyes toward Huang Tao, anxiously awaiting his reaction. Just then, a figure cloaked in black suddenly emerged outside the private room. The moment Su Jing's gaze fell upon the face beneath the hood, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, and he gritted his teeth. Sun Wei. Chapter 15. The second avatar, Mr. Huang. Do not heed their nonsensical claims. Even if you spare them, will they truly harbor gratitude? Once they escape, their vengeance will be all the more fierce. With that, Sun Wei brandished a slender combat knife, a cruel smile directed at Su Jing. Did you consider this moment when you crippled my right hand? Today I shall torment you to death, blow by blow.
Su Jing's countenance darkened.
I indeed regret letting you go that day. He then turned to Li Yueying, letting out a soft sigh. It seems I have brought you harm. Li Yueying's pallor deepened as her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Jing, revealing a mixture of fear and resolve. She then addressed Huang Tao. If you do not trust me, then release Su Jing and take me as your hostage. You have taken me captive. My father will comply with any demand you make, and I shall offer no resistance, as long as you set Su Jing free. No sooner had her words fallen than 2 voices erupted in unison. No, Su Jing could not bear such an outcome, under any circumstances. Huang Tao was taken aback, glancing between Su Jing and Sun Wei, both of whom wore expressions of fury. Yet, was he not the one being asked? Huang, what are you hesitating for? Li Yueying's voice trembled with suppressed anguish. Huang Tao began, only to be interrupted once more. Mr. Huang, you must not acquiesce to her demands. Have you forgotten your promise to Mr. Li? Sun Wei's tone dripped with malice. With a swift motion, Huang Tao sent Sun Wei crashing against the wall, disdain evident in his gaze. What are you, to dare threaten me? Little girl, your words do stir my heart. But, he paused, pointing at Su Jing. He must die. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Jing seized the moment, unleashing a crackling arc of electricity. Huang Tao's pupils constricted as he sidestepped. Boom! Amidst the blinding flash of lightning and the explosive sound of thunder, Su Jing split into 2, one rushing toward Sun Wei while the other leapt down with Li Yueying in his arms. Sun Wei was poised, desperate to break through the martial artist. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, surged from Su Jing's hand toward him. No! Sun Wei's corpulence trembled, his facial muscles contorting wildly. Within moments, a burnt odor filled the air. Ding! You have slain and awakened level 8, gaining 50 experience points. Ding! Host has broken through to become a martial artist, awakening the second avatar. Now possessing 2 avatars? Before he could ponder further, Huang Tao had regained his composure, his form hurtling toward him like a fierce wind. Huang Tao cared not for Sun Wei's demise, yet he was perplexed by the sudden appearance of another who had rescued Li Yueying, a presence he had completely overlooked until now. First, eliminate this brat, then pursue Li Yueying. Once again, electricity crackled in the air before Su Jing, but unlike before, the lightning now bore a deep purple-black hue, its aura even more formidable. Huang Tao snorted coldly, channeling his energy over his arm, striking repeatedly, determined to kill Su Jing even at the cost of his own injury. Boom! Once again, the private room was ravaged by the aftermath of the 2 individuals, with wooden splinters flying about. Huang Tao's face turned ashen as he gazed at his charred palm, a searing pain coursing through him. This young man actually managed to shatter my protective true energy. Su Jing was equally affected, having been violently thrown several meters before crashing against the wall. Nevertheless, as long as he could stall Huang Tao, the mission of this doppelganger would be deemed accomplished. Thunder rumbled. A bolt of lightning tore through the leaden clouds, and it began to rain lightly outside, though Su Jing was unaware of this. After leaping from the upper floor with Li Yueying in his arms, he wasted no time and headed straight for the garrison. Yet fate was unkind. He had not run far when he was once again obstructed. Huang Tao truly was a failure, unable to deal with two mere children. A figure clad in black emerged from the rain, obscured by a mask that rendered their identity unrecognizable. Who are you?
Su Jing inhaled deeply.
The frigid air mingling with raindrops as he forced himself to remain composed. You need not know, came the cold reply. In an instant, the figure closed in on Su Jing. In a critical moment, a silhouette stepped forth from Su Jing's body, intercepting the attack from the masked figure. The black-clad assailant stared in astonishment at the doppelganger that had been sent flying. What is happening? The voice beneath the mask wavered for the first time, betraying a hint of emotion. Equally astonished was Li Yueying, cradled in Su Jing's arms, her pale face a canvas of disbelief. Seizing the opportunity while the second doppelganger held off the black figure, Su Jing carefully placed Li Yueying beneath the eaves of a nearby shop. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved 2 necklaces from his pocket and said softly, I had intended to express my gratitude properly, but I fear there may be no chance for that now. If you survive, please pass the other one to my sister. The sapphire pendant shaped like a swan was as deep as the ocean, yet it offered no solace in that moment. I don't want it. Li Yueying's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You should keep it for yourself. Su Jing smiled gently, offering her comfort. I may not perish. I still have to take the entrance exam for the Martial University with you. With that, he turned to face the cloaked figure, his gaze sharp as lightning, his expression gradually regaining its icy demeanor. From their previous confrontation, Su Jing had gauged the black figure's strength. They were slightly stronger than Huang Tao, likely at the 4th rank of martial artists. After his own advancement, he had gained an additional doppelganger and felt confident enough to engage the masked figure for a time. Alas, his second doppelganger had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities. With physique comparable to a 2nd-rank martial artist, formidable lightning abilities, and this enigmatic doppelganger, the black figure's voice dripped with coldness. Kid, you are indeed full of surprises. However, the masked figure did not dwell on this for long. Regardless of the circumstances, the solution was simple: eliminate him. Time was running short, and having witnessed this youth's terrifying potential, he could not allow him to live. With this thought, the black figure's true energy surged, and their form flickered. In an instant, countless shadows of fists sliced through the air, lunging towards Su Jing. Is this a battle technique? Su Jing had just ascended as a martial artist and had yet to learn any techniques. Yet, recalling Qin Fengmian's mountain-splitting leg, he felt a shiver run down his spine. A bolt of dark purple lightning surged forth, striking towards the cloaked figure, preventing him from advancing. Beneath the rain-soaked night, an atmosphere of lethal intent loomed. On the opposite side of the square, the Fengmian team of 4, having survived a harrowing ordeal in the wilderness, sought refuge in a meal to unwind. Just as they were savoring their food, they were startled by the cries of numerous pedestrians. Qin Fengmian swiftly seized the arm of a panicked passerby, inquiring, "What is happening?" To the east of the square, a figure in black is pursuing 2 young men with great ferocity. Came the urgent reply, "Pursuing 2 young men? What are their capabilities?" Qin Fengmian paused, absorbing the information. They must be martial artists. The boy appeared to be around 20, and he was covered in blood. Without further ado, the passerby hurried away into the distance. Wu Qing, noticing Qin Fengmian's eagerness, furrowed his brow and cautioned, "To dare chase someone down in the city is no trivial matter. Perhaps we should refrain from involvement." Luo Yong shared a similar sentiment, expressing reluctance. "Indeed, our strongest is merely you, a 2nd-tier martial artist. Your efforts may be futile." "Cowards!" Wang Xiaorui cast a disdainful gaze at the 2. "What do you mean by cowards?" Luo Yong's voice rose in pitch. "Did you not hear that the boy is covered in blood, and his assailant is a martial artist? He may be dead already, Do you think every high school student possesses the prowess of young brother Su Jing? Enough! Let us not meddle in this chaos. Qin Fengmian interjected, halting their bickering. We are all weary today. Let us depart. Just then, a familiar rumble of thunder echoed from the east. The four halted simultaneously, their gazes drawn towards the eastern expanse of the square. Under the veil of night, the area was illuminated by brilliant flashes of lightning, accompanied by the relentless roar of thunder. Lightning abilities, a boy around 20. Could it truly be young brother Su Jing? Luo Yong murmured, a shiver coursing through him. By the time he regained his senses, the other three had already surged towards the flickering light. Wait for me. Chapter 16. Awakening of the wind elemental ability. After sprinting for several hundred meters, three figures engaged in a fierce battle under the rain came into view. Su Jing, brother, Qin Fengmian exclaimed anxiously. Yet, the three combatants remained oblivious amidst their struggle for survival. As the gusts of wind swirled, blood mixed with rainwater splattered everywhere from Su Jing's body. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Su Jing was sent flying again, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. The members of Fengmian's team felt a jolt of fear in their hearts. Before they could rise, the black-clad assailant, propelled by a violent wind, lunged forward with a powerful punch. Stop! At a critical moment, Qin Fengmian arrived, intercepting the blow with a sweeping kick. However, being merely a second-tier martial artist, she was forced to retreat several meters before she could stabilize against the force of the punch. Sister Qin, what brings you here? Su Jing struggled to his feet, his gaze still fixed upon the black-clad figure. Not just Sister Qin. We are here too. The other members of Fengmian's team stood resolutely beside Su Jing. Be cautious. This fellow is a fourth-tier martial artist, Qin Fengmian whispered. Only fourth tier? Luo Yong laughed heartily, scoffing. I thought he was something formidable. A fourth tier dares to commit murder in the city? He must be out of his mind. He struck a disdainful pose as he spoke. Hearing this, the black-clad assailant hesitated slightly. Two of Su Jing were already quite troublesome, and now four more had joined. If this dragged on, escape would become impossible. Suddenly, Su Jing's face contorted in pain as he coughed up a significant amount of blood, kneeling on the ground. The reason was the exhaustion of Huang Tao's thunder doppelganger, which had finally dissipated. The agony of having his doppelganger shattered was merely a precursor. The mental strain from repeatedly using his abilities, coupled with the prolonged high-intensity battle and multiple severe injuries, was what ultimately led to his sudden collapse. Damn it, why now? What's wrong?
Gu inherently supported Su Jing.
Quickly, you all must leave. Su Jing sighed inwardly, knowing that once Huang Tao arrived to join forces with the black-clad man, they would surely perish. He pointed toward Li Yueying, who was sheltered beneath an eave nearby, rasping, Hurry, take that girl with you, or we won't escape. Following Su Jing's, the four of them finally noticed another person who bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Jing, fiercely protecting a girl. They had countless questions swirling in their minds, but now was not the time for inquiries. No way, Luo Yong shouted, you just saved our lives. How can we abandon you? Luo will never agree. Wang Xiaorui's expression was impassive as she added, he speaks truly. If we are to die, we shall die behind you. Luo Yong replied coldly, Wu Qing, the girl can barely hold on. Take her away first. What do you mean, Luo Yong? Wu Qing's face contorted with rage. The calmest individuals often reveal the most madness. Enough! The black-clad man bellowed. Let us all perish together. As soon as the words left his lips, he charged forward with immense speed towards the group. The most formidable, Su Jing, appeared on the verge of collapse, while the others seemed to pose little threat, with the strongest among them being merely a second-tier martial artist. Boom! 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 His figure flickered as he advanced. Except for Qin Fengmian, all three others were sent flying backward. Is that all? I had thought you to be formidable, yet you are nothing more than a mere pretender, daring to boast before me, the figure clad in black coldly remarked. A sense of despair washed over the few witnesses present. The chasm between them and a fourth-tier martial artist was insurmountable. The black-clad man did not pursue further. Instead, he pivoted and charged once more at Su Jing. The fates of the others were inconsequential to him. Only Su Jing and Li Yueying were targets he deemed worthy of extermination. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed ominously. At this critical juncture, Qin Fengmian once again intervened to shield Su Jing from the impending blow, though her slender leg had twisted into a grotesque angle. Qin Fengmian cried out in agony, her true energy surging violently towards her fist as she struck at the man in black. You overestimate yourself, he scoffed, effortlessly raising his hand to deflect her attack. Yet, the true energy within her fist erupted forth, shattering his mask and revealing his visage. You are Li Hongzhuang, Li Yueying exclaimed in shock from the sidelines. Damn it! Li Hongzhuang's icy gaze hardened. Having been recognized, he resolved that they all must perish. With that, he unleashed a surge of true energy, sending Qin Fengmian hurtling away to crash against a tree on the roadside. Sister Qin, the trio from Fengmian's team gasped in unison. You bastard! Luo Yong charged at Li Hongzhuang in a frenzied rage, shouting vehemently. Thud! A long knife sliced through the air, piercing Luo Yong's body and embedding itself in the ground. Huang Tao had arrived. Kid, you have quite the repertoire. Huang Tao disregarded the unconscious Luo Yong and fixed his gaze intently on Su Jing. Li Hongzhuang observed Huang Tao's tattered clothing and the numerous burn marks scattered across his body, his brow furrowing as he realized. So you survived. This lad is exceedingly peculiar. His strength surged dramatically, and he even conjured a doppelganger to distract me. Huang Tao surveyed the area and his gaze finally rested upon the second doppelganger. Astonished, there's even another. Li Hongzhuang coldly retorted, enough with the chatter, let us strike. Eliminate them all. With that, the two of them launched simultaneous attacks toward Su Jing, for in their eyes, this youth remained the most sinister. Boom! Su Jing's second doppelganger hurled a table to shield himself, the impact shattering it into splinters. At this moment, Su Jing could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes were bloodshot. The only remaining force on the battlefield was the second doppelganger, who had been tirelessly protecting Li Yueying. However, this doppelganger had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities, its power vastly inferior to Su Jing's true self and his thunder doppelganger. All they could do was hope that the second doppelganger could buy them some time. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Li Yueying's eyes brimmed with anguish. Just a few minutes prior, everything had seemed well, and now it had devolved into such turmoil. Ignoring her pain, she forcefully activated her wind abilities, conjuring a gentle breeze to envelop Su Jing's second doppelganger, providing her final ounce of support. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding! Wind abilities detected. They may awaken the wind abilities of the host's second doppelganger. Will you proceed to awaken?
Su Jing's spirits lifted.
It turned out that awakening extraordinary abilities required a catalyst. He fervently urged within, awaken it immediately. Ding! The host's doppelganger has awakened wind abilities. The mechanical synthesized voice reverberated in his mind, and at that instant, Su Jing's body fully revitalized. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged around them, and invisible blades of air sliced through the space towards Huang Tao and Li Hongzhuang. Whoosh! 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 Huang Tao, already gravely injured, failed to evade in time and suffered a deep gash on his back, blood gushing forth profusely. The torrential rain quickly washed away the blood, revealing a wound so deep that bone was visible, the muscles rendered pale and ghastly by the relentless downpour. Li Hongzhuang's eyes twitched. This fellow indeed possessed a peculiar nature, lightning-based abilities, dual avatars, and now the emergence of wind-based powers. Yet, Li Hongzhuang remained undeterred by the supernatural and pursued once more, launching a series of punches. However, each one met only empty air. After awakening his wind abilities, the second avatar, harnessing the power of the wind, moved with a ghostly swiftness, matching Li Hongzhuang's speed with ease. Chapter 17. The birth of wind and thunder once again, after several attacks, all were deftly evaded by Su Jing. Ha! Splendid work! Wu Qing exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon witnessing this. Li Hongzhuang, with a furrowed brow, retorted, You may evade them, but what of them? I stand right before you, ready to eliminate them one by one. Bah! Wu Qing spat a mouthful of blood. You cannot harm Su Jing. Instead, you threaten him with us. Su Jing, my young brother, pay him no mind. Your own survival is paramount. Suddenly, Huang Tao flickered into existence before Wu Qing, raising his foot to stomp down upon Wu Qing's head. No! Su Jing's pupils dilated as he frantically summoned a tempest, sweeping Wu Qing away several meters, narrowly avoiding the blow. A tempest of fury and madness surged within him as he violently drew the long blade that had pierced Luo Yong. The wind, invigorated by the thunder, and the thunder, amplified by the wind, coalesced into a singular force. In that moment, the two vastly different elements unified upon Su Jing's blade. The blade became entirely enveloped in a dark purple hue, and as the rain touched it, it was instantly obliterated. Without pause, he swung the blade. Boom! The sound erupted like a thunderstorm, deafening in its intensity. Huang Tao felt a shiver of dread creep up from his feet as he sensed the looming specter of death. Retreating desperately, yet before that single strike, everything unfolded in slow motion. The dark purple blade sliced through his neck, and a line of blood appeared. In the next moment, Huang Tao's head was sent soaring, a fountain of blood erupting into the air. I have been slain by him. In a daze, he caught a glimpse of Su Jing's indifferent visage, before darkness enveloped him. Li Hongzhuang felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that he would fare no better than Huang Tao against that blade. He retreated at a frantic pace, dismissing all tasks, for nothing mattered more than his life. Wealth and prospects paled in comparison to survival. Gazing at the youth before him, Li Hongzhuang's sole desire was to flee from Yang City as far as possible. However, Su Jing would not allow him such ease. His body surged with a tempest, each strike faster than the last, akin to a cascading galaxy. In the blink of an eye, countless gashes appeared upon Li Hongzhuang's form, blood splattering everywhere. Damn it! I'll fight to the end. His face contorted in rage, and a frenzied light ignited in his eyes. Knowing escape was futile, he gathered his true energy, preparing to unleash a formidable attack. Su Jing, with an air of indifference, appeared utterly unconcerned with Li Hongzhuang's intentions. His singular focus remained on ending his life. The entity of thunder, the embodiment of wind, and Su Jing's true form converged, encircling Li Hongzhuang with relentless intent. Invisible blades of wind and black-purple lightning wreaked havoc. Li Hongzhuang ceased to evade, bracing himself against the onslaught, channeling his true energy to shield his vital points. He resolved to unleash his ultimate move, aiming for mutual destruction with Su Jing. Sensing the imminent danger, Su Jing snorted coldly, the wind coalescing into a whirlwind, the thunder accompanying it. With a final, maximum swing of his blade, Li Hongzhuang caught sight of that dark purple flash once more. His spirit jolted as he roared, "Let us die together." A surge of overwhelming energy erupted from his body. Boom! The two ferocious forces collided, instantly evaporating the rain, as if the very air had shattered. A blinding brilliance pierced through the heavy shroud of darkness. Su Jing was swept away by the residual force, crashing into the ground and fracturing the surrounding stone bricks. Meanwhile, Li Hongzhuang had vanished from this world, leaving only a shattered corpse behind. The prolonged madness had rendered Su Jing utterly exhausted. He collapsed to the ground, continuously coughing up blood. Yueying! A furious roar echoed from afar. Su Jing lifted his gaze to see a dark figure rapidly enlarging. Before he could react, a tall silhouette stood before him. "Father!" Li Yueying's weak voice reached his ears. The tall figure hurriedly scooped up Li Yueying. Shortly after, another wailing sound pierced the air. Su Jing surveyed the area, his gaze settling on one individual. It was Zhang Tian. It seemed the guards had also arrived. Had everything finally come to an end? Darkness enveloped Su Jing's vision, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he next opened his eyes, the first sight he beheld was Su Yuner pacing back and forth. "Brother, you're awake," Su Yuner exclaimed with delight, only to be swiftly replaced by an expression of reproach. "You scared me to death. Mother and I have been here for 3 days, and the doctor said your brain was overburdened, you might never wake again." Observing the remnants of tears on Su Yuner's face, a warm current surged within Su Jing's heart, mingled with a twinge of sorrow. Summoning his strength, he forced a faint smile and replied, "But I have awakened, haven't I? By the way, where is Mother? She went home to prepare soup for you. She should be back soon," Su Yuner responded. "Soup? Mother had no idea I would awaken today. Does she have to prepare fresh soup every day in anticipation of my revival?"
Su Jing's no se tingled.
and he struggled to maintain his smile. I believe I can already smell the aroma of the meat broth. At that moment, the sound of Su Yunar's exclamation drew others into the room. Wonderful. You're finally awake. Su Jing, you were incredibly impressive that day. You gave us a great sense of relief. It was Wu Qing, Wang Xiaorui, and Qin Fengmian, who sat in a wheelchair, her right leg encased in plaster. All three wore beaming smiles. Yet, Su Jing felt no joy. His gaze swept over them, and the harrowing scenes from 3 days prior replayed in his mind. Sister Qin, your leg? Su Jing inquired hoarsely, his eyes reddening. Qin Fengmian, however, smiled nonchalantly. It's nothing. Medical technology is quite advanced now. My leg has been reattached. The doctor said with a month or 2 of rest, I'll be as good as new. Hearing this, Su Jing felt a slight relief, but then noticed that Luo Yong was absent, and a flash of the day he was pierced by a long blade invaded his thoughts. Surely, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Noticing the fear in his eyes, Wu Qing quickly reassured him. Luo Yong and that girl are fine. They have passed the critical period and are currently recuperating in bed. The trio refrained from mentioning the incident of Su Jing's doppelganger. He did not wish to speak of it, nor did they inquire further. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Tian entered the room as well. 2 individuals are intent on your demise. One is named Huang Tao, a fugitive we have pursued for quite some time, and the other is an employee of the Taihe Group. However, we remain oblivious to the nature of their collusion or the reasons behind their desire to eliminate you and Li Yueying. We shall conduct an investigation once you have recovered sufficiently. Zhang Tian's expression turned grave, his gaze peculiar. Merely a week ago, he was at the 7th level of awakening, yet in just a few days he has demonstrated the ability to vanquish a 4th-grade martial artist. A feat truly astonishing. Might you share how you dispatched Huang Tao and Li Hongzhuang? After all, one is a 3rd-grade martial artist, and the other a 4th grade. Su Jing felt a tightening in his chest, perpetually anxious that he would be regarded as an anomaly. Of course, if you prefer to remain silent, we will not press you. However, it is essential for you to understand that the Guardian's office strives to protect humanity, devoid of any sordid intentions. We would never subject you to experimentation or dissection. By revealing your talents, we can offer you superior resources. Our common adversary lies beyond the city walls, lurking in the shadows. Zhang Tian's words were delivered with righteous fervor, and those present nodded in silent agreement. Take your time to ponder this matter. Once you have healed, come to the Guardian's office. The governor wishes to meet you and bestow the reward for apprehending the fugitive. With that, he flashed a smile at Su Jing and strode out. Just as Zhang Tian exited, a tall figure entered. I am Li Zilian. Su Jing's eyes narrowed. This figure was the father of Li Yueying. Might everyone kindly step outside for a moment? I have matters to discuss with young brother Su Jing. Chapter 18. Su Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. The silhouette before him belonged to Li Yueying's father. Could everyone please step out for a moment? I need to discuss something with my young brother Su Jing, Li Zilian said with a smile, directing his gaze towards Su Jing. Well, if you have something to say, just say it here. Su Yunar replied, her expression one of displeasure. She had just awakened, only to be inundated with visitors, depriving her of any chance to rest peacefully. However, Su Jing paid her discontent no mind, calmly suggesting, Yunar, why don't you and the others step outside for a bit? I have many questions I wish to pose to Uncle Li. Reluctantly, Su Yunar complied and exited to wait. As the door closed, Li Zilian scrutinized Su Jing. He had anticipated that Li Hanjie would cause trouble, yet he had not expected him to be so ruthless, dispatching a 3rd-tier and a 4th-tier individual. He had inquired several times about how Li Yueying managed to turn the tables on Li Hongzhuang, but she remained tight-lipped, seemingly determined to protect Su Jing's secret, which both intrigued and irritated him. Truly, one cannot keep a girl of such caliber. With that thought, he inclined slightly, his tone devoid of any remorse. This matter was originally between Li Hanjie and myself, yet it has inadvertently involved you all. I sincerely apologize for that. Rest assured, I will cover your medical expenses and any compensations due. Your affair with Li Hanjie? Su Jing pondered, recalling the altercation he had with Li Hanqing in the training room, where Li Yueying had mentioned that Li Hanqing's pursuit of her was largely motivated by her father's business. No wonder Li Hanjie sought to eliminate him. He had assumed it was a conflict instigated by Li Hanqing and Sun Wei. Indeed, Li Hanjie employs unscrupulous methods, which is precisely why I have avoided collaborating with him. I never anticipated he would resort to such drastic measures, directly aiming to eliminate both you and Yueying. Li Zilian settled beside the hospital bed, letting out a sigh. Su Jing's gaze flickered, remaining silent as an intuition arose within him. The situation was far from straightforward. If Li Hanjie believed that Su Jing had sabotaged his plans, there would be no need to kill Li Yueying as well. Furthermore, hiring a hitman within the city posed a significant risk. Should the garrison discover it, no matter how powerful one's background, evading justice would be improbable. Such a substantial risk was hardly warranted for mere business dealings. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Jing inquired, "Isn't it true that Li Yueying has already identified Li Hongzhuang? Given the recent individuals I have offended, shouldn't the garrison easily trace it back to Li Hanjie?" Li Zilian replied gravely, "Li Hanjie expelled Li Hongzhuang from the group 6 months ago. Moreover, the official authorities and the consortium are at odds. Even though everyone is aware of the truth, the garrison lacks sufficient evidence to make arrests, which could provoke a backlash from other consortiums." "Did Uncle Li come specifically to convey this?" Su Jing questioned, skeptical that Li Zilian, a high-ranking member of the consortium, lacked any means to navigate this situation. As if anticipating his doubt, Li Zilian softly uttered, "Huang Tao." Although Huang Tao was deceased, he had been hiding in Yang City for several months. Without any support, he would undoubtedly have been captured by now. If anyone had assisted him, traces would surely remain. Upon hearing this, Su Jing recalled that Sun Wei had mentioned Huang Tao's promise to General Li. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. What could it substantiate? As a senior member of the consortium, Li Hanjie could make countless promises. Yet, Huang Tao was merely a fugitive, and on that fateful day, he had approached the act of murder with a resolve to die, dismissing any benefits that Li Yueying might have offered. For someone of his ilk, what could he desire? What could possibly hold more significance than his own life? He had fled to Yangqing, where it was likely he had no family or friends. After a prolonged silence, neither of them spoke again. "Well, let us not dwell on this," Li Zilian remarked with a smile at Su Jing. "Yueying is insistent on coming to see you now that she knows you have awakened. I had to restrain her. She is not yet fit to leave her bed." Su Jing was taken aback, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. "Is she all right?" With a teasing smile, Li Zilian replied, "Her injuries are no longer a concern, but her mental state is another matter." "Her mental state?" Su Jing furrowed his brow. "Is she frightened?" "Frightened? I suspect so," Li Zilian said, mimicking indignation. "The moment my daughter opened her eyes, she shouted, 'Su Jing! Su Jing!' With a daughter who possesses such extraordinary talent and beauty, where else could I find a son-in-law like you?" As he pondered this, Li Zilian's demeanor shifted, his gaze flickering towards Su Jing. "Forget it. I do not wish to know what you have done with her, but you must take responsibility." Su Jing looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. "Are you genuinely ignorant, or are you pretending?" Li Zilian's expression darkened. "I have only this precious daughter. If she desires someone, I will ensure he is brought to her, by any means necessary." Su Jing inhaled sharply. Was this a coercive proposition? Seeing Li Zilian's aura intensify, he quickly interjected, Hey, we are still students here." After considerable back and forth, they managed to send Li Zilian on his way. That evening, Su Jing was discharged from the hospital. His primary issue had been the depletion of mental energy, and upon awakening, he would gradually recuperate. Before departing, he visited Li Yueying and Luo Yong to confirm that both were unharmed, at which point his anxious heart finally found solace. Yet, this matter was far from resolved. In the dead of night, as he lay in bed, Su Jing contemplated the pressing need to enhance his strength. With only 11 days remaining until the ranking battles, time was of the essence. He would need to request a leave of absence from school. Currently, 3 known methods existed to gain experience: killing, slaying exotic beasts, and consuming elixirs. Su Jing felt some aversion to murder. He was not a psychopathic killer, and slaying exotic beasts could be delegated to his doppelganger. As for elixirs, they were exorbitantly expensive. Additionally, There were combat techniques that could significantly elevate one's power, which Su Jing found immensely alluring. However, the available techniques in the market were few and exorbitantly priced. Money seemed to be the universal requirement. Tomorrow, he would visit the garrison to collect the reward for apprehending the fugitive and perhaps meet the governor. After hearing Zhang Tian's remarks that afternoon, Su Jing had indeed grown curious about this enigmatic governor of Yangqing. Chapter 19. Governor Zhang Liang at 8 o'clock in the morning, in the office of Yangqing No. 3 Middle School, the homeroom teacher and Lu Junwen sat to the side. Su Jing announced that he had surpassed the rank of a martial artist and requested to be excused from school until the college entrance examination. However, the two were visibly skeptical, letting out a dismissive snort. There had been an abundance of students taking leave lately, each presenting increasingly bizarre excuses. They believed that as the ranking battles approached, one should remain steadfast and focused. With a sense of resignation, Su Jing demonstrated his martial energy. Lu Junwen leapt from his chair, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Just days prior, he had thought it difficult for Su Jing to gain admission to one of the 4 prestigious martial arts academies, only to be proven wrong. An awakened elemental martial artist was sought after by every institution. After a moment of silence, the homeroom teacher regarded Su Jing with a complex expression and said, "Very well. Return and prepare diligently. I will speak on your behalf to the school." Lu Junwen then interjected, "Now that you have broken through, strive to master a basic combat technique before the ranking battles. I am beginning to believe you might become the top scholar of Yangqing." Had he known that just 3 days prior, Su Jing had single-handedly defeated a 4th-tier martial artist, his belief would have been far more resolute. After expressing his gratitude, Su Jing inquired about Li Hanqing, who had not attended school. His first action upon arriving that morning had been to seek out Li Hanqing. Yet despite waiting until 9 o'clock, he had not shown up. "Oh, he took leave a couple of days ago and will not return until after the ranking battles," came the reply. Su Jing's gaze turned icy. 2 days prior was the day after Li Hongzhuang was killed, and it seemed he was fleeing rather swiftly. Nevertheless, Su Jing was determined to settle matters with him during the ranking battles. In stark contrast to the towering edifices of modern cities, the garrison office, although expansive, featured buildings no taller than 3 stories. After presenting his black gold martial artist card to the guard stationed at the entrance, Su Jing was swiftly ushered inside. "Ah, young brother Su Jing, come with me. The governor is already awaiting your arrival," said Zhang Tian, leading him deeper into the garrison. "Brother Zhang, what kind of person is the governor?" Su Jing asked after a brief moment of hesitation. Zhang Tian chuckled, not revealing much, but rather creating an air of suspense. "You shall see shortly. Do not worry, the governor holds great esteem for the younger generation. However, the main reason for your summons is related to the upcoming college entrance ranking battles." "Ranking battles?" Su Jing echoed, puzzled. "What connection does it have?" Zhang Tian pondered for a moment before continuing. "Yangqing, located in the central region of the Summer Kingdom, faces relatively few formidable beasts, resulting in a lesser sense of crisis compared to other cities. While this is advantageous, it has also led to the younger generation struggling to contend with these beasts, with their strength diminishing year by year. The dwindling number of strong individuals in our hometown is likely why the governor has called for you."
Su Jing nodded thoughtfully.
And Zhang Tian continued, "Well, you will learn more upon meeting the governor. Afterward, I will take you to collect your rewards." Minutes later, the two entered a modest office. In a room devoid of any embellishments, there stood merely a desk, 2 chairs, and an elderly man lost in contemplation. "Governor Su Jing has arrived." Zhang Tian respectfully greeted the elder before leaning in to whisper a few words. Su Jing mirrored his actions, yet his gaze discreetly wandered. The old man's snow-white hair was meticulously combed, and his dark forehead bore deep furrows, a testament to the weight of his thoughts. With a sudden lift of his head, his eyes revealed an unexpected clarity, deep and profound, tinged with a sense of ancient wisdom. "Go ahead and attend to your matters," he said. Zhang Liang cast a casual glance at Su Jing, who felt an immense pressure under the elder's scrutiny. "Please sit down, young man. I am Zhang Liang, the governor of Yangqing. There is no need for you to feel anxious. I have lived for over a century, witnessing countless extraordinary individuals since the resurgence of spiritual energy. I have encountered many far superior to you, and I shall not pry into your secrets. Thank you for your understanding, Governor Zhang. Su Jing exhaled in relief, for if Zhang Liang were to inquire further, he would find himself at a loss for words. If a first-grade martial artist can vanquish a fourth-grade one, should you achieve similar feats during the entrance examination ranking battles, the title of top scholar in Jiang City will surely belong to you. Zhang Liang found this young man rather appealing, and he did not wish to deceive himself by denying the truth. Su Jing, maintaining his composure, replied, Governor Zhang, you flatter me. Defeating Li Hongzhuang was merely a stroke of luck. Ah, young man, the world does not offer such luck so freely. When the time comes to shine, do not feign humility. Your talent is your own. Others might envy it, but they cannot claim it. Remember, being one step ahead means being consistently ahead. Zhang Liang laughed heartily, increasingly intrigued by the youth before him. Unlike many teenagers striving desperately for validation, this boy understood the essence of pride without succumbing to arrogance. Of course, excessive humility could be detrimental, particularly for someone like him who had recently battled an opponent of a far superior realm. When it was time to compete, one must indeed strive. Otherwise, what was the purpose of becoming a martial artist? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Liang continued, in truth, with your current capabilities, you need not participate in the preliminary ranking battles. The entrance examination consists of 3 stages. The first stage involves competition among students within each city to determine the top 500. The second stage pits students from the 4 major regions of the Summer Kingdom against one another to establish the top 100. The third stage gathers all students from these regions to compete collectively, not through direct confrontations, but by hunting exotic beasts for ranking points, ultimately determining the standings based on these points. If Su Jing could bypass the preliminary battles, he would gladly accept. The first stage alone would consume over half a month, wasting significant time. Zhang Liang continued, Yangqing has not achieved a commendable ranking in many years, so even if you were to claim the title of top scholar here, it would not carry much weight. Your aspirations should reach for the top ranks among the 4 major regions. In truth, Zhang Liang's expectations were somewhat inflated, as the previous top scholar from Yangqing had barely managed to enter the top 100 in the regional ranking battles. However, one cannot entirely blame them. Certain cities in the north exhibit an astonishing vigor, where even children engage in fierce battles with otherworldly beasts. I shall exert every effort, Su Jing affirmed resolutely. Zhang Liang regarded Su Jing with a steady gaze and inquired, what plans do you have for the upcoming month? After a moment of hesitation, Su Jing replied, I have just transcended to the realm of martial artists. I require combat techniques to enhance my strength. To ensure that a horse gallops, one must provide it with fodder. At these words, Zhang Liang was taken aback, having assumed Su Jing had already attained a higher level of mastery, perhaps even beyond the first rank of martial artists, merely concealing his true abilities. Noticing Zhang Liang's prolonged silence, Su Jing furrowed his brow, wondering if he was being overly stingy. After a few moments of contemplation, Zhang Liang, with a glimmer of keen interest in his eyes, stated, there are indeed combat techniques available. You may freely choose from the low to intermediate levels, but the advanced techniques are beyond your current capacity. This revelation genuinely surprised him. The fact that Su Jing had just broken through to the martial artist level, yet was capable of single-handedly defeating 2 martial artists working in tandem, both of whom were formidable in their own right, implied that Su Jing possessed hidden strengths. Perhaps he could indeed deliver an unexpected surprise in the ranking battles among the 4 major districts. Chapter 20. The intent to kill upon stepping out of the office. Zhang Tian was already waiting outside. Brother Su Jing, here is the 500,000 yuan reward for eliminating Huang Tao. I have taken care of it for you. Is it really this much? Su Jing exclaimed, astonished. That's nearly equivalent to the price of 3 intermediate-level mutated beasts. Not too much, Zhang Tian chuckled softly. Huang Tao has been hiding in Yang City for over half a year after fleeing from Jiang City. We were quite troubled by it, and now we can finally provide an explanation to Jiang City. At this moment, Zhang Liang appeared behind them, grinning. Let us go. I will take you to select your combat techniques. Thank you, brother Zhang Tian. I shall take my leave now, Su Jing said, bidding farewell, and quickly followed Zhang Liang. There's no need for thanks, Zhang Tian remarked, watching the two depart with an increasingly broad smile. It seems Brother Su Jing has made quite the impression on the governor. Not long after, they arrived at a modest three-story building. Below, 3 squads of soldiers patrolled intermittently, parting quickly upon seeing Zhang Liang. The first floor is filled with combat techniques. Would you prefer to choose on your own, or shall I assist you? Zhang Liang inquired, smiling at Su Jing. If the governor can help me select, that would be most excellent, Su Jing replied promptly. He understood that while he might choose his preferred techniques, they might not necessarily be the best or most suitable for him. Hearing this, Zhang Liang sighed. I wish I could help you find the finest one, but I know nothing about you. He gazed at Su Jing with a hint of regret. Su Jing was taken aback. Now he understood why Zhang Liang had come personally to assist him. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, I possess 2 abilities, lightning and wind. These abilities would inevitably be revealed, and by disclosing them in advance, he could avoid some trouble. Are they both S rank? Zhang Liang asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. Indeed, and these 2 abilities can resonate with one another. As he spoke, Su Jing intertwined his lightning and wind abilities, emanating a terrifying aura reminiscent of the day he defeated Li Hongzhuang, a dark purple radiance enveloping him. This is something I have devised myself, but it consumes a significant amount of energy. No wonder you can kill above your level. Zhang Liang murmured. What kind of weapon do you prefer? Zhang Liang's gaze was intense as he focused on Su Jing. It seemed the young man had no idea how challenging elemental fusion truly was. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Su Jing replied, anything will do. He had previously used a knife, not because it was his only option, but rather because he was eager to explore other weaponry. Excellent. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Liang produced a brand new small book. The Intent to Kill. Creating this manual of spear techniques is one of my proudest achievements. This is the first volume, and it can certainly be classified as a combat technique. It will be more than sufficient for you at the martial artist stage. Su Jing was taken aback, accepting the small book. The 3 large characters on its light blue cover exuded an aura of sharpness. Copy it down here before you head out. Zhang Liang's fondness for the young man grew with each passing moment. Thank you, Governor. Su Jing respectfully bowed to Zhang Liang, genuinely grateful to the elder before him. Upon finishing his words, he opened the book and scrutinized its contents. Before long, Su Jing had memorized everything. After becoming a martial artist, his memory had significantly improved, enabling him to recall information with remarkable clarity. A few thousand characters seemed etched in Su Jing's mind. At that moment, a familiar mechanical prompt resonated. Ding! Host detected learning of the martial arts Killing Intent Spear. Experience points are now available for autonomous allocation. Su Jing's gaze flickered as he accessed the system panel. Host, Su Jing, level, martial artist first rank, 10,500. Killing Intent Spear Volume 1, uninitiated, 050. Available experience points, 0. Abilities, Thunder Clone, Wind Clone. Indeed, changes had occurred, and Su Jing felt a surge of excitement. He decided to give it a try. Zhang Liang handed Su Jing a black spear, the spearhead alone comprising 1/3 of its overall length, resembling a sharp sword, radiating an intimidating brilliance. Su Jing instinctively began to wield it according to the book's guidance. Initially, his movements were somewhat clumsy, but he quickly found his rhythm. With newfound confidence, he attempted to channel his true energy into the spear technique, yet he failed repeatedly. Ha ha ha! Zhang Liang chuckled. Though my Killing Intent Spear can be classified as a combat technique, it is primarily a spear technique. You are merely at the beginning. Without form and spirit, you naturally cannot infuse true energy. Until the commencement of the 4 major district ranking battles, practice here for an hour daily and diligently train at home, striving to enter the initiation phase before the battles begin. Upon stepping out of the guardhouse, Su Jing once again checked the system panel. The experience points for the Killing Intent Spear had increased to 5. It appeared that even without allocation, entering the Killing Intent Spear phase would only require 10 days. Nevertheless, Su Jing had resolved to keep both clones in the wilderness during this time, as any advancement would be beneficial. Glancing at his 500,000 cash, he pondered briefly before heading towards the city center. Yang City Martial Artist Association Center. Unlike the desolation of the old district branch, the headquarters was bustling, with groups engaged in lively conversation.
Su-jin.
A familiar female voice called out as Su-jing searched for a staff member. Turning toward the sound, he was surprised to see the young lady from the old district branch, gazing at her with puzzled eyes. Noticing his expression, she chuckled softly. I actually work at the headquarters. I was just covering for a few days at the old district's front desk. My name is Su Dandan. What brings you here?
Su-jin?
Feel free to speak openly. She recalled that Su-jing had received the blood-nourishing pill less than a month ago. I wish to purchase some pill similar to the blood-nourishing pill. Su-jing replied with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, many curious eyes turned towards him. The blood-nourishing pill costs 50,000 each. This young man actually intends to buy some. What a wealthy heir he must be. Su Dandan paid no heed to the surrounding glances and said, Follow me. As a holder of the black gold martial artist card, you are entitled to a 20% discount on pills. Instantly, the room fell silent. They were all keenly aware of this, and one individual, visibly displeased, questioned, On what grounds? The Black Gold Warrior card is not exclusively bestowed upon the Pinnacle Warriors or those who have made significant contributions to Yang City. Is it? Immediately, some individuals began to echo in agreement. Indeed, we, who tirelessly battle against the otherworldly beasts each day, receive no such privileges. Yet this mere child, who presumably has never even encountered a beast, is unjustly awarded the Black Gold Warrior card. This is a scandal. I shall report this to the Guardian's office. Su-jing furrowed his brows, perplexed by the fervor of these individuals. Su Dandan promptly grasped Su-jing's arm, leading him inward while softly elucidating. 2 days prior, a surge of otherworldly beasts erupted, with numerous mid-tier beasts appearing within 100 miles of the city. There are even whispers of high-tier beasts roaming, though those who have encountered them have met untimely ends. They have come to claim compensation for their loved ones and comrades. Chapter 21. We demand justice. Su-jing was somewhat perplexed and inquired, Isn't there a garrison stationed outside the city? How could there possibly be a riot of aberrant beasts? It is inconceivable that high-level aberrant beasts could approach the city gates. Su Dandan shook her head, indicating her own confusion, and promptly urged Su-jing to leave swiftly. Upon learning that they were there to claim compensation for those who had perished battling the aberrant beasts, Su-jing felt a profound sense of sympathy. Faced with the disdainful, scornful, and even loathing gazes of the crowd, he merely lowered his head and followed Su Dandan's lead. Before long, the two arrived at the apothecary's window. Su-jing produced his Black Gold Warrior card and requested, I would like 10 blood essence pills. That will be 400,000. After acquiring the blood essence pills, Su-jing proceeded to purchase 3 standard long spears forged from high-quality steel, each akin to Zhang Liang's spear, with a spearhead measuring 2 feet and 8 inches, nearly a meter in length alone. After this expenditure, his reward of 500,000 had dwindled to less than 20,000. As they re-entered the hall, it remained as raucous as ever, but the subject of conversation had shifted to Su-jing. Look, that lad has emerged, someone exclaimed upon noticing the long spear he carried. Sneering, just look at that long spear. It's likely 400 to 500 pounds. Those familiar with the use of long spears chuckled. The spearhead should weigh no more than 2, to allow for the spear's agility. His spearhead is both heavy and cumbersome. Once thrust, it would be difficult to withdraw merely for show. No wonder I had never seen it before. Turns out he is just a decorative piece. The insinuation of decorative piece was ambiguous, leaving the crowd to ponder whether it referred to Su-jing or his spear. Laughter erupted throughout the hall.
Su-jing,
not particularly well-versed in long spears, had merely purchased one resembling Zhang Liang's, and thus refrained from rebutting their jests. However, Su Dandan could no longer tolerate the mockery and retorted indignantly, What does it matter to you what weapon he chooses to wield? At her words, Su-jing could only manage a wry smile. These individuals had lost loved ones and comrades in battle, and their hearts likely brimmed with resentment towards the higher-ups of Yang City. Being perceived as a privileged offspring of officials, he allowed their derision to serve as an outlet for their frustrations. He deemed it best to remain silent. To rebut would only exacerbate the situation. As anticipated, someone soon scoffed, truly deserving of their wealth and power, even the staff of the Warrior Association must come to their defense. Perhaps you should rename yourselves the Second Generation Officials Association. Instantly, this remark incited an uproar, with many in the hall voicing their anger. Not only did Su Dandan turn pale, but the expressions of the other staff members also darkened, casting silent reproaches in her direction. Silence, everyone, let us maintain decorum. The Warrior Association has always upheld fairness and justice. There will be no special treatment. A tall woman clad in a similar uniform stepped forward and proclaimed loudly. However, her words only incited further chaos. What fairness and justice? It is nothing but a joke, someone retorted. Indeed, we demand justice today. As Su Dandan observed the escalating commotion, anxiety gripped her, and she began to pace restlessly, fearing the repercussions of the situation. The tall woman cast a derisive glance at Su Dandan and exclaimed loudly, "What justice do you seek?" A momentary silence enveloped the crowd. Most had merely echoed the earlier shouts and now found themselves at a loss for words. Suddenly, a lean man spoke up. "When we venture out to hunt, we constantly bear the risk of death. We demand an increase in the remuneration for hunters, enhanced compensation, and better discounts on supplies." Su Dandan's expression grew increasingly grim. These matters were beyond her authority to decide. Yet, the tall woman appeared unfazed. Responding in concert with the lean man, "We can certainly relay these suggestions to our superiors, but I urge everyone to refrain from causing a commotion. Who knows when your feedback will be addressed? We must receive an answer today." The lean man grew more agitated, asserting first and foremost, "We must dismiss the staff member enjoying special treatment and revoke that brat's black gold warrior card." Instantly, several voices joined in agreement, yet some in the crowd sensed something amiss and fell silent, opting to observe the unfolding drama. Both Su Jing and Su Dandan's expressions shifted. These two had directed their ire towards them. "Do you often clash with that woman?" Su Jing inquired quietly. "More than just clashes, her name is Zhu Jia. This year, our reception department has 2 promotion slots, one of which is predetermined due to connections. The others have underwhelming performances, leaving the final position to be contested between me and her," Su Dandan replied, trembling with indignation, wishing to tear her rival's mouth apart. Zhu Jia feigned a troubled demeanor, pleading, "Please everyone, do not act this way. The qualifications for holding a black gold warrior card will be verified by the governing office. As for Su Dandan, she is my colleague and has worked diligently over the years. I implore you to grant her a chance for redemption." As she spoke, her gaze subtly drifted towards Su Jing and Su Dandan, inwardly reveling in her perceived triumph, thinking, "Watch how I bring you down today." As for that handsome young man beside her, he is merely collateral damage. After all, why is he so close to Su Dandan? Granting them opportunities raises the question, who will grant opportunities to our fallen brothers and sisters? The lean man's voice quivered with emotion as he continued to rally the crowd, asserting the necessity of a stringent crackdown on special treatment and the imperative to improve hunters' welfare. If today's events are allowed to pass, even more of our brothers and sisters will depart from us, and some may even perish. Voices of anger erupted in response. Brother Zhang Hao is right. Summon the person in charge. Zhang Hao cast a casual glance at him, dismissing the notion. In such circumstances, how could anyone in authority possibly step forward? Yet perhaps it was for the best to redirect the ire towards those 2 young individuals. Su Jing furrowed his brow, still trying to comprehend Zhang Hao's true intentions. If Zhu Jia aimed to undermine Su Dandan, her goal was likely already achieved. Even without further incitement, Su Dandan could hardly continue here. Was Zhang Hao genuinely advocating for the welfare of the hunters? Observing that Su Dandan was on the brink of a furious outburst, Su Jing suddenly recalled the insistence of Sister Qin on having him register on his first day with the Feng Mian team. He quietly whispered to Su Dandan, "Aren't hunters all recorded within the Martial Artists Association? You should look into someone named Zhang Hao." Su Dandan gazed at him in confusion, hesitating for a moment before ultimately agreeing. Just as she was about to depart, Zhu Jia suddenly shouted, "Dandan, you cannot leave yet." He then pretentiously exclaimed, "Dandan, evasion will not resolve the problem." Zhang Hao immediately grasped the situation, calling out loudly, "Don't let her escape." Some even attempted to forcibly block Su Dandan's path. Silence. Sujing gabello dinanger. His voice resonated like thunder, imbued with a hint of true energy, causing a ringing in the ears of those nearby, who looked at him in terror, allowing Su Dandan to slip away unnoticed. Chapter 22. The stakes. Su Jing's furious shout momentarily stunned them, yet this group was teetering on the brink of madness. They boasted endlessly about their battles with exotic beasts in the wilderness, as if they were truly safeguarding humanity. Su Jing scoffed, stating those low-level and mid-level beasts were deliberately released by the military. They are merely fodder for your practice. Your hunts are driven by self-interest, so spare us the grandiloquent rhetoric. His words struck like thunder, leaving the crowd blushing and flustered, as if their facade had been stripped away. Silence. Zhang Hao barked. When we were fighting for our lives, you were likely nestled in someone else's protection, living a life of dependency. How dare you criticize us? Indeed, while our motives may be financial, those earnings are snatched from the jaws of death in the wild. And you, with no risk to yourself, enjoy privileges that surpass ours, simply because you were born lucky. Another voice chimed in. Su Jing regarded them with indifference and slowly inquired, "Given that, is there anyone bold enough to compete with me?" Instantly, nearly everyone in the vicinity crowded around him. Those who drew near began to laugh, mocking him, "You little fool, unaware of your own limitations. Let me teach you a lesson." Suddenly, the final words stuck in their throats, as they stared in awe at the martial energy radiating from Su Jing. Those who have not yet broken through to the martial realm should refrain from seeking humiliation. Su Jing's gaze turned sharp, like a blade, causing several of those he fixed his eyes upon to avert their gazes. The atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. After a brief moment, 3 burly men stepped forward. Though there were more martial artists present, the others were hesitant to take the lead. Su Jing casually surveyed the crowd, not focusing on the 3 men but rather pointing at Zhang Hao. "You have been targeting me from the start. You must be quite the formidable hunter. Shall we compare our strengths?" Zhang Hao's expression darkened, yet he released his martial energy. "You appear to be merely a first tier. I have long since reached the 3rd tier. Are you certain you wish to challenge me?" Hearing this, Su Jing chuckled. Zhang Hao was indeed scheming. If he had been truly enraged, he would have rushed to confront him immediately. The hesitation was not out of fear of Zhang Hao himself, but rather the imagined reputation he held among the crowd. "Are you truly brave enough?" Su Jing asked nonchalantly. A flicker of malice crossed Zhang Hao's eyes as he sneered. "You little brat, your repeated provocations leave me no choice but to respond." Cheers erupted around them at Zhang Hao's acceptance. "Teach him a lesson, Luo. Yes, let him understand the might of our hunters." Before long, they gathered outside an arena. Su Jing ascended the platform first, wielding the finely crafted iron spear he had just purchased, eager to test the might of his killing intent spear. He consumed 2 blood-nourishing pills, boosting his experience by 60 points, all allocated to the spear. Killing Intent Spear Volume 1, Entry Level, 10-200. As the mechanical sound of advancement resonated, a surge of understanding enveloped Su Jing's mind. His understanding of the killing intent with the spear reached an unprecedented height, as the weapon felt like an extension of his own arm, moving with effortless grace. Meanwhile, as Su Jing consumed the blood-nourishing pill, the spectators were left in a state of astonishment, erupting into laughter. The blood-nourishing pill served to replenish one's vitality. How could he resort to it before even engaging in combat? You simply don't comprehend. He must be anticipating defeat, hence the preemptive healing. If he knows he cannot win, he should gracefully withdraw and avoid further embarrassment. Zhang Hao had already ascended the stage, standing opposite Su Jing with a faint smirk, tinged with envy. A staggering sum of 100,000 had been casually devoured by this young man like a mere candy. He mused that since he was already on the path to enmity, why not intensify it and extort him further? "Boy, merely fighting lacks excitement. Shall we set up a wager?" Zhang Hao remarked mockingly. "A wager?" Su Jing replied with a hint of a smile. Upon hearing Su Jing's acquiescence, Zhang Hao's eyes gleamed with insatiable greed. "Then let us bet on your blood-nourishing pill. If you desire the blood-nourishing pill, that is agreeable. I possess 8 of them. The crux lies in whether you can present something of equivalent value," Su Jing retorted, donning a mocking demeanor. 8 blood-nourishing pills made Jiang Hao grit his teeth. He produced a red crystal, stating, "This is the beast core of a mid-level, exotic beast, the fire-tailed cat, valued at 250,000, along with 50,000 in cash." Still insufficient, Su Jing raised an eyebrow. Jiang Hao, eyes narrowing, brandished his long knife, forged from high-grade steel worth 30,000. Not enough. Su Jing shook his head. You could purchase 8 blood-nourishing pills with a black gold warrior card for just 320,000. Jiang Hao frowned. Su Jing let out a cold snort, asserting, "Yet the market price for 8 blood-nourishing pills is 400,000. If you are unwilling to wager, then so be it." He turned to leave. Jiang Hao panicked. Such a lucrative opportunity could not slip away. He quickly produced an additional stack of cash, declaring, "Here are 70,000 more." In a bid to prevent Su Jing from reneging, he loudly addressed the crowd, "Everyone, bear witness as I, Luo Hao, and this young brother engage in this wager." "Enough." Su Jing replied icily, "Let us commence swiftly." No sooner had he spoken than a dramatic shift in his aura occurred. The spear appeared to merge with him, emanating a sharp energy that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Jiang Hao sneered, launching the first attack, his internal energy surging through his legs as he charged at Su Jing with remarkable speed. The onlookers gasped at his ferocity, sensing that this young man might be swiftly defeated. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the arena as Su Jing, relying on his killing intent spear rather than any supernatural abilities, met Jiang Hao's strike head-on. Su Jing's 2 avatars had seamlessly fused with his true self, endowing him with physical prowess surpassing that of an ordinary second-tier warrior. Coupled with the enhancement from the killing intent spear, he stood undaunted against a third-tier combatant. Jiang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his teeth clenching as he readied his battle technique, determined to vanquish this young adversary with a single blow. "Humph! This ends now. Allow me to demonstrate my blood shadow slash." As he spoke, a faint crimson aura enveloped the long blade in his hand.
Su Jing grimand datterly composed.
While his energy surged violently towards the spear, emanating a terrifying presence. Dark violet arcs of electricity flickered, resembling a serpentine lightning coiling around the spear. He was an extraordinary being. Gasps erupted from the audience. Nearby, Jiang Hao felt the intensity acutely. The overwhelming aura of death sent chills coursing through him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. However, it was too late. The lethal combination of the spear and the electric fury presented insurmountable odds for Luo Hao. With a resounding crash, as the long blade met the spear, Jiang Hao was propelled from the arena like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the entire venue. Chapter 23. Jiang Hao or Luo Hao? The once boisterous crowd, filled with laughter and derision, now found themselves stifled, unable to utter a single word. Was it merely the slaying of 2 exotic beasts? Who among them had not done so? I too have vanquished mid-tier beasts. During my high school years, I ventured beyond the city to hunt such creatures, and just days ago, I dispatched a third-tier fugitive warrior. What were you all preoccupied with in your high school days? Do you believe I am unworthy of possessing a black gold warrior card? Do you think you are deserving? At my age, perhaps a black gold warrior card would already be beneath me. Su Jing surveyed the scene with an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze sharp enough to instill fear in anyone who dared to meet it. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao lay sprawled on the ground, a large charred mark on his chest, blood seeping from his mouth, presenting a woeful sight. Su Jing paid him no mind and approached him steadily, demanding, "Where's the bounty? Present it all." Jiang Hao lowered his head, concealing the malice in his eyes, remaining silent. Noticing this, Su Jing raised an eyebrow and insisted, "The beast cores, the weapon, and 120,000 in cash. Everyone here is a witness. You wouldn't dare to renege on your word, would you?" At that moment, someone from the crowd could no longer hold back and interjected, "Kid, we acknowledge your strength, but you've already injured Brother Jiang Hao so severely. Perhaps you should let the bounty go. Indeed, one should show mercy where possible. You are not lacking in this little sum. Is the moral high ground being invoked now?" As others continued to speak, Su Jing's expression grew cold, and he bellowed, "Enough!" Boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the venue. And only then did the crowd grasp the true extent of the young man's power. They fell silent, fear gripping them, unwilling to utter another sound. So you have firmly decided against paying, have you? Su Jing's gaze turned icy. Jiang Hao remained bowed, offering no response. Their agreement had been merely verbal, and Jiang Hao thought he could breach it without consequence. For the moment, Su Jing found himself powerless against him. Just then, as Su Jing grappled with his predicament, Su Dandan approached, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Have you found out anything?
Su Jing inquired softly.
Yes. Su Dandan cast a disdainful glance at the prostrate Jiang Hao, leaning closer to Su Jing to whisper, he is actually Luo Hao. Strictly speaking, he can no longer be considered a hunter. 2 years ago, he was blacklisted by the Warrior Association for robbing others of their spoils and even killing one of them in the process. He later aligned himself with the Taihe group. Su Jing's breath hitched, and he asked, is being a murderer and thief merely grounds for being blacklisted? Su Dandan replied indignantly, the family of the deceased decided not to pursue justice, and the Taihe group compensated them handsomely, ensuring his survival. The Taihe group, could it be connected to Li Zhe? Lost in thought, Su Jing turned his gaze back to Jiang Hao, astonished by this dark history. It was no wonder others had turned against him. With a smirk, he quipped, I never imagined you would seek refuge with the Taihe group and even change your name. Such loyalty. Should I call you Jiang Hao or Luo Hao? At these words, Luo Hao's head shot up, terror etched across his face. Stop. Just stop. I'll give you the money. Fearing that Su Jing would continue speaking, he relinquished all his valuable possessions to Su Jing. This scene left the onlookers bewildered. Any electronic device capable of receiving a signal in this world was beyond the means of ordinary individuals, and none had ever seen a photograph of Luo Hao. Yet soon, someone recalled the name Luo Hao and urgently exclaimed, isn't Luo Hao the one who murdered and plundered outside the city gates 2 years ago? Oh, I remember now. He was reported by the Martial Artists Association. It was unexpected that he had rebranded himself. In an instant, the crowd became incensed, casting disdainful glances at Luo Hao. Many had encountered the act of theft, but to steal and take lives, Luo Hao's reputation had sunk to the lowest depths. Such a person dares to claim he will seek justice for you. Do you not find it ludicrous?
Su Jing calmly remarked.
Inciting animosity between grassroots martial artists and the authorities, consider who ultimately benefits. It is those corporations lurking behind him. I Su Jing am but an ordinary person, lacking any substantial backing. My father perished at the jaws of a beast when I was merely 12. I harbor a greater hatred for these creatures than any of you. Just days ago, I battled for my life against such beasts. I empathize with your loss of loved ones to these monstrosities. Thus, when you initially mocked me, I remained silent. However, Luo Hao's relentless pursuit against me and my friends compelled me to take decisive action. Please, judge for yourselves. Why should we extend sympathy to such a person? His words resonated deeply, stirring the crowd to righteous indignation as they glared at Luo Hao. Young brother Su Jing, you possess a profound sense of justice, said Zhang Long, who had previously been unaware of the situation, as he offered his apologies to Miss Su. And I, Ma Yuan, extend my apologies to Miss Su as well. Seeing this, Su Dandan's expression brightened, and she promptly bowed in gratitude to the crowd. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, pale-faced, seized the opportunity amidst the distraction, propelling himself forward with a surge of genuine energy, aiming to break through the outer perimeter of the crowd.
Su Jing,
momentarily caught off guard, realized that Luo Hao had already leaped several dozen meters away. Damn it! Su Jing cursed under his breath. He had no intention of letting Luo Hao escape so easily, and immediately resolved to utilize his wind-based abilities to pursue him. Stop! A thunderous shout erupted from the crowd, belonging to the burly man who had earlier introduced himself as Ma Yuan, as he summoned a violent gust to seize Luo Hao. The energy emanating from him was no less formidable than Luo Hao's. To everyone's astonishment, he too was a third-tier martial artist. As Luo Hao was swiftly intercepted, Su Jing closed the distance, arcs of electricity crackling around him. In no time, Luo Hao found himself once again subdued by the combined efforts of the two. Speak, Su Jing demanded, his voice icy. Why target me and Su Dandan? Luo Hao's expression flickered, betraying a moment of hesitation before he ultimately sneered. I aim to incite discord between grassroots martial artists and the authorities to extort a sum of money, intending to escalate the situation. It was never a personal vendetta against you. Is it merely a matter of extorting money from the authorities? Su Jing pondered, a hint of confusion surfacing within him. However, no further inquiries could be made at this moment. As the crowd continued to vehemently denounce Luo Hao, Su Jing began to search for Zhu Jia's presence. She was also fervently cursing Luo Hao from the sidelines, leaving it ambiguous whether she had any connection with him. It was evident that Luo Hao was backed by a consortium, and Zhu Jia might very well be affiliated with that same group. Just as Su Jing was deep in thought, the supervisor from the Martial Artists Association finally arrived. A slightly portly middle-aged man accompanied by several law enforcement officers, who swiftly apprehended Luo Hao. This is our supervisor, Sun Fu, Su Dandan quietly introduced to Su Jing. After instructing his men to take Luo Hao away, Sun Fu approached Su Jing with gratitude. Thank you, my young brother. Luo Hao has been inciting the public, and we will hand him over to the garrison for judgment. Leave everything to Supervisor Sun, Su Jing replied with a smile. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he exchanged pleasantries with Su Dandan and departed directly. A heavy cloud of suspicion lingered in his mind. Huang Tao, Li Hongzhuang, and Luo Hao all had the shadow of Taihe Group looming behind them. The garrison, being an official authority with military might, raised the question of why it allowed the consortium to act so brazenly within the city. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from behind him.
Su Jing.
Wait for me. Turning around, he saw the tall figure of Ma Yuan, the man who had just intervened to stop Luo Hao. Chapter 24. The disgrace of Li Hanqing. Is there something you need? Su Jing inquired, turning to face the affable man, feeling a certain fondness for his warm-hearted nature. Ma Yuan scratched his head and replied, I am Li Zilian, an aide to General Li. Uncle Li? No wonder you assisted me earlier, Su Jing realized. Indeed, I have heard of you from Uncle Wang. At first, I didn't recognize you until you mentioned your name, Ma Yuan admitted, offering an awkward smile. Since you are the son-in-law of General Li, I naturally felt compelled to help. Su Jing's forehead creased with confusion. When did I agree to become his son-in-law? Before he could voice his objections, Ma Yuan continued, You are aware that Luo Hao is associated with the Taihe Group, albeit aligned with Li Hanjie. I was dispatched by General Li to disrupt Li Hanjie's plans. However, since you have already dealt with Luo Hao, my presence here is no longer necessary. Wait a moment, Su Jing interjected, pressing his temples, overwhelmed by the rapid succession of information. What plans does Li Hanjie have? Ma Yuan merely chuckled ambiguously. Their scheme is precisely what you alluded to earlier. As for the specifics, you might want to consult General Li. I shall take my leave now. What I mentioned earlier. Su Jing pondered as he watched Ma Yuan's retreating figure. Could it be that Li Hanjie intends to sow discord between martial artists and the authorities? What advantage could that possibly yield for them? And how did Li Zilian come to be aware of this in advance, even sending someone to intervene? Taihe Group. That's Su Jing again. Li Hanjie seethed, shattering his teacup in a fit of rage. Zhu Jia recoiled in fear, collapsing to the ground as she stammered. Will Luo Hao's capture expose you? Li Hanjie shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, Are you concerned he might betray me, or that he might implicate you? Certainly, I fear he might expose you, Zhu Jia replied, her scalp tingling with anxiety. I never anticipated he would be so inept, losing to a mere first-tier martial artist. Li Hanjie's countenance darkened. He was not just any ordinary child. Li Hongzhuang and Huang Tao had perished at his hands. What? Zhu Jia exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, upon seeing Li Hanjie's grim expression, she swallowed her doubts and mustered. What shall we do next, General? Given these recent events, the garrison may already be watching us. Li Hanjie pondered for a moment before responding. There is no need for concern. The garrison's focus is currently on the cult outside the city. They lack the capacity to meddle with us at this time. As for that Su Jing, let him frolic for a few more days. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside the door. Li Hanjie's eyes narrowed in displeasure as he called out, Who is it? It is I, Li Zilian. At this, Li Hanjie's brow furrowed, prompting him to instruct Zhu Jia to exit through another door. As he opened the door, the sight before him caused fury to swell within him. Li Hanqing lay limp, akin to a lifeless dog, being held aloft by Li Zilian without a trace of movement. Hanqing, Li Hanjie roared in anguish, his energy surging forth as he lunged at Li Zilian, ready to confront him with ferocity. Li Zilian's expression was one of indifference as he cast Li Hanqing aside, coldly asserting, "Do not worry, I have left him with a breath." Upon receiving Li Hanqing, Li Hanjie assessed his injuries, and his fury intensified. Li Hanqing's tendons had been severed, and numerous bones within his body lay shattered. He would never again have the opportunity to cultivate martial arts, rendering his life effectively ruined. Holding his son, who lay limp in his arms, a surge of wrath welled up within him. "I shall confront you," Li Hanjie declared, his body enveloped by a tempest as he charged towards Li Zilian. Despite Li Zilian's cold demeanor, he concentrated his true energy, delivering a powerful punch towards Li Hanjie. At the moment their energies were set to collide, an unexpected hand intervened. Instantly, their energies were repelled, unable to breach even an inch. "Enough!" a middle-aged man bellowed, causing both Li Hanjie and Li Zilian to stagger backward. A flicker of unwillingness crossed Li Hanjie's eyes as he lamented, "Elder brother, he has crippled my son. You must seek justice for me." With a scoff, Li Zilian responded, "Had you not harmed my daughter, would I have acted against your son? Your daughter is unharmed now." As the tension escalated, Li Diyuan intervened as a peacemaker. "Li Zilian, you have indeed acted too harshly," he admonished, then shifted his tone to Li Hanjie. "However, Li Zilian has but one daughter. It is only natural for him to be angered. You have 3 sons. Losing one leaves you with 2. We have worked together for so long. Let us refrain from further conflict." "Elder brother," Li Hanjie protested, filled with resentment, "I command you to cease." Li Diyuan's aura suddenly erupted with an overwhelming force, pinning Li Hanjie in place. Li Zilian's pupils constricted in surprise, and he calmly declared, "This is a consequence of your own making. Should you dare to harm my daughter again, I shall ensure your 3 sons suffer a fate worse than death." With that, he departed resolutely. Watching Li Zilian's silhouette vanish around the corner, Li Diyuan's brow furrowed. "Elder brother, will you truly abandon Hanqing?" Li Zilian looked at Li Diyuan with a mix of defiance and a hint of trepidation. How could this be? Li Diyuan sighed quietly, offering reassurance. "Let us first take Hanqing to the hospital and see if he can be treated. Our affairs are crucial at this juncture. We must stabilize Li Zilian and prevent him from opposing us." Li Hanjie's gaze flickered, his emotions beginning to stabilize, lost in thought. "What if he insists on opposing us? I have heard he has sent people today and even interfered with Luo Hao. If he truly remains obstinate, then we shall deal with him together," Li Diyuan replied, his tone devoid of fluctuation yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon returning home, Su Jing did not rush to practice the killing intent spear. Instead, he took out 2 blood essence pills, distributing one to Zhang Yu and the other to Su Yuner. Unlike her usual self, Su Yuner hesitated to accept the pill, instead adorably asking Zhang Yu, "Mom, I would like to eat ribs tonight. Could you please buy some? I can go buy it for you. Why trouble Mom?"
Su Ying gled at Su Yunar reproakføli.
Alright, can you bargain? Do you know what kind of ribs are good? Perhaps I should go instead." Zhang Yu shot another glare at Su Jing, warning him not to be harsh with his sister. After Zhang Yu departed, Su Jing felt compelled to add a few more words. "You are already 16. You cannot keep relying on Mom. I found a martial arts school for you. You can go tomorrow." This martial arts school, of course, belonged to the Taihe group. However, Su Yuner absorbed none of this, her worried gaze fixated on the long spear in Su Jing's hand. "Brother, promise me you won't engage in dangerous activities anymore, alright?" Su Jing was momentarily taken aback, then gently caressed Su Yuner's forehead with affection, smiling, "Last time was just an accident. There aren't many who dare to act in the city, rest assured." Tears glistened in Su Yuner's eyes, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother, I've seen the injuries of Sister Fengmian and Brother Luo Yong. You have no idea how terrified I was, fearing you would end up like Sister Fengmian, with a leg that could never heal. Especially Brother Luo Yong. Although he has passed the critical phase, he still hasn't awakened." "What?" Su Jing exclaimed in disbelief. "Sister Qin said she would recover soon. How could that be?" "Sister Fengmian said she didn't want you to feel guilty. but I truly cannot bear to see you lying in that cold hospital room again. As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down Su Yunar's cheeks. Sister Qin, brother Luo Yong. Vivid images from the Qingyang martial arts school replayed in Su Jing's mind, as clear and warm as if they had occurred yesterday. He suddenly embraced Su Yunar tightly, repeatedly murmuring, "I promise you." Chapter 25. The crisis at Qingyang Martial Arts School. After dinner, Su Jing took out the substantial sum of 120,000 in cash he had won. Both Zhang Yu and Su Yunar gazed in astonishment at the thick stack of red bills on the table. "How did you acquire such a fortune?" "I was protecting President Li's daughter from Taihe Group. In gratitude for my efforts, he rewarded me, along with some funds from the garrison as a reward for apprehending a fugitive. I used part of it to purchase medicinal pills. The remainder is for you to keep." Su Jing replied nonchalantly, wary that revealing it was won through gambling would incite anger from Zhang Yu and Su Yunar. Upon learning that the money was earned through her son's perilous endeavors, Zhang Yu hastily returned the money to Su Jing's pocket. "Our family isn't in need of such funds at the moment. You should hold on to it to buy more pills for your cultivation. Keep it, please. Yunar is still growing. Buy her some meat to nourish her." "I have enough here," Su Jing insisted, pushing the money back. Seeing his mother's reluctance, he quickly shifted the topic. "I plan to find a martial arts school for Yunar so she can train properly instead of aimlessly practicing outside." With that, he beckoned Su Yunar to head out. "I don't want to go to Taihe Group's martial arts school."
Su Yunar frownet.
During her time in the hospital, she had heard that it was Taihe Group's martial arts school that had sent someone to eliminate Su Jing. Despite knowing that Li Yueying and Li Zilian could look after her, she harbored a certain aversion towards Taihe Group. "Don't wish to go?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Jing suggested, "Then let us visit Sister Qin's Qingyang Martial Arts School. She is a martial artist with ample practical experience. Her instruction would certainly suffice." Coincidentally, he also aimed to inquire whether there was a way to completely heal Sister Qin's right leg. Upon hearing that it was Qin Fengmian, Su Yunar refrained from arguing further. As Su Jing led Su Yunar towards Qingyang Martial Arts School, they encountered a familiar figure along the way. "Brother Ma Yuan." Su Jing called out enthusiastically. Ma Yuan noticed Su Jing and greeted him with a cheerful demeanor, but his expression soured upon seeing Su Yunar clinging to Su Jing's arm. Even if you're playing the field, you shouldn't be so brazen, especially with such a young girl." "Shut up," Su Jing retorted irritably. "This is my sister." "Oh, my apologies." Realizing she was Su Jing's sister, Ma Yuan sheepishly scratched his head in embarrassment. "By the way, what brings you here again? Are there some of Li Hanjie's men around?" Su Jing asked, puzzled. "Indeed." Ma Yuan shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "This morning, Li Hanqing was incapacitated by our boss and can no longer practice martial arts. Since the feud has been established, we are determined to confront them to the end. I heard that Li Hanjie's men, known as the Black Tigers, are planning something big in this area, acquiring many places frequented by martial artists. My boss sent me to keep an eye on things." Li Hanqing being incapacitated caused Su Jing's eyes to flicker with surprise. Was Li Zilian truly that formidable? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, "What is the strength of the Black Tigers?" "Fourth-rank martial artists. On par with Li Hongzhuang," Ma Yuan replied, somewhat indignant at the notion that the Black Tigers surpassed him in rank. As Su Jing's pupils constricted sharply, he bolted forward. The Qingyang Martial Arts School was a gathering place for martial artists. Surely they had not begun their assault, had they? A fourth-grade warrior, Qin Fengmian and the others would be utterly unable to withstand them. The Qingyang Martial Arts School was not particularly large, nor did it thrive in business. Often, Qin Fengmian had to supplement it financially. Yet, it served as her sanctuary in Yang City, a place where the Fengmian team frequently convened. After Su Jing was discharged from the hospital, Qin Fengmian did not linger there, completing her discharge procedures and returning to the Qingyang Martial Arts School to recuperate in peace. At that moment, Qin Fengmian was directing Wu Qing and Wang Sharui in their tasks at the school. "Hey, be careful. Don't shatter my vase. Qin Jie. I am at least an awakened level 9. I can manage a vase with finesse. Just sit back and relax. It's just a leg injury. Otherwise, would I need you here clumsily fumbling around?" Wang Sharui observed the two with a bemused expression, noting, "All right, since Luo Yong isn't here, you two are at it again." Upon hearing Wang Xiaorui mention Luo Yong, both of them fell silent, their expressions dimming. They could only wonder if Luo Yong would ever awaken. "Ba, ba, ba," Qin Fengmian exclaimed, her face contorting with frustration. "Stop speaking such nonsense." In an instant, the martial arts school was enveloped in silence. Just then, a group of individuals walked in. Wang Xiaorui glanced at them and immediately sensed that they were not upstanding characters. "The school is closed today. Please come back tomorrow," she said. The leader, adorned with a large black tiger tattoo on his left arm, paused and declared, "I am Black Tiger, here to discuss the acquisition of your martial arts school." Black Tiger. The three of them were taken aback. They had certainly heard of Black Tiger, a notorious thug from the old district, the likes of which were unworthy even to carry shoes for someone like Sun Wei. Qin Fengmian exchanged glances with the others, her brow furrowing, her tone turning hostile. "I have no intention of transferring ownership of the school. I suggest you seek another establishment."
What ist?
To Qin Fengmian, this place was no mere martial arts school. It was her spiritual refuge, a sanctuary for the Fengmian team during their leisure. Black Tiger did not leave but instead smiled, saying, "All the properties in this area belong to us. If you are unwilling, I shall have no choice but to forcibly reclaim the premises." "Are you threatening me?" Qin Fengmian's expression shifted, her gaze darkening as she fixed it upon Black Tiger. "Do not be agitated, Ms. Qin. All the martial arts schools in this area have already been acquired by us. I suggest you reconsider." Black Tiger replied nonchalantly. "Very well, I am open to the transfer," Qin Fengmian retorted with a cold laugh. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Wang Xiaorui and Wu Qing exclaimed anxiously, "No, Qin Jie, this place." Qin Fengmian raised her hand to silence them, casting a derisive glance at Black Tiger. "If you wish to acquire our martial arts school, it will cost 5 million in cash. Not a penny less, and it must be paid up front." "That is impossible." Black Tiger flatly rejected Qin Fengmian's exorbitant demand. "Then it seems we cannot reach an agreement. Should you choose to forcibly reclaim the property, you will be obliged to pay the penalty stipulated in the contract." Qin Fengmian countered, her tone teasing. "Of course, you will also need to compensate for the losses incurred by my martial arts school. Do not dare to disrespect us while indulging in your own arrogance. Do not speak of penalties without knowing who our brother who truly is." A follower behind Black Tiger stepped forward, fiercely pointing at Qin Fengmian as he scolded. Black Tiger did not intervene. Instead, he wore a look of amusement, seemingly eager for the conflict to escalate. "Mind your words." Wu Qing could no longer contain his anger, retorting with equal ferocity. "Xiao Zhao, do not frighten them." A smirk curled at the corners of Black Tiger's lips as he remarked, "As you can see, my brothers tend to be rather uncouth." "Brother who?" "One cannot reason with such individuals," the young man referred to as Xiao Zhao stated, cracking his knuckles. "Take the 100,000 yuan and leave. Otherwise, this martial arts school will cease to exist. What, do you intend to resort to violence?" Wu Qing and Wang Xiaorui cautiously grasped their weapons. Black Tiger scoffed. "If it comes to blows, you two awakened ones, along with a cripple, would likely be beaten to death. Fear not, we shall simply remodel your school." He paused before adding with a laugh, perhaps several times over. As Qin Fengmian's face turned an ashen hue, trembling with anger at the brazen group before him, a cold, commanding voice resonated from behind Black Tiger's entourage. "Those unafraid of death may proceed." "Who is it?" Xiao Zhao impatiently glanced back, only to see a slender youth standing upright in the doorway. Chapter 26. "He cannot, but I can." A youth resembling a high school student, with furrowed brows, was commanded by Black Tiger, "Throw him out." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao approached Su Jing with a sinister grin, mockingly saying, "Little brother, have you read too many novels? You wish to be a hero before you've even grown hair?" Seeing Su Jing remain motionless, the few followers behind Black Tiger assumed he was too frightened and began taunting, eager to witness how Xiao Zhao would deal with him. "You can still beg for mercy. Kneel and kowtow a few times, and perhaps I, Lord Zhao, will spare you." As Xiao Zhao drew near, he looked into Su Jing's eyes, seeking the fear he anticipated. Unfortunately, he found none. There was no emotional fluctuation at all. "Stop dawdling." Black Tiger's voice emanated from behind, causing irritation to rise within him. He raised his hand to slap Su Jing's forehead, muttering, "Could he really be scared silly?" In an instant, a palpable killing intent erupted from Su Jing's eyes. This murderous aura, cultivated after entering the realm of martial arts, was something that a mere 9th level Xiao Zhao could not withstand. A chilling wave surged from Xiao Zhao's feet, creeping up to his brain, rendering his hands immobile in midair. Get lost! Before Su Jing, several thick, black-purple bolts of lightning materialized. Xiao Zhao, just regaining his senses, was rendered utterly speechless at the sight before him. His legs buckled, and with a thud he collapsed to the ground. Black Tiger, too, was taken aback, his pupils dilating as he beheld the menacing electricity. He hurriedly activated his protective energy, completely disregarding Xiao Zhao's fate. Boom! A blinding flash of light erupted, overwhelming the spectators and accompanied by a tremendous roar. When the brilliance subsided, only a few remained standing, with the others, like Xiao Zhao, sprawled on the ground in fear. They quickly checked themselves, relieved to find no injuries, though their hair stood on end. Meanwhile, Su Jing had approached Qin Fengmian and her companions. "You are Su Jing?" Black Tiger retracted his energy, his expression dark as he regarded him, his tone laced with skepticism yet tinged with certainty. Su Jing, however, ignored him and instead smiled at Qin Fengmian. "Sister Qin, I hope I'm not late." "Not at all." Wu Qing laughed heartily. "As handsome as ever." "Brother Wu, why do you sound like Brother Luo Yong now, trying to adopt a comedic persona?"
Su Jing remarked in surprise.
The team always needs someone to lighten the atmosphere. Wu Qing's exaggerated expression elicited smiles from Su Jing, Qin Fengmian, and Wang Xiaorui. Having witnessed Su Jing's formidable strength the previous night, none of them regarded Black Tiger and his group as threats. Indeed, he was a high school student capable of slaying 4th-tier warriors. Today's encounter confirmed his reputation. Black Tiger had also heard of Su Jing from Li Hanjia. "Now that you know, why not leave promptly?" Wang Xiaorui glared at him with disdain. After being scolded repeatedly, Black Tiger felt as though he had swallowed a fly, for he was not accustomed to being treated this way. "Can you protect them for a moment, or will you be able to safeguard them for a lifetime? Soon, you shall embark on your ranking battles and then proceed to university, while they will remain forever in this small town." "He cannot." "But I can." At last, Ma Yuan arrived with Su Yuner. Observing the impassive expression on Su Jing's face, he felt a surge of alarm. He had heard the thunderous sounds from several hundred meters away. "Su Jing cannot do it, but my boss can." Ma Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Black Tiger. Evidently, they were familiar with one another. "You!" Black Tiger's eyes twitched. "Is your boss truly determined to obstruct our significant endeavor?" "The big boss, Li Diyuan, shall not let this go unpunished." Upon hearing Li Diyuan's name, Ma Yuan's body stiffened for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. With an indifferent sneer, he replied, "Eh." Realizing that the situation was beyond salvage, Black Tiger ceased his pursuit, turning his ire toward the still collapsed Xiao Zhao, his fury intensifying. Useless. With that, Black Tiger departed, his subordinates hastening to follow, not sparing Xiao Zhao another glance. Seeing that the matter had concluded, Ma Yuan did not linger, hurrying back to report to Li Zilian. "By the way, how did Su Jing's brother suddenly arrive?" "Longing for his sister?" Qin Fengmian inquired cheerfully. Su Jing then revealed his intention to have Su Yuner learn at the Qingyang Martial Arts Academy, while the matter of treating her leg could wait until they reached the garrison tomorrow to consult Governor Zhang. "Of course, there are no issues with that." Qin Fengmian readily agreed without a second thought. Su Yuner's gaze flickered, and she remained silent. After witnessing these events, she gained a clearer understanding of the world's cruelty. It became evident that without strength, even within the confines of the city, one holds no voice. The following morning, Su Jing arrived at the garrison as promised. The guards, upon recognizing him, did not impede his entry, allowing him to proceed directly to Zhang Tian's office, clearly having received prior notice. Gently knocking on the door, he was met with Zhang Tian's slightly fatigued voice. "Come in." Upon seeing Su Jing, Zhang Tian perked up and smiled. "You've arrived quite early. The governor left the city last night, and today I shall be your guide." "He has left the city? Something must indeed be occurring in Yang City." Su Jing pondered internally. Zhang Tian, mistaking his silence for disbelief in his abilities, confidently declared, "Rest assured, I have also practiced the first volume of the Killing Intent Spear and reached a minor mastery. Instructing you will be a breeze. That is not my intent." Su Jing quickly clarified upon realizing Zhang Tian's misunderstanding, voicing his uncertainties. Upon hearing that Taihe Group was instigating discord between civilian martial artists and the authorities, Zhang Tian's expression turned cold. There have indeed been matters concerning the garrison recently. However, once resolved, we shall hold these clowns accountable. Yet he soon smiled again. Your concern is commendable. It is not in vain that the governor entrusted you with the Killing Intent Spear. Many influential figures sought it, yet the governor did not bestow it upon them. As for your primary task, it remains the ranking battles in over half a month. Leave the troublesome spirits to us. Having spoken, he rose and led Su Jing towards the training ground. The expanse of this arena was comparable to that of several football fields, meticulously divided into numerous zones. Some areas were densely populated with soldiers engaged in rigorous drills, while others contained only a sparse few figures. Before long, the two arrived at a spacious corner. Despite being termed a corner, the area was exceptionally vast, sufficiently accommodating hundreds of individuals training simultaneously. I shall demonstrate a few techniques for you. Pay close attention to how I channel my energy and release my vital essence, Zhang Tian declared. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. In order for Su Jing to grasp the nuances more clearly, Zhang Tian executed his movements deliberately, yet the force he exuded was formidable. Unlike the faint killing intent Su Jing had sensed when facing Luo Hao the previous day, the malevolence radiating from Zhang Tian seemed almost tangible, causing Su Jing to struggle for breath and a sense of trepidation to well up within him. Other officers training nearby were similarly drawn to the formidable presence of Zhang Tian, diverting their attention to the spectacle. Isn't that Captain Zhang? Who is that young man beside him? One officer mused. I believe he must be a newcomer. Captain Zhang is actually teaching him the Killing Intent Spear. Another remarked. Ah, the Killing Intent Spear. Unfortunately, we lack the experience to even approach it. They lamented, their eyes glimmering with envy. As the officers exchanged their thoughts, one among them, unwilling to be outdone, proposed, "Shall we go over and witness what extraordinary talent this young man possesses?" Meanwhile, Su Jing remained transfixed, wholly absorbed in observing Zhang Tian, oblivious to the approach of the others. Chapter 27. On the arena, Su Jing's innate talent was remarkable, allowing him to excel among his peers despite the absence of any financial support. With both of his doppelgangers stationed outside the city, they not only hunted exotic beasts but also honed their marksmanship. At this moment, as he observed Zhang Tian's meticulous instruction, waves of insight regarding the Killing Intent Spear surged through his mind. Finally, upon the conclusion of Zhang Tian's demonstration, Su Jing accessed the system panel, and to his surprise, the experience points for the Killing Intent Spear had risen to 25. Meanwhile, his doppelgangers relentlessly hunted beasts throughout the night, accumulating an additional 50 experience points. At this rate, it would not take more than a week for the Killing Intent Spear to achieve yet another breakthrough. Team Zhang. The others noticed that Zhang Tian had sheathed his long spear and hurriedly approached him. Who is this young man? I haven't seen him before. Zhang Tian cast a sideways glance at them, already aware of their intentions, and chose to remain silent. Instead, he addressed Su Jing, perfect timing. Let them test their skills against you. The group immediately brightened at his words, and one of them stepped forward. Noticing Su Jing's youthful appearance, he smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Su Kai, a third-tier warrior. Rest assured, I will suppress my strength to match your level. Hello, I'm Su Jing, a first-tier warrior. Su Jing replied with a nod and a smile. Only a first-tier warrior? That makes sense, given your age, Su Kai thought, feeling more confident. As Su Kai took the initiative, the other three expressed their frustration. Come on, little brother, hit him hard. He won't dare to retaliate. Su Kai disregarded their jests, boasting, little brother, unleash your full strength. There's no need to worry about me. After all, he came from a military background, his skills forged through rigorous training, far superior to those of an untrained civilian warrior lacking systematic instruction. Zhang Tian observed with an expression of bemusement. Su Jing was capable of defeating fourth-tier warriors, and he wondered if Su Kai might end up seriously hurt, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Well then, let us head to the arena, Zhang Tian suggested. Su Kai's eyes lit up at the prospect, feigning reluctance as he said, but with so many spectators, even though you're a newcomer, little brother Su, you might face some ridicule. Su Kai's companions could no longer bear his poor acting. Enough! If you want to fight, do it here. If I were you, I wouldn't go up there. Su Jing was puzzled. Why are you so eager to compete against me? You'll find out soon enough. Let us go to the arena, Su Kai urged anxiously, signaling to his three companions. Zhang Tian scoffed and teased. It's an old tradition at our garrison. They see you as a newcomer and want to be the first to defeat you, ensuring you remember them. Especially since you are someone the governor values. Surpassing them later will bring them a sense of pride. Oh no, Team Zhang, why did you have to reveal that? Zhang Tian sighed and walked away, feeling disheartened, convinced that Su Jing would decline the challenge upon learning the truth. After all, as a third-tier warrior, even if he suppressed his strength, he was bound to win against a first-tier warrior. Certainly, this is merely his perspective. Don't go, Su Jing called out from behind Su Kai, his gaze tinged with a hint of peculiarity. Don't you wish to compete with me? Go ahead. Since he was so eager for a fight, Su Jing was more than willing to oblige him. Upon hearing this, Su Kai's eyes brightened, and he laughed heartily. Truly, one can see why the governor holds you in such high regard. You possess remarkable courage. On the arena, Su Jing and Su Kai stood in opposition, both wielding long spears. A multitude of soldiers gathered below, observing Su Jing's youth with a chorus of murmurs. Most expressed sympathy for Su Kai and lamented his predicament against someone so young. Both combatants, being skilled martial artists, caught every word of the discussions that floated around them. You truly believe victory is assured, Su Jing remarked, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Su Kai, brimming with confidence, was momentarily taken aback. How could he still think he would win under such circumstances? This lad was clearly no fool. Perhaps he had some hidden strategy? His expression shifted to one of suspicion. However, having come this far, Su Kai had no intention of retreating. He assumed a combat stance, ready to engage whenever Su Jing chose to strike. Without a hint of modesty, Su Jing lifted his spear and launched an immediate assault. The spearhead descended like a rainstorm, and Su Kai defended himself with deliberate calm, occasionally uttering compliments. Your spear technique is commendable, but at this level you shall be defeated. It's time to unleash the killing intent spear. Of course, in this context, such praise was laced with mockery. Suddenly, Zhang Tian spoke up. Su Jing just learned the killing intent spear yesterday. How could he possibly use it against you? It's better to teach him a lesson with your abilities. Abilities? No wonder he has garnered the governor's attention. Su Kai's heart tightened, and he set aside his playful demeanor, adopting a serious attitude. Yet, he retained a sense of pride, convinced he could hold his ground against those with special abilities, keeping his own power restrained at the first-tier level. Su Jing, of course, had no intention of employing his abilities. He had not yet merged his clone with his main body, and his physical prowess was merely slightly superior to that of an average first-tier martial artist. Observing Su Kai's eagerness, Su Jing decided to indulge him. A chill flickered in his eyes, and a faint aura of killing intent began to permeate the air. Su Kai, engaged in combat with Su Jing, sensed the penetrating coldness aimed at his very core. His eyelid twitched. Was this truly the killing intent spear he had learned just yesterday? Although he had never practiced it, he had seen enough to know that such mastery could not have been acquired in a mere day. The killing intent spear was notoriously difficult to master. An ordinary person would take months to even begin to grasp it. As Su Jing unleashed his full potential, the spear whistled through the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd below. I refuse to believe this was learned just yesterday. Even the governor himself would require at least a week or two of instruction. Was it possible that the killing intent spear was not so challenging to master after all? Yet, as soon as this thought was voiced, someone quickly countered, "Nonsense. Those who claim the killing intent spear is easy to learn are merely ignorant. I spent several months just to reach the basics. Indeed, the difficulty of this martial art lay not in the control of one's inner energy or the intricacies of the spear technique, but rather in the elusive nature of how to condense that first thread of killing intent, leaving many perplexed. Many gazes were directed towards Zhang Tian, who stood frozen in place, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. If you do not believe it, I cannot believe it either, he thought, recalling how the governor had spoken to him just the day before, confessing his utter lack of marksmanship skills and urging him to be more vigilant. Moreover, having studied the fundamentals of the killing intent gun, he was well aware of the formidable difficulty in mastering such techniques. Meanwhile, Su Kai, in a state of disarray, struggled to defend himself while simultaneously warding off the menacing aura that threatened his very spirit, his forehead glistening with beads of perspiration as his ineptitude began to surface. Chapter 28. Are you all here to seek a connection? Use all your strength. Su Jing said lightly. If this continues, Su Kai is bound to lose. Humph. Do not underestimate me. Su Kai cast aside his spear and unleashed all his true energy. In mere moments, the formless energy seemed to take on substance, coalescing at the surface of Su Kai's skin. This is the iron cloth technique. Someone in the audience recognized this rudimentary combat method. Su Jing's pupils narrowed slightly. However, this alone was insufficient to compel him to use his powers. Yet, Su Kai's momentum continued to rise, his breath becoming ragged, white vapor escaping his nostrils. This is a mid-tier technique, the ape demon strength, which allows me to double my power in a short span. Su Kai rasped, use your abilities. Today, I shall test whether elemental ability users are indeed invincible at the same level. With that, he stood ready for Su Jing to unleash his powers. Su Jing raised an eyebrow, arcs of electricity flickering in his eyes. Since you are still unwilling to exert your full strength, I shall not hold back. Dark purple lightning slithered up the spear, accompanied by continuous thunderous roars. There was no flamboyant technique, merely a straightforward thrust. Boom! The sound of thunder resonated, akin to a formidable celestial might that instilled reverence while concealing a chilling intent that struck at Luo Hao's very soul. This was a discovery made during his battle with Luo Hao. The synergy between lightning and murderous intent was strikingly potent. Both were immensely destructive and capable of instilling fear in the hearts of foes. Even a battle-hardened warrior like Su Kai, on guard, faltered under the strike. Just as the spear was about to pierce him, Su Kai stood frozen, as if entranced. The audience held their breath, eyes wide, afraid to blink lest they miss something. Zhang Tian's body tensed. This strike showed no mercy, aimed straight for Su Kai's chest. If Su Kai failed to react in time, he would surely be pierced through. He was prepared to intervene at a moment's notice to save Su Kai. Just as Zhang Tian's true energy surged towards his legs, Su Kai finally steadied himself, gazing at the imminent icy gleam. His entire body trembled, as a primal fear of death surged from his core to engulf his mind. Forget suppressing his strength to that of a first-tier warrior. His true energy surged like a tidal wave, coalescing around his arms like pale white gauntlets. Bang! Amidst the flash of lightning, Su Kai's figure was sent flying from the arena. Zhang Tian, quick as lightning, caught Su Kai, who was still gasping for breath, as if he had not yet recovered from the terror of death. Glaring at Su Jing, he exclaimed, "You truly struck with deadly intent." At this moment, Su Jing casually slung his spear behind him and replied coolly, "Had I truly intended to kill, you would be lying on the ground now." Su Jing had indeed not used his full strength. Otherwise, had he been even a fraction quicker, Su Kai would have had no chance to respond. Furthermore, Su Jing was not the type to easily relent. "You insisted on competing with me. Did you not seek to make me look foolish? Now that I have merely exerted a bit more effort, you are dissatisfied?" Yet, Su Kai remained defiant. "What do you mean I should be lying on the ground? So, you've been holding back all along?" He retorted immediately, "Then let us compete once more. I was merely careless and did not evade." Upon concluding his statement, he felt as if his face were ablaze. Laughter erupted around him, for it was evident to all that he had been caught off guard, even while exerting his utmost defenses. Even Zhang Tian could not help but facepalm, affirming, "What he says is indeed true. Just days ago, prior to mastering the killing intent spear, he single-handedly defeated a fourth-tier martial artist." Hiss, hiss, hiss. As soon as the words left his lips, not only Su Kai but everyone present gasped in disbelief. A first-tier martial artist defeating a fourth-tier martial artist surpassed the realm of ordinary comprehension. Nevertheless, Zhang Tian's words carried considerable weight. Coupled with Su Jing's recent display of prowess, the crowd chose to believe. Even the injured Su Kai ceased his commotion. As Su Jing descended, he was met with a myriad of complex gazes from the onlookers, all scrutinizing the slender youth.
Yam Li Hu.
A tall figure clad in a military uniform suddenly approached Su Jing, his expression grave as he extended his right hand.
I am Su Jing.
Su Jing hesitated for a moment but then smiled and shook his hand. Instantly, the seriousness on Li Hu's face vanished, replaced by an uncontrollable excitement. The crowd looked on in confusion at the two, and Su Jing too was somewhat bewildered by Li Hu's intentions. However, soon those quick to react hurried through the throng to Su Jing's side, eager to shake hands. Before long, he found himself surrounded, even Zhang Tian being pushed aside by the tide of people. Zhang Tian smiled as he watched the scene unfold, observing Su Jing mechanically shaking hands and exchanging names with each individual. Every person who shook Su Jing's hand stepped aside with radiant smiles. At that moment, Su Jing, however naive, realized the truth. They were simply here to curry favor. He did not harbor any disdain for these individuals. Beneath their sturdy and earnest exteriors, their motives came across as somewhat endearing. Yet, how long would this handshaking continue? With that thought, Su Jing couldn't help but glance over at Zhang Tian, who appeared utterly oblivious to the situation. Of course, Zhang Tian had his own motives. He believed that Su Jing would one day gain renown in Yang City and become a bulwark for humanity. Should they cross paths on the battlefield, these officers from Yang City might extend him some extra consideration. As for the current minor annoyance, Su Jing likely wouldn't dwell on it. With a slight grin, Zhang Tian strolled away with his hands clasped behind his back. Outside the gate of the garrison, several soldiers stood guard, their eyes wide as saucers. Su Jing, my young brother, I am Li Si. Su Jing, my young brother, I am Wang Wu. After shaking hands with hundreds of burly men, Su Jing jogged towards the entrance, a dark cloud of followers trailing behind him. Finally, upon exiting the gate, he inhaled the fresh air greedily. It was nearly noon. Several minutes later, Su Jing found himself in the corridor of the hospital. He had initially intended to inquire with Sister Qin about treatment for his leg, but that had been delayed. It was just as well. He would check on Li Yueying while also inquiring about her father. Su Jing was convinced that in a world where plants could attain sentience, there must surely exist herbal remedies for a broken leg. Following the path of memories, I meandered until I finally arrived outside Li Yueying's hospital room. Why is it empty? Has Li Yueying been discharged as well? In a state of confusion, Su Jing intercepted a hurried nurse. Excuse me, do you know where the patient from room 412 has gone? 412? Oh, that girl seemed to have been taken away suddenly last night. After expressing gratitude, Su Jing's eyes glimmered with intrigue. She was taken away suddenly last night. Could it be related to the matter of the Black Tiger? Su Jing suddenly recalled the words spoken by Black Tiger before his departure. The big boss will not let you off easily. Could it be that Li Zhe has already confronted Li Hanjie and the others? Chapter 29. Life cannot feast upon your flesh. In death, I shall pursue your soul. Emerging from the headquarters of the Martial Artists Association, Su Jing paced anxiously. The sudden discharge of Li Yueying surely signified that something was amiss. However, he could not venture to Taihe Group just yet. Encountering Li Hanjie and his faction would spell trouble. At this juncture, he could only place his hopes in Ma Yuan. Despite searching the old city and inquiring at the Martial Artists Association, Ma Yuan remained elusive. Given that this matter pertained to Su Jing himself, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of urgency. Yet he found himself at a loss, akin to a headless fly, lacking any leads. Until he grasped the full extent of the situation, he was reluctant to seek assistance from the town guard, considering Zhang Liang and Zhang Tian had already aided him immensely. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Jing made his way towards the Qingyang Martial Arts Hall, hoping to see how Yun Er was faring. Perhaps Ma Yuan awaited him there. Upon rounding a street corner, a cacophony of noise reached his ears. Su Jing narrowed his gaze, his countenance darkening. It was none other than the Black Tiger and his crew, wreaking havoc at the entrance of the Qingyang Martial Arts Hall. Decorations and training equipment were being ruthlessly smashed to pieces. Damn it! Where were Qin Jie and Yun Er? With a swift motion, Su Jing's expression hardened as he approached the black tiger. The latter, bare-chested with a fierce black tiger tattoo glistening in the sunlight, stood like an iron pillar, silently observing his underlings wreak their destruction. An intangible aura of menace radiated from him, causing passers-by to retreat in fear. Sensing something, the black tiger abruptly turned his head, as if pricked by a needle. He found no one he sought. Frowning, he scanned the crowd. For a fleeting moment, he believed it might be Su Jing. After a tense 10 seconds, he relaxed and shook his head. If it were truly Su Jing, he would have charged forth by now. The memory of the thunderous lightning from the previous day sent a shiver down his spine. Perhaps it was for the best that he had not come. This lad indeed possessed a record of single-handedly defeating fourth-tier martial artists. At that very moment, Su Jing stood concealed in a secluded alley, not far from the street corner. The Ma Yuan he had been searching for hours was now before him. Fortunately, you did not engage with them earlier. They were merely trying to lure you out. Ma Yuan sighed with relief, gradually explaining, last night, the boss ordered us to relocate urgently. The young lady and our faction of martial artists have been moved. Do not worry. Qin Fengmian and your sister are safe. Upon hearing this, Su Jing's eyes flickered with concern. Why would they want to draw me out? Isn't it simple to find me? He was not mistaken. He had never concealed his whereabouts. His primary fear was that should someone wish to take action against him, they might resort to his home instead. Ma Yuan, unfazed by Su Jing's query, guided him forward while elaborating. They aim to compel you into taking the initiative. The reason they are causing chaos at Qingyang Martial Arts Hall is to ascertain whether you will respond. This territory belongs to them. With Qin Fengmian absent, they can act as they please. However, should you intervene and provide them with a reason, they will strike with ferocity. You are a valued individual within the garrison, and without justification, they would dare not act brazenly in broad daylight. Soon, the two arrived at an office building. The surrounding greenery had become overrun with weeds, indicating it had been abandoned for quite some time. Brother. On the third-floor corridor of the office building, a girl with a high ponytail waved enthusiastically in Su Jing's direction. Upon seeing his sister safe and sound, Su Jing felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by irritation. He truly wished to remain uninformed about the intentions of the Taihe group. However, due to Li Yueying's involvement, he had been unwittingly drawn into this web, culminating in Li Hongzhuang's assassination attempt against him. Now, Li Zilian had entangled his family as well. Ascending the stairs, Su Yuner and Qin Fengmian were already waiting for him. As soon as they met, Su Yuner leaped into his embrace. This morning, I was still training with Sister Fengmian when Ma Yuan suddenly arrived, saying we might be in danger and brought us here. After understanding the situation, Su Jing offered comfort to Su Yuner. At that moment, Li Zilian had brought Li Yueying to join them. My apologies for involving you all in this, Li Yueying said, her complexion still pale but her voice laced with regret as she looked at Su Jing. Perhaps you should provide a thorough explanation. Given that events had already unfolded, Su Jing realized that expressing anger would serve no purpose. With a wry smile, Li Zilian began, this tale is rather long. Over a decade ago, Li Diyuan, along with Li Hanjie and myself, founded the Taihe group. Each of us took on distinct roles. The most capable, Li Diyuan, primarily managed trade with other cities, while Li Hanjie and I, whose strengths were comparable, handled the operations in Yangqing. As time passed and driven by self-interest, we began to diverge, each establishing our own spheres of influence. Initially, Li Zilian naively believed that Li Hanjie coveted his business and sought to facilitate a union between Li Hanqing and Li Yueying to gain a share of his success. Thus, although he disapproved, he did not overly concern himself with the matter, prioritizing Li Yueying's own wishes. The revelation of Su Jing's talents coincided with the peak of Li Hanqing's pursuit of Li Yueying. At that time, he intended to use Li Hanqing as a means to test Su Jing. Unexpectedly, the once unassuming Li Diyuan unveiled his ambitions. On the very afternoon Su Jing was targeted, Li Diyuan met with him and Li Hanjie, delivering a chilling announcement. The Beast God cult intends to strike Yangqing. This sinister organization, which had quietly emerged decades ago, proclaimed itself the beast god cult and willingly aligned with formidable beasts to combat humanity. Over the years, they had conspired with these beasts, capturing no fewer than 10 cities. Countless human warriors harbored immense hatred toward them, referring to them as the beast demon cult. Moreover, there existed a formidable individual whose homeland had been ravaged, who, before meeting his demise in battle, roared with fury at the leader of the beast demon sect. In life, I cannot partake of your flesh. In death, I shall pursue your soul. It is evident that under such circumstances, it is inconceivable for ordinary individuals to refer to them as the beast god sect. At that moment, a pang of anxiety gripped Li Zilian, as he instinctively realized that Li Diyuan was probing him and Li Hanjie. Otherwise, how could the usually clandestine beast demon sect have allowed Li Diyuan to ascertain their movements? Li Zilian understood that this elder brother, who had been by his side for over a decade, was likely to have betrayed him. However, Li Zilian himself was resolutely unwilling to become a traitor to humanity. Moreover, his daughter, Li Yueying, had just awakened her wind-based abilities, with a promising future ahead. How could he sacrifice her bright prospects for his own selfish interests? Yet, who was Li Hanjie? Although he outwardly feigned a fervent resolve to confront the beast demon sect to the death, Li Zilian suspected that after his departure, Li Hanjie had clandestinely sought out Li Diyuan once more. He intended for Huang Tao to directly eliminate Li Yueying, thus shattering Li Zilian's hopes, while shifting the blame for Li Yueying's death onto the garrison, making it seem as though negligence had allowed Huang Tao to roam freely for so long, resulting in his daughter's tragic fate. However, neither Li Diyuan nor Li Hanjie could have anticipated the sudden emergence of Su Jing. Not only did Huang Tao meet his demise, but even Li Hongzhuang fell victim as well. Chapter 30. Upon hearing Li Zilian's account, the assembled crowd could not help but clench their fists. It was astonishing that such despicable individuals existed in the world. With cities laid to waste, what gain could they possibly derive from such devastation?
SU Jona voiced her indignation.
Echoing the sentiments of many who turned their bewildered gazes toward Li Zilian, he, unreserved, let out a cold laugh and remarked, "For us, wealth and power are mere illusions. Only strength holds true value. In this world, the vast majority of regions are under the dominion of formidable beasts, and ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy, countless extraordinary flora have emerged on Blue Star, most of which have fallen into the clutches of these beasts. Yet, their consumption yields no benefit. Instead, they use them to manipulate humanity." Pausing briefly, Li Zilian cast a complex glance at the crowd, seemingly hesitating on whether to reveal more. Ultimately, he sighed, stating that while the ordinary rare herbs merely enhance strength, some legendary herbs are said to augment innate talent or even awaken extraordinary abilities. Many speculated that the seemingly endless stream of superhumans from the beast demon sect was related to this. The revelation drew gasps from everyone present, save for Su Jing. The shock was palpable. It was highly likely that Li Diyuan and Li Hanjie harbored such ambitions. After advancing their strength, they could easily disguise themselves and roam freely in other cities. Li Zilian sighed deeply, withholding even more terrifying implications. It was plausible that Li Diyuan had allied with the beast demon sect in pursuit of the fabled herbs that extend life. The previous day, when Li Diyuan had made his move, Li Zilian had caught a fleeting glimpse. Unlike his weathered right hand, the left hand, concealed within his sleeve, was remarkably youthful, akin to that of a teenager. Before the establishment of Taihe Group, they had toiled together, and now Li Diyuan was at least 70 or 80 years old. With high martial arts cultivation, it was not unusual to appear ageless, yet that hand was as if time had reversed, truly alarming. As the discussion progressed, Luo Hao's instigation of discord between martial artists and the authorities became clearer. Yet why did they seek to seize control of the Qingyang martial arts school? While Su Jing pondered this, another question arose. Why not report this to the guardhouse? Qin Fengmian inquired, perplexed. Because what he stated are mere speculations, devoid of any evidence, Su Jing replied, turning to Li Zilian. The guardhouse has likely been aware of the beast demon sect's impending assault on Yang City for some time. Li Hanjie's current bravado is merely a trivial matter to them. As long as Yang City stands, all will be resolved in due course. He recalled Zhang Tian's words from the morning, demons and phantoms, suggesting that the number of those within the city allied with the beast demon sect far exceeded just Li Diyuan and Li Hanjie.
Li Zelian, nodding in resignation,
affirmed Su Jing's observations. Moreover, in the eyes of the guardhouse, both Li Zilian and Li Hanjie were not exemplary characters. The consortium was merely a parasite feeding off the populace. Not to mention, over the years, Li Zilian had committed numerous misdeeds for the benefit of Taihe Group. If an inquiry were to unfold, Li Zilian would find no refuge. The current predicament faced by Li Zilian and his daughter was indeed precarious. Suddenly, Su Jing's eyes brightened. No wonder the Black Tiger sought to acquire the area around the city gate, a frequent gathering place for warriors. It was likely intended to conceal the traitors who had defected to the beast demon sect. So, you are now monitoring the movements of the Black Tiger in hopes of uncovering evidence of Li Hanjie's betrayal of humanity. Correct?
Li Zalian nudda,
affirming that should Li Hanjie reveal any slip, the garrison would strike with the force of thunder to eradicate them. Su Jing pondered for a few seconds before speaking. Although your current location is well concealed, it is only a matter of time before it is discovered. At that point, Li Hanjie and his associates may resort to desperate measures. Upon hearing Su Jing's words, Li Zilian fell silent. Such a scenario was indeed plausible, yet there was little that could be done. Su Jing could offer limited assistance, as his current strength was insufficient to confront the situation single-handedly. Noticing Li Zilian's silence, Su Jing sighed inwardly, casting a glance at the equally troubled Li Yueying. I wish to take Sister Qin and Yun'er along to the garrison, and of course you as well. Li Yueying's heart tightened. She understood her own limitations and felt her presence here was of little use, yet she instinctively desired to remain by her father's side. Gritting her teeth, she protested, I should stay here. You can take Yun'er and the others and leave. Su Jing was not surprised by her response and quietly regarded Li Zilian. This girl, of the same age as he, was sincere and kind beneath her spirited exterior. When faced with Huang Tao, she had offered to become a hostage merely to protect Su Jing, and after being rescued, she had kept his secret. Upon learning of her father's peril, how could she possibly choose to leave? While Li Zilian felt touched, his expression was marred by anger. Do not act recklessly. You are to participate in the ranking battles in the near future. Isn't this a waste of time? Moreover, you have just awakened to level 8. What assistance can you provide? I would only have to divide my attention to ensure your safety. His admonitions brought tears to Li Yueying's eyes. She did not resent her father's rebuke, but rather lamented her own lack of strength. This scene mirrored Su Jing's earlier helplessness when the snake gallbladder was stolen, a profound sense of powerlessness suffocating her. Su Jing, unable to bear her distress, gently reassured her, Do not worry. I will also assist your father. At his words, Li Yueying abruptly lifted her head, gazing at Su Jing with a look of pitiful hope, as if seeking confirmation that his promise would ensure her father's safety. Rest assured. Watching his precious daughter find solace in Su Jing's words stirred a complex feeling within Li Zilian. Yet, this was neither the time for jealousy nor resentment. He could only feign magnanimity, patting Su Jing on the shoulder. Then I shall entrust my Yueying to your care. Bang! Bang! The force behind those two slaps nearly caused Su Jing to lose his balance. Observing this, Li Yueying shot an accusatory glare at Li Zilian, torn between reproaching her father and feeling embarrassed. Suddenly, Qin Fengmian interjected with a smile. Once these matters are concluded, focus on addressing your household affairs. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals could not suppress their quiet laughter. Li Yueying lowered her head, refraining from further conversation. Yet a faint blush could be discerned extending from her neck to the roots of her ears. Even Su Jing and Li Zhe felt a tinge of embarrassment. Chapter 31. Su Lei and Su Feng. After a light-hearted exchange, Su Jing led Su Yun'er and others to the garrison. The soldier on duty hesitated upon seeing the large group, uncertain whether to allow Su Jing entry. Su Jing, not wishing to complicate matters, suggested, Perhaps you should inquire with Captain Zhang Tian first? As the soldier turned to go inside, a tall figure suddenly emerged from behind him.
Su Jing.
Why are you standing at the entrance? Su Jing was taken aback, recognizing him as one of the individuals he had shaken hands with earlier that morning, though he couldn't recall his name at the moment. Noticing Su Jing's confusion, the tall figure quickly introduced himself. I am Geng Xiaohui. Are these individuals your family? Some are my relatives and some are my friends. I would like to bring them inside and was just about to ask Captain Zhang Tian if that would be permissible.
Su Jing replied.
I see. Please bring them in first, and you can discuss it with Captain Zhang later. There are many vacant rooms in the garrison, but please do not wander around, Geng Xiaohui instructed, allowing the soldier to grant them passage. After expressing his gratitude, Su Jing added, I need to return to fetch my mother, so I kindly ask Brother Geng to escort them inside. Of course. Go ahead, little brother Su Jing. I'll take care of everything here, Geng Xiaohui responded nonchalantly. The casual manner in which Geng Xiaohui spoke left Su Jing's companions quietly astonished. Throughout their journey,
Su Yuner mantan da chirfel diminer.
Brother Geng, do you know my brother? Geng Xiaohui, equally in good spirits, smiled broadly and replied, Initially, I did not know him, but after witnessing Su Jing's remarkable prowess this morning in the arena. As Geng Xiaohui recounted Su Jing's exploits, the ears of the group perked up, especially those of Su Yuner and Li Yueying, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing about Su Kai's use of the iron cloth and the gorilla power, they clenched their fists, wishing they could assist Su Jing. When they learned that Su Jing had sent Su Kai flying with a single shot, they exhaled in relief. Soon, Su Jing returned with Zhang Yu. Upon hearing her son wished for her to stay temporarily, she did not hesitate. While she was eager to support her son, she worried about becoming a burden. Geng Xiaohui efficiently arranged for everyone to settle in a spacious courtyard at the back of the garrison, previously used by training officers. It was clean, quiet, and ample in size. After providing instructions, Su Jing went to meet Captain Zhang Tian. Captain Zhang, with a grim expression, listened as Su Jing relayed Li Zilian's suspicions, letting out a deep sigh. These damn traitors. For now, you should focus on cultivating peacefully within the garrison. I will assign personnel to monitor the movements of the Black Tiger faction. We will wait for the governor's return. The main forces at the garrison are still at the front lines. The days passed swiftly in tranquility, and soon the ranking battles were set to commence. Everyone had gone to bed early, preparing to cheer for Li Yueying. Given her strength, entering the top 500 in Yang City should be a straightforward task. The fact that Su Jing was exempt from participating in the Yang City ranking battles did not come as a surprise to anyone. In recent days, the likes of He Hu and others have become considerably more discreet, ensuring that neither the garrison nor Li Zilian could find any traces of their activities. The manifestations of thunder and wind have continuously ventured deeper into the wild, accumulating nearly 1,000 experience points over the past few days. This has allowed the killing intent spear to reach a proficient level, and his own realm has ascended to the second rank, leaving him with over 300 experience points. It is anticipated that within the next couple of days, he will attain the third rank of a martial artist. Should others become aware of this rapid progression, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. Typically, upon achieving the status of a martial artist, individuals require months, if not years, to elevate their rank, often facing significant hurdles. The remarkable synergy between the elements of thunder and wind has proven to be exceedingly effective. The wind manifestation employs a ghostly speed and enigmatic wind blades, leaving the exotic beasts defenseless, while the thunder manifestation seizes opportunities to launch surprise attacks. The mid-level exotic beasts they encounter are essentially obliterated in an instant. To differentiate between the two manifestations, he has aptly named them Su Lei and Su Feng. Of course, this is merely for the reader's convenience. At this moment, 70 miles from the city gates, Su Feng extracted a beast core from a mid-level exotic beast, resulting in an additional 50 experience points. Su Jing, meditating in his room, abruptly opened his eyes, an invisible killing intent emanating from them, nearly solidifying in form. Should he cross paths with Huang Tao again, this gaze would surely disrupt his focus. After disposing of the beast carcasses, Su Lei and Su Feng exchanged glances and continued their expedition into the wilderness. The mid-level exotic beasts in this vicinity had largely been eradicated by them. As for the low-level exotic beasts, they only provided a meager 10 experience points, barely worth the effort. Proceeding another 30 miles, they would no longer be within the garrison's jurisdiction. The exotic beasts within the defensive perimeter had been systematically cleared by the garrison, leaving behind only those that posed a slight threat to lower-tier martial artists, intended to instill a sense of caution among the common folk. Thus, Su Jing resolved to have Su Lei and Su Feng breach this defensive line directly. For them, that would signify a true expanse where they could thrive. 5 warriors patrolled in a small squad, with the 2 in front vigilantly scanning their surroundings while the 3 in the middle engaged in casual conversation. The number of exotic beasts that had surged through the defense line during the recent upheaval had significantly diminished. It was likely that a formidable hunting team had dealt with them, and it was rumored that the carcasses still lay at the scene, with only the beast cores extracted. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves.
Halt!
Alert! The leading warrior hissed, prompting the others to instantly assume a combat formation. In this expansive forest stretching for hundreds of miles, the likelihood of wind was minimal. Thus, it was far more probable that something was on the move. However, the initiators of this wind, Su Feng and Su Lei, had already advanced several hundred meters ahead. With the enhancement of wind-based abilities, 2 shadowy figures danced among the branches with remarkable speed. Along their path, they effortlessly dispatched any low-level exotic beasts they encountered. What puzzled Su Jing, however, was the absence of mid-level exotic beasts despite having left the garrison's territory, let alone any sighting of high-level exotic beasts. After a while, a faint whiff of blood wafted through the gentle breeze, infiltrating Su Feng's nostrils. In the distance, the haunting echoes of human screams and roars could be discerned. Su Jing furrowed his brow, subtly guiding Su Lei and Su Feng to advance cautiously. This place should be devoid of human presence. How could such cries of anguish resonate here? Chapter 32. The purple ape, please. Please don't eat me. A beautiful woman cried out in sheer terror, her tattered combat suit stained with hints of blood. Before her stood a nearly 1-meter-tall purple ape, its grotesque face betraying a semblance of human-like expression, as if it relished the act of tormenting its prey. Surrounding them were several humans, most cloaked in dark garments, while 3 others wore collars, tethered to the black-clad figures by iron chains. With a sickening crunch, the purple ape bared its jagged teeth, its furry hands swiftly tearing into the woman's thigh, devouring chunks of flesh. Ah! The woman writhed in agony on the ground, while the cloaked figures remained unmoved, silently observing. It was evident that the purple ape regarded the chained humans as mere playthings for its amusement. Watching this gruesome spectacle through the eyes of Su Lei and Su Feng, Su Jing felt a wave of horror wash over him. Although the cycle of predator and prey among beasts and humans was a natural order, witnessing such unbridled cruelty was a first for him. His teeth clenched, and anger surged within him. These humans not only failed to intervene in the monstrous slaughter of their kin but seemed to actively collude with it. In that moment, he grasped the profound hatred encapsulated in the saying, "To eat your flesh in life is one thing. To pursue your soul in death is another." Suddenly, one of the chained men erupted in a furious roar. "I will fight you beasts." With that, he swung his fist at the nearest black-clad figure. Bang! The figure remained unfazed, effortlessly grasping the man's fist. A series of sickening cracks echoed as the man's hand contorted into a grotesque angle, broken bones piercing through flesh, glistening under the moonlight. Before he could even scream in agony, the black-clad figure delivered a punishing blow to the man's abdomen. Thud! The man crumpled to the ground, curling up and retching. Meanwhile, the purple ape had abandoned the woman, its muscular form lunging toward the cowering man, voraciously feasting upon him. Blood streamed from its jaws, painting the ground crimson. The other 2 chained men watched in horror, their faces drained of color as they trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, an inexplicable gust of wind swept through the area, causing the black-clad figures to look around in alarm. Yet, the purple ape remained oblivious, continuing its gruesome meal. The wind intensified, growing more forceful, causing the purple ape to glance up in irritation. Its pupils dilated in shock as several pale green wind blades soared toward it, prompting an instinctive leap. Swish, swish, swish. In its frantic attempts to evade, the purple ape was still grazed by the blades, a deep gash appearing on its thigh, blood pouring forth. Feeling the searing pain, the purple ape screeched in fury. Damn it! The black-clad figures, witnessing the injury to the ape, cursed under their breath and quickly moved to surround it. The pale azure wind blade reemerged, severing the iron chains that bound the 2 men. The terror in their eyes was instantly replaced by exhilaration as they fled frantically into the distance. The figure clad in black did not impede their escape. Instead, he shielded the purple monkey closely. Su Jing's gaze flickered. It seemed that this purple monkey held a significant status within the beast demon cult, perhaps as the offspring of some formidable creature. Given this, it was imperative to eliminate this beast first. "Who are you?" the black-clad figure inquired after making his initial move. Su Jing merely snorted in response, dismissing him, and continued to command the wind blades to strike at the purple monkey from various angles. The injury on the monkey's thigh hindered its ability to evade. It could only rely on the black-clad man to assist it with his true energy. The consumption of energy was no less than Su Jing's full deployment of wind-based abilities. After several minutes of stalemate, Su Jing had discerned the strength of the black-clad figures. The first warrior to strike was likely at a high rank, capable of projecting true energy over short distances. Several of his attacks were thwarted by the warrior's energy. The remaining individuals were of lower rank, and Su Jing felt confident he could annihilate them effortlessly. As for the purple monkey, it had yet to engage, leaving its strength uncertain. However, its recent evasive maneuvers suggested it was at least of mid-tier strength, further underscoring its elevated status, necessitating protection from a high-ranking human warrior. At that moment, Su Lei also approached from another direction, conjuring 3 lightning serpents that surged toward the purple monkey. The leading black-clad man's expression sharpened. He sought to block the attack, but it was too late, and he could only shield the purple monkey with his true energy. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted as 2 black-clad figures, caught off guard, spewed forth dark mist before collapsing to the ground. Even the purple monkey, shielded by true energy, emitted a charred scent. A howl of agony escaped the purple monkey, its eyes ablaze with rage. At just 2 years old, it had been well cared for by the beast demon cult and had never endured such torment. First the wind blades, then the lightning strikes. The excruciating pain incited its fury, activating its innate racial abilities as it surged in height, abandoning the nearby black-clad figures to charge toward Su Lei. Each step it took left spiderweb-like cracks in the ground, intent on mercilessly tormenting the human who dared to harm it. Whoosh! The black-clad figure flickered, moving with astonishing speed, and instantly appeared before Su Lei. Su Lei brandished his spear in retaliation, the cold glint of steel flashing. This thrust was swift and fierce, imbued with murderous intent, aimed directly at the black-clad man's throat. Seeing the spear approach, the black-clad figure did not evade. Instead, he stepped forward to meet it with a punch. Su Jing's heart leapt with joy at this sight. He did not believe that flesh and blood could withstand the tip of a spear forged from steel. Traitor, die. Boom! The moment they collided, the overwhelming recoil nearly caused Su Lei to lose grip of his spear. Su Jing's expression shifted. The black-clad man's fist seemed to encounter no resistance at all. Propelled by powerful true energy, it struck toward Su Lei's chest. Bang! Su Lei was hurled backward, crashing violently to the ground. A surge of blood rose in his throat, and even from the distant garrison, Su Jing sensed his own internal organs had been displaced. The excruciating pain felt remarkably tangible. How formidable! Su Jing inhaled sharply. Was this truly the extent a martial artist could attain? As he struggled to control Su Lei, the cloaked figure refrained from launching another assault. While Su Jing puzzled over the reason for this hesitation, the violet ape suddenly sprang forth from behind the dark-clad man. Its eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty crimson, revealing a cruel smile. What the hell? Su Jing cursed silently in his mind, realizing that this madman intended to injure him first, then unleash the violet ape to finish the job. I would believe it if you claimed this creature was spawned from you and the mother gorilla. As the violet ape drew closer, Su Lei slowly raised his long spear, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The lightning snake extended to over half a meter from the spear's tip. A glimmer of cold light flashed, heralding an impending thunderclap. Whoosh! The violet ape, sensing this malice, continued undeterred, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. With a powerful push against the ground, it leapt into the air, accelerating to speeds several times greater than before. Faced with the spear tip aimed at its throat, the violet ape, having unleashed its innate abilities, scoffed disdainfully, twisting its body to throw a punch. Humph! A A slight smirk played at the corners of Su Jing's mouth. Before the cold light arrived, the lightning snake had already shot forth from the spear tip. The violet ape, taken aback by the unexpected maneuver of the human before it, attempted to evade, but with its feet off the ground, it could not leverage itself, forcing it to awkwardly twist its body. Zing! As the lightning snake surged forth, it erupted in a dazzling brilliance, blinding both the violet ape and the cloaked figure. The dark-clad man's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward to save the violet ape, but it was too late. Su Lei's figure vanished, leaving only the lifeless body of the violet ape and a long spear behind. The ape's throat had been pierced, its head charred beyond recognition. Upon witnessing this, the cloaked figure trembled uncontrollably, and when he turned back, he found that the other black-clad individuals had also met their demise. Chapter 33. Enduring hardships. The body evolves with ferocity. A piercing roar echoed through the heavens. Su Feng, who was several hundred meters away, turned back at the sound, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The moment he dispatched the purple ape, Su Jing had directly commanded Su Lei to dissipate. During this interval, Su Feng had already dealt with the remaining black-clad figures. As he eliminated several traitors, his experience points surged by several hundred. Killing warriors yielded double the experience compared to slaying beasts of the same level. Was the system subtly encouraging me to eliminate traitors? With a sense of curiosity, Su Jing glanced at the woman he had rescued. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified by the severity of her wounds. A gaping injury on her thigh revealed the stark whiteness of bone. He produced a quick-acting hemostatic agent and administered it to her. The pain caused beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead, yet she mustered the strength to speak. "Thank you. Who are you? What was that beast?" At Su Jing's inquiry, a flicker of resentment flashed in the woman's eyes as she replied, "They are members of the Beast Demon sect. That creature is the offspring of the Beast King, the purple gold ape demon, which delights in torturing humans." The mention of the Beast King sent a shiver down Su Jing's spine. The hierarchy of warriors elevated the battle general, followed by the battle king, with the Beast King paralleling the human battle king, representing a formidable level 2 tiers above his own. "And how did you fall into their clutches?" he asked. 2 years ago, when Yun City was breached by the purple gold ape demon, many ordinary people and weaker humans were not directly killed but instead taken back to their territory for captivity. I was among those captured, used as livestock for blood. Recently, as they prepared to attack Yang City, I was brought along. The Beast Demon sect trains beasts to manipulate humans, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. They brought us close to the defensive line of Yang City, offering a glimmer of hope, urging us to run desperately. Once their amusement waned, they would devour us piece by piece. As she spoke, her fists clenched unconsciously, her nails digging into her flesh, oblivious to the crimson that flowed forth. Su Jing felt a wave of nausea. These wretches were more barbaric than beasts. After regaining his composure, he spoke slowly. "I will escort you to the garrison but implore you not to reveal my involvement. Just say you escaped on your own." Though puzzled, the woman nodded in agreement. Regardless of her intentions, Su Jing had resolved to return her safely. Soon, he led the woman back within the confines of the garrison. After gently placing her near a patrolling squad, he turned and departed. The woman stood motionless, watching the direction of his retreat. After a considerable time, she limped towards the patrol team. Before long, she was taken to the soldiers' makeshift hospital. Upon seeing her grievous injuries, a nurse couldn't help but express her concern, softly asking, "Can you tell me how you were hurt?" In her eyes shone the relief of survival, her voice resolute as she responded, word by word. "My name is Guan Yilin, and I have just escaped from the clutches of the purple golden ape demon. I possess crucial intelligence." The nurse momentarily froze, unaware of the significance of the purple golden ape demon. The warrior who had escorted Guan Yilin, however, was taken aback, his face reflecting disbelief upon hearing the name. "Please wait. I must report this to the commander." In the command room, a robust man wore a look of ecstatic joy. "Commander Zhang, we have discovered that 2 other men have returned, corroborating Guan Yilin's account. If this intelligence is accurate, our chances of victory will increase significantly." Zhang Liang maintained a composed demeanor, though a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Through my mental acuity, I could ascertain that they were not lying. At this revelation, the dozen or so individuals in the command room erupted in excitement. Just then, however, Zhang Liang's expression shifted dramatically. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, causing numerous warriors to experience a ringing in their ears. Even Su Feng, several kilometers away, halted in his tracks, looking toward the source of the sound. Alarmed, I realized that the roar was identical to that of the previous purple ape. The old creature had come seeking trouble. Zhang Liang, a towering ape, several meters tall, stood suspended in mid-air, speaking in human language, its body covered in purple fur adorned with golden markings. In the command room, Zhang Liang raised an eyebrow, and in an instant he vanished from sight. He reappeared before the purple golden ape demon. The demon's dark gaze fixated on Zhang Liang, its steel teeth grinding ominously, exuding an overwhelming pressure. My offspring was slain by your kind beyond your territory. I demand an explanation. An explanation? Zhang Liang scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips as he grasped a black long spear that materialized in his hand. Twirling it with finesse, he pointed it at the purple golden ape demon, his voice cold as ice. The explanation is right here. Come and take it if you dare. As soon as the words left his lips, an immense aura of murderous intent erupted from him, obscuring even the stars above. The purple golden ape demon could not endure such humiliation, letting out a piercing howl. With nostrils flaring and eyes glowing crimson, its height suddenly surged by several meters. Gazing down at Zhang Liang, who appeared as insignificant as an ant, it prepared to stomp down. Humph! Zhang Liang's expression conveyed disdain once more. Is that all you can muster? The overwhelming murderous aura abruptly retracted, coalescing into a massive shadow akin to his spear, surging forth to confront the demon. Boom! The enormous black paw, imbued with an immense force, collided violently with the massive spear shadow. Thud! 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 Upon contact, the purple golden ape demon was sent staggering backward, its colossal foot sinking into the earth, uprooting trees in the aftermath. Its expression twisted into a more ferocious snarl, the golden markings on its body radiating brilliance as its momentum surged once again. This was the purple golden ape demon's signature ability. It could enhance its strength and defense while sacrificing its rationality for a time. At this moment, Zhang Liang's eyes bore a hint of seriousness as he propelled his body toward the heavens, aiming to shift the battlefield to the sky. A roar erupted once more. The purple gold ape demon let out a furious roar that echoed through the heavens, and in the next instant, it seemed to transcend the constraints of space, appearing directly behind Zhang Liang. Its right arm swelled dramatically, delivering a powerful punch towards Zhang Liang. Although the speed of this punch appeared to be slow, it created an oppressive atmosphere, instilling a sense of unavoidable doom. Zhang Liang's pupils constricted. In midair, golden flames erupted suddenly, resembling a great sun, illuminating the night sky as brightly as day. Boom! Waves of fiery ripples radiated from the point of contact between the fist and the blazing sun, warping the very fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Liang found himself soaring thousands of meters above the ground. The golden flames surged like celestial fire towards the purple gold ape demon. Even before making contact, the acrid scent of singed fur wafted through the air. Yet the frenzied purple gold ape demon seemed oblivious to the searing heat of the golden flames, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Liang. The pain coursing through its body only ignited its inherent ferocity, its eyes ablaze with malice. Su Jing had been observing this battle through Su Feng's perspective until the figures of the man and beast gradually faded into the vast sky. It dawned on him that Governor Zhang was also an extraordinary being. Su Jing murmured to himself. Both the golden flames and the murderous aura coalescing into a gun-like shadow left him in awe. It was astonishing to realize that humanity could possess such strength. Opening the system panel, he saw that the experience points available for allocation had astonishingly reached 1060. The 6 beast demon cult traders he had just slain had granted him 600 experience points, but he was taken aback to discover that the small purple gold ape demon had also provided 100 points. Without further hesitation, Su Jing allocated all his experience points to enhancing his realm. A peculiar warmth surged through his body once more, bringing immense comfort. In mere moments, Su Jing ascended to the 4th tier. Feeling the overwhelming power within him, his spirits soared. From now on, he vowed not to let a single beast demon cult traitor escape. Each was a treasure trove of experience points. Shortly after, in his room, Su Jing gazed upon the thunder avatar before him. An impulse of mischievous delight washed over him as he chuckled. Go for it. He then animated Su Lei to exude an air of unwavering confidence, proclaiming that with great effort comes great reward. Today, 100,000 foes shall fall, and tomorrow, the body shall ascend to become a warrior king. All right, go forth, Su Jing said with a beaming smile as he watched Su Lei dash out of the room, heading straight for the city outskirts. Chapter 34. Separated by anti-theft iron mesh on the morning of May 1st, a gentle chill lingered in the air, yet everyone had risen early. Today marked the official commencement of the ranking battles, a day that held the dreams of countless young men and women. Some would soar to great heights following the competition, while the majority might fade into obscurity, toiling for their livelihoods. The preliminary ranking battles served merely to assess various physical attributes, which would then be evaluated by members of the Martial Artists Association, providing candidates with a foundational score. Awakening at level 9. Each additional level would yield an extra 100 points, supplemented by practical combat capabilities and the inclusion of supernatural abilities. Only those whose cumulative scores reached 700 points would hold a glimmer of hope for admission into the Martial University. This merely indicated a possibility. However, every individual who secured a place at the Martial University would receive national training and institutional support, emerging as at least a mid-tier martial artist. Of course, Li Yueying had already awakened to level 8, and with her supernatural abilities, gaining admission to the Martial University would be a breeze. Previously, Su Jing had mentioned the 4 prestigious martial arts schools: Tianmen Martial University, Modu Martial University, Daidu Martial University, and Gudu Martial University, collectively referred to as Tianwu, Mo, Diwu, and Guwu. Each of these institutions demanded a minimum score of 1,000 points annually. Candidates were either martial artists or, at level 9 awakening, could briefly contend against first-tier martial artists. The requirements were exceedingly stringent. In a third-tier city like Yangcheng, fewer than 20 individuals managed to enroll in the 4 major martial arts universities each year. Do not be anxious. Your elemental abilities will significantly enhance your score. Su Jing softly reassured the taciturn Li Yueying beside him. Su Yuner chimed in, encouraging Li Yueying. Indeed, perhaps the admissions officers from the 4 major schools will be clamoring for your supernatural talents. However, Li Yueying gazed at them with a look of dismay, rolling her eyes. Originally, everyone was supposed to come, but she had declined to allow it. The preliminary ranking battles were merely tests, and she felt it was unnecessary for anyone other than the candidates to wait idly. Although Su Jing was not required to participate, he came to record candidate data, as the saying goes, to go through the motions. Therefore, upon learning that Su Jing had his own compelling reason to attend, she felt a flicker of joy. During this time, they had scarcely any opportunity to be alone together, and Su Jing's growing strength only intensified her sense of pressure. She had hoped to take advantage of this occasion to advance their relationship, lest some other girl claim him once he entered university. Yet, Su Yuner insisted on accompanying them, stating, "I will also participate in the ranking battles in 2 years. It would be good to witness it firsthand." Zhang Yu agreed, allowing Su Jing to bring her along. Thus, the trio soon arrived at the stadium, though Li Yueying spoke little. Numerous soldiers from the garrison were patrolling, serving as security. After presenting their candidate identification, Li Yueying and Su Jing were granted entry, while Su Yuner had to wait outside. The outer circle of the stadium was already divided into queues for their respective schools and classes, preparing to enter. Scanning the area, they quickly located their own class, led by their combat instructor, Lu Junwan, who greeted them warmly upon seeing the two. Can be said that Su Jing is the beacon of hope for Yangqing No. 3 High School's resurgence this year. The majority of the students have gathered, with only Li Hanqing still absent. Curious glances and whispers circulate among the classmates regarding the two. After all, they, alongside Li Hanqing, represent the pinnacle of our class's strength. One wonders where they might be accepted into the martial arts university. Alas, let us first tend to our own affairs, as we are still uncertain if we can even secure a place at the university. Let us not be so disheartened. This year, many martial arts universities are set to increase their enrollment numbers. Thus, we still hold considerable hope. By the way, why hasn't Li Hanqing arrived yet? The event is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun furrowed his brow deeply, suggesting that they wait a few more minutes. If Li Hanqing does not show up, they should proceed to prepare. Beside him, Li Yueying remarked with a flat expression, Li Hanqing will not be coming. He is likely still lying in a hospital bed. This revelation elicited a wave of regret among the group. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting until next year, which is truly unfortunate. Li Yueying shot him a glance, half smirking. It is indeed quite lamentable. He may struggle to manage his daily life in the future, rendering him unable to participate in the ranking battles. The group was taken aback by her words, casting their gazes in her direction. However, Li Yueying chose to remain silent, standing quietly beside Su Jing. The discord between Su Jing and Li Hanqing, instigated by Li Yueying, had already become a hot topic within the class, and her demeanor now clearly hinted at a connection to the two. Recalling Su Jing's terrifying lightning abilities, many felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively distancing themselves from Li Yueying, wary of being misinterpreted. Lu Jun gazed at Su Jing with a complex expression for a brief moment, reflecting on the earlier conversation they had. The path of a martial artist is one of competition. Regret began to gnaw at him. If a talent such as Su Jing were to be taught poorly and injured by jealousy, would he not become a sinner? He could not idly watch as Su Jing veered off course. Since Li Hanqing could not attend, the classmates should follow the front line into the venue for preparation, avoiding unnecessary wandering. Su Jing, wait a moment. Once the classmates had entered, Li Yueying, though puzzled, said nothing further and turned to move ahead.
Liu Yun hesitated,
grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. He wished to timely awaken Su Jing, yet did not want to be too explicit, opting for a more subtle approach. Ultimately, he managed to say, you are still young. Enhancing your strength should be your primary focus. When it comes to choosing a girlfriend, one must exercise caution. Perhaps it is best to wait until you are more mature. Li Yueying, not far off, felt a jolt, her expression darkening. She truly wanted to chastise Lu Jun for meddling in affairs that did not concern him. However, upon turning back, she saw Su Jing sincerely stating, Teacher Lu, you misunderstand. Li Yueying and I are merely friends. At that moment, Li Yueying felt her head spin. They say when a girl pursues a boy, there exists a veil between them. What she faced was akin to an iron security screen. Chatting with Li Hanqing led to trouble. Practicing martial arts meant being interrupted by Li Hanjie. Even when arranging a date, Huang Tao would disrupt things. After finally securing a moment alone, she was prepared to confess her feelings, only to find Su Yuner insisting on tagging along. As the relationship appears to be stagnating, Lu Junwan must exert an additional push. Even more infuriating is the fact that after enduring so many experiences, he still cannot discern my feelings. Such a dense individual, utterly oblivious. Chapter 35 at 8 o'clock sharp in the morning. Bang! Boom! 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 Thousands of fireworks erupted in a dazzling display against the azure sky. Accompanied by the sounds of fireworks, cannon fire, and cheers, the ranking competition of the year 2050 officially commenced in Yang City. Hundreds of thousands of candidates, filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, gathered at 3 different stadiums, eagerly awaiting this moment. The stadium was divided into 6 zones, with Su Jing quietly observing his surroundings in Zone B, where individuals encouraged and motivated one another. Compared to the solemn atmosphere of the college entrance examination in his previous life, this assessment method was a celebration for the strong and a lament for the weak. Students from each zone, please proceed to the center of the stadium in the order of your class numbers. The announcement echoed throughout the venue, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Surrounding the stadium, dozens of enormous screens began to display the sequence numbers of each class, indicating when they should head to the center for score assessment. The evaluation process was remarkably swift, with hundreds of machines simultaneously testing physical fitness. Candidates merely needed to lie down for a few seconds to complete the assessment. Within an hour, it was finally Su Jing's class turn. Following the staff's guidance, they soon entered a large tent situated at the center of the stadium. Inside, Hundreds of testing pods were neatly arranged, each accompanied by a staff member diligently recording data on a tablet. Within the tent, two middle-aged men scanned the area, engaged in conversation. One was Director Pang from the Ministry of Education, whose rotund figure betrayed his displeasure. The other was Director Yen from the Education Department of Tianmen City, a robust figure who bore little resemblance to a teacher, instead resembling a battle-hardened warrior. Tianmen City, a superior city to Yang City, is also the main city of the Eastern District, housing Tianmen University. In recent years, the caliber of candidates from Yang City had been declining, prompting Director Yan's investigation. Observing the candidates entering the testing pods, he remarked nonchalantly, Director Pang, despite both being third-tier cities, the candidates from our neighboring Jiang City generally exhibit far superior abilities compared to those from Yang City. Director Pang's face flushed with indignation, yet he found himself unable to retort. Regardless of how eloquently the pleasantries were expressed, the truth was evident before them. Alas, old Pang, if this year fails to satisfy the superiors, the education funding for Yang City will face significant cuts. Director Yen lamented. Upon hearing this, Director Pang grew anxious and inquired, by how much will it be reduced? At least by 30%. Director Yen replied solemnly. What? Director Pang fumed, his ample physique trembling with rage. Yang City's total education funding is only 30 million. That means a cut of 10 million. This is simply unavoidable. Nonsense. This is utterly unacceptable. Director Pang leaned closer to Director Yen, striving to lower his voice but unable to suppress the anger within. Old Yen, being from Jiang City, tell me the truth. Will the funds cut from Yang City end up in Jiang City? Old Pang. Director Yan's expression darkened, and he concealed a hint of amusement in his gaze. What nonsense are you spouting? He retorted. Both Jiang City and Yang City are merely third-tier towns. If Yang City is underperforming, isn't it only fair to face consequences? Indeed, it was as such. Director Pang's face clouded over. Don't think I'm unaware of your petty matters in Jiang City. You've spent money to have candidates from Tianmen City relocate their household registrations to take the exam in Jiang City. Our educational funding in Yang City has always been less than that of Jiang City, and you report trivial matters to deceive us out of educational funds. Each accusation, though indirect, erupted from Pang's lips like a rapid-fire barrage. The staff within the greenhouse couldn't help but steal glances in their direction. Such a spectacle. Director Yan's lips twitched in irritation as he swiftly waved his hand, summoning a faint white barrier between the two. Silence. Produce evidence before you speak. Director Pang replied defiantly, I have no evidence. Director Yan's countenance darkened further. Then you are slandering. I will report this to the Tianmen City Education Department. Unfazed, Director Pang retorted, On what grounds do you accuse me of slander? Go ahead. Let the Tianmen City Education Department thoroughly investigate your actions. Director Yen gritted his teeth. Pang Dan, do not speak carelessly without evidence next time. He emphasized the name Pang Dan with particular intensity. The previously simmering anger of Director Pang began to dissipate, but upon hearing Pang Dan, he was once again incensed. His actual name was Pang Dan, but due to his corpulence, he had often been called Pangzi Dan during university, a moniker he detested. Say that again. Pang Dan's expression turned as dark as a storm cloud.
Pangzi Dan. Pangzi Dan. Pangzi Dan.
Aya! Meanwhile, within the greenhouse, several staff members, relieved that the aura had separated the two, began to chat casually. It was no wonder Director Pang was infuriated. Indeed, each passing year seemed to yield a weaker cohort. Isn't that the truth? By now, several thousand candidates have finished testing, and the highest achievement is that boy who just awakened at level 8. Today's students only understand that becoming stronger can lead to good universities. In our time, we fought for survival. The motivation was entirely different, incomparable. I have a girl's test results here. She awakened at level 8 and seems to be a supernatural being. One staff member announced, opening the testing chamber, revealing Li Yueying. Excellent, excellent. Could you please wait here for a moment? The staff member, beaming, planned to present this girl to Director Pang as a delightful surprise. After all, level 8 supernatural beings were a rarity in previous years. Noticing that Su Jing had yet to emerge, Li Yueying agreed to wait. Alas, my testing data has come out. I only awakened at level 4. After uploading the data from the tablet, the staff member opened the chamber door, urging the student to exit promptly. At this point, only Li Yueying and the still-testing Su Jing remained, as the other candidates had already departed. The staff responsible for the testing chamber at Su Jing shook his head, casting a casual glance at the chamber. I am merely an awakened 4. Before he could finish his sentence, the tablet slipped from his grasp with a resounding thud. What's the fuss about a warrior of the 4th rank? The staff hurriedly confirmed that there was no malfunction with the testing chamber. Once assured of its proper function, he swiftly opened the chamber door. Could you unleash your warrior aura so that I may experience it? Su Jing, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted with a formidable surge of true energy. Gulps echoed among the dozens of staff present as they collectively sensed this overwhelming power. Li Yueying, equally astonished, gently covered her lips. In less than a month, he had ascended from the 7th level of awakening straight to the 4th rank of warrior. The earlier vows, once deemed unworthy of pursuit, were instantly cast aside. How could one let slip the opportunity to grasp such a remarkable young man, lest they regret it for a lifetime? Chapter 36. The eagle catches the chick. Some astute staff members immediately cried out, seizing the opportunity to embarrass Director Yen. Indeed, it was high time to summon Directors Pang and Yen. It had been years since a candidate had achieved the rank of a 4th-tier martial artist. Suddenly, an immense surge of energy erupted. The individual's face flushed crimson as they seemed to channel all their strength to shatter the barrier. Director Yen, caught off guard, had not anticipated that someone would dare to break the barrier from the outside. With a resounding bang, a fist struck forth, causing the pale barrier to shatter like glass in layers. Directors Pang and Yen appeared before everyone in a rather peculiar pose. The stout Director Yen had unexpectedly pinned Director Pang beneath him, sporting an eerie grin while repeatedly murmuring, "Pang Dan, Pang Dan, Pang Dan." Meanwhile, the rotund Pang Dan struggled desperately beneath him, yet was firmly held down, his face reddening with exertion. However, due to their positioning, the onlookers could only surmise the intensity of the scene from their profiles. A collective gasp erupted from the male staff within the greenhouse, as they instinctively covered their eyes, as though they had witnessed something indecent. Soon, the female staff joined in, imitating the cries with their hands over their eyes, although their smaller hands failed to provide adequate concealment. Li Yueying swiftly moved beside Su Jing, one hand shielding his eyes while the other covered her own. Blushing fiercely as she scolded, "No peeking." Amused and exasperated, Su Jing allowed her to obscure his vision. At that moment, Pang Dan and Director Yen also became aware of their surroundings, simultaneously glancing at the staff member who had smashed through the barrier. Stunned, he stood frozen in place, and upon noticing their gazes, inexplicably felt compelled to shield the two with his body. "I saw nothing. I didn't see a thing. Please, esteemed sirs, hurry." As Director Yen rose, Pang Dan instantaneously appeared by his side and kicked out, sending the staff member crashing into the greenhouse, leaving a large silhouette imprinted on the exterior. What on earth is happening? Pang Dan glared at the surrounding staff, his expression a storm of fury. Have all the candidates completed their tests? The crowd trembled at his words. A staff member, trembling, approached cautiously, unable to draw too close. "Director Pang, one candidate has astonishingly reached the 4th tier of martial arts. We request that you personally record it." "Is it merely one candidate? Must you all be so flustered?" Pang Dan scoffed, but in the next instant, his eyes blazed with golden light. "What? A 4th-tier martial artist? Where are they?" Even the usually stoic Director Yen could not suppress his gaze from darting around in search. "There." The staff pointed in unison towards the direction of Su Jing. Pang Dan and Director Yen followed the gaze of the crowd, their attention drawn to a slender youth who had just appeared before them. Suddenly, a warm smile graced their faces, as if the recent events had been erased from existence, and they approached Su Jing with measured steps, each harboring their own intentions. "With this young man in Yang City, what need have we for Jiang City? Let them perish. Concerns about diminishing educational funding? If we can bring this lad to Jiang City, who would need the students from Tianmen? We could even drive that rotund Pang Dan to his wits' end. A double triumph." As these thoughts crossed their minds, They exchanged glances. With a disdainful snort, they turned away, their expressions immediately softening once more. Observing this, Li Yueying swiftly positioned herself to shield Su Jing, her demeanor fierce. Initially, she had hoped for Su Jing to shine, but what if these two took a fancy to him? Previously, it had merely been a figment of her imagination, a woman competing with her, but now she had to guard against men as well. The burden was indeed heavy. Both Pang Dan and Director Yen furrowed their brows in confusion, uncertain of the girl's intentions. Yet, they were reluctant to be too forward, fearing they might provoke Su Jing's friends and incur their wrath. If this young man were to cross over, the loss would be substantial. Flanking him on either side, they maintained their amiable smiles, attempting to circumvent Li Yueying. Her expression shifted, finding their smiles increasingly distasteful. These two perverts. Could they truly be as she suspected? No, absolutely not. She could not afford to grant them even the slightest opportunity. Suddenly, Li Yueying extended her arms, crouching slightly and leaning against Su Jing as she retreated. Su Jing, the focal point of this situation, was utterly perplexed, feeling as though his mind were not quite up to the task. Gazing at Li Yueying before him, he was reminded of a role-playing game he had played in his childhood, a game of hawks and chicks. At that moment, Li Yueying was unmistakably the protective hen. Just as the standoff continued, Pang Dan finally spoke. This candidate could you possibly allow? No way. You two perverts. Stop harboring delusions. Su Jing is not interested in men. Upon hearing these words, both men were instantly rendered speechless. Su Jing, adorned with a multitude of dark lines on his forehead, pushed Li Yueying aside, exclaiming, "Perhaps they are not what you think." Revealing some talent to garner the attention of the higher-ups had initially been part of Su Jing's plan. This would afford him ample resources and protection, significantly reducing the likelihood of those around him being targeted. Moreover, he could delegate any tasks to his avatars, sparing himself from the fear of exposing his secrets. His silence had been intended to cultivate an image of a low-key prodigy among the elites. However, he had not anticipated the increasingly bizarre turn of events. "Ah, yes, you misunderstood. We merely wish to inquire about this young man beside you," Pang Dan hastily clarified, wishing he could conceal his face with his own energy from embarrassment. Director Yen, setting aside his grievances with Pang Dan, eagerly chimed in. Hearing this, Li Yueying cast a skeptical glance at the two before retreating to Su Jing's side. With this, both men could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Pang Dan inquired cautiously, "What is your name?" Su Jing came the reply. Upon hearing this name, Pang Dan paused, sensing a familiar resonance. Director Yen, however, immediately interjected with praise, exclaiming, "Su Jing is a splendid name. What a melodious appellation. Do you have parents or siblings at home? Would you be interested in visiting Jiangcheng?" As he spoke, Director Yan's eyes sparkled, akin to gazing upon a rare gem. Suddenly, Li Yueying's expression turned dangerously sharp, questioning the nature of the misunderstanding and how it had arisen. Just as she was about to speak, Pang Dan preempted her, exclaiming, "Scram, scram, scram." Pang Dan, bewildered, asked, "Are you the Su Jing referred to by Governor Zhang? If there is no other Su Jing, then it must be me," Su Jing responded with a smile, pleased to return to the main topic. Once it was confirmed that Su Jing was indeed the person of interest to Governor Zhang, Pang Dan's worries dissipated. No wonder Governor Zhang made a special trip. At merely 18 or 19, he had already achieved the rank of a fourth-tier warrior, truly formidable. A smirk of disdain crept onto his lips as he glanced at the still perplexed Director Yen. Sneering, "Did you not wish to lure him to Jiangcheng? Go ahead. Let us see if Governor Zhang would permit that without turning you to dust. How can it be termed as luring?" Director Yan's words trailed off as his expression shifted dramatically. Is this indeed a person of importance to Governor Zhang? Chapter 37. The Beast Tide approaches, and the Beast Demon Sect strikes. At this moment, Su Jing's expression suddenly shifted. Outside the garrison's defensive line, Su Feng felt a slight tremor. He quickly maneuvered Su Feng to leap atop the nearest towering tree. In the distance, entire clusters of trees were toppling, with a black mist stretching endlessly to the horizon. Through Su Feng's keen sight, he sensed the impending malevolence, an oncoming beast tide, taking advantage of Governor Zhang being detained by the purple gold ape demon. The exotic beasts launched a full-scale assault. Within mere breaths, the nearby trees began to sway violently. Taking one last look at the boundless beast tide, Su Jing felt a chill run down his spine and hastily activated his abilities to rush towards the garrison. If the soldiers at the garrison were unprepared, the casualties would be catastrophic. With the enhancement of his wind-based abilities, Su Jing swiftly arrived at the vicinity of the garrison's defensive line. Contrary to his expectations, the garrison seemed to have been well prepared, with enormous light barriers rising from the ground. Furthermore, missiles and other forms of advanced weaponry were being fired towards the beast tide, painting the air with streaks of white. Seeing this, Su Jing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared he had underestimated the garrison. Meanwhile, within the stadium, Su Jing could no longer concern himself with the ranking battles. Observing the smiling faces of those beside him, a resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes as he solemnly declared, "Just now, the exotic beasts have launched a full-scale assault." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. They had yet to receive any news, and this young man suddenly proclaimed that the beasts were upon them. There was no time to waste. They had to return to the garrison immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Jing grasped Li Yueying's shoulder and moved towards the exit. As he was about to leave, he turned back to glance at Director Pang, stating, "I have my methods, and I can assure you that the garrison will soon sound the alarm. I hope you can prepare yourselves in advance." With those words, he strode out of the stadium without looking back. He needed to hurry and bring Su Yuner back to the garrison. With the beast tide 100 miles away and the military standing in between, it would take some time to reach Yang City. However, his primary concern remained the members of the beast demon sect. Having experienced the chaos wrought by the purple gold ape demon, he understood just how deranged these individuals could be. They were highly likely to launch an attack within Yang City under the cover of the beast tide. He could not take such a risk. Though Li Yueying was puzzled, she began to piece together the situation, surmising that Su Jing had gleaned this information through his doppelganger. Once outside the stadium, they hurriedly searched for Su Yuner amidst the throngs of parents awaiting their children. The sheer number of people was overwhelming, causing them to grow anxious as vital energy surged within them. Suddenly, Su Jing shouted, "Su Yuner!" His voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the entire square, prompting many parents nearby to cover their ears and glance toward him in surprise. Unfazed by the incredulous or angry stares, he heard a reply, "Brother, I'm over here." Upon recognizing Su Yuner's voice, Su Jing's heart leaped with joy as he swiftly turned toward the sound. Suddenly, he felt a jolt. Not far from Su Yuner stood 3 boys and a girl, all wearing bemused expressions as they scrutinized him. Among them was Li Hanjie. The gaze of the 3 individuals beside him was all too familiar to Su Jing. It mirrored the predatory glances he had observed from those who hunted exotic beasts, as if they were weighing the worthiness of their prey. They were human traders of the beast demon sect. At this moment, Li Yueying, who stood beside Su Jing, also took notice, her complexion paling. Meanwhile, Su Yuner approached him with a smile. "Brother, you all came out so soon?" Suddenly, Li Hanjie moved his body. Su Jing's pupils constricted sharply, and just as he was about to summon his powers to rescue Su Yuner, he realized that Li Hanjie was not intending to strike. Instead, he trailed closely behind Su Yuner. "Yes, you all should head back." Su Jing forced a smile, signaling Li Yueying with his eyes. "Your brother and I have matters to discuss. You should return first." Li Yueying stubbornly replied, "Why? I don't want to go back alone." Su Yuner looked at them in confusion. Panic surged within Su Jing as he noticed Li Hanjie approaching, and he couldn't help but exclaim angrily, "I told you all to go back." Su Yuner was startled, her expression shifting as she reluctantly said, "All right, don't worry." Li Hanjie had now reached them. Smiling at Su Yuner, "Rest assured, your brother will return shortly." Su Jing swiftly positioned himself to separate Su Yuner from Li Hanjie. At that moment, Su Yuner realized the middle-aged man before her posed a threat, and she anxiously ran away. Once she was a safe distance, she turned back to shout, "Brother, if you don't come back soon, I'll have Captain Zhang Tian come looking for you." After a considerable time had passed, and Su Yuner was no longer in sight, Su Jing finally exhaled in relief. He fixed an unwavering stare on Li Hongjie, coldly demanding, "What exactly do you want? There are many guards from the garrison here." "Don't be alarmed," Li Hongjie chuckled softly, yet his eyes brimmed with malice. "Every grievance has its source. I acknowledge that I took action against you, but shouldn't your vengeance be directed at me instead? Look at you all, you're fine, I'm fine, and that little girl is fine too. Why then, must my son lie in bed for eternity? Tell me, does that seem just?" Li Yueying shot him a look of disdain, retorting, "My father harmed me, so my father retaliated against him. How is that not justified? Ha ha ha."
Liange erapte di maniacal lauter.
"Justified indeed. By that logic, shouldn't I act against you now?" At this juncture, the two men and one woman who had been nearby approached. The flamboyantly dressed woman scrutinized Su Jing with keen interest, giggling. "Is this the young man who single-handedly defeated a fourth-tier martial artist? He does appear rather dashing." As they drew closer, Li Hongjie quickly subdued his earlier arrogance. "Indeed, Lady Mi, he is also an electricity elemental user. TSK. Such talent would not go amiss in Tianmen City. Would you care to join our beast god sect?" The woman, referred to as Lady Mi, smiled even more broadly at this remark. Chapter 38. Su Yuners poisoning the words echoed, drawing disdainful glances from numerous parents towards the enchanting woman. Several individuals stepped forward, their voices brimming with indignation. How utterly shameless! The disgrace of the beast demon sect dares to stand here brazenly. The parents revealed their inner strength, and among them were several martial artists. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Before the sentence could be completed, Li Hongjie had already taken the initiative, his form flickering with speed. Bang! 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 In an instant, several figures were sent flying, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. "What is happening?" A patrolling soldier rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The enchanting woman's expression turned cold at the sight of the guards' uniforms. A long, azure whip materialized in her hand, striking at the soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the whip expanded like a vine, slicing through the air and severing the soldiers' necks. Several headless corpses collapsed in response. The surrounding parents turned pale, hastily retreating. However, their children remained within the arena, forcing them to observe from a distance. Su Jing's heart sank. Li Hongjie was at least a high-tier martial artist, and his respectful demeanor towards them suggested that these three were likely battle generals. A smile then graced his face as he sincerely remarked, "Sister, your beauty renders it an honor for me to be invited to join the Beast God sect. How could I possibly refuse?" The woman covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "You certainly possess a silver tongue, dear brother." Suddenly, her smile vanished as she arched an eyebrow at Li Yueying. "Then I shall issue my first command. Eliminate her." Su Jing's expression shifted. He merely sought to buy time and had no intention of harming Li Yueying. "What is the meaning of this?" the enchanting woman coldly demanded. "Are you toying with me?" The surrounding parents felt their hearts tremble, their eyes fixed on the young man, anxious about his decision. Alas, within the realm of life and death lies tremendous dread. Preserving one's own life is sufficient. Nonsense. We martial artists would rather die than join the beast demon sect. One parent exclaimed. "Indeed, what is there to fear in death? Then go save those two children." Another parent urged. "As martial artists, can you truly stand idly by while the beast demon sect behaves so arrogantly?" The previously impassioned parents fell into silence. Many sighed inwardly, fearing for the girl's fate, which seemed increasingly dire. At that moment, Su Jing made his move. Many closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the unfolding scene. If those who had lived for decades felt this way, how much more so for a mere youth on the cusp of adulthood? Li Yueying grew anxious as she saw Su Jing approaching. However, her worry stemmed not from the fear of death, but rather from the concern that Su Jing might insist upon rescuing her. Li Yueying's intuition was correct. In the face of Huang Hao and Li Hongzhuang, where he had danced on the precipice of death, Su Jing had never abandoned her. How could he possibly harm her now? A sphere of black and purple light suddenly erupted from Su Jing's hand, hurtling towards Li Hongjie. Li Hongjie scoffed, already prepared, as a barrier of true energy materialized before him. Boom! The dark purple light burst forth suddenly, scattering into a tempest of swirling shadows and arcs of electricity within a few meters. Li Hongjie managed to shield himself, yet was left in a state of utter disarray, his hair standing on end, shocking all who beheld him. Seizing the moment of chaos, Su Jing hastily urged Li Yueying to harness their wind-based powers and flee into the distance. What disobedience! A voice tinged with mockery echoed from behind. Su Jing turned to see his pupils widen in shock. The whip-like tendrils had closed in, ensnaring him in an instant, rendering him immobile. With a swift motion, the alluring woman yanked them both before her. Lightning and wind. How remarkable that you possess dual abilities. The enchanting woman's smile returned as she leaned closer to Su Jing, whispering, "Brother, you truly are a delightful surprise. I would very much like you to join our beast god sect. Besides, what harm is there in joining us? We have ample resources for cultivation, and you need not worry about your little sister. If you desire." At this, she gently nibbled on Su Jing's earlobe, sending shivers down his spine and raising goosebumps all over his body. This woman is utterly deranged. Yet, with no immediate means to escape, he resolved to buy time. My entire family guards the estate. With so many witnesses, should I defeat you, what will become of them? Oh, the woman slowly lifted her gaze, her smile widening. So, you cherish your family so dearly. I just infused that little girl with a potent poison. She must be your sister, correct? How adorable. If you refuse my proposal, she shall perish within 2 hours upon hearing this. Su Jing's complexion turned ashen. His teeth clenched in fury. You lunatic! The woman, unfazed by his insult, regarded him with a serene smile. Listen closely, my name is Mi Nan. Do not miscall me again. I will remember it well.
Su Jing spat.
His eyes blazing with a fierce murderous intent. Mi Nan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, is that the killing intent of Zhang Liang?" The two companions of the beast god sect beside her exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that this young man was favored by Zhang Liang, a prize worth seizing to provoke him. Meanwhile, in the stadium, Pang Dan and Director Yen had caught wind of the situation and rushed out. Pang Dan, surveying the scene, barked, "Mi Nan, you lunatic! Release them at once." Mi Nan's expression soured as she cast a sidelong glance at them. "If I release them on your command, what would that make me? A mere servant of the beast god sect. Perhaps I should rename it the Pang Dan sect instead." Before Pang Dan could retort, Director Yen suddenly vanished from sight. At that moment, the space behind them quaked violently. Mi Nan's expression shifted dramatically as she swung her right hand, attempting to whisk Su Jing and Li Yueying away. But it was too late. In the next instant, Director Yen had already transported Su Jing and Li Yueying to the spot he had just vacated. "You are Yen Pingyi." Mi Nan and the two individuals beside him bore expressions of profound distress. Yen Pengyi, while assisting Su Jing in untangling the vines, cast a disdainful glance at the trio from the beast demon sect. "Even I do not recognize them, yet they dare to seize others." When faced with the beast demon sect, the minor grievances between Yang City and Jiang City seemed utterly trivial. "Let us see whether you are swifter or we are the ones who strike first." Suddenly, Mi Nan and the two others sprang into action, their feet leaving the ground as they charged towards the stadium. They cannot possibly intend to slaughter the students. The parents outside, witnessing this alarming scene, swayed in apprehension. Instantly, several parents disregarded their own safety and rushed forward to intervene. Their suspicions were confirmed. The three from the beast demon sect indeed aimed to enter and massacre the candidates. In an instant, Yen Pingyi and Pang Dan exuded a formidable aura, their true energy surging forth, rivaling that of the beast demon sect's trio. After all, a third of Yang City's candidates were present here. Should they be slaughtered, the losses would be catastrophic.
Pang Dan sera shifted dramatically, emanating a chilling de malvolance.
Revealing him to be a battle general. He lunged forward, his right fist clenched and swung with tremendous force, unleashing a white punch shadow that struck towards the three, causing the very air to tremble. They momentarily halted. Mi Nan wielded a long whip that twisted like a rapidly growing vine, forming a massive green shield around him. With a tremendous crash, upon contact, the shield shattered, and the severed vines scattered through the air. The colossal punch shadow, though slightly diminished by the shield, continued its relentless approach. The other two hastily joined forces to collectively deflect this terrifying blow. With such meager skills, you dare to boast? Pang Dan scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Minan, his complexion pale, remarked, "It has been years. Your skills have indeed improved considerably." Observing the beast demon sect's misfortune, the surrounding parents were jolted into excitement, fervently raising their fists in encouragement. Pang Dan, too, wore a triumphant smile, relishing this moment of vindication. Yet, Su Jing's face remained devoid of any joy as he lamented, "My sister has been poisoned by Minan. Do you know how to cure it?" Chapter 39. The arrival of the Tree King. My sister has been poisoned by Minan. What? The smiles of Pang Dan and Yen Pingyi froze at the corners of their mouths. Su Jing's face was filled with bitterness. His relentless efforts were solely for the safety of his family. Yet, in the end, he remained oblivious to the fact that his sister had been poisoned by another. Li Yueying felt a pang of sorrow, gazing blankly at Su Jing. "Perhaps Minan is deceiving you. She may not have poisoned her at all. Yuner was perfectly fine when she left just now. Besides, with so many powerful beings among us, surely there must be a way to help Yuner with the antidote." Su Jing lowered his head, his eyes bloodshot and his voice hoarse. "I understand." Pang Dan sighed softly within. "Nevertheless, it is well known that Minan is ruthless. She would not stoop to deceive a mere boy." From afar, Minan observed the scene, her mood brightening considerably. The young girl was afflicted with the poison of the golden wave flower. Without an antidote within 2 hours, even deities would be powerless. With a cold smirk, she produced a small black box from her bosom. "The antidote lies here. As long as you bring Su Jing back to the Beast God sect, the antidote will be yours." "You scoundrel!" Before Minan could finish her words, Pang Dan and Yen Pingyi struck simultaneously. Regardless of the authenticity of the antidote, they would never allow her to take Su Jing away. Minan and the other two from the Beast Demon sect were equally unwilling to back down. Their true energy surged violently, and a wooden dragon intertwined with green vines surged toward the two. At that moment, a figure enveloped in silver light descended from the heavens, cradling a girl whose lips were purplish and whose body trembled incessantly. It was Su Yuner. Subsequently, Zhang Tian waved his hand, and Su Yuner, enveloped in true energy, slowly flew toward Su Jing. A completely black spear suddenly appeared in his grasp. With a clean and decisive motion, he swept it toward the wooden dragon, unleashing a black spear glow condensed with murderous intent. Boom! Upon striking the head of the wooden dragon, it showed no signs of hesitation and was cleaved in two. "Today, unless you produce the antidote, you shall not leave here alive." The chilling words, laden with overwhelming murderous intent, pointed directly at Minan. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the countless onlooking parents. A multitude echoed in unison, demanding, "Yes, hand over the antidote." However, a man beside Minan sneered coldly. "Captain Zhang, such imposing momentum, but do you truly believe you can keep us here? Did you think we came unprepared?" As soon as he finished speaking, a green seed suddenly materialized in his hand. Instantly, the eyes of the three from the Beast Demon sect, including Li Hanjia, turned fervent as they began to chant prayers. "Esteemed Tree God, your servants seek your aid." Waves of shimmering green patterns radiated from the seed, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged towards them, forming a green vortex that all entered the seed. In mere moments, the seed sprouted tender shoots that continued to grow. Pang Dan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What is this?" Having spent years in Yang City, his understanding of the outside world was limited. The Tree King of the Beast Demon sect intends to forcibly descend upon Yang City through this seed. Yen Pingyi stated grimly. This revelation left the surrounding parents in a state of shock. The Tree King is a being of the same caliber as the Beast King. If it were to manifest in Yang City, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Tian's pupils constricted in alarm. Without hesitation, he launched himself at the green seed, transforming into a silver streak that shot forth. Meanwhile, the three members of the Beast Demon sect appeared oblivious, continuing their murmurs. Bang! The previously unstoppable cold gleam now found itself unable to breach the outer magical barrier of the seed. Panic ensued among the onlookers. Yen Pengyi fixed his gaze on the sapling that had emerged, speaking somberly, "Tree King, The purple gold monkey demon king has already acted. Do you not fear the wrath of the war kings from Tianmen City pursuing you? This was a decree established among the rulers of humans and beasts alike. Most beasts, endowed with exceptional talents, are not easily confronted by ordinary individuals, even the weakest lower-tier beasts. However, many beast kings merely seek to protect their own territory, showing little interest in the arduous task of attacking human cities. Moreover, should human warriors band together in vengeance, it would undoubtedly trouble the beast kings. Thus, an opportunity arose for human warriors, establishing a rule of kings confronting kings. This accord granted humanity precious time to recuperate, allowing numerous strong individuals to emerge from the ravages of war. Of course, not every beast king adheres to this rule. Those who violate it face fierce retribution from humanity. The sapling continued to grow swiftly, and in response to Yen Pengyi's words, a human face emerged upon the trunk. The tree king glanced at Mi Nan behind it, extending a green branch towards her head. Mi Nan quickly knelt beside the tree king, whispering something to it. The face upon the trunk displayed no emotional fluctuations. However, upon hearing of Su Jing's dual abilities and his status as a fourth-tier warrior, the branch could not help but tremble violently. After a considerable time, having calmed its inner turmoil, the tree king finally regarded Yen Pengyi with a detached expression. When have I ever struck? Did you see me harm anyone? I merely wish to protect these children. Let them go. As soon as the words left its mouth, Zhang Tian erupted with indignation. Impossible! They have allied with the beast demon sect. They are no longer of the human race. To dare appear in a human city is to invite merciless slaughter. Oh, what if I refuse to allow you to kill them? The face upon the trunk revealed a hint of mockery. Even if the tree king could not unleash even a tenth of its true power here, it was still not a match for mere warriors. The tree king spoke with a calm smile. Young man, do not let your temper flare so. It seems you are quite confident in your control over Zhang Tian and the others. Zhang Tian, his anger boiling, was unwilling to accept such humiliation after having slain countless beasts. Yen Pengyi intervened. His expression darkened to the point of resembling a stormy sea, his brows furrowing deeply. His voice, taut and low, reached Zhang Tian's ears. If the tree king were to act now, what would become of the millions of citizens in Yang City? His actions were not in accordance with the rules, and we could only endure it for now. In due time, the king of Tianmen City would seek retribution. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian fell silent. Indeed, he was not afraid of the tree king. But what about the countless citizens of Yang City? Observing the silence among Zhang Tian and his companions, the tree king spoke once more, though his gaze was fixed upon Su Jing. They had come to a resolution. Have you done the same? Chapter 40. I will follow you. As the words of the tree king echoed through the air, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The sound of a pin drop was distinctly audible. They had been so focused on the tree king that they momentarily overlooked the fact that Su Jing's sister was still afflicted by poison. Pang Dan could no longer contain himself. Being a straightforward person by nature, he erupted in a vehement tirade against the tree king. What audacity! You shameless tree! It's one thing to abduct a few beasts, but now you wish to seize our human genius? Why don't you just let us all take our own lives before you? Yen Pengyi interjected solemnly. Tree king, this is excessive. Mi Nan, standing behind the tree king, was incensed upon hearing Pang Dan's vile insults. You dare to insult the tree king, Pang Dan? You are courting death. Pang Dan, however, wore a defiant expression. Oh, indeed. I am insulting and cursing. Does your tree king dare to strike me? I assure you, I will not retaliate. In an instant, the atmosphere turned charged with tension once more. Pang Dan was poised to continue his tirade when suddenly, a burst of verdant light erupted from the tree king, aimed directly at him. Zhang Tian and the others exchanged alarmed glances, and collectively raised a protective light shield. Bang! Upon contact, the green luminescence dissipated, causing Pang Dan to stumble backward, each step fracturing the ground beneath him. The expressionless faces carved into the trunk remained impassive as the tree king coldly declared, "This time, consider it a lesson. Regardless of the circumstances, one must always maintain a sense of reverence towards a sovereign." Just as Zhang Tian and the others prepared to resist once more, Su Jing spoke up. I will follow you. His voice, though somewhat hoarse, resonated with unwavering resolve. Zhang Tian, Yan Pengyi, Pang Dan, and the nearby parents widened their eyes in disbelief. No, you cannot go with them, Yan Pengyi shouted in anger. If you go, you may never return. This is selfish. Your talents could save countless lives, including those like your sister. Even if you fear not for your own life, think of them. Su Jing recognized that Yan Pengyi was appealing to his conscience. Yet what choice did he have? Could he stand by while his sister faced death? Moreover, with the system at his disposal, perhaps there was still a chance to fight. In stark contrast to the anger of Yan Pengyi and the others, the Tree King chuckled softly. I will not treat you unfairly. As both sides remained at an impasse, Su Jing turned to gaze at Su Yuner, held in Li Yueying's arms. Once a vibrant maiden, she now appeared pallid and lifeless. With every spasm of her body, Su Jing's heart felt as though it were being sliced repeatedly by a serrated blade. I will follow you. Su Jing's voice resonated throughout the assembly as he stepped resolutely toward the Tree King, his strides firm and purposeful. Give me the antidote. As long as my sister is unharmed, I will accompany you. The hearts of all present felt as though they had been wrenched painfully. This youth, faced with perilous choices, had unflinchingly opted for the treacherous path twice. Did he truly fear not for his life? This question loomed in the minds of all. Since you have made your decision, I shall personally assist in curing your sister, the Tree King declared. The Tree King laughed heartily as a vine sprouted from its body, wrapping around the antidote in Mi Nan's hand and forcing it into Su Yuner's mouth. Everyone held their breath. Within mere moments, the pallor on Su Yuner's face quickly faded, restoring her rosy complexion. Her body ceased to convulse. Zhang Tian flickered and appeared beside Su Yuner, channeling his vital energy to help her breathe and regulate her meridians. After a while, Zhang Tian spoke in a daze. The poison has been neutralized. Despite his ironclad demeanor, his voice was tinged with desolation. The onlooking parents could not help but exhale in relief. Perhaps this was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Zhang Tian slowly rose, not facing Su Jing and the others, yet his hands trembled incessantly. Just moments earlier, while examining Su Yuner, Yan Pengyi had suddenly communicated through his vital energy, urging him to unwittingly destroy Su Yuner and cast blame upon the Tree King. At that moment, he truly hesitated. Having observed Su Jing at the garrison for these past few days, he alone understood the terrifying nature of the boy's talent. If he were to show even a modicum of ruthlessness, Su Jing would undoubtedly not suspect him. This life would be a relentless battle against the beasts. Yet, he could never bring himself to act. Perhaps it was compassion for the girl, or perhaps it was trust in Su Jing. At this moment, the Tree King noticed a flicker of joy in Su Jing's eyes and spoke with a sigh. In my early years, once I attained intelligence, I became fervently eager to evolve beyond the limitations of plant life, striving to learn the emotions of humanity. Yet, I later realized these were all but futile endeavors, merely a burden along the way. As the words fell, a surge of green radiance enveloped Su Jing and the beast demon sect, lifting them into the air. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a speck of light in the eyes of the gathered crowd, gradually becoming imperceptible. Just as everyone thought it was all over, brother, Su Yuner, nestled in Li Yueying's embrace, awoke, gazing around in confusion, at a loss. This exclamation of brother instantly brought tears to the eyes of many parents nearby. Li Yueying's tears fell, biting her lip until crimson droplets emerged, desperately stifling any sound. With his back turned to them, Zhang Tian suddenly swayed slightly, whether from the weight of his silver armor or sheer exhaustion was uncertain. Yan Pengyi approached, glaring at Zhang Tian, and whispered, Do you realize how powerful Su Jing will become once he attains the title of War King, given his dual abilities and rapid cultivation speed? Zhang Tian did not turn around but steadily walked toward the garrison. Of course, I am aware. He is even stronger than you can imagine. The governor's killing intent spear he could master in a single day and become proficient within a week. Just over half a month ago, when I first encountered him, he had only awakened to level 7. 2 weeks ago, when I saw him again, he had already reached first-grade warrior, single-handedly defeating both a 4th-grade and a 3rd-grade warrior. Zhang Tian's voice was barely above a whisper, as if it might be whisked away by the wind at any moment. Upon hearing this, Yan Pingyi was momentarily stunned. In a fit of anger, he rushed in front of Zhang Tian, locking eyes with him fiercely, but his words hung on the tip of his tongue, unable to be released. He perceived the desolation in Zhang Tian's eyes. Clearly, this fellow held a greater regard for Su Jing than I did. In the distance, Pang Dan continued to rage against the Tree King and the Beast Demon sect, hurling curses that spanned from their parents to their ancestors for generations. Once I ascend to the rank of War King, I shall surely strip its bark. Damn it. How many years has it taken for Yang City to produce a talent like Su Jing? As he berated, his voice choked, as if the wind and sand had obscured his vision. After rubbing his eyes a couple of times, he turned, his belly protruding, and made his way back to the stadium, still muttering under his breath. In a certain warehouse in Yang City, Su Jing lay in a disheveled state on the ground, enveloped in a layer of green luminescence. Before him stood not only the Tree King but also the duo of Minan and the Beast Demon sect, along with Li Hanjie, all present and accounted for. They had barely taken flight when Su Jing felt a dizzying sensation. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself in this place. The Tree King had enveloped him in this green glow, rendering him utterly powerless, his vital energy sealed. Subsequently, it entrusted Minan with certain tasks before transforming once more into a seed. It appeared that this avatar could not be sustained indefinitely. A surge of joy filled Su Jing's heart. As long as the Tree King was absent, his chances of escape would be significantly enhanced. Chapter 41. Brainwashing transformation. Su Jing's younger brother. Now that you have joined the Beast God sect, and with your sister safe, there's no need to wear such a sorrowful expression, Minan said, her voice laced with amusement as she gracefully approached Su Jing. Su Jing remained silent, his gaze cautious as he studied them, still unaware of their intentions. After exerting considerable effort to capture him, were they merely intent on keeping him confined here? Could they genuinely believe that Su Jing might join the Beast Demon sect? At that moment, Minan summoned the Tree King's seed, enveloping it in her vital energy as it floated from her hand. A chill washed over Su Jing, as the seed hovered before him, emitting a faint green glow. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a wave of cold surged from his feet to his heart, causing goosebumps to rise along his skin. Instantly, the faces of the Beast Demon sect members transformed into expressions of reverence as they fixated on the Tree King's seed. A spectral image of a small sapling emerged from the seed, its roots stretching toward Su Jing's head with relentless growth. Witnessing this unfathomable scene, Su Jing felt a sharp prickling sensation on his scalp, an overwhelming dread crashing over him like a tidal wave. Yet, his vital energy was ensnared by the green luminescence, rendering him powerless, unable to utilize his doppelganger abilities. He could only watch helplessly as the sapling took root atop his head. Suddenly, Li Hanjie's voice pierced through the tension, laced with venom. You little brat, did you ever envision this day? Soon, you shall be the most loyal slave of the Tree King. His shadowed visage bore a cruel smirk, as if he had already envisioned Su Jing's fate. Silence. Minan's expression hardened, her voice dripping with disdain. Are you questioning our master's judgment? As her words hung in the air, the others glared menacingly at him. Li Hanjie shuddered and, with a thud, fell to his knees. My lord, I meant to say that it is an honor for him to become the messenger of Lord Tree King.
Y arbó no dir respect.
He continued to slap his own face in a frenzy, terror gripping him as he recalled the ruthless methods of the Beast Demon sect. Minan narrowed her eyes, dismissing Li Hanjie's pleas as she turned her devoted gaze back to the Tree King's seed. By now, the sapling's roots were perilously close to Su Jing's scalp. Suddenly, a surge of potent mental energy flooded into Su Jing's mind. He trembled violently, a grimace of pain etched upon his features, as if a chisel were being forcefully driven into his skull. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. The members of the Beast Demon sect watched him intently. Do not resist. Becoming our master's slave is a privilege. If not for the current difficulty in breaching the defense of the stronghold, our master would have already taken you back to the Beast God sect for thorough transformation. Do not resist. This is your opportunity to become the most loyal servant of our master, and your troubles will be no more. Minan's voice dripped with seduction, seeking to gradually unravel Su Jing's resolve. You! Su Jing attempted to protest, But the pain forced a muffled groan from his lips as he struggled desperately against the invasion of this mental force. It seems that Mi Nan and his companions have undergone a transformation by the Tree King, their faces betraying an unsettling piety that repulses him. He would rather perish than become a slave to his enemies. Witnessing this scene, Mi Nan raised an eyebrow. Even though this was merely an avatar of the esteemed Tree King, it was still beyond the capabilities of the fourth-tier martial artist Su Jing. Why was he able to endure for so long? Did he possess a latent talent for mental prowess? Unknown to Mi Nan, Su Jing's consciousness was controlling 3 bodies, his mental strength having far surpassed that of martial artists of the same level, reaching even the pinnacle of martial prowess. But the stronger Su Jing's talent, the better it was for Mi Nan. With a slight chuckle, Mi Nan remarked, "Your current resistance is perfectly natural. Once you embrace the thought of your master, you will come to realize just how ignorant and insignificant you truly are." Embrace the thoughts of the Tree King? A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Su Jing. He would attempt to transfer his entire consciousness to Su Feng and Su Lei. In doing so, even if the Tree King attempted to inject his mental force into his mind, it would not alter his own thoughts. Without hesitation, Su Jing prepared himself, dramatically relinquishing his resistance, feigning a collapse as darkness enveloped him. Once Su Jing's mental defenses faltered, an array of intangible waves surged through the roots into his mind. The members of the Beast Demon cult displayed expressions of delight at this turn of events. Soon, a visage re-emerged upon the trunk of the sapling, imbued with unwavering loyalty, transmitted through the mental force. With a smile gracing his lips, he proclaimed, "From now on, Su Jing shall be my most devoted child." Meanwhile, 100 miles outside the city, Su Lei and Su Feng exchanged curious glances. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in their minds. Detection complete. A powerful mental force resides within the host's mind, automatically converting to 1,000 experience points. The system seemed to be treating the Tree King's invasive mental force as a form of sustenance. If the Tree King were to discover this, would he be driven to fury? A thought crossed Su Jing's mind, prompting him to summon the system panel. Host, Su Jing. Realm, 4th tier martial artist, 0-1000. Kill Intent Spear Volume 1. Proficient, 21,000. Abilities, Lightning Avatar, Wind Avatar. Available experience points, 1060. Upon reaching the mid-tier of martial artists, the experience required to ascend each tier increased to 1,000 points. Likewise, advancing from proficiency to mastery in the Kill Intent Spear also demanded 1,000 points. This realization caused Su Jing's brow to furrow. A mere 1,000 experience points were woefully insufficient. It would only suffice to elevate him by 1 tier, far from enough to contend with the Beast Demon cult and especially the Tree King. His insidious methods instilled a deep sense of dread in Su Jing. There was no urgency to transfer his consciousness back to his original body. If the Tree King were to discover him, it would spell disaster. Without the system, he would have likely become a mere shell of his former self. Through the perspectives of Su Feng and Su Lei, he observed the relentless onslaught of the beast tide against the defenses of the garrison. The towering, hundreds of meters high barrier trembled precariously. Numerous firearms were unleashed upon the beast tide, but to little effect. Explosives, alas, proved ineffective against the lower-tier aberrant beasts. It merely serves to disrupt the rhythm of the otherworldly beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 avatars plunged directly into the tide of beasts. The densely packed creatures surged chaotically, providing ample opportunities for him to exploit the confusion. Thunder and lightning erupted incessantly around him. The majority of these were low-tier beasts, and with the enhancement of wind-based abilities, Su Feng and Su Lei navigated through the fray with remarkable ease. Ding! Host has slain a mid-tier beast, gaining 50 experience points. Ding! Host has slain a low-tier beast, gaining 10 experience points. Ding! Host has slain a low-tier beast, gaining 10 experience points. Although it appeared they were achieving numerous kills, the rate of experience gain left Su Jing feeling quite dissatisfied. Most of the beasts here were of the lower tier. Many were unable to be dealt the final blow after being attacked, as they were trampled to death by their brethren. Furthermore, with such intense usage of his abilities, he found himself needing to retreat to recover his energy after only a few minutes. Chapter 42. the true intentions of the beast demon sect. Several hours later, Su Jing's accumulated experience points finally reached 2,000. Without hesitation, he allocated 1,000 points to his realm and the other 1,000 to the first volume of the Killing Intent Spear. Directly channeling all experience points into the realm would merely elevate Su Jing to the 6th rank of a martial artist, still within the mid-tier category, only increasing his vital energy without significant enhancement. However, the Killing Intent Spear was a different matter. Both Zhang Liang and Zhang Tian's manifestations of the spear had left him profoundly shaken. In an instant, a wondrous understanding surged into his mind, and his aura became increasingly formidable. After a few breaths, his breathing stabilized, and Su Jing opened the system panel once more to check. Astonishingly, advancing the first volume of the Killing Intent Spear from proficiency to perfection required 5,000 experience points. Meanwhile, the vital energy he had just expended was swiftly replenished. With Su Lei and Su Feng wielding long spears, he charged once more into the tide of beasts. Su Jing's consciousness returned to his physical form. It was nearing dusk. Surely the Tree King was no longer present. As soon as he sensed his body, a sharp pain lingered in his mind, causing him to draw a sharp breath. His body was now able to move. Su Jing felt a surge of joy. It appeared that the Tree King had lifted the previous seal on his vital energy. With a slight tremor of his eyelids, he exerted effort to open his eyes. Immediately, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Lord Su Jing, you have awakened." Su Jing focused his gaze. The Tree King said, "You have just undergone modification and need several days to adapt." Although Li Hanjie spoke respectfully, his eyes bore the look of one gazing upon a pitiful creature, as if to say, "What good is high talent? In the end, one still becomes a slave." Such thoughts caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curl into a smirk. A flicker of coldness passed through Su Jing's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. While he longed to eliminate Li Hanjie immediately, the time was not yet ripe. Indifferently, Su Jing inquired, "Where have Mi Nan and the others gone?" "They have gone to carry out a task for the Tree King, my lord." "What task?" "I do not know. You will have to wait for Mi Nan to return to inquire." As Li Hanjie spoke, he discreetly scrutinized Su Jing. This indifferent demeanor, as if he cared for nothing beyond the Tree King, indicated that the Tree King's modification had indeed been quite successful. Su Jing regarded Li Hanjie with an expressionless face, paying no heed to his subtle machinations, and rose to leave. Observing this, Li Hanjie hurriedly positioned himself in front of Su Jing. Su Jing's expression darkened as he recalled Li Hanjie's earlier facade of respect. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his hand and struck Li Hanjie's cheek with unrestrained force, even augmenting the blow with wind-based abilities. Li Hanjie's eyes widened in shock, completely unprepared. The resounding slap sent him reeling 3 to 4 meters before he crashed to the ground. As he regained his senses, the fiery pain on his face ignited a surge of rage within him. Before you could finish your words, you were interrupted by Su Jing, who scolded, "What are you even? How dare you block my path?" He was intent on provoking Li Hanjie into action. Now, as a 5th-tier warrior, Su Jing was entirely confident that he could defeat Li Hanjie. Even if the beast demon sex people arrived, Su Jing could easily claim that Li Hanjie had acted insubordinately and initiated the conflict. Unfortunately, Li Hanjie did not acquiesce to Su Jing's provocation. After taking several deep breaths to calm his fury, he repeatedly reminded himself that he was merely a slave who must endure. With a grim expression, he gazed at Su Jing and said in a low tone, "Lord Tree King has decreed that you are not permitted to leave." A flicker of surprise passed through Su Jing's eyes. Is he truly not resisting even after such humiliation? He instantly became even more arrogant, snorting coldly, "But I only heard you say that." At that moment, Mi Nan's voice came from outside the door. "The master indeed stated that you cannot leave at this time." Su Jing turned his gaze towards the sound. Mi Nan pushed open the iron door of the warehouse, followed by several others who slowly entered behind her. "Su Jing, although Li Hanjie's status may not match yours, he is one of our own and must not be harmed. Furthermore, the master has indeed said that you cannot go for the time being." Mi Nan smiled, yet her tone held an undeniable authority. "Do you not trust Li Hanjie? Or do you not trust your sister?" Upon hearing this, Su Jing's pupils constricted, and he coldly snorted before turning his gaze elsewhere. Though he needed to conceal the fact that he had not undergone transformation, he still harbored a strong aversion towards the woman before him. Noticing that Su Jing had ceased speaking, Mi Nan paid it no mind, giving a faint acknowledgement before introducing other individuals to Su Jing. This is Dxin, Zhuyanghua,
Gao Wen. Li Da Yuan.
Su Jing followed the direction of Mi Nan's hand, observing each person. Two he had already encountered earlier in the day, trailing behind Mi Nan, while others were unfamiliar faces that he committed to memory. Not a single one could be overlooked. Upon hearing the name Li Diyuan, his gaze sharpened momentarily before quickly averting. So this is the elder brother Li Diyuan that Li Zilian spoke of. After introducing everyone, Mi Nan smiled and said, "The master's new messenger, Su Jing, has just briefed everyone. Let us avoid any future conflicts, as all is for the sake of the Beast God sect." As her words fell, Dxin and the others quickly chimed in, "Yes, all for the Beast God sect." They smiled and signaled to Su Jing. He did not bother to be polite and merely nodded coldly.
Moments later, Minan cleared her throat.
Ahem. Instantly, everyone fell silent, and Su Jing focused intently on what they were about to discuss. According to the latest information from the Protector, it would not be easy for the beasts under the Golden Purple Ape Demon King to breach the defenses of the town. This necessitates our effort. Zhang Liang is still held back by the Golden Purple Ape Demon King, and there are fewer than 5 strong warriors left in Yang City. Taking advantage of today to incite internal chaos, 3 high-ranking beasts from the Golden Purple Ape Demon King's faction have already infiltrated the city. Upon hearing this, Su Jing's heart sank with alarm. To think that 3 formidable beasts have infiltrated the city. This is tantamount to the presence of 3 champions of war. Yet, none noticed Su Jing's peculiar demeanor, as they were all intently listening. Moreover, 5 additional powerful beasts had already, as commanded, circumvented the defense line of the town guardian's office, stationed outside the city. As soon as the Purple Gold Ape Demon King launches a full-scale assault the day after tomorrow, we shall seamlessly coordinate with these formidable beasts to deliver a surprise to Yang City. As these words resonated through the air, Mi Nan and the other members of the Beast Demon cult revealed smiles, as though victory in the war was within their grasp. Su Jing maintained a calm exterior, yet internally he was in a state of acute anxiety. Upon hearing of the advanced beasts infiltrating the city, he had already urged Su Feng to race towards the city with fervor. Chapter 43. Li Yueying's ability upgrade. After a brief pause, Mi Nan began to outline the tasks for the upcoming days. Dxin, Chao Wen, you two are responsible for transporting the 2 high-level beasts to the city center. Once you receive the signal, commence the slaughter. The more chaos, the better. Understood. Zhuyanghua, you, along with myself and another high-level beast, will be tasked with restraining Zhang Tian. Received. Finally, Mi Nan turned her gaze towards Su Jing. With unwavering faith in the Tree King, she held no doubts, for if the Tree King proclaimed the transformation a success, it must be so. Su Jing, your current strength is still lacking. Team up with Li Hanjie and Li Diyuan to create chaos at the city gates. You will also have the support of the regular followers of the Beast Demon sect. Su Jing nodded in acknowledgement, though his mind raced as he pondered where the Beast Demon sect might conceal the high-level beasts. Recalling what Ma Yuan had once said about the Black Tiger acquiring the areas near the city gates where warriors often gathered, a suspicion began to form in his mind. Well then, since everyone is on the same page, let us conserve our energy over the next 2 days. Once we breach Yang City, there will be ample rewards for each of us. As Mi Nan's words echoed, the group erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Su Jing contemplated that, from this perspective, the beast tide would likely persist for at least another 2 days, providing him with ample opportunity to accumulate experience points. When the Beast Demon sect finally struck, he would deliver them a considerable surprise. Simultaneously, within the quiet courtyard of the garrison, a somber atmosphere prevailed. Zhang Yu, with red-rimmed eyes, and Su Yuner, softly sobbing, were joined by Li Yueying and Qin Fengmian, who clenched and unclenched their fists in anguish. And, please do not grieve too deeply. Su Jing is destined for greatness. We must have faith in him, Li Yueying whispered, offering comfort to Zhang Yu. Although she too was heartbroken, she steadfastly believed that Su Jing would not fall so easily. The miracles he had wrought against Huang Tao and Li Hongzhuang had already proven his resilience. Wiping away the remnants of her tears, Zhang Yu forced a smile, saying, "I believe in him." At that moment, Su Yuner could no longer contain herself and began to cry again, her voice trembling. "If it weren't for my insistence on following him, my brother Wouldn't have had to risk himself to save me." Hearing this, Li Yueying felt a pang of sorrow and tightly grasped Su Yuner's hand. "Do not blame yourself. If there is anyone to hold accountable, it is the scoundrels of the Beast Demon sect. They are the true architects of this calamity." As she spoke, Li Yueying's expression grew increasingly cold, her heart secretly vowing to pursue a relentless vendetta against the Beast Demon sect. "Enough. Yueying, you should get some rest. You have the ranking battle tomorrow," Zhang Yu urged, suppressing her own grief as she patted her shoulder. After Li Yueying stood to leave, she did not head towards her own room. Under such circumstances, sleep was a distant thought. Unconsciously, she found herself at the entrance of the garrison. The soldiers on duty had grown familiar with her over the past few days, and she exchanged warm greetings with them. With a newfound resolve, she sprinted towards the abandoned office building of her father, Li Zilian. Perhaps the members of the Beast Demon sect had yet to depart from Yang City. After all, her father had been monitoring the movements at the city gates. There might be valuable information to uncover. Even a mere thread of hope ignited within her. As she pondered, her speed of running intensified. Li Yueying gradually sensed something unusual. Her body felt lighter, and the distance between each stride seemed to lengthen. Turning her head, her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld a pair of wings formed by countless pale blue whirlwinds that had mysteriously appeared behind her. A memory flickered in her mind, recalling her father's words. Powers can evolve, though examples are rare and no patterns can be discerned. It dawned upon her that her abilities had indeed evolved, ascending to the 9th level of awakening. With a powerful push from her legs, she soared effortlessly into the air, reaching a height of several meters in an instant. Striving to control the whirlwinds and maintain her balance, she found herself suspended in mid-air. Though her movements were somewhat awkward, Li Yueying had no time to ponder further. She directed the wind wings towards her father's location. Unbeknownst to her, the flight she accomplished, typically achievable only by battle generals, was an extraordinary feat for someone in the awakening phase. This implied that those below the rank of battle general posed little threat to her. However, her thoughts were entirely consumed by the safety of Su Jing. Within mere minutes, Li Yueying arrived at the vicinity of the city gates from the Central Command Office. She landed gracefully in the corridor of the office building, where the light from her father Li Zilian's room still glowed. After a moment of hesitation, she gently knocked on the door. "Creak, Yueying?" Upon seeing her father, the facade of strength she had maintained for an entire night finally crumbled. Tears welled up in her eyes as she collapsed into Li Zilian's embrace. "Daddy, do you think something has happened to Su Jing? I am so scared."
Li Zilian,
With a complex expression, comforted his daughter, aware of the events that had transpired earlier that morning. When he had received reports at noon, he found it hard to believe that such a gifted youth had fallen into the hands of traitors before he had the chance to mature. After a lengthy moment, Li Yueying's sobs subsided. She gazed up at her father. "Daddy, have you been monitoring the situation here? Has Su Jing left Yang City?" Hearing her question, Li Zilian furrowed his brow. Although he had not seen it himself, he could not ascertain whether Su Jing remained within the city. What if he divulged this information and Li Yueying acted recklessly? After a few moments of contemplation, Li Zilian resolved to speak. Our people did not observe anyone flying through the city gates. He noticed a glimmer of hope in Li Yueying's eyes. However, he quickly added, "We cannot be certain that Su Jing is still within the city. After all, he could have escaped from other walls or blended into the crowd." Yet, Li Yueying appeared not to hear him, her determination only growing stronger. Li Zilian felt helpless. Their strength paled in comparison to the Beast Demon sect. Even if they found Su Jing, what could they truly achieve? With a resigned expression, he said, "I will do my utmost to track the movements of the Beast Demon sect and report back to the command office. For now, do not worry. Leave this to us adults and focus on preparing for the ranking battle." "I can be of assistance too," Li Yueying insisted resolutely. "You are still in the awakening phase. What assistance can you provide?" Li Zilian said, only to be abruptly silenced by the astonishing sight before him. He stood transfixed, unable to close his mouth as he gazed at the pale azure wings behind Li Yueying. With a determined leap, Li Yueying suspended herself in midair, resolutely declaring, "I can search for the traces of the beast demon sect from above." After a few seconds of silence, Li Zulian sensed her unwavering resolve. He gradually replied, "In that case, allow me to share with you the clues I have uncovered regarding the beast demon sect over the past few days." Upon hearing this, Li Yueying nodded emphatically. Chapter 44. The deputy governor, upon learning of the presence of a high-level beast lurking within the city, Su Jing dared not to delay for even a moment. He commanded Su Feng to hasten back from the outskirts without pause. Finally, as the night deepened and the city gates were about to close, Su Feng burst forth from the vast expanse of trees. Upon entering the city, he did not rush to the garrison but instead took a moment to attune himself before proceeding toward the location of his true self. He needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the beast demon sect. Otherwise, merely informing Zhang Tian of the high-level beast's presence would yield no means of locating it. Before long, Su Jing could sense the bond between his true self and his avatar growing ever stronger. Suddenly, a figure darted down from above, landing before him.
Su Jing?
Li Yueying looked at the young man before her, incredulous. "What are you doing here?" Before Su Jing could respond, Li Yueying rushed forward and embraced him tightly. "We all thought you were in grave danger. We never expected." A warm surge filled Su Jing's heart upon seeing Li Yueying. He felt joy at her arrival. After shedding tears, she suddenly caught sight of the smile curling at the corners of Su Jing's lips. Flushing, she quickly extricated herself from his embrace, wiping away her tears, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Noting Su Jing's curious gaze directed at the wings of wind behind her, Li Yueying softly explained, "I'm not entirely sure what happened. My ability suddenly evolved, and my strength increased by a level." Evolved? Su Jing was perplexed. This was the first time he had heard of abilities evolving. He wondered if his own lightning and wind abilities could undergo such transformation. "Were you not captured by the beast demon sect Tree King? Is this your avatar?" "Yes, my true self is still with the people of the beast demon sect." Since Li Yueying was already aware of the secret of his avatar, he shared with her the events of the afternoon. Upon learning that Su Jing's true self remained in peril, the astonishment in Li Yueying's eyes quickly shifted to concern. Su Jing, observing her reaction, chuckled softly to reassure her. "There's no need to worry. My true self is not in immediate danger." His expression then grew solemn as he recounted the plans of the beast demon sect. Upon hearing this, Li Yueying covered her mouth in shock. "I must return immediately to inform Captain Zhang. What about you? What will you do?" "Do not fret. I am not in danger for the time being. We must avoid alarming the enemy. Otherwise, the high-level beast within the city could endanger many civilians." With that, Su Jing offered a gentle smile, reaching out to wipe away the remnants of tears from Li Yueying's face. "Go quickly." Li Yueying's face flushed again as she cautioned him once more, "Be careful. Both Ant and Yuner are very worried about you." Stepping back 2 paces, she was swept away by the wind toward the garrison. Watching her figure vanish into the sky, Su Jing felt a pang of envy, then leapt a couple of times in place. Yet, he could only manipulate the wind to slow his descent. "Why can't I fly?" After experimenting for a long while,
Su Jing Fain Elisaid.
Soon, he pinpointed the location of the entity, refraining from haste and instead allowing Su Feng to continue exploring the surrounding environment for any remaining members of the beast demon sect. Within the abandoned warehouse, Su Jing discreetly observed the group engaged in hushed conversations. Their unwavering faith in the Tree King's methods was quite remarkable, displaying a complete lack of caution towards themselves. One could only ponder whether their faith would shatter upon realizing they had been thoroughly deceived. However, had he not received prior intelligence, they might have indeed fallen prey to the beast demon sect. The thought of 3 advanced beasts potentially lurking nearby sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, Li Diyuan approached him slowly, a congenial smile gracing his face. "Young Su Jing," he remarked, "to earn the Tree King's favor at such a young age is truly promising." Su Jing responded with a smile but refrained from elaboration. Internally, he pondered Li Diyuan's tone, which suggested a significant standing within the beast demon sect. It seemed that Li Zilian's words held truth. He had indeed been part of the sect for some time. Li Diyuan continued with a smile. I hear you have a close relationship with my niece, being classmates and having shared life and death experiences. Su Jing's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. His lack of familiarity with the beast demon sect made him wary of revealing that he had not undergone successful transformation. Moreover, it appeared that Li Diyuan was attempting to probe him for information regarding Li Zilian's whereabouts. As expected, Li Diyuan expressed regret. It is unfortunate that my third brother does not trust me. If only I could persuade him and Yueying to join the beast god sect.
Su messenger.
Do you happen to know where they are? I would like to persuade them again. Su Jing inwardly scoffed but maintained an expression of neutrality. He simply shook his head and replied, Li Yueying has been residing at the garrison for the past few days. Is my third brother also at the garrison? I am unaware of that, he added. Upon hearing this, Li Diyuan's brow furrowed. Su Messenger. We are all working towards the beast god sect. Please do not conceal anything. Su Jing snorted coldly. Do you doubt my words? Li Diyuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing every nuance of Su Jing's expression. Did he truly not know? How could Li Yueying not inform him? Could it be that the Tree King's transformation had failed? After a prolonged moment, Li Diyuan ultimately conceded, dismissing any belief that Su Jing possessed such capability. He then smiled and said, Naturally, I trust you, Su Messenger. Seeing that Su Jing no longer engaged with him, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, Su Jing began to formulate a plan, directing Su Feng towards the location of Li Zilian. Within the garrison, Zhang Tian instructed Li Yueying to rest before he stood contemplatively by the window. Upon learning that Su Jing was unharmed, his instinctive reaction was to assume Su Jing had been transformed by the Tree King. Compared to Li Yueying's evolution of abilities, Su Jing's manifestation was indeed astonishing, making it hard for him to believe. However, upon hearing about the subsequent plans of the beast demon sect, he felt a surge of vigilance. 3 advanced beasts were stealthily lurking within the city. After much contemplation, Zhang Tian summoned a soldier from outside. Notify the other captains still within the city to immediately investigate any traces of the beast demon sect at the city gates. Furthermore, do not act recklessly. Upon uncovering any leads related to the beast demon sect or the presence of aberrant creatures, report to me first. With that, Zhang Tian resumed his communication with the front line. How fares the battle? Moments later, a gruff voice emanated from the device. Currently, we are besieged solely by low-level aberrant beasts relentlessly assaulting the energy barrier, seemingly intent on draining our warriors' vital energy. Hearing this, Zhang Tian's heart sank. It appears that the anticipated full-scale assault may indeed be imminent. We received intelligence tonight. What? Before he could finish, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the other end of the communicator. Our defensive line was established to counter the horde of aberrant beasts. While their infiltration into our defenses does not surprise me, how did they manage to breach the city itself? Zhang Tian, feeling helpless, recounted the earlier incident where the beast demon sect abducted Su Jing. Damn it! It is unfortunate that Governor Zhang remains entangled with the purple gold ape demon. Otherwise, how could the Tree King be so audacious? By the way, have you reported this to Tianmen City? This is a blatant violation of our agreement. Zhang Tian sighed and replied, Peng Yi has already informed them, but even the War King of Tianmen City cannot intervene directly in the conflict. Silence ensued on the other end, occasionally interrupted by shouts of indignation and disputes. After a considerable pause, a voice returned. The deputy governor has decided to return to support you, first addressing the aberrant beasts and the traitors within the city. Chapter 45. The Black-Scaled Tiger Soon. Su Jing guided Su Feng to the abandoned office building where Li Hanjie was located. It was nearing midnight, yet people continued to come and go, presenting a challenge for Su Jing, who wished to remain inconspicuous. If the beast demon sect were to learn of his presence, it would spell trouble. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure and stealthily followed. Once they reached a deserted street, Su Jing softly called out, Brother Ma Yuan. Startled, Ma Yuan turned with wide eyes. Little brother Su Jing, are you all right? Su Jing smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. Brother Ma Yuan, what are you all up to? Our boss caught wind of your abduction by the beast demon sect and thought you might still be within the city. He instructed us to search for you, checking the locations previously acquired by the Black Tiger for any traces of the beast demon sect. Ma Yuan approached Su Jing, his face lighting up with joy. Since you're safe, I'll inform the boss. But hold on, tell me what you've discovered. Su Jing's gaze flickered as he spoke in a low voice. Which areas do you suspect the most? Have you noticed any signs of exotic beasts appearing in the city these past few days? Ma Yuan pondered for a few moments before responding. There are indeed 2 places we suspect, but as for exotic beasts, we haven't noticed any. The city guard has been vigilant about this matter. It's unlikely any exotic beasts are present. Is that so? Su Jing furrowed his brow. If even Li Zillian's people could detect them, then the city guard would have surely noticed as well. Ma Yuan scratched his head, puzzled by Su Jing's inquiries regarding the exotic beasts. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and struck it against his other hand. Right around noon, a convoy transporting beast carcasses entered the city. Black Tiger's men were causing a ruckus nearby, likely to cover the movement of those trucks. Black Tiger? That wretch again. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Jing's eyes. Did you see where they went? I didn't pay attention to that. It was reported to me by my subordinates who were keeping an eye on Black Tiger's men. Ma Yuan replied, clicking his tongue. However, if they dared to transport live exotic beasts into the city, there aren't many hiding spots available. We've been monitoring for quite some time and can certainly suggest a few locations. Su Jing perked up at this information, fixing an intense gaze on Ma Yuan. The latter felt uneasy under Su Jing's scrutiny and pulled out a map. I've marked several potential locations where the beast demon sect might be. No need for that. Su Jing shook his head. Just give me the map. It's unsafe for you to accompany me. Is there anything else? Su Jing pondered for a moment and then said, do not disclose my situation to anyone. Also, visit Captain Zhang Tian at the city guard. It must be done swiftly. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuan gasped in surprise. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Su Jing followed the map provided by Ma Yuan, arriving near a martial arts school. The scale of this martial arts school far surpasses that of Qin Fengmian's Qingyang Martial Arts Hall. However, it is situated away from the street, with a yard at the back of the school. Remote, sparsely populated, and expansive, this is precisely why Su Jing chose to come here first. Quietly sneaking into the yard behind the martial arts school, he could already faintly hear the sounds of conversation emanating from within. Be cautious. For the next few days, if you see any outsiders, report to me immediately. Rest assured. Big brother, our ears are sharp. We can hear a mosquito fly in and it will be met with a slap. Enough of that. Keep watch properly. Understood. By the way, big brother, what level of beast was that tiger sent over at noon? It really frightened us. Don't ask too many questions. That tiger, let alone you, I was startled when I saw it too. It's called a black-scaled tiger, at least a mid-level beast, perhaps even more. Upon hearing this, Su Jing's expression shifted as he slowly leaned closer to the window. Just as he was about to listen intently to what they were discussing, a foul odor wafted into his nostrils. Turning around, Su Jing's hair stood on end. Unbeknownst to him, a massive tiger covered in black scales was standing right behind him. With a roar, the black-scaled tiger snapped its jaws at empty air, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the person before it. What's going on? The people in the room rushed out to investigate the noise, only to be frozen in place by fear. The black-scaled tiger was less than half a meter away. Its orange-yellow eyes, the size of fists, scrutinized him up and down. The few individuals behind him held their breath, their eyes wide open, paralyzed with fear. After a long moment, the black-scaled tiger snorted and slowly walked away. Boss, did it hear us talking about it? I don't know. Su Jing trembled in the abandoned warehouse. His wind clone had been effortlessly annihilated by the tiger. This must be one of the 3 advanced beasts smuggled in by the beast demon sect. Fortunately, although advanced beasts possess intelligence comparable to humans, their cognitive abilities are limited, and they cannot speak. The sudden appearance of that gaping maw was still fresh in his mind, sending chills down his spine. This black-scaled tiger could undoubtedly be considered among the elite of advanced beasts. Su Jing immediately rose and headed towards the exit of the warehouse. He could not afford to rely on luck. He must promptly report this to Zhang Tian. The thought of the black-scaled tiger rampaging through the city left him restless. What's wrong, Su Jing? Came Mi Nan's puzzled voice. Years of caution had ingrained in her an instinct to inquire. "It's too stuffy in the warehouse. I want to step outside for some fresh air," Su Jing replied calmly. His words caused everyone to turn their heads involuntarily. Yet, Su Jing remained unresponsive, standing there with a blank expression. The flimsy excuse, combined with his current identity, instead created a sense of harmony. In everyone's eyes, Su Jing was now simply a slave utterly devoted to the Tree King. Minan smiled gently. "Perfect. I'll accompany you and share some insights about the Beast God sect." A pang of anxiety gripped Su Jing's heart, yet his expression remained unchanged as he silently nodded. This foolish demeanor elicited a mixture of pity and mockery from those around him. After exiting the abandoned warehouse, the two gradually made their way to an open space. "Brother Su Jing, I am aware that you disapprove of my methods, but we are all striving for our master, for the Beast God sect, and for ourselves. Once this mission concludes, you shall receive the master's bestowal, awakening your wood-based abilities. At that time, you will possess 3 extraordinary powers, rendering you nearly invincible among your peers," Minan remarked with a smile, one that radiated sincerity, as if genuinely rejoicing for Su Jing. This left Su Jing both puzzled and slightly unsettled. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Can everyone obtain extraordinary abilities?" "Certainly not," Minan replied with pride. "Only those regarded with esteem by the many lords of the Beast God sect are granted such an honor. Extraordinary abilities must be transformed through the primal energy of a lord. For instance, the emissary of the Golden Primordial Ape King would acquire ape-like beast transformation abilities, enhancing physical prowess upon activation. Similarly, our master, being the Tree King, bestows wood-based powers. Each lord's primal energy is unique, resulting in distinct extraordinary abilities." Chapter 46. The revelation of Su Jing gazing into Minan's eyes, which shimmered with an almost pathological adoration. Su Jing felt an indescribable revulsion. The actions of the Beast Demon sect and their ilk revealed the depths of their madness. To derive amusement from the suffering of living beings, to poison a 16-year-old girl, such deeds could only be conceived by those devoid of sanity. The true essence of the Beast King's power was, perhaps, the ultimate perversion of nature. After a prolonged silence, Su Jing rose, his expression icy, and stated, "I need to use the restroom." With that, he strode purposefully toward a secluded corner. Minan squinted, puzzled by Su Jing's seemingly indifferent reaction, her gaze fixated on his retreating figure. Feigning a casual demeanor, Su Jing discreetly turned into the corner to evade Minan's scrutiny. Drawing upon his unique abilities, Su Feng swiftly took Su Jing's place. He had no desire to linger any longer in the presence of these deranged miscreants. At that moment, Minan's instincts kicked in, prompting her to move with agility. As she darted around the corner, she nearly collided with Su Feng, who was emerging from the shadows. Minan's eyes narrowed, and she glanced past Su Feng, detecting no anomalies. "Could it be that I am merely overthinking this?" A sheepish smile crept onto her face as she remarked, "That was quick." Su Feng furrowed his brow and replied nonchalantly, "The physical structures of men and women are inherently different." Upon hearing this, Minan froze momentarily, a hint of realization dawning upon her. Could this boy possibly think I am here to spy? While I did come to observe, it was not in that manner. With a playful smile gracing her lips, she teased, "Doesn't the younger brother appreciate a sister with such an appealing physique, who is both proactive and gentle?" As she spoke, Minan took a step closer, the fragrance of her presence enveloping Su Feng. Su Feng's gaze sharpened, locking onto Minan's eyes, provoking a flicker of surprise within her. It seemed this younger brother possessed an understanding of allure after all. Just as she contemplated further playful banter, a glint of coldness flashed in Su Feng's eyes, the palpable intent to kill radiating from him. This was a mastery of lethal intent, intensified by Su Jing's formidable spiritual strength. In an instant, the unsuspecting Minan turned pale, retreating several steps in alarm. "What the hell?" she exclaimed, her earlier desires dissipating like mist. As she prepared to voice her indignation once more, she realized Su Jing had already returned to the abandoned warehouse, leaving only a slender silhouette behind. With no other option, she cast one last glance at the secluded alley where Su Jing had paused, frustration boiling over as she stamped her foot before heading back. The chilling aura lingered in her mind, instilling a sense of dread. Suddenly, she halted, glancing back toward the alley where Su Jing had lingered. Not for a restroom. It was evident that nothing was amiss. Recalling the bone-chilling intent and Su Jing's words from earlier in the day, she resolved, I shall remember this vividly. Mi Nan's expression darkened as she vanished in a flash, positioning herself defiantly in front of Su Jing. Have you failed to be transformed by the master? Though framed as a question, Mi Nan's tone radiated an unwavering certainty. Su Jing's gaze grew peculiar, his expression shifting to one of fury. You may doubt my capabilities, but you cannot question the Master's power. At this moment, the members of the Beast Demon sect were drawn to the unfolding drama, their attention collectively captured. Very well, very well. Mi Nan, consumed by rage, laughed derisively, her eyes fixed intently on the pretentious Su Jing. A torrent of vital energy surged from her, akin to an overwhelming tide, pressing down upon him. Su Jing's eyes narrowed. Although merely a projection of himself, the loss was of little consequence. Yet, he could not remain passive. In an instant, a tempest erupted around him, propelling his form to evade the impending assault. He shouted defiantly, You dare to strike at me? The Tree King shall not let this transgression go unpunished. As his words echoed, the others of the Beast Demon sect, who had initially intended to assist, hesitated. While they were inclined to trust Mi Nan, the potential for her misjudgment loomed large. What if the Tree King held her accountable?
Moreover, Su Jing, a mere warrior,
Stood little chance against Mi Nan. Unbeknownst to them, Mi Nan herself harbored doubts, lacking definitive proof. Her sole aim was to subdue Su Jing and report to the Tree King thereafter. This uncertainty afforded Su Jing a fleeting opportunity. Inside the warehouse, the sound of countless swirling winds reverberated, compelling everyone to harness their vital energies to stabilize themselves. Yet Su Jing, like a specter in his element, darted and weaved through the tempest with supernatural agility. Mi Nan furrowed her brow, summoning numerous tendrils from her whip-like appendage, launching them at Su Jing. He swiftly shifted sideways, altering his trajectory toward Li Hongjie. Upon hearing of Su Jing's failure to be transformed, Li Hongjie was poised to retaliate, feeling the lingering sting of pain on his visage. However, he was intercepted by Li Diyuan. Now, witnessing Su Jing barreling toward him, Li Hongjie could scarcely contain himself. As his vital energy surged, he readied himself to deliver a resounding slap to Su Jing. With a cold snort, Su Jing redistributed the experience points amassed by his projection amidst the beast tide, elevating himself to the 6th rank of warriors. His aura intensified dramatically. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a barrage of slicing wind blades. A 7th-tier warrior like Li Hongjie stood no chance. His protective barrier shattered in an instant. Su Jing's speed surged once more, and he struck Li Hongjie squarely in the face. Boom! Li Hongjie's body flew backward. A flurry of invisible wind blades shot toward him from every direction. A crucial finishing blow. Now that Su Jing had acquired the information he needed, he resolved to eliminate any traitors in his path. With a sickening sound of flesh being cleaved, blood and viscera erupted forth. The members of the Beast Demon sect sensed the shift in momentum, each springing into action. Li Diyuan, channeling his vital energy, caught Li Hongjie, revealing himself to be a formidable warrior in his own right.
Cao Wen, the king, and Mi Nan quickly converged, encircling Su Jing.
Within their ranks were 4 battle generals. They surrounded Su Jing, their combined energy pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Li Diyuan's expression turned frigid as he noted that Li Hongjie had ceased to breathe in his grasp. The 4 exchanged glances and summoned the Tree King's avatar. The seeds emanated a radiant green glow, and the ethereal silhouettes of saplings materialized. Meanwhile, Su Jing, suppressed upon the ground, let out a cold laugh as he prepared to dissipate his doppelganger. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom! The roof of the warehouse was shattered. 3 figures stood poised in the air, their gaze fixed intently below. A flicker of delight graced Su Jing's face as he recognized the 2 figures flanking him. Zhang Tian and Pang Dan. The imposing middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word, was none other than the vice-governor of the garrison, Xing Zhan, whose likeness Su Jing had seen in the garrison's archives. Chapter 47. Xingzhan. The Tree King, the members of the Beast Demon sect recognized Xingzhan. A flicker of terror crossing their eyes. A torrent of true energy surged into the ethereal silhouette of a sapling, causing it to grow incessantly. Meanwhile, the three individuals above sprang into action. Xingzhan wielded his long blade, unleashing a series of dazzling slashes, as fierce and relentless as a cascade of stars. The members of the Beast Demon sect were paralyzed with fear. In an instant, all but the warriors were slain on the spot. The blade's arc aimed at Mi Nan and her companions was intercepted by a radiant green light. Those attempting to rescue Su Jing, Pang Dan and Zhang Tian were repelled by the Tree King, flying backward for dozens of meters before regaining their footing. Xingzhan's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Tree King, will you strike again? Protecting my children does not count as an attack." The Tree King remained as shameless as ever. He then surveyed the surroundings and, upon seeing Su Jing subdued by the four, furrowed his brow. "What is happening?" Mi Nan quickly knelt before the Tree King, recounting the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing her words, the Tree King's gaze shifted to one of astonishment, even the leaves stirring without a breeze. "My mental enhancement has proven ineffective against you. Dual abilities, formidable mental strength, what secrets lie within your body?" A bizarre smile appeared on the face formed on the tree trunk. "I find you increasingly intriguing. Enough of your words, you shameless old fool." Before the Tree King could finish, Pang Dan erupted in anger. The Tree King's expression darkened. "It seems you have yet to learn the respect due to a sovereign." As he spoke, a wooden dragon materialized from the void, charged with a menacing aura and lunged at Pang Dan. Unyielding, Pang Dan unleashed a flurry of fist shadows in response. Boom! The moment the wooden dragon and the fist shadows collided, a cloud of wood shavings erupted. Before Pang Dan could revel in his success, the shattered wooden dragon restored itself. In a critical moment, Xingzhan appeared before Pang Dan. Swish, swish, swish. With an unstoppable force, the long blade cleaved the wooden dragon into several segments, which then disintegrated into countless luminous particles. "Tree King, what more do you have to say?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Xingzhan reappeared before the Tree King. His presence was thunderous, striking with an intensity that threatened to shake the mountains as he unleashed a relentless series of slashes, breaking through the green light barrier in front of the Tree King. Boom! The Tree King's body quivered, rippling waves of transparent energy emanating outward. "You are on the verge of becoming a war king." The Tree King's voice bore a hint of astonishment. But even so, it is still far from sufficient. The silver blade halted just shy of an arm's length from the Tree King, unable to advance further. Xingzhan snorted coldly, vanishing from Su Jing's view. Bang! 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 The sound of the long blade striking the energy shield resonated continuously. Only the multitude of transparent ripples surrounding the Tree King swirled together.
Su Jing's pupils constricted.
He could not trace Xingzhan's movements. His strength was astonishing. Is this the might of the vice-governor? Seizing the opportunity amidst their clash, Zhang Tian and Pang Dan charged towards Su Jing. The four members of the Beast Demon sect, witnessing the Tree King being relentlessly pressed by Xingzhan, wore expressions of dismay. Even when united, they were no match for Zhang Tian, let alone with Pang Dan looming nearby. With no other recourse, they could only hope that the Tree King would swiftly subdue Xingzhan. Mi Nan let out a sharp cry as she and Chao Wen simultaneously unleashed their wood-based abilities. Countless vines materialized from the void, shooting towards Zhang Tian from all directions. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhang Tian's eyes as a long blade appeared in his hand. The moment the vines drew near, they were severed by a fierce aura of killing intent. The chilling glint in Mi Nan's and Chao Wen's eyes expanded, both feeling the imminent threat of death. At this critical juncture, Di Qing, who had remained inconspicuous, suddenly revealed a crimson glare in his eyes as his muscles swelled, propelling his form to a towering height of 3 to 4 meters. He emitted a roar reminiscent of a wild beast. With a powerful thrust of his feet, he lunged at Zhang Tian from the side. Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, and with a swift motion of his spear, he sent Di Qing staggering back several meters, though he too was halted in his advance. Seizing the opportunity, Mi Nan and Chao Wen once again employed their wood abilities to support Di Qing from a distance. The beastly transformation had significantly augmented Di Qing's speed and strength, coupled with his reckless assault, making Zhang Tian momentarily uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Li Diyuan, confronted with the prospect of facing Pang Dan alone, showed no inclination to fight. He immediately lunged at Su Jing, aiming to use him as leverage. However, upon breaking free from the control of the other three members of the Beast Demon sect, Su Jing experienced a substantial reduction in pressure. He swiftly dodged Li Diyuan's attack. Li Diyuan, taken aback, attempted to strike again, but it was too late. Pang Dan seized the moment, sweeping his hand, unleashing a fierce gust that pierced through Li Diyuan's shoulder, creating a gaping wound that erupted in a spray of blood. In an instant, Pang Dan unleashed a barrage of punches, leaving Li Diyuan in a pitiful state, violently spitting blood. Enough! The Tree King roared as its vital energy surged, forcing back Xingzhan. Xingzhan, if you do not cease this madness, I shall bring devastation upon Yang City. The Tree King's tone was ominous. Who are you trying to intimidate? Pang Dan scoffed. We hold the advantage now. Your little minions are on the brink of annihilation. Can you not see the situation clearly? Xingzhan's eyes glinted with cold fury. Tree King, it is you who has repeatedly disregarded the rules. Do not mistake the circumstances. The face carved into the tree betrayed no visible emotions, yet the swirling vital energy around it evidenced its growing ire. As a ruler, it had been subjected to relentless provocation and insult, shattering its composure. Regrettably, this was merely a fragment of its life essence, capable of wielding less than 1/10 of its true power. Otherwise, that rotund figure would surely be obliterated. Contemplating this, the Tree King addressed them with a menacing tone. Push me further, and I shall detonate this fragment, leaving you with no chance to guard Yang City. Its voice was laced with deep frustration. When had the majestic Tree King been reduced to threatening others with self-destruction? After a brief pause, it added, Do you truly believe that the Beast God sect has so few followers in Yang City? The moment any disturbance arises, they will act immediately, plunging this city into chaos. Go ahead and plead. As for your wretched ranks of the Beast Demon sect, we are already well informed. The instant you perish, they will be swiftly eradicated.
Pang Dan scoffed.
Oh, and what of the high-ranking? The Tree King's voice dripped with mockery. I am indeed curious to see whether it is you who will strike swiftly or if it will be they. Pang Dan burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! You truly have a talent for fabrication. The deputy governor of the garrison and the captain of the enforcement team are right here. You dare to suggest that high-ranking could infiltrate? How utterly ludicrous. As he continued to chuckle, Pang Dan suddenly fell silent, for he observed the grim expressions on Xingzhan and Zhang Tian's faces. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he stammered, Surely, what it said cannot be true. Chapter 48. Righteousness. As Pang Dan observed the two remaining silent, he realized the Tree King might indeed be speaking the truth, and his expression darkened. The reason the garrison had pushed the defensive line 100 miles beyond the city gates was due to the formidable combat prowess of the high-level aberrations and beast kings. Should they unleash their destructive fury, the surrounding landscape would likely be left in utter devastation. In the midst of their silence, the Tree King spoke once more, its greedy gaze unabashedly assessing Su Jing. If you allow me to take Su Jing away, I will divulge the location of the high-level aberrations to you immediately. At this proclamation, not only did the three from the garrison grow anxious, but Di Qing from the Beast Demon sect wore a look of distress as well. Mi Nan and Chao Wan, being subordinates of the Tree King, naturally prioritized his command. They would readily sacrifice their lives for his orders, but Di Qing was different. He served the Purple Gold Ape Demon. Lord Tree King, you cannot reveal the location of the high-level aberrations to them. If the Lord Purple Gold Ape Demon finds out, he will surely be enraged. Yet, the Tree King dismissed their concerns with indifference, stating, The assault on Yang City by the Purple Gold Ape Demon has nothing to do with me. Allow me to take Su Jing, and I shall withdraw all resources and manpower I provided for this war. Then, with a mocking glance at Xingzhan, it continued, What is there to hesitate about? Your garrison proudly proclaims the duty of protecting humanity, yet you cannot discern the value of a single life compared to millions? Not only Xingzhan and Zhang Tian, but even Pang Dan found himself grappling with the situation. If they were to exchange Su Jing for their own safety, they would likely do so without a second thought. However, Su Jing was merely a newly minted adult, and despite their steely resolve, they could not bear to make such a choice against him. As they wrestled with their conflicting emotions, a clear voice shattered the impasse. If you first reveal the hiding place of the high-level aberrations, I will accompany you. Instantly, the expressions of the group grew complex. How many times had this been today? From Li Yueying to Su Yuner, and now to the citizens of Yang City, Su Jing unwaveringly chose to sacrifice himself. Despite his fondness for the young man before him, Pang Dan could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Are you foolish? The garrison is here to protect the citizens, and you are one of them. They would never force you if you are unwilling." Xingzhan, having heard of the events from earlier in the day, spoke with a tone laden with complexity. "Child, you are but a student. Protecting the citizens is our responsibility, not yours. We will not coerce you, nor should you blame yourself." "I understand," Su Jing replied with a faint smile, his gaze resolute. "Director Pang, Vice Governor Xing, there is no need for further discussion. This is my own choice." What a jest. Earlier, he had felt some trepidation as his true self, but now, here stood merely a projection. Once he extracted the locations of the other two high-level aberrations, he would simply allow this projection to dissipate. Contemplating the frantic expressions of the Tree King and the Beast Demon sect members, Su Jing's smile widened further. To those witnessing, his joy appeared to stem from the prospect of saving countless citizens of Yang City. Was this foolishness? No, this was the essence of righteousness. Xingzhan swiftly made a decision and declared in a deep voice, "Su Jing cannot be taken away by you." Previously, upon hearing Zhang Tian's account, he had merely regarded Su Jing as a young man of deep loyalty and remarkable talent. Although endearing, it had seemed limited to that. High talent and loyalty do not necessarily imply that Su Jing would be willing to devote his life to humanity in the future. However, today, Su Jing's profound sense of righteousness moved the seasoned guardian of Yang City, Xingzhan. He firmly believed that Su Jing would save many more lives in the future. If he himself had agreed, how could you object? "Are you not afraid of the repercussions from Zhang Liang and the people of Tianmen City?" The Tree King's expression darkened, nearly as grim as a stormy sky. Xingzhan surveyed the room, his aura escalating with each word. "Regardless of any punishment from the governor or blame from Tianmen City, let the blame fall upon me. No matter the outcome, I shall protect Su Jing today." Zhang Tian and Pang Dan, who had never wished to surrender Su Jing, saw that even the vice-governor had taken a stand, and without hesitation, they echoed in unison, "No matter what, we will protect Su Jing." The Tree King snarled, "Su Jing has already chosen to come with me." Xingzhan retorted fiercely, "I will not allow Su Jing to accompany you." The Tree King, exasperated, shouted, "You must respect Su Jing's personal choice." Pang Dan interjected with fervent indignation. Amidst the chaos, Su Jing felt bewildered. "Look at what you are all saying. The Beast Demon Sex King is lecturing, while the education director is hurling curses. It seems a fight is about to break out." "Director Pang, Vice Governor," Su Jing finally spoke, his tone imbued with sincerity and helplessness. "I am profoundly grateful for your kindness, but as the Tree King said, this is my choice. I have grown up in this city, encountering countless individuals, and perhaps some of them may fall victim to the beasts. I cannot simply abandon them and survive alone. I truly cannot do this. Even if you were to save me, I would live forever in regret, and my martial path would be severed. This is not what I wish to see." At this juncture, Su Jing paused momentarily, inhaling deeply. His expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. "If I can find those three beasts and eliminate them before they strike, achieving victory at minimal cost, I would die content." Xingzhan fell silent. Pang Dan and Zhang Tian also remained quiet. Their hearts, being human, did not desire to win the war at the least cost, but they were loath to pay the price of a young life. The Tree King chuckled gleefully. "Fear not. I could never bear to see you perish. Ha ha ha." He hastily continued, "Come here, to my side, and I shall reveal to you the hiding places of the three advanced beasts. I swear to the beast god. My words are true." Upon hearing this, Su Jing did not respond but instead looked toward Xingzhan and Zhang Tian. Xingzhan understood that Su Jing was inquiring about the credibility of the Tree King's words. After a brief silence, a deep sigh escaped, As it remarked, although the beast god sect is utterly deranged, they do place great importance on oaths, especially those made to the beast god. They must be genuine. Humph! The Tree King scoffed disdainfully, stating, "Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, your kind treated nature and animals with far greater madness than we ever did. It has existed for countless years. Although it only attained consciousness after the resurgence, it retains some memories of humanity's past actions." Xing Zhan remained silent, and even Pang Dan unusually fell into a state of quietude. Humanity, whether before or after the revival of spiritual energy, is by no means weak. It is merely a matter of differing stances. Chapter 49. Did Di Qing strike first? Upon hearing these words, Su Jing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was now a safeguard, alleviating the anxiety of his doppelganger being exposed in vain. However, from the perspective of others, they observed that after Xing Zhan confirmed the Tree King would not betray his oath, Su Jing finally relaxed. It was a sense of relief, a liberation, and a smile that fulfilled his long-held wish. Yet, at that moment, the trio of Xing Zhan could not share in the joy, for behind Su Jing's smile lay the fateful choice of sacrificing himself for the sake of others. "Come forth, stand before me." The Tree King disregarded Xing Zhan entirely, gazing greedily at Su Jing as if he were an unparalleled treasure. Su Jing approached with calm composure, showing no reluctance whatsoever. Even Mi Nan and Li Diyuan's gazes towards Su Jing were tinged with newfound meaning. "Now you cannot speak against it, can you?" Su Jing positioned himself close to Li Diyuan while standing beside the Tree King. The Tree King noted this detail but paid it no heed. In the face of overwhelming power, all subtle intentions were rendered futile. Suddenly, an incongruous voice intruded. "Your Majesty the Tree King, you cannot say it." Di Qing fell to his knees before the Tree King, pleading, "If you utter a word, the chances of victory for the golden-purple ape demon king in this war will be exceedingly slim. Have you finished speaking?" The Tree King's demeanor remained unchanged as he asked coolly. Di Qing's face twisted in anguish, realizing he could not sway the Tree King's resolve. Upon returning, the golden-purple ape demon king would undoubtedly vent his wrath upon him for being deceived by the Tree King, and it would be a fate worse than death. He might as well perish here. Seeing Su Jing standing beside Li Dun, Di Qing steeled his heart, lowering his head to conceal the glint of red in his eyes. The Tree King coldly remarked, "Since you are done, step aside." No sooner had the words left his lips than Di Qing's muscles swelled with sudden intensity. He launched himself towards Su Jing, leaving a web-like fissure in the ground beneath him. Su Jing's pupils constricted in alarm. He frantically summoned his wind-based abilities and true energy, propelling himself backward. If this doppelganger were to be slain by Di Qing, all prior theatrics would be for naught. But the seasoned warrior Di Qing, in his beastly form, moved with such swiftness that Li Diyuan, a mere novice in the battlefield, could not compare. Panic surged within Su Jing. The distance was too short, and he could not evade the impending strike. In a moment of desperation, Li Diyuan unexpectedly darted forward, positioning himself in front of Su Jing and throwing a punch. Boom! A splatter of blood erupted from the impact, propelling Li Diyuan's body backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Flesh from his fist to shoulder exploded, revealing ghastly white bone beneath. Di Qing's eyes glimmered with a chilling light, preparing to charge at Su Jing once more, but was struck by a beam of green radiance. It was the Tree King's intervention. Di Qing's body froze instantly, the crimson glow in his eyes fading into sheer terror. Bang! Di Qing's form shattered into pieces. The blood and flesh that burst forth were obliterated by the green light, leaving no trace of his existence in this world. "Foolish wretch, nearly thwarting my grand design." The Tree King's voice thundered with wrath, reverberating like a clap of thunder. After the fury subsided, the Tree King glanced in astonishment at the severely wounded Li Diyuan on the ground. "You shall no longer associate with the golden-purple ape demon. Instead, accompany me," he declared. Mi Nan hurriedly stepped forward, offering Li Diyuan a green elixir, which restored a hint of color to his pallid face. After consuming the potion, Li Diyuan struggled to stand, his face alight with excitement and joy as he knelt before the Tree King, repeatedly bowing his head in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Tree King." He realized that he had won this gamble. The golden-purple ape demon king had underestimated him, and soon this conflict would reach its conclusion. It was only by earning the Tree King's favor that he could secure his position within the Beast Demon sect. The Tree King regarded Li Dian with a deep gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since I am in a good mood, allow me to bestow upon you another piece of information. The golden purple ape has dispatched 3 formidable generals, black-scaled tiger, white-headed eagle, and bone-scorching blue poison leopard, who are stationed at. In the distance, Xing Zhan exchanged a glance with Zhang Tian, who immediately took flight, vanishing from the sight of the gathered crowd. Upon hearing the names and locations of the black-scaled tiger, Su Jing's expression sharpened. Indeed, the Tree King had not spoken falsely. With this in mind, he resolved to prepare for the execution of a traitor from the Beast Demon sect before his doppelganger dissipated. A smile danced in Su Jing's eyes as he looked towards Li Dian, the weakest among those present and gravely injured, making him the easiest target to eliminate. The thought brought an even broader grin to his face. How much experience would a general-level expert yield? Li Dian, noticing this, returned a smile, acknowledging the debt of gratitude he owed for being saved and for the success of the stronghold in obtaining news of the 3 high-level exotic beasts. As for Li Hanjie's demise, he was indifferent. Even if Li Hanjie were alive, he would provide little assistance. Within the stronghold, the warriors, upon receiving the call to arms, lined up meticulously and set forth towards the lair of the 3 high-level exotic beasts. Behind them, a pair of large, glistening eyes observed their every move. Li Yueying, unable to sleep, ultimately decided to seek the whereabouts of the Beast Demon sect. What were they planning? Cloaked in the cover of night, she furrowed her brow as she watched the warriors divide into 3 groups, heading towards the city gates. It was at that moment that she suddenly spotted Zhang Tian's figure soaring in a specific direction. Recalling Su Jing's words about the 3 high-level exotic beasts hiding within the city, she wondered if this was related. Why, then, was Captain Zhang rushing off elsewhere? What could possibly take precedence over dealing with the high-level beasts? For reasons unknown, a sudden alarm gripped her heart. Just as she contemplated pursuing him for answers, Zhang Tian's speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from Li Yueying's sight. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength and activated her wind wings, following the direction in which Zhang Tian had flown. In the abandoned warehouse, as Zhang Tian descended, his aura enveloped his voice, reaching Xing Zhan's ears. It can be confirmed that the news regarding the Tree King is indeed authentic. My comrades have already set up an ambush. Xing Zhan maintained a stoic expression. His gaze conflicted as it lingered on Su Jing, seemingly grappling with the decision of whether to seize Su Jing directly. At that moment, the voice of the Tree King resonated. Let us depart. Unfazed by Zhang Tian's words, which held no interest for it, the Tree King's utterance was barely complete when a surge of verdant brilliance erupted from its form, enveloping several members of the Beast Demon sect. Suddenly, several invisible blades of wind coalesced beside Su Jing and shot towards Li Dian. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of true energy coursed through Su Jing as he launched a powerful punch. Li Dian was utterly unprepared for this maneuver from Su Jing, and an icy shiver ran down his spine. The proximity between them was too great. Evading the attack was nearly impossible, leaving him with no choice but to desperately twist his body in an attempt to avoid a fatal blow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, amidst the spray of blood, a head was sent soaring. In the air, Li Dian's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Su Jing. Chapter 50. The Tree King's Retreat. Ding. The host has slain a first-level war general, earning 1,000 experience points. The familiar sound of the system notification resonated, a smirk gracing Su Jing's lips as he cast a mocking glance at the furious Tree King. Ah! The Tree King roared in rage, unleashing a wave of green radiance aimed at suppressing Su Jing. It vowed that once it captured Su Jing, he would first endure the brutal tortures of the Beast Demon sect, and then be thoroughly studied. Meanwhile, Xing Zhan hesitated no longer. He resolved to seize Su Jing directly. In a blink, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before the Tree King. The translucent green barrier crumpled as if made of mere paper, cleaved effortlessly in two. A chilling blade of light surged toward the Tree King, but alas, it was too late.
Su Jing stood unieldin.
A smile still adorning his face as he gazed at the Tree King. The green brilliance enveloped him, instantaneously dispelling his doppelganger ability. To onlookers, it appeared as though Su Jing had been utterly obliterated by the Tree King's green light. At that moment, everyone present was struck with a shiver of dread, particularly Xing Zhan, who watched in disbelief as Su Jing wore a smile even in the face of death, as if mocking the Tree King's incompetence. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed above the abandoned warehouse. No, Li Yueying had just arrived and was confronted with this scene, her face drained of color, swaying unsteadily. Had it not been for the wind wings supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. It was all too sudden. There had been no warning whatsoever. An hour ago, Su Jing had comforted her with laughter, assuring her that he was safe, and now she found herself witnessing such a spectacle. Recalling Su Jing's words that his true form would not be in danger, tears streamed down Li Yueying's cheeks unbidden. A tumult of sorrow and rage surged within her, battering her mind like relentless waves. The howling winds swirled around her, and she felt as though she were merging with the tempest, heralding a remarkable transformation. Several gazes below recognized her as the young girl who had been with Su Jing during the day. Though surprised that she could fly during her awakening phase, they paid little heed to it. The guards at the stronghold were seething with anger, ready to strike at any provocation. Even the Tree King was taken aback. It had never intended to kill. It simply wished to subdue Su Jing, perhaps applying a bit more force out of anger, but not to the extent of obliteration. Was this Su Jing merely an illusion? Yet his actions were entirely genuine. Could it be a manifestation akin to a doppelganger? A theory remarkably close to the truth flickered in the Tree King's mind. However, before it could ponder further, an enraged Xing Zhan charged forth with his blade. Suddenly, a burst of wooden spikes erupted from the ground before the Tree King, blocking Xing Zhan's advance. You! Before the words could escape, Xing Zhan unleashed a flurry of slashing strikes. And he was not alone. The assaults from Zhang Tian and Pang Dan followed in quick succession, leaving the Tree King no opportunity to speak. Seeing the unfolding situation, Mi Nan and the others hastily joined the fray to assist the Tree King. However, they found themselves at an insurmountable disadvantage compared to Xing Zhan, too fearful to approach. The moment their chi attacks made contact, they were utterly extinguished by the terrifying blade light. The Tree King's gaze sharpened. The losses incurred this time were far too significant. Even the golden-purple ape demon had been severely deceived, resulting in the loss of the captured Su Jing. It was highly likely that this young man had played them for fools. Recalling Su Jing's smile just before his clone dissipated, the Tree King felt increasingly enraged. Spiritual energy surged violently into the Tree King's body from several kilometers around, forming a massive translucent vortex above its head. In mere moments, the Tree King's aura surged once more. The wood element around the Tree King had condensed into a tangible form, creating a faint green mist that floated within the warehouse. It seemed today was destined to teach them respect for a monarch, the Tree King declared coldly. Pang Dan scoffed. Even burning your life essence, you still refuse to concede, as shameless as ever. Suddenly, countless vine-like saplings burst forth from the ground, rapidly growing and merging into numerous towering trees, encircling Xing Zhan and the others. Then, countless wooden hands and spikes sprouted from the trees. Boom! 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 The Tree King cast a shadowy glance at the ever-dodging Xing Zhan. It had no desire to linger in battle. Instead, it swiftly ascended into the skies with Mi Nan and Xiao Wan. From the outset, it had never contemplated self-destructing a clone. Creating each clone consumed a significant amount of its life essence, and self-detonation here would be far too costly. Meanwhile, Su Jing was hiding just outside the lair of the black-scaled tiger, careful not to approach too closely. He feared being discovered by the black-scaled tiger. If its true form escaped the Tree King only to be bitten to death by the tiger, it would be a lamentable fate. Additionally, many warriors from the guarding house had already ambushed the area, and Su Jing did not wish to alert them. After once again condensing his clone, he accessed the system panel. The 1,000 experience points from defeating Li Diyuan, combined with the experience gained from his Thunder clone's fierce battles during the Beast Tide, had accumulated to over 2,000 experience points. The experience required to advance from the 6th to the 7th rank had also increased to 2,000. Without hesitation, Su Jing allocated all of his experience points toward his realm. Every 3 ranks represented a watershed moment. Upon becoming a high-tier martial artist, Su Jing's strength surged dramatically. He could finally project his chi outward. With a faint smile, Su Jing reflected on how, in just under 24 hours, he had elevated himself from a first-tier martial artist to a 7th-tier level. In the outside world, such a feat would be unimaginable to others. However, opportunities to encounter beast tides, the Tree King, and windfall situations were exceedingly rare, and the dangers immense. The experience gained from defeating beasts and martial artists of the same major realm remained unchanged, while the required experience increased significantly with every 3 minor realms ascended. This meant that as his strength progressed, growth would become increasingly challenging. Su Jing pondered this in his heart. It was precisely for this reason that he needed to seize every opportunity. Suddenly, Su Jing's pupils dilated slightly. A figure clad in silver armor slowly flew toward the back courtyard of the martial arts hall. Had it not been for Su Jing's ability to glimpse his profile, one might have mistaken him for Zhang Tian, for the resemblance to Yin Kai was striking. Was he also a master warrior of the Guardian's mansion? Su Jing felt a twinge of confusion, for he had never encountered this individual before. As Yin Kai's figure drew near, a chilling low growl reverberated through the air. Accompanying it was the menacing form of a black-scaled tiger. With a thud, the black-scaled tiger lunged forward, only to be repelled by the formidable warrior, Yin Kai. Suddenly,
Su Jing's pupils constricted sharply.
At that very moment, as man and beast clashed, a pale white net began to materialize in the sky, strikingly similar to the luminous barrier that had previously defended against the beast tide. Was this truly the method of the Guardian's mansion? Su Jing's eyes widened, not daring to blink for fear of missing a crucial moment. Below the vast net, the black-scaled tiger sensed the shift, anxiously surveying its surroundings as if contemplating an escape route. Yet, Yin Kai was relentless, ensnaring the black-scaled tiger without yielding an inch. With a hum, the net abruptly constricted, enveloping Yin Kai's form and binding the black-scaled tiger tightly. Chapter 51. A second strike against the black-scaled tiger roar. The black-scaled tiger let out a furious howl, thrashing wildly in an attempt to free itself from the constraints of the great net. Yet, all in vain, as the net only tightened, leaving deep gashes upon its body, the black scales offering no protection. The prowess of the garrison once again astonished Su Jing. A high-level exotic beast was subdued with such ease. The black-scaled tiger writhed in agony, its roar shattering the clouds above. Seizing the moment, General Yin Kai unleashed a torrent of energy, relentlessly bombarding the tiger's head, leaving it dazed and disoriented. After a fierce struggle, the tiger was now marred with ghastly wounds. However, the pale net's radiance began to wane, on the verge of shattering at any moment. The multitude of injuries and blood did not instill fear in the black-scaled tiger. Rather, it ignited its ferocity, with its scarlet eyes blazing with rage. Just then, the pale net could no longer endure. The warriors maintaining the formation from the garrison felt a surge of blood and energy, their faces flushing red, their bodies swaying. It was evident how great a cost was required to restrain a high-level exotic beast. Roar! With a thunderous presence, the black-scaled tiger broke free, delivering a powerful strike to General Yin Kai's chest. Boom! Although General Yin braced himself against the blow, he still spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Su Jing's heart sank. The black-scaled tiger, despite its grave injuries, exhibited such valor. The garrison warriors immediately rushed forward to assist. However, as they approached, several weaker fighters were sent crashing back to the ground. Su Jing felt a surge of determination and directed Su Feng forward, employing the invisible wind blades to launch a sneak attack against the black-scaled tiger. Whoosh! 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 The tiger's eyes flashed with disdain. Facing the wind blades, it neither dodged nor evaded, choosing instead to endure them head-on. A cacophony of clashing sounds ensued. Su Jing's pupils constricted in shock. The wind blades had inflicted no harm upon the black-scaled tiger, leaving only faint scratches upon its dark scales. Recognizing Su Jing, the black-scaled tiger abandoned its assault on General Yin Kai and charged towards Su Jing. Just as Su Jing maneuvered Su Feng to evade, General Yin Kai swiftly interposed himself before the tiger. "Little brother, retreat. Leave this black-scaled tiger to us. General Yin turned to glance at Su Jing, his expression grave. Su Feng silently nodded. Although the demise of his clone was inconsequential, remaining here would only hinder General Yin's actions. Yet, the black-scaled tiger remained fixated on Su Jing, unwilling to let him go. An instinct told the tiger that its hiding place had likely been revealed by this enigmatic human youth before it. The ferocity in its crimson eyes intensified. Thump! The black-scaled tiger leaped high, its claws imbued with immense power as it lunged toward Su Feng. Damn it! General Yin Kai cursed angrily, hastily channeling his energy to intervene. At that moment, Su Jing's main body and clone melded into one, casting forth a black-purple orb of energy. The tempest of wind surged with thunderous might. The black-scaled tiger felt a surge of alarm and prepared to evade, yet the black-purple orb erupted violently. Torrents of electricity surged uncontrollably into the black-scaled tiger's body. Although it did not inflict significant harm, the paralysis induced by the lightning nearly caused the black-scaled tiger to tumble to the ground. The protective aura enveloping its dark scales was shattered in an instant. The silver armor warrior, elated by this turn of events, delivered a powerful punch to the tiger's forehead. The impact was thunderous, and blood sprayed in all directions. Remarkably, the black-scaled tiger still drew breath, prompting a frown from the silver armor warrior, who was poised to deliver a finishing blow. Allow me.
Su Jing interjected hastily.
As a dark purple radiance surged once more from his hands. With a swift motion, he executed a knife-hand strike, nearly severing the tiger's head entirely. At that moment, the system notification chimed in with an increase in experience points. Ding! Host has slain a high-level exotic beast, gaining 500 experience points. Only 500? Su Jing mused, his brow furrowed in concern. It was far from sufficient to elevate his rank. Gazing at the tiger's severed head, he noticed the astonished expressions of the silver armor warrior and the guards from the garrison. Their astonishment stemmed not only from Su Jing's recent display of prowess but also from the stark reality that this young man possessed the strength to threaten a high-level exotic beast. Especially the silver armor warrior, who had battled the black-scaled tiger for an extensive period and was acutely aware of the formidable defense provided by its dark scales. Typically, even seasoned warriors wielding steel-grade weapons would struggle to breach such defenses, yet this youth had effortlessly torn through them with his bare hands. At that moment, someone finally recognized Su Jing. "Is that you, Brother Su Jing?" Geng Xiaohui inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. It was difficult for him to believe that merely a week prior, Su Jing had been a mere first-tier warrior, and now he had the capability to slay high-level exotic beasts. Su Jing turned at the sound, a smile gracing his face as he responded, "Brother Geng." With Geng Xiaohui's mention, an increasing number of individuals began to recognize Su Jing. "I remember now. He was the one who competed against Su Kai at the training grounds just a week ago. Is that even possible? Su Kai is only a third-tier warrior. How could he compare to this young man? Indeed, I even shook hands with Brother Su Jing back then." The silver armor warrior, listening intently, appeared perplexed as he pondered. "Is this young man also part of our garrison?" "Yes, Captain Wang, he and his family reside at the garrison. For further details, you might need to consult Captain Zhang." Geng Xiaohui replied, then quietly explained to Su Jing, "This is Captain Wang Quan, who usually oversees the city gates." Understanding dawned on Su Jing, and he nodded in acknowledgement before greeting Captain Wang. "Captain Wang, how shall we deal with the two remaining high-level exotic beasts?" Su Jing was eager to finish off the remaining foes, as slaying them would yield an additional 1,000 experience points. The surrounding warriors were taken aback by his words, and Geng Xiaohui exclaimed, "There are still two high-level exotic beasts." Captain Wang, however, remained unfazed, merely casting a puzzled glance at Su Jing before stating, "Let me inquire if they have been dealt with." As he spoke, a soldier approached, presenting a black rectangular device resembling a mobile phone from Su Jing's past life, complete with a half-meter-long antenna. After a brief pause, the communicator connected. "The black-scaled tiger has been dealt with on our end. How about you?" We were just about to engage when the vice-governor stormed in, obliterating the white-headed eagle with a single strike. Startled, I was left utterly bewildered as to which unfortunate soul had provoked the vice-governor. You cannot fathom the extent of the terror. "Vice-governor, Just as the thought lingered, the cold voice of Xingzhan emerged from the communicator. Now that the task is completed, do not linger outside any longer. Return with your team at once. Upon hearing Xingzhan's voice, Wang Quan involuntarily shivered. Yes, Vice Governor. After hanging up the call, Wang Quan smacked his lips and said, Let us depart, young brother Su Jing, and return together. All right. Chapter 52. The dust settles upon returning to the garrison. The warriors were jubilant, reveling in their triumph over the three formidable beasts. Wang Quan wore a bright smile as he strode purposefully towards the conference hall. Zhang Tian stood outside the hall, but Wang Quan, oblivious to his presence, approached and clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, Old Zhang, we owe you our gratitude for the timely news. Had those three brutes emerged during the battle, we would have surely suffered dire losses. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tian lifted his gaze, and it was then that Wang Quan noticed the bloodshot eyes of his companion. Frowning, he inquired, What troubles you, old Zhang? Observing his despondent demeanor, Wang Quan felt a pang of concern. Zhang Tian let out a deep sigh, remaining silent. He was still grappling with how to explain the situation to Su Jing's family. The image of Li Yueying, lost in her thoughts moments ago, weighed heavily on his mind, causing him both discomfort and a headache. They had saved her only to hand her over to the beast demon sect? Before Wang Quan could press further, the voice of Xingzhan resonated from within the hall. Now that you're back, come in promptly. Without hesitation, the two men made their way into the conference room. The interior was devoid of decoration, with only a rectangular table occupying the center. Xingzhan sat at the head, while the others had already taken their seats. Zhang Tian and Wang Quan hurriedly found their places on either side. The three high-level beasts in the city had been dealt with, and the beast demon sect had nearly been eradicated. I have gathered information on the other two teams. Wang Quan, did your squad incur any losses? Xingzhan inquired, casting a measured glance at Wang Quan. Rising to his feet, Wang Quan replied in a clear voice, After the black-scaled tiger broke free from the binding array, over a dozen brothers were affected, and a few were injured by the beast. Fortunately, the wounds are not severe. Upon hearing that the black-scaled tiger had escaped the binding array, the audience furrowed their brows in concern. The binding array could restrain even mid-tier war generals for several seconds. For an ordinary high-level beast, that duration should have been ample for Wang Quan to eliminate it. The fact that it could break free indicated that the black-scaled tiger was at least as powerful as Wang Quan himself. How did you manage to resolve it so swiftly with minimal losses? Xingzhan questioned, bewildered. The others turned their attention toward Wang Quan as well. With a sheepish chuckle, Wang Quan replied, We were fortunate to have the assistance of a young brother. The moment those words left his lips, confusion swept through the room. A young brother? At that instant, both Xingzhan and Zhang Tian tensed, and Pang Dan abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Who are you referring to? Yet, as soon as he spoke, Pang Dan regretted it. Observing the astonished expression on Wang Quan's face, he paused and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had witnessed Su Jing's death at the hands of the Tree King. What was he truly hoping for? Just as he prepared to sit down, Wang Quan, still in a daze, said, I believe his name was Su Jing. Do you know him? Su Jing? The others were still pondering the identity of this individual. In an instant, Xingzhan had moved to stand directly before Wang Quan, demanding with a fierce intensity, What is his name? Under the piercing gaze filled with lethal intent, Wang Quan felt a shiver run down his spine. Swallowing hard, he spoke dryly, Su
Jing.
Captain Zhang Tian knows him too. Where is he now? Zhang Tian, standing nearby, could not help but interject. He said he would return to the courtyard first to see if his mother is asleep. The cold moonlight poured down upon the desolate little courtyard, where Li Yueying sat on a stone bench, lost in thought. The once vibrant and spirited demeanor she possessed had vanished, replaced by a swirling vortex of gentle breezes that danced around her, fluctuating in intensity. Creaking, the iron gate of the courtyard swung open, causing Li Yueying to look up in a daze, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. She stood frozen in place. Su Jing's lips curled into a faint smile as he asked, Why are you still awake at this hour? His words seemed to summon Li Yueying's scattered thoughts back into her body with a sudden jolt. You! Su Jing. It's really you. Su Jing slowly approached her, a gentle smile gracing his face as he tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Did you not see me killed by the Tree King? I witnessed it with my own eyes. As she felt the warmth of his fingertips against her cheek, her voice quivered with emotion. Su Jing, taken aback, chuckled lightly. You were nearby as well. It was merely my avatar that was slain. Here, look. With that, Su Feng emerged from Su Jing's body, only to disintegrate in place, reminiscent of the scene in the abandoned warehouse, albeit without the green luminescence. Li Yueying's eyes widened in astonishment, and she rubbed them in disbelief. But you said your true self was captured by the beast demon sect.
Su Jing laughed heartily.
After that, I used my avatar to impersonate my true self, pretending to be trapped while my true self made an escape. At that moment, the conversations in the courtyard stirred others awake.
Son.
Brother. Zhang Yu and Su Yuner opened the door and were momentarily taken aback to see Su Jing standing unharmed in the courtyard. Weren't you captured by the people of the beast demon sect? Indeed, brother. You have no idea how worried we were. Was it the garrison that rescued you? Facing the curious and concerned gazes of the crowd, Su Jing offered a bittersweet smile and said, There's no rush. I will explain everything to you slowly. Just then, the iron gate of the courtyard was pushed open once more. Su Jing, are you all right? Xingzhan, Zhang Tian, and Pang Dan stood outside, all gazing at him in disbelief. Although Xingzhan and Pang Dan were unfamiliar with him, Zhang Tian recognized him. How could the garrison personnel not know how Su Jing had returned? The crowd's curiosity only intensified. In light of the unfolding scene, Su Jing, with a sense of resignation, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. It's late. Why don't you all find a seat and settle in the courtyard to hear my tale? As his words echoed, a wave of true energy resonated in Xingzhan's ear. Vice Governor, I will report the specifics to you tomorrow, but for now, I fear my family is too worried. Xingzhan maintained a calm demeanor, though a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. Zhang Yu playfully tapped Su Jing on the back of his head, exclaiming with a hint of annoyance, Everyone is concerned for you. Besides, can we even sleep soundly now? Indeed.
Su Yuner quickly chimed in.
Standing at the doorway, Xingzhan refrained from entering and remarked, We are generally aware of the situation. We merely came to check if young Su Jing was injured. Since all is well, we shall take our leave as there are numerous matters to attend to. With that, he departed alongside Zhang Tian and Pang Dan. The others were somewhat perplexed. Was this it? Su Jing chuckled and announced, That gentleman is none other than Vice Governor Xingzhan. I owe my rescue to him, along with Lords Zhang Tian and Pang Dan. Outside the courtyard, Xingzhan suddenly broke into a smile. Little Zhang, what do you reckon his strength is? Zhang Tian paused momentarily at the question, but Pang Dan swiftly interjected. He is a 4th-rank warrior. I witnessed his assessment this morning. A 4th-rank warrior? Xingzhan's expression turned playful. Can a 4th-rank warrior communicate through true energy? How is that possible? Such a feat requires at least a high-rank warrior to project true energy outward. Pang Dan shook his head. The amusement on Xingzhan's face deepened as he disregarded Pang Dan and strode forward. Pang Dan, puzzled, inquired, What does the vice-governor mean by that? Zhang Tian remained silent, yet a thought sprang to his mind. He had observed Su Jing's rapid progress and wondered, could it be that Su Jing had already attained the status of a high-rank warrior? Chapter 53. Changes in ranking battle rules. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the courtyard, they fell softly upon Su Jing's bedside. He gradually opened his eyes, completed a brief morning routine, and quietly exited the small courtyard. After recounting stories until nearly 4 in the morning, everyone had slowly drifted off to sleep. The turmoil caused by the beast demon sect had not altered the atmosphere in Yang City. Today, Li Yueying was still set to participate in the first round of the ranking battles as usual. However, given her prowess, advancing into the top 500 of Yang City was well within her grasp, especially with her enhanced flight capabilities post-evolution. Few could pose a threat to her. Su Jing had no intention of accompanying her. Upon reaching the council hall, he was met with an unusually vibrant scene. Soldiers clad in uniforms moved about, their faces adorned with expressions of joy. Zhang Tian spotted Su Jing amidst the crowd and called out with a wave, Su Jing, come over here. Su Jing jogged over to Zhang Tian, but before he could speak, Zhang Tian had already draped an arm around his shoulder, guiding him toward Xing Zhan's office. "We should hurry. The vice-governor has been waiting for you." With a cheerful push, Zhang Tian opened the wooden door to the office and respectfully announced, "Vice-governor." Su Jing followed suit, offering a respectful bow. Despite his limited acquaintance, he felt a sense of admiration for Xing Zhan due to his actions the previous night. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Did you not mention that you would report the specifics to me? Please proceed," Xing Zhan said, his demeanor serious yet his tone gentle, reminiscent of a curious elder. With a slight smile, Su Jing no longer withheld the truth. Su Feng emerged from his body. "This is the key to my survival." As Su Jing narrated his experience, even though Xing Zhan had heard of his avatar ability from Zhang Tian, the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. "Initially, the Tree King did capture my true form, but I managed to escape unnoticed while the beast demon sect was distracted, leaving my avatar behind, which led to the scene you witnessed." As Su Jing concluded, Xing Zhan remained momentarily stunned, his fists instinctively clenching in excitement as he gazed at Su Jing. "Do you possess only this one avatar? Or can there be many? Is there a disparity in strength between your avatars and your true form?" At that moment, Xing Zhan resembled an inquisitive child, his questions flowing like an unending river. After a considerable pause, he finally ceased, granting Su Jing an opportunity to interject. "Vice-governor, allow me to address your inquiries one by one. Currently, I have only 2 avatars. The strength of my avatars is comparable to my true form. However, the wind avatar can only wield wind-based abilities, while the thunder avatar is limited to lightning-based powers. My true self, on the other hand, can utilize both abilities." Upon learning that Su Jing had only 2 avatars, a flicker of disappointment briefly crossed Xing Zhan's otherwise composed visage. He had encountered numerous extraordinary individuals in his lifetime. While dual ability practitioners were rare, they were not entirely absent. In contrast, these 2 avatars possess only a singular extraordinary ability, and as time progresses, the disparity in strength compared to the original body becomes starkly evident. Reflecting on this, Xing Zhan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had harbored great hopes for someone to emerge and alter the course of humanity. This young man was already exceptionally talented, and it was certain that he would one day become a stalwart pillar of humanity. So what was there to be dissatisfied about? "You have made significant contributions in dismantling the beast demon sect's stronghold and in vanquishing those 3 high-level aberrant beasts. What rewards do you seek?" Xing Zhan inquired with a smile. Su Jing felt a stirring in his heart. His sister's leg injury had yet to heal. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously asked, "I have an elder sister who suffered a broken leg while trying to save me. Is there any hope for her recovery?" "That does not count." Xing Zhan waved his hand dismissively. "I have a bit of bone-repairing ointment left. As long as it's not a comminuted fracture, it should be a minor issue. Think again about what reward you desire." Relieved, Su Jing replied, "I would like a medicinal pill akin to the blood essence pill, one that contains energy." Upon hearing this, Xing Zhan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Utilizing pills to elevate one's cultivation can lead to considerable side effects, and your subsequent training speed may diminish. You already surpass your peers in strength. What is the rush?" Before Su Jing could respond, Xing Zhan pondered briefly and continued. "However, once one reaches the high tier of martial artists, progress indeed slows down considerably. Here's what we will do. The garrison still has a few nourishing essence pills. I will have Zhang Tian bring them to you shortly. Remember, do not become overly reliant on these pills. I will also provide you with some medicinal liquids for body conditioning to be used for bathing." After exiting the office, Zhang Tian was still in awe, his eyes brimming with envy. "What Lord Xing Zhan just mentioned is worth at least several million. Far exceeding your contributions this time. TSK, TSK, TSK. Could it be that you are the illegitimate child of him and Governor Zhang?" Su Jing shot him an exasperated glance, yet understood the truth behind Xing Zhan's meticulous attention. He genuinely regarded him as a promising protege. Once the initial emotions subsided, Su Jing recalled the terrifying beast tide on the front lines. "By the way, Brother Zhang Tian, how is the situation at the front?" I noticed the brothers seemed quite upbeat. Zhang Tian laughed heartily. "Once the beast demon sect is eradicated, We can deal with the beast tide on the front line without reservations. Moreover, the War King from Tianmen City is en route. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, victory is assured. Is that so? A look of joy surfaced on Su Jing's face. That's why your contributions are significant. Ordinarily, the remnants of the beast demon sect would have troubled us for quite some time, Zhang Tian responded. After a pause, he leaned closer to Su Jing, whispering conspiratorially, Lord Xingzhan has decided to allow a portion of lower-level aberrant beasts to enter the defense line as the third round of trials for this cohort of examinees. Su Jing was taken aback, asking, Isn't that too risky? I've never heard of candidates needing to slay aberrant beasts during the ranking battles in previous years. Sighing, Zhang Tian replied, Alas, there is no alternative. The practical combat skills of the candidates from Yang City have been declining with each passing year. Many have never even encountered a living aberrant beast. How can they be examined for martial prowess? Indeed, it is for this reason that the esteemed Lord Xingzhan intends to seize this opportunity to gather low-level and a handful of mid-level extraordinary beasts in a single area, thereby allowing the candidates to hone their practical combat skills. Furthermore, those who advance to the third round of the competition are unlikely to be lacking in strength. They possess sufficient capability to fend for themselves against low-level beasts. Is Governor Zhang aware of this? Su Jing inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, a wicked smile crept across Zhang Tian's lips. Governor Zhang may not yet be informed, but I doubt he would reject such a proposal. In the past, he indulged Lord Xingzhan much like Lord Xingzhan indulges you now. As for the scoring system, it will indeed differ significantly from before. Previously, practical combat ability directly determined the score. Now, the flexibility is substantial, with points awarded based entirely on the number and strength of the extraordinary beasts slain. Should one be weaker in strength yet manage to eliminate numerous beasts, they can still achieve a high score in practical combat. Conversely, those pampered scions of affluent families who spend their days in martial arts halls, unable to slay any beasts, will find their flashy techniques utterly inconsequential. Chapter 54. Facing Zhang Tian after listening, Su Jing asked with a peculiar expression, Aren't you afraid that I might leak the exam questions after telling me all this? Zhang Tian teased, Aren't you just eager to inform that girl Li Yueying? No worries. Just don't disclose it to outsiders. Besides, with her remarkable skills in wind manipulation, she can easily secure her position. We won't allow any flying beasts in here. All right, wait here. I'll go inside and fetch it for you, Zhang Tian said, patting Su Jing's shoulder with a smile before striding into the warehouse. With a wry smile, Su Jing touched his nose and waited. Shortly after, Zhang Tian emerged carrying a backpack. The Yangyuan Dan, as its name suggests, is a pill that aids martial artists in rapidly enhancing the quality of their true energy, saving you quite a bit of effort in compressing it. As for the Su Gu Gao, simply apply it to the injured bones, using a small amount multiple times. A thin layer each time is sufficient, allowing it to absorb before applying again. The most crucial part is these body-refining elixirs. Dilute them in a bathtub for a full body soak once a day. Zhang Tian patiently explained the usage of each potion, and Su Jing nodded in understanding. Well, that's basically it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Zhang Tian chuckled. Su Jing's eyes sparkled as he tentatively inquired, Could I possibly? No. Zhang Tian quickly interrupted. You cannot participate in the preliminary ranking battles. With your current strength harnessing lightning powers, you would annihilate low to mid-level beasts. If you team up with Li Yueying, it would be utterly unfair. Sighing, Su Jing conceded, All right, I truly wish to sweep the beasts for experience points. After all, that's a wealth of experience. He then asked, Can I join the frontline battles instead? Without hesitation, Zhang Tian replied, Sure, you can send your 2 avatars to fight, which will also help you accumulate some experience. It's not just the avatars, Su Jing asserted gravely. Zhang Tian paused, confused. What do you mean? I mean, my main body should also engage in slaying the beasts, Su Jing stated firmly. It would be increasingly challenging to amass experience points after this beast wave. No. Zhang Tian furrowed his brow. Not only can I not agree, but Lord Xingzhan would certainly disapprove as well. Do you have any idea how perilous the beast wave is? High-level beasts could appear at any moment. I cannot allow you to act recklessly. With a slight smile, Su Jing countered, Is it not dangerous within the city? I was hiding in the defense office before, yet I was still captured by the Tree King. Moreover, I merely wished to contribute my share. Su Jing's expression grew resolute as he contemplated silently. Only strength could guarantee one's safety. There was also a hint of selfishness involved. Currently, he had the attention of 2 governors, and under their watchful eyes, the city of Yang would undoubtedly be the safest place. Furthermore, with the arrival of the warlord from Tianmen City, he would certainly oversee the front line. At that moment, even if the Tree King and the Golden-Purple Ape Demon King were to arrive together, they would need to weigh their options. Zhang Tian gazed silently at the obstinate Su Jing. This young man clearly possessed the ability to conceal his true self effectively, rendering him undetectable. Yet, he chose to venture into the most perilous of places to hone his skills. If Zhang Tian had the ability to create a doppelganger, he would certainly prefer to shield his main self from any risk whatsoever. Contemplating this, Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel a flicker of respect for the youth. However, he did not allow this sentiment to manifest on his face. Instead, he replied coldly, "Do you truly believe your strength is sufficient now? You can outmaneuver the Tree King, and thus the beast tide poses no threat to you, is that so?" Su Jing's breath hitched at these words. Just as he was about to retort, Zhang Tian's voice rang out once more. "If you wish to advance to the front lines, you must first pass my test. I will suppress my true energy to the pinnacle of a martial artist. If you can defeat me, I shall speak on your behalf to Lord Xingzhan. If you cannot best me, then do not bring it up again, nor attempt to send your doppelganger to guard the estate while your true self sneaks away." The severity in Zhang Tian's expression intensified. Despite his admiration for Su Jing, he was resolute in not permitting him to win. Although his true energy was restrained to the peak martial artist level, his prowess as a seasoned warrior far surpassed that of Su Jing. He had even established a rule that his true self could not clandestinely advance to the front lines.
Su Jing Gopher David smile.
"I want you all to recognize me as I truly am, going to the front lines so that I can be adequately protected. If I were to sneak away, what would I even say to you? You would all assume I had sent my doppelganger, and who would care about my well-being then?" He then locked eyes with Zhang Tian and declared with conviction, "Very well." Soon, the two returned to the training arena. Su Jing grasped his long spear and ascended the platform, positioning himself a few meters opposite Zhang Tian. Instantly, he attracted the attention of many warriors training in the arena. "Isn't that Su Jing, the younger brother? Why is he sparring with Captain Zhang?" Captain Zhang must have suppressed his strength. But even so, Su Jing has little chance of winning. Perhaps Captain Zhang merely wishes to impart some practical skills to Su Jing. That makes sense. We should learn from this. The murmurs from below the platform did not affect Su Jing. He first executed a beautiful flourish with his spear before pointing its tip directly at Zhang Tian. Grinning, "Let us begin, Brother Zhang. Let us see if my spear technique has improved." No sooner had he spoken than Su Jing shot forward with remarkable speed towards Zhang Tian. "Excellent." Zhang Tian laughed heartily, swinging his spear to block Su Jing's assault. The 3-foot blade of his spear leveraged the force to glide along Su Jing's weapon. Su Jing deftly evaded, denying his opponent the chance for a sliding strike. Zhang Tian was about to pursue further when he noticed that Su Jing's spear blade was enveloped in a layer of black radiance, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. Suddenly halting, he squinted his eyes. This was the hallmark of mastery in the killing intent spear technique. While the foundational level focused on condensing the killing intent, achieving mastery allowed one to manifest that intent through spear techniques. To his astonishment, the proficiency of the killing intent gun had remarkably reached mastery. He could scarcely believe it. He was acutely aware of the arduousness involved in mastering the killing intent gun. After all, it had only been a mere fortnight. In stark contrast, he had devoted nearly a decade to attain such a level of expertise. Chapter 55. Li Yueying's grand display. Perhaps this martial art resonates deeply with me. Su Jing smiled faintly, his movements unceasing, as his spear struck forth with the ferocity of thunder. Yet this was far from sufficient. Zhang Tian bellowed, positioning his spear defensively. Bang! The sudden force propelled Su Jing backward several steps. The disparity in strength between a 7th-tier martial artist and a peak master was indeed substantial. Just as he steadied himself, a tempest laden with chilling intent surged toward him. The gleaming blade of the spear reflected a cold radiance that rapidly expanded in Su Jing's pupils. Boom! At a critical moment, an electric current surged from the void before Su Jing, with several strands of black and purple lightning detonating upon the arena. The searing sensation from enduring the lightning made Zhang Tian's body shudder, arcs of electricity dancing across his skin. At this juncture, Su Jing launched his counterattack. The sound of wind blades slicing through the air came in rapid succession. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Tian's pupils constricted as he sought to evade, but the lingering paralysis from the electric shock dulled his reflexes. He had no choice but to summon his true energy, gritting his teeth to withstand the onslaught. The sound of flesh being sliced echoed through the air. The warriors observing from below drew sharp breaths in unison. Su Jing's spear grazed Zhang Tian's shoulder, leaving behind a vivid trail of blood. It was a mere breath away from piercing Zhang Tian's throat. Zhang Tian grimaced, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you truly hold nothing back." Gazing at the gruesome gash on his shoulder, Zhang Tian felt a surge of trepidation. Had he not reacted swiftly moments before, he might have met his demise beneath this youth's spear. In the hunt, even a lion exerts its full strength. Su Jing scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. In truth, he had many more techniques yet to unveil. This thrust merely appeared perilous. Even if Zhang Tian had not reacted in time, he could have retracted the strike. Zhang Tian regarded Su Jing with suspicion, remarking, "While what you say holds some truth, it feels rather peculiar. Who is the lion and who is the rabbit?" Su Jing raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond but instead chuckling, "Brother Zhang Tian, do remember to speak with Lord Xingzhan." "You!" A conflicted expression crossed Zhang Tian's face, but he ultimately sighed and said, "Fine, I will inform Lord Xingzhan. However, you must also discuss this with your mother. If she does not consent, we certainly cannot allow you to go." After speaking, Zhang Tian sighed in resignation, adding, "The beast tide will conclude in no more than 2 days. I cannot fathom why you are so insistent on this. I am in dire need of time. Every second is precious." Su Jing's face took on a serious expression. "Brother Zhang Tian, I hope for your swift assistance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian found himself at a loss for words and could only acquiesce. After expressing his gratitude, Su Jing did not linger in the training ground but made his way directly to his small courtyard, laden with rewards from the garrison. In stark contrast to the stillness of his departure that morning, the courtyard was abuzz with activity by noon. From a distance, he could hear Su Yun'er's excited voice. As soon as he pushed open the courtyard door, her voice rang out, "Brother, where have you been? You're only just returning now." Su Jing gazed at the flushed face of Su Yun'er, curiosity igniting within him. "What's the matter? You have no idea. Sister Yueying was extraordinary on the arena this morning. That boy opposite her was so arrogant, but once Sister Yueying made her move, he was completely terrified." Su Yun'er's eyes sparkled with admiration as she excitedly recounted how formidable Li Yueying was, declaring that her opponent that morning was no match for her prowess. All right. How long have you been back? You've repeated this several times already." Li Yueying waved her hand, interrupting Su Yun'er's enthusiastic narration. The strongest of those opponents was merely at level 7 awakening. Defeating them isn't particularly commendable. You're being too modest. Level 7 awakening is still among the top students at Yangcheng No. 3 High School, Su Jing remarked, giving Li Yueying a thumbs up with a smile. "Indeed, the most formidable among our peers is only at level 7 awakening," Su Yun'er chimed in. Li Yueying retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Your brother is already a 4th-rank warrior. Why doesn't he teach you how to cultivate? A 4th-rank warrior?" Su Yun'er gasped, her disbelief evident as she covered her mouth. Zhang Yu and Qin Fengmian, who were also present, shared the same incredulous expression. Most martial arts schools could scarcely afford a 4th-rank warrior. They had always perceived Su Jing as merely having just broken through to a 1st-rank warrior. Indeed, had it not been for the test yesterday, I would still be unaware of his 4th-rank status. Li Yueying shrugged. Noticing the intense gaze of the others upon him, Su Jing could only manage a wry smile. If they were to discover that he had already reached the 7th rank, their eyes would surely pop out in astonishment. "It's just regular cultivation," he hastily shifted the topic, stating earnestly, "By the way, Sister Qin, I requested a medication for bone injuries from the vice-governor that can help your leg heal faster. Please try applying it and see if it proves effective. With that, he produced the bone renewal ointment that Zhang Tian had entrusted to him. Unlike other ointments that often bore a heavy herbal scent, the moment he opened the lid, a refreshing fragrance wafted forth from the creamy salve. The quality of the ointment was evident from its appearance, prompting Qin Fengmian to instinctively wish to decline. However, Su Jing firmly pressed the ointment into her hands. Sister Qin, you have cared for me greatly in the past, even saving my life and putting in the effort to train Yuner. If you refuse me now, I shall be quite upset. Qin Fengmian paused momentarily before smiling. I am not one to feign gratitude. I appreciate your kindness, Su Jing. Observing this, Su Yuner moved closer to Qin Fengmian, saying, Sister Qin, let me help you apply it. Sure, Qin Fengmian replied. Once granted permission, Su Yuner cautiously unwrapped the bandage that secured Qin Fengmian's injured leg. As the wound was revealed, a collective wince swept through the onlookers. The formerly delicate calf now bore a gruesome, several-centimeter-long gash sewn with thread, rendering it a horrific sight. Having never encountered such brutality, Su Yuner stood frozen in place, at a loss. It's all right, Qin Fengmian reassured her. As a hunter, I am accustomed to such injuries. They are an inevitable part of the trade. This scene pierced Su Jing's heart even more acutely. As he took the bone-setting ointment from his sister's hands, he gently applied it to the wound while softly advising her on its usage. Suddenly, Qin Fengmian could no longer contain herself. Her calf twitched involuntarily. What's wrong? Su Jing asked anxiously. It's nothing, just a bit itchy, Qin Fengmian replied, her expression one of astonishment. The ointment was effective to such a degree that it reacted within mere seconds. Upon hearing this, Su Jing let out a sigh of relief. The itchiness of the wound indicated that healing was underway, which meant there was nothing to worry about. Once he had finished applying the ointment, Su Jing reiterated the instructions for its use before finally handing the bone-setting ointment back to Qin Fengmian. Chapter 56. Arrival at the frontline Mooning. There is something I must discuss with you. Su Jing's face bore an expression of conflict as he stepped outside the small courtyard. Li Yueying gazed at Su Jing in a daze, quickly following him. Once the two exited the courtyard, the others stealthily concealed themselves behind the door. Qin Fengmian anxiously pushed her wheelchair, fearful of missing something significant. Su Jing spoke earnestly. What I am about to tell you must remain confidential. For reasons unknown. Li Yueying felt a sudden pang in her heart. With her head bowed, her face flushed, she stammered, I won't tell anyone. The others within the courtyard held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. That is good, Su Jing nodded. It is not that you cannot tell anyone, but for now it is best to keep it from outsiders. Li Yueying's face reddened further, her heart racing like a startled deer. What is wrong? Are you unwell? Su Jing, with his keen observation, immediately noticed her discomfort. I am fine. You mentioned you had something to say, so please, go ahead. Li Yueying's voice was barely above a whisper. Su Jing furrowed his brow, concerned. Is it that the intensity of the morning's ranking battle exhausted you? Your heart is racing. Perhaps you should rest. At his words, Li Yueying took a deep breath. I truly am fine. Don't you have something to say? Please, tell me. The others in the courtyard clenched their fists in anticipation. Since that is the case, I shall proceed. The third round of the ranking battle will differ significantly from previous years. Suddenly, the door to the small courtyard was flung open. You called Mooning out just to say this? Su Yuner stared wide-eyed at her brother. The others wore expressions of disappointment. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly, reflecting on whether he had overlooked something in their education over the years. Observing this scene, Su Jing realized something, his expression becoming peculiar. I called Li Yueying out because it required confidentiality. What are you thinking? We're not thinking anything. We merely wish to see if you have had an epiphany, Su Yuner retorted, her big eyes darting about. All right, if you wish to listen, then gather around, but remember not to speak of this to outsiders. Su Jing waved his hand in resignation, subsequently revealing details about the reforms to the ranking battle. Many martial artists do not need to slay exotic beasts. Why should students? Su Yuner questioned, frowning. That is merely what you perceive. In truth, Many begin battling exotic beasts during their awakening period. Su Jing's expression turned serious. If Su Yuner wished to apply to the Martial University, she needed to grasp these truths. As long as Yueying does not encounter mid-level exotic beasts with flight capabilities, there is no cause for concern, Qin Fengmian interjected. Su Jing nodded in agreement, assuring them, rest assured, this hunt will not feature flying mid-level exotic beasts, and all such creatures will be contained within designated areas, monitored by guards from the garrison. After a brief pause, he turned to Li Yueying and said, I merely wish to ensure you are adequately prepared. Exercise caution when the time comes. Li Yueying, unfazed, felt a growing sense of displeasure within her. After a few moments of silence, Su Jing continued, in the coming days, I shall be accompanying the vice-governor to the front lines. In the office, Xing Zhan stood by the window, gazing intently at Su Jing. Zhang Tiandu has informed me. Are you truly resolute in your decision? Once you leave, returning will not be a simple matter. Otherwise, you shall be treated as a deserter. Su Jing smiled faintly, his tone unwavering as he declared, no victory, no return. In that moment, Su Jing's composure once again stirred something within Xing Zhan. Very well, then let us depart together at once. As he spoke, the world around Su Jing suddenly spun, and upon regaining his bearings, he found himself soaring through the sky. Xing Zhan's vital energy enveloped Su Jing as they sped towards the defensive line, watching as the command post shrank in the distance. Su Jing reminisced about the moment in the courtyard when he had expressed his desire to go to the front lines, only to be met with vehement objections from his mother, Yuner, Yueying, and sister Qin, all of whom cried out, no. Yuner and his mother's eyes had reddened instantly. After much persuasion and with fervent assurances that he would merely accompany the vice-governor to learn, they finally relented. Before long, Su Jing beheld the throngs of beasts once more. Yet from this height, the awe he once felt was diminished. Instead, the vast protective barrier of the command post, stretching for miles, left him in silent astonishment. Curiously, Su Jing inquired, is this truly something that can be achieved by human effort? Xing Zhan glanced at him and replied with a smile, not entirely. You will understand once you descend. With that, their speed increased, and in an instant they reached the garrison of the defenders. As they landed outside a massive tent, numerous individuals emerged to greet them. Vice-Governor, Vice-Governor, you have returned. Let us discuss this inside. Xing Zhan replied with a nod, guiding Su Jing within. Many looked on with curiosity but refrained from voicing their thoughts. This is the command tent, where we typically conduct our operations. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. Xing Zhan gestured towards the various facilities within the command tent, explaining this here is the core of the Heavenly Gate Array, the luminous barrier you see, developed by the professors at Heavenly Gate Martial University. He then pointed towards a flat luminescent surface in the center of the tent, dotted with clusters of green, yellow, and a few red points. This is the Heavenly Eye Array, designed specifically for monitoring the beast tide. However, provides only a general overview. Green dots indicate lesser beasts, yellow signifies mid-tier beasts, and red marks denote high-level beasts. As Xing Zhan elaborated, a flicker of realization sparked in Su Jing's eyes. It became evident that his understanding of this world was still woefully inadequate. Humanity's plight was far less dire than he had imagined. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation pierced the air. Benefactor? Su Jing was taken aback, following the sound. A woman in her 20s stood before him, accompanied by two men, all of whom regarded him with expressions of excitement. Indeed, these are the three individuals he rescued from the clutches of the little purple gold ape demon just a few days prior. Benefactor, my name is Guan Yilin. I didn't have the chance to express my gratitude last time. I am truly thankful for your rescue. Tears glistened in Guan Yilin's eyes. Upon realizing the situation, Su Jing chuckled softly, please, do not refer to me as your benefactor. My name is Su Jing. He then turned his gaze towards the two individuals beside Guan Yilin. I am relieved to see that both of you are unharmed. So it was indeed you whom I saved. Xing Zhan's eyes reflected a dawning comprehension as he remarked, that explanation makes perfect sense. Previously, he had been skeptical of the trio's account. Two identical youths, accompanied by both wind and thunder, had left him in doubt. However, if they were indeed Su Jing's two manifestations, it all fell into place. It seems he had already commenced the hunt for exotic beasts. Contemplating this, Xingzhan scrutinized the young man before him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The others, however, remained in a state of astonishment. The trio had been rescued beyond the defensive line, and there were high-ranking martial artists from the Beast Demon sect present at that time. Just how young is this boy? Chapter 57. The immutable king, as the other warriors and officers looked on in astonishment, Guan Yilin spoke again, her face etched with concern. Is that boy who resembles you your brother? Is he safe now? After you left, I truly regretted not asking for your names and that of your benefactor. Fortunately, I encountered you here again. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to repay such kindness. The two individuals beside her nodded in agreement, tearfully denouncing the atrocities of the Beast Demon sect and vowing to repay their benefactor's generosity. The soldiers in the command tent could not help but sigh, clenching their fists tightly. Su Jing scratched his head awkwardly, uncertain how to explain to Guan Yilin. Suddenly, a shift occurred, and Su Feng appeared before everyone. The crowd stood transfixed, bewildered by the unfolding scene. What you witnessed that day was merely my doppelganger. I acted with the intent to teach a lesson to the Beast Demon sect. Rescuing you was merely a fortuitous act. Had you encountered my true self instead of my projection, I would likely have turned away without a second thought. Thus, there is no need for excessive gratitude, nor is it necessary to regard me as a benefactor. After enduring the devastation of your city and the torment of the Beast Demon sect for several years, your survival is simply a testament to your resilience, Su Jing stated calmly, articulating his thoughts without the intention of burdening Guan Yilin and the others. Guan Yilin paused, her expression transforming from sorrow to joy. Could it be that my benefactor fears we might impose upon you? Su Jing quickly dismissed this notion, replying, that is not the case. Then allow me to express my gratitude before you refuse it. As she spoke, a glimmer of excitement illuminated her eyes, her tone imbued with pride. Have you ever heard of Guan Hao from Cloud City? Su Jing was taken aback. However, Xingtian, who stood beside him, suddenly realized something and asked with a furrowed brow, are you referring to the immutable war king Guan Hao from 50 years ago? Indeed, Guan Yilin responded, casting a glance at him, her voice ringing clear. The immutable war king of Cloud City, Guan Hao, is my grandfather. The revelation stunned the crowd. A war king is revered wherever they go, especially one with a title. Such titles are not bestowed lightly. Only the most formidable warriors among the war kings are honored with them by the guardian house of the Xia kingdom. Yet, Su Jing was soon beset by confusion. How could such a powerful war king have allowed Cloud City to fall to monstrous beasts? Before anyone could ponder further, Guan Yilin's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. My grandfather was gravely wounded in the battle 50 years ago and quietly passed away 30 years ago without ever wielding his power again. However, he left us a treasured martial art. With those words, Guan Yilin turned to Su Jing, solemnly stating, the martial art my grandfather bequeathed is called the Immutable King's Body, and I wish to pass it on to you. Upon hearing this, Su Jing's pupils dilated in shock. The significance of the term martial arts is not lost on him. Zhang Liang's intent to kill is palpable, and Su Jing, having merely studied the first volume, can effortlessly engage foes of higher rank, far surpassing the efficacy of mere battle tactics. Moreover, the name suggests a martial art that emphasizes defense, perfectly addressing Su Jing's current shortcomings. Contemplating this, Su Jing took a deep breath and ceased to hesitate. Thank you, he said. Excellent, Guan Yilin replied with a radiant smile. I have memorized the cultivation method of the immovable king in its entirety. I shall transcribe it for you shortly. As envy radiated from the onlookers, Guan Yilin turned her gaze toward Xingzhan, her expression solemn. My family has perished alongside Yun City, and thus, I intend to submit this martial art to the city guard. However, I must ask you to agree to two conditions. Speak. Xingzhan responded without a moment's hesitation. It was no jest. This was a martial art bequeathed by a supreme battle king, compounded by the fact that it was a family heirloom. Unless Guan Yilin made exorbitant demands, Xingzhan would not waver in his acceptance. Once the city guard of Yang City acquires this martial art, it must be transferred to the city guard of Tianmen City. Furthermore, Each warrior aspiring to learn this art must be selected with utmost caution, ensuring that it does not fall into the hands of the Beast Demon sect. At the mention of the Beast Demon sect, Guan Yilin's teeth clenched, and the palpable hatred she harbored was felt by all present. Xing Zhan inhaled deeply and articulated, "There shall be no issue.
I quand assure-you?
On behalf of the Yang City Guard, that every individual wishing to learn the immovable king shall undergo rigorous screening by the Tianmen City Guard." Very well. With this assurance, Guan Yilin's tensed form relaxed slightly as she murmured, "It is not that I am overly cautious, but rather, through the trials I have endured, I have come to understand the insidious nature of the Beast Demon sect." She then approached a workstation within the command tent and began to transcribe the cultivation method of the immovable king. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper filled the air. Su Jing sighed softly, surveying his surroundings before his gaze settled upon the immense luminescent screen at the center of the command tent, where his eyes roamed until they focused on a densely populated area of yellow-green light with scant red points.
Curiously, Su Jing inquired, Lord Xinzan.
Why are there so many low to mid-tier exotic beasts in that area yet so few high-tier ones? Xing Zhan glanced at him and replied in a grave tone, "That is the region most severely impacted by the beast tide, and it is where we deploy our heavy weaponry most frequently." Realization dawned on Su Jing. The low to mid-tier exotic beasts serve as fodder in the beast tide, while the higher-tier beasts, possessing considerable intelligence, instinctively avoid danger to escape harm. This suited his intentions perfectly. As his gaze flickered over the screen, he was about to speak when Xing Zhan's voice interrupted once more. "Feel free to go, as low to mid-tier exotic beasts pose no threat to you. However, do not stray too far from the screen. Should high-tier beasts appear, we may find it difficult to assist you." With that, Xing Zhan handed Su Jing a token inscribed with the 5 characters of the Yang City Guard. "With this token in your possession, you may traverse freely between the 2 sides of the luminous barrier, and the warriors of the garrison shall not impede your passage." Upon hearing this, Su Jing's face brightened with joy. He then departed from the command tent amidst a myriad of astonished gazes. Chapter 58. The Return of Zhang Liang soon. Su Jing, guided by the memories etched in his mind, arrived at the region most fiercely assaulted by the beast tide. The extensive defensive line, stretching for miles, was divided into 5 sectors, and he found himself in the 3rd area, where towering iron walls loomed several dozen meters high. Below, numerous patrolling warriors maintained vigilant watch. "Stop!" Just as Su Jing took a few steps forward, a stern-faced soldier called out to him. The soldier scrutinized Su Jing's youthful countenance and inquired warily, "What brings you here?" "I have come to slay the aberrant beasts," Su Jing replied coolly, producing the token given to him by Xing Zhan. "Slay aberrant beasts?" The soldier raised his weapon, receiving Su Jing's token, clearly skeptical. After a thorough inspection, the soldier confirmed the token's authenticity, yet confusion still lingered on his face. He intended to ask further, but was interrupted by an older soldier beside him. The elder soldier returned the token to Su Jing and said in a deep voice, "Proceed." Watching Su Jing's figure ascend the wall, the younger soldier questioned in perplexity, "Old Lu, do you genuinely believe he intends to confront the aberrant beasts? He is so young, and the number of beasts outside is staggering. He'll likely be devoured by the tide before he even makes it in. Do you truly think he would ascend to seek his own demise?" The elder soldier rolled his eyes. Would a fool possess the Tianmen Array's pass? Or do you believe the one who granted him the pass is a fool? Upon reaching the wall, Su Jing discovered that there was a gap of several hundred meters between the light barrier and the wall. Countless soldiers stood ready, poised for battle. Waves of warriors surged into the beast tide, while others retreated from it. Those with minor injuries rested in the space between the light barrier and the wall, while the severely wounded were carried up to the wall for treatment. No longer hesitating, Su Jing split his form into 3 in an instant, grasping a long spear. He leaped off the wall, and in mere breaths, pierced through the light barrier and plunged into the heart of the beast tide. As he crossed through the barrier, a dozen aberrant beasts set their sights on Su Jing, abandoning their assault on the light barrier to leap toward him. Boom! 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 Amidst the cacophony of thunder and lightning, the surrounding aberrant beasts were instantly reduced to charred corpses. Ding! Host has slain a low-level aberrant beast. Experience points increased by 10. Ding. Host has slain a low-level aberrant beast. Experience points increased by 10. Ding. Host has slain a mid-level aberrant beast. Experience points increased by 50. Ding. Host has slain a low-level aberrant beast. Experience points increased by 10. The notifications of experience gain echoed wildly in Su Jing's mind, leaving him no time to discern which beasts were high-level and which were low-level. Although the experience points were modest, the sheer quantity compensated greatly. Barely having made his move, he amassed nearly 200 experience points. The thunderous roars attracted even more aberrant beasts, as dozens more turned their attention and charged toward Su Jing. With a slight smirk,
Su Jing chose to engage.
Wind surged thunder fury. Instantly, a black-purple whirlwind formed around him, arcs of electricity crackling and dancing. In the next moment, the hurricane expanded exponentially, concealing blades of wind and flashes of lightning within its tempestuous embrace. Any creature ensnared in its grasp met a gruesome fate, their flesh torn asunder and their bodies charred black. Within mere breaths, the once formidable beasts now lay on the ground, gasping for life, their bodies twitching intermittently.
Su Jing,
accompanied by 2 clones, advanced relentlessly like a meat grinder through the tide of beasts, leaving behind a carpet of severed limbs and shattered corpses. Simultaneously, the surrounding warriors turned their gazes in unison towards this spectacle. Who are these 3? I've never seen such ferocity. With such intense use of abilities, don't they tire? The 3 warriors nearest to Su Jing halted their actions, squinting to observe. Suddenly, a bolt of dark purple lightning shot towards them. Their pupils dilated in shock. Unable to comprehend why this youth had suddenly turned his attack upon them, they hastily dodged. Boom! The warrior closest to the lightning, upon regaining his senses, was about to hurl an angry rebuke at Su Jing. How dare you attack your own allies? However, before he could utter another word, a cry of warning rang out nearby. Watch out! Amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, he could barely process the warning when he felt a fierce wind rushing towards him. A mid-tier beast, the iron-armored rhinoceros, weighing several tons, charged at him with fiery eyes. Noticing the prominent charred mark upon its forehead, he realized that the previous lightning strike had not been aimed at him, but rather at the rhinoceros. Yet, the creature was now less than 5 meters away, leaving him no time to evade. Resolute, he gripped his battle knife tightly, prepared to face the rhinoceros in a final stand. Just as he was about to strike, a blade of wind whistled past his ear. With a splatter, a deluge of blood rained down. The wind blade carved a vicious gash upon the rhinoceros's head, but it did not quell its charge. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jing had arrived at his side, wielding his spear downward, obliterating the beast's head in an instant. Nearby warriors stood dumbfounded. The iron-armored rhinoceros, known for its formidable defense among mid-tier beasts, typically required significant effort from even high-ranking martial artists to subdue. Yet this youth, who appeared no older than a high school student, had dispatched it with just a few strokes. Do not lose focus on the battlefield, Su Jing admonished as he firmly patted the shoulder of the warrior he had just saved. Why yes, the warrior stammered, still in shock. Meanwhile, Su Jing charged forth once more, and with a resounding crack, another low-tier beast was reduced to ashes by the lightning. After several minutes of such intense exertion, fatigue began to set in, and he reluctantly retracted his abilities. Retreating behind the protective barrier, he noticed the hundreds of warriors around him gazing silently in his direction. Paying them no mind, he sought a clear space to sit cross-legged and recuperate. At that moment, the warrior he had rescued approached him. Young brother, which squad do you belong to in the garrison? Upon hearing this, Su Jing smiled and replied, I am merely a student from Yangcheng No. 3 High School, named Su Jing. A high school student? He echoed in astonishment. The surrounding warriors, upon hearing this statement, couldn't help but twitch their lips, their gazes unconsciously drifting towards the remnants of the battle beyond the light screen, where the corpses of the aberrant beasts were nearly piled into a small mountain. You dare to tell me you are a high school student? Yet, upon observing Su Jing's somewhat youthful visage, they collectively swallowed hard, compelled to accept his words as truth. Not long after, a sudden exclamation arose. The beast tide is retreating. Su Jing's body jolted. He stood up and gazed beyond the light screen. The aberrant beasts were indeed no longer frantically assaulting the barrier, but were retreating in an orderly fashion. This unexpected turn of events startled Su Jing. Was the war truly coming to an end so swiftly? While it was a cause for celebration, what about my experience points? I want to have my fill of combat. For a moment, Su Jing felt a pang of frustration, gripping his spear and preparing to charge towards the beast's tide once more. However, the discussions that arose behind him caused him to pause. The golden-purple ape demon king has returned. Only a beast king can command such a multitude of aberrant creatures. This implies that our esteemed governor shall be returning as well? Indeed, our esteemed governor must also be back. Chapter 59. A new method of enhancement. Upon hearing that Zhang Liang had returned, Su Jing ceased to dwell on the looming beast tide and swiftly leapt onto the city wall. His rapid movements elicited frowns from several soldiers. Yet upon noticing the token in Su Jing's hand, they discreetly swallowed their reprimands. Soon he arrived once more at the command tent. Taking a deep breath, Su Jing entered, finding the space densely populated, with individuals standing quietly in several rows. At the heart of the assembly stood Zhang Liang, his silver hair betraying no sign of fatigue despite the 2 days and nights of relentless battle. He methodically outlined the strategy for the forthcoming conflict, exuding an air of calm authority. Zhang Liang's gaze soon settled upon Su Jing, softening into a warm expression accompanied by a hint of a smile. His voice continued to resonate, occasionally issuing commands met with immediate acknowledgments from the soldiers addressed. Su Jing listened intently, filled with gratitude for this venerable elder who, during this period, had not only looked after him but also imparted his unique martial arts. It was only after the meeting had concluded that Zhang Liang addressed Su Jing directly. "In these 2 days of absence, you have indeed surprised me," he remarked, prompting the assembly to turn their attention to the slightly youthful figure of Su Jing. They had gleaned the events surrounding him from the recent recounting of the battle. Reactions varied from awe to admiration and astonishment. Undeterred by their scrutiny, Su Jing replied with a gentle smile, "I owe much to the governor's appreciation and guidance." Zhang Liang erupted in hearty laughter, generously offering praise. "Your achievements may bear some relation to my influence, yet they are not solely attributed to me. There is no need for modesty. When I first heard of a genius emerging from among the common folk, I was elated but merely hoped for your success in the ranking battles. Many present have studied the killing intent spear, yet none have mastered it in such a brief span. Moreover, none have attained the status of a high-tier martial artist before the age of 20, nor escaped unscathed from the clutches of the Beast King." As he spoke, Zhang Liang turned to retrieve a stack of densely written papers from the table. "This contains the method for cultivating the immovable king body. Take it with you. There is also a batch of body-refining herbs here. Take those as well, and if you require more, feel free to ask me." Upon hearing this, a look of delight spread across Su Jing's face as he stepped forward to accept the cultivation method for the immovable king body. He promptly stood in place, poring over the material, and once again the command tent fell into silence. Regardless of their previous sentiments, the eyes of the assembly were now filled solely with envy. Though they may not fully comprehend this martial art, the mere mention of the illustrious reputation of Wang Guanhao assured them of its formidable nature. Moments slipped by quietly, and Su Jing swiftly memorized the entire cultivation method for the immovable king body. As he reflected upon it, his eyes brimmed with astonishment. With a thought, he summoned the system panel.
Host, Su Jing, Realm, Warrior, 7th rank, 02000, Killing Intent Spear.
Volume 1. Proficient, 5000. Immovable king body. Not yet initiated, 1000. Abilities, Thunder Clone, Wind Clone. Available experience points, 570. Upon noticing that the immovable king body required 1,000 experience points just to initiate, Su Jing could not help but gasp in surprise. However, after a moment of reflection, he considered it quite reasonable. After all, the killing intent spear was merely at the introductory level, requiring 1,000 experience points to progress from initiation to proficiency. Logically, the immovable king body should not be inferior to the killing intent spear, making this expectation understandable. Since that S noted, let us proceed to collect the medicinal herbs, Zhang Liang remarked with a subtle smile. At that moment, Guan Yilin, who had remained silent until now, spoke again. This martial art is excessively aggressive. Practicing the immovable king body outright could inflict irreversible harm to your body. Therefore, it is imperative to combine your training with herbal baths. I have a formula for a herbal bath that my family has refined over time, which will greatly assist your cultivation. Enduring the complex gazes of those around her, Guan Yilin slowly approached Su Jing and handed him a slip of paper. 2 herbal baths a week yield the best results. Do not rush the process. Understood, Su Jing replied, nodding slowly as he accepted the note. Off you go. Make sure to remember your dormitory. It's the first single room in Area B, Xiong Zhan said, waving his hand from beside Guan Yilin. He then assigned a soldier to guide Su Jing in retrieving the medicinal herbs. Before long, Su Jing arrived at the single dormitory allocated to him by Xiong Zhan, carrying 2 backpacks. The room immediately captured his attention. It was at least several dozen square meters. While not particularly spacious, it was far superior to what he had envisioned. He meticulously arranged the various elixirs and herbs awarded to him by the garrison on the bed. Not only were there items to aid in the practice of the immovable king body, but also those to enhance cultivation, including the Yangyuan pill that Xiong Zhan had previously given him. Without hesitation, Su Jing picked up a Yangyuan pill and placed it into his mouth. As the pill settled in his stomach, a warm current swiftly spread throughout his body. However, this sensation soon dissipated. Unfazed, Su Jing accessed the system panel. Indeed, the experience points had automatically converted. At the bottom of the system panel, his accumulated experience points had risen from 570 to 870. This revelation filled Su Jing with delight. A single Yangyuan pill had granted him an increase of 300 experience points. It was noteworthy that the blood essence pill had only provided him with an increase of 30 points. Clearly, the value of these elixirs, as Zhang Tian had claimed, was at least in the millions, lending credibility to his words. Filling the bathtub with hot water, Su Jing followed the instructions from the earlier note, grinding several herbs into a fine powder and mixing them into the hot water. The originally clear water instantly transformed into a deep crimson hue. The liquid began to thicken, releasing a pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine that wafted upwards. Su Jing wrinkled his nose slightly, shedding his combat attire before plunging into the tub. As his skin first made contact with the medicinal liquid, a burning sensation erupted, intensifying with each passing moment. The medicinal potency gradually permeated through the pores. As Su Jing adjusted his posture, guiding the energy to commence the cultivation of the immovable king body. Concurrently, the experience points for the immovable king body within the system panel began to incrementally rise. After half an hour, Su Jing lifted his eyelids slightly. The deep crimson medicinal liquid in the bathtub had diluted significantly, yet it still emanated a foul odor. Had the medicinal energy been exhausted so swiftly? After replacing the waste water in the bathtub, Su Jing rinsed his body once more with clean water. The sound of the cascading water from the shower raised his curiosity, prompting him to check the experience points for the immovable king body. Astonishingly, it had surged to 80 points. Such a remarkable benefit from the medicinal bath for cultivating the immovable king body. Regrettably, one could only indulge in such a bath twice a week. However, a thought soon emerged in Su Jing's mind. Hesitating for a moment, he gradually picked up a medicinal herb from the bed and placed it in his mouth. It was blood ginseng, a principal herb noted on Guan Yilin's slip of paper. He bit down on a few of the ginseng's roots, swallowing them along with his saliva. Soon, a mild burning sensation arose in his abdomen, only to vanish as quickly as it had come. Indeed, it proved effective. The accumulated experience points increased by another 3. Chapter 60. Has Su Jing been poisoned? Gazing at the multitude of medicinal herbs strewn across the bed, Su Jing's eyes gleamed with fervor. Regardless of the efficacy of the medicinal bath, some energy would inevitably be lost in the process of absorption. Instead, it was a matter of harnessing the medicinal potency, or more aptly, the energy provided to augment experience points. If merely consuming these herbs could yield a surge in experience, then he would have amassed several thousand points by now. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly shoved an entire blood ginseng into his mouth. The herb earned its name due to its pronounced metallic scent reminiscent of blood. Yet, Intermingled with this sanguine aroma was a hint of floral fragrance. This peculiar combination enveloped his palate as Su Jing laboriously chewed. Were it not for his status as a high-tier martial artist, with a physical resilience far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, he might have struggled to break it down. After a taxing swallow, he summoned the system panel, quietly observing the digits at the bottom. Before long, the numbers began to fluctuate. His experience points had increased by 30. Although this was a lesser gain compared to the medicinal bath, it was merely a single herb. Furthermore, the experience accrued from the medicinal bath was directly applied to his immovable king's form, while consuming herbs contributed to his distributable experience points. The two experiences were utterly incomparable. Su Jing then seized other herbs from the bed and stuffed them into his mouth. However, herbs remained herbs, challenging to chew and swallow. Soon, his mouth was filled to capacity. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the grinder nearby, and an idea struck him. He attempted to insert another blood ginseng into it. He remained uncertain whether pulverizing the herbs would diminish their efficacy when consumed. After a considerable struggle, he finally managed to swallow all the herbs. What a chore!
Su Jing groused.
He then hastily drank the powdered blood ginseng mixed with water to soothe his throat. Once again, he accessed the system panel to check his experience points. Why had they only increased by 50? He had just ingested 3 herbs, along with a cup of specially prepared blood ginseng drink. Perplexed, Su Jing furrowed his brow in confusion. He then cast his eyes upon the heap of herbs on the bed, selecting those identical to the 3 he had just consumed, taking small bites from each. Gradually, he discerned that these 3 herbs did not contribute to his experience points. This revelation left him somewhat puzzled. Once more, he scrutinized the vast assortment of herbs before him, methodically sampling each one. Before long, he had identified 5 types of herbs that could indeed augment his experience points. All of them were novel variants that had emerged following the resurgence of spiritual energy. Could it be that only the herbs imbued with mutated spiritual energy were effective? To validate this hypothesis, Su Jing made his way back to the warehouse where he had previously acquired the herbs. "Brother, I wish to enter and select more herbs," he implored earnestly at the soldier guarding the warehouse. "Since the governor has granted you permission to take what you need, feel free to proceed," the soldier replied. "All right. Thank you, brother. This is merely a temporary storage facility of the garrison, and it may lack the medicinal herbs you seek. However, do not be hasty. Be cautious, for many of the herbs within are toxic." Before the soldier could finish his warning, he dashed inside. Upon entering the warehouse, Su Jing's throat tightened as he beheld the countless boxes of herbs. Without regard for their toxicity or appearance, he plucked a sample and hastily placed it in his mouth, intently watching the system panel for any change in experience points. Meanwhile, inside the command tent, having relayed all pertinent intelligence, Guan Yilin sat idly on a stool, toying with her fingernails. Her mission here had reached completion. Now she merely awaited the conclusion of the war to join the garrison's forces heading to Yang City. The thought of her impending life brought a sigh to her lips. In Yun City, she was the little princess of the steward, and though the former glory had waned, the steward still afforded her a life of unparalleled luxury. Yet, after being captured by the beast demon sect and raised as fodder in the territory of the beasts, she had tasted both heaven and hell. The return to normalcy left her feeling somewhat disoriented. As this thought crossed her mind, the figure of Su Jing emerged in her imagination. They were of similar age. She was merely 17 when abducted, and now, at 19, she pondered whether he would recognize the herbs she had written about. What if she had made an error in her notes? If so, that would be quite unfortunate. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek him out. With a flicker of determination, Guan Yilin rose and made her way to Su Jing's quarters. The brow of Xingzhan arched in curiosity as he observed Guan Yilin's hurried departure. He mused internally, recalling how she had memorized the extensive details of the immovable king's body without a single error. Could she truly miswrite a brief prescription? Su Jing! Su Jing! She called several times at his dormitory door, yet silence prevailed. Frowning slightly, she gently turned the doorknob. To her surprise, it opened. Startled, Guan Yilin instinctively stepped back, then cautiously peered inside to confirm Su Jing was absent. With a swift motion, she dashed into the room, her heart racing and cheeks warming. Initially driven by curiosity, she felt an overwhelming urge to tidy the disarray she found within. However, as she began to organize the herbs strewn across the bed, her expression darkened. Many of the herbs bore teeth marks and signs of having been gnawed upon. Alarmed, she began to scrutinize the items closely. Having practiced the immovable king's body since childhood, and with her extensive exposure to various herbs, the names of these plants began to surface in her mind. Bai Yun vine, blood ginseng, devil's seven-leaf grass. Guan Yilin's face grew increasingly grim. The name devil's seven-leaf grass alone denoted a deadly poison, and blood ginseng along with several other herbs could not be consumed directly. They required careful combination to neutralize their properties for therapeutic use. Even though Su Jing is a highly skilled martial artist, his physique has long transcended the limits of an ordinary human body. While consuming such substances may not lead to immediate death, they could inflict irreversible harm. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it appears that Su Jing has ingested a considerable amount. There is no time to tidy the room. He must have sensed something amiss within his body, which is why he is not in his quarters. Realizing this, Guan Yilin felt her internal energy surge, and with a swift motion, she dashed towards the field hospital. Previously, when she had injured her leg, she was taken to the field hospital, so she was now quite familiar with the route. In just a few minutes, she arrived at the entrance. Guan Yilin hurriedly stopped a nurse and asked anxiously, "Do you know where Su Jing is?" The nurse, taken aback, replied cautiously, "Please, do not panic. Speak slowly. There are many injured soldiers, and I cannot say where Su Jing is just by name. I'm sorry. He's just a very young boy, 18 years old, who arrived this afternoon. He should be suffering from poisoning." Guan Yilin explained while gesturing anxiously with her hands. "He arrived this afternoon. There shouldn't be anyone named Su Jing." The nurse reassured her, "Wait, let me check the records." With that, the nurse hurried towards the reception desk. Moments later, the nurse looked up, puzzled, and said, "There were no cases of poisoning this afternoon, nor anyone by the name of Su Jing." Chapter 61. You have quite the appetite, don't you? I shall seek him out immediately. Guan Yilin exhaled a heavy breath, sprinting from the first-floor hall towards the command tent. Though her anxiety was palpable, relying solely on her own efforts to locate Su Jing proved rather inefficient. Before long, she reached the command tent and forcefully pushed open the iron door. "Governor General Xing, it appears Su Jing is in trouble." Her urgent tone startled everyone present, causing General Xing to stumble momentarily before vanishing from sight. He reappeared directly before Guan Yilin. "What did you say? What has happened to him?" General Xing inquired. Guan Yilin relayed her recent discovery. Instantly, the command tent erupted in exclamations, the soldiers' expressions darkening. How could such an exceptionally talented youth suddenly find himself in such a predicament? Why would he consume every available potion? This is no trifling matter. Enough chatter. We must dispatch someone to find him. Saving him is our priority. Yes, indeed, let us move. The officers hastily summoned the soldiers to search for Su Jing. At that moment, Zhang Liang gestured for silence among the crowd. "Do not panic. Allow me to use my mental prowess to locate him." Guan Yilin nodded gravely in response. A formidable aura emanated from Zhang Liang, meticulously probing every nook and cranny. Everyone fixated on Zhang Liang's countenance, anxiously awaiting his findings. Suddenly, his brow furrowed deeply, tension enveloping the room. The officers and Guan Yilin collectively held their breath. Yet Zhang Liang remained silent for an extended period, leaving everyone in suspense. "Governor, have you found him?" Guan Yilin cautiously inquired. Zhang Liang's expression was peculiar as he replied, "I have located him, and there is no need for concern. He should be unharmed." The word "should" was emphasized, adding to the uncertainty. Guan Yilin and General Xing exchanged puzzled glances, questioning, "What do you mean, should be unharmed? Does that imply he is currently safe?" "I cannot ascertain the specifics. We must inquire directly with him to uncover the truth." With that, Zhang Liang rose slowly and walked towards the exit, prompting Guan Yilin and General Xing to follow closely. The remaining individuals, in a state of confusion, wished to accompany them to uncover the truth, but realized that without their guidance, chaos would ensue, leaving them to remain behind. In the medicinal herb warehouse, Su Jing was savoring a crimson fruit when he suddenly heard the door swing open. Swiftly, he concealed the fruit beneath him. Upon looking up, he was taken aback by the sight of 3 individuals entering. "What brings you here?" Upon hearing Su Jing's query, the trio exchanged exasperated glances. Scanning the surroundings, General Xing pointed at a half-eaten root scattered on the ground and asked, "What are you doing?" I found these herbs quite delectable," Su Jing stammered in response. Being caught in the act of pilfering was one matter, but he could not allow the system to be discovered. "Quite delicious, indeed. Are you aware that many medicinal herbs are not meant to be consumed directly?" Xing Zhan struggled to contain his anger, perplexed by the sudden impulsiveness of the young man before him. Before Su Jing could elaborate further, Zhang Liang abruptly appeared at his side. With a hand resting on Su Jing's shoulder, a surge of formidable energy instantly flowed into Su Jing's body. This unexpected turn of events startled him. As he sensed the foreign energy invading his being, his body instinctively began to resist. Though he understood that Zhang Liang meant him no harm, if he truly intended to do so, he would not have waited until now. He attempted to explain, only to discover that he was unable to control his own body. Resigned, he could only submit to Zhang Liang's manipulation. After all, the most significant secret he harbored was known only to the system. Everything else had already been disclosed. At that moment, a faint golden radiance began to shimmer on the surface of Su Jing's body. This sight elicited a raised eyebrow from Zhang Liang, who, having studied the cultivation method of the immovable king body, immediately realized that this young man had managed to grasp the basics of the technique in just a few hours. Meanwhile, Guan Yilin's mouth fell agape in astonishment. She had begun her training in the immovable king body at the tender age of 16, consuming various precious herbs, and it had taken her several months to barely reach the initial stage. To her knowledge, her eldest brother, who progressed the fastest in their family's practice of this martial art, had taken over 2 weeks to achieve the same. Thus, she found it hard to believe that anyone could reach the threshold in a mere few hours. Yet the spectacle before her compelled her to accept the truth. Suddenly, Zhang Liang released his grip. Free from restraint, Su Jing regained control of his body, and just as he had dismissed the immovable king body, he heard Zhang Liang muse, "No wonder the Tree King, disregarding the war, insisted on bringing you back. You certainly harbor numerous secrets." Zhang Liang's tone was more teasing than inquisitive, which allowed Su Jing to relax. "If you wish to know something, why not just ask me directly?" He replied with a weary smile, wondering why Zhang Liang felt the need to intimidate him. Zhang Liang shot him a glare and remarked, "Who told you to recklessly consume those herbs? You have no idea how anxious the young maid has been, insisting we come to find you." At this, Guan Yilin's cheeks flushed, and she awkwardly glanced at Su Jing, admitting, "When I went to look for you, your door was ajar and I saw those nibbled herbs. I thought you had mistakenly eaten them, so—" She continued, "But you certainly have quite the appetite." Zhang Liang picked up a herb from the ground, his expression bemused. "You specifically chose to eat the spiritual roots and spiritual fruits, discarding ordinary herbs after a single bite. What is it? Do the spiritual roots and fruits taste better?" He could ascertain that Su Jing was unfamiliar with these herbs. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to taste each one. Spiritual roots, spiritual fruits? Su Jing pondered, realizing that only herbs imbued with spiritual energy and mutations could enhance his experience points. After consuming so many, he had begun to discern a pattern. Upon hearing their names, he immediately connected the dots. As for why he only took a bite of some, it was simply because those did not contribute to his experience points. However, he did not voice his thoughts and instead fabricated an excuse. "While I was cultivating the immovable Wisdom King through medicinal baths, I discovered that consuming certain herbs yielded superior results. Thus, I came here to conduct an experiment." Upon hearing this, Guan Yilin's eyes widened in astonishment. It was her first encounter with such a notion. Could it be that her father's previous assertions were mere fabrications? Observing Guan Yilin's perplexed expression and Su Jing's earnest gaze, Zhang Liang sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. Though it is indeed possible for him, it is merely a manifestation of his unique constitution. Such peculiar methods are best left unimitated. After a pause, he cast a strange look at Su Jing and continued, "I have just examined you, and your body shows no signs of any issues. It is as if the herbs you consumed vanished without a trace. Not a single toxin remains, nor even the remnants of the medicine in your stomach. Chapter 62. The killing intent of the gun with not even a trace of medicine left in his stomach. Su Jing could not help but mentally commend the system. Perhaps it was due to my exceptional digestive ability. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Indeed, the herbs I consumed have directly transformed into the essence of the immovable king." Prior to the arrival of the three, Su Jing had already allocated the 1,000 experience points gained from the herbs to the immovable king, thereby unlocking new cultivation methods. As the saying goes, every medicine has its poison. While others might spend their wealth on medicine yet hesitate to consume it in excess, using it merely for healing or therapeutic baths, I am different. I consume as much as I desire. Had I not previously discovered that my clones did not gain experience from consuming, I would have eagerly sent them into the territories of the alien beasts to feast at will. With this thought, Su Jing's animosity towards the alien beasts intensified. After the revival of spiritual energy, the land should have been abundant with spiritual roots and herbs, yet they have been monopolized by the beasts. It is utterly despicable. As he contemplated how to vanquish the Beast King, Zhang Liang's gentle cough interrupted his reverie. Is your rapid advancement in both your realm and the cultivation of the killing intent gun solely attributable to consuming medicine? To some extent, yes, Su Jing replied unabashedly. However, my swift progress primarily stems from my diligence. His two clones tirelessly hunted the alien beasts. If that did not qualify as hard work, then what would? This is the lower volume of the killing intent gun. You should also practice it, Zhang Liang said, producing a small booklet with a blue cover, casting a meaningful glance at Su Jing. Initially, I intended to wait some time before giving this to you, allowing you to first focus on cultivating the immovable king and addressing your weaknesses. But it seems that is no longer necessary. Upon receiving the booklet, Su Jing's face lit up with delight. Thank you, Governor. You need not thank me. Rather, I should express my gratitude to you. The creation of this martial art was intended to empower our human descendants. You possess both talent and merit in abundance. It is only fitting. To withhold it from you would contradict my original intention. With that, Zhang Liang strode towards the door. Xing Zhan hurriedly followed, but before departing, he glanced back sorrowfully at the herbs Su Jing had wasted. Do not pilfer from the warehouse again. Many warriors in the garrison also require those spiritual fruits and roots. I shall arrange for a batch to be delivered to you. Upon hearing this, Su Jing cast a reluctant glance at the floor and nodded. As Can Yilin observed the two departing, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. Coupled with the embarrassment of having entered Su Jing's room uninvited, her cheeks flushed slightly as she too followed Zhang Liang. Once the three had left, Su Jing wasted no time and opened the small booklet, examining it closely. The deeper he delved into its contents, the more astonished he became. The first volume of the killing intent gun focused primarily on how to condense and wield the ethereal, elusive killing intent, with the techniques of the gun being secondary. Su Jing had initially wondered why, even if he could substitute the gun techniques with those of a blade, sword, or staff, it was specifically the gun techniques that were emphasized. The content of the latter volume emphasizes the significance of marksmanship, intertwining it with the ethereal and elusive essence of killing intent. Unlike the first volume, which lacks specific techniques, the second volume presents several formidable killing moves. Only by integrating these two volumes can one truly grasp the essence of martial arts, akin to the indispensable relationship between theory and practical application. Upon completing the reading, Su Jing summoned the system panel. The section pertaining to the Killing Intent Spear had undergone a transformation. Killing Intent Spear, Beginner 05000. Indeed, after acquiring the latter volume, the experience points required for the Killing Intent Spear had significantly increased, causing the previously attained proficiency to regress to the beginner stage. A peculiar sensation surged within his mind, as insights regarding the Killing Intent Spear were meticulously reorganized. Exhaling a deep sigh, Su Jing's gaze fell once more upon the spiritual fruits stored in the warehouse. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly exited the warehouse. Shortly thereafter, Su Jing returned to his single dormitory, surveying the medicinal herbs on his bed. He selected those capable of enhancing experience points, placing the ordinary herbs back into his backpack. Since these were of no use to him, he decided to take them back for Yun-Ah to refine her physique. While tidying up the room, Su Jing casually tossed a blood ginseng into the grinder. For the next 3 days, the beast tide remained silent, and Xingzhan sent over a modest batch of spiritual roots and fruits. During this time, Su Jing could only sip potions and consume spiritual fruits for sustenance. However, the growth of experience points slowed, accumulating barely over 600. After all, consuming everything at once would leave nothing for later, and as he indulged in more spiritual roots and fruits, Su Jing discovered a fondness for their subtle, fragrant aroma. Yet, due to the limited accumulation of experience points, which now required thousands, he refrained from further allocation. At the training ground, several hundred warriors formed a circle, fervently cheering. Su Jing, you're amazing. Li Hai, can you bring some glory to our team? A flash of brilliant silver light darted past. Li Hai glanced at the long knife that had been sent flying, offering a wry smile to Su Jing, resignedly admitting, I concede. After acknowledging his defeat, he picked up his knife and turned back towards the crowd. Meanwhile, the victorious Su Jing stood proudly with his spear, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. In this world, where martial prowess is esteemed by all, particularly within a military establishment such as the garrison, Su Jing had chanced upon the warriors engaged in a tournament during his recent leisurely stroll. Intrigued, he paused to observe for a moment, during which a warrior he had previously encountered outside the light screen recognized him. Consequently, he was playfully pulled into the arena by the enthusiastic warriors. At that time, Su Jing was not overly concerned, aiming to refrain from utilizing his extraordinary abilities to overpower others, and nearly fell to defeat at the hands of an 8th-grade warrior. Although he was merely a 7th-grade warrior himself, it was crucial to note that due to his unique ability to merge body and spirit, his physical prowess rivaled that of an 8th-grade warrior. Coupled with his mastery of 2 martial arts, he managed to secure victory after an arduous struggle lasting over 10 minutes. This experience illuminated many of his personal shortcomings, particularly his lack of practical combat experience. Indeed, it is a lack of practical experience. Although he has slain numerous otherworldly beasts, his encounters with human adversaries are scarce. Most lower and mid-level creatures possess limited intelligence, charging into battle with sheer force. The few skirmishes he has had with humans were victories achieved through the use of his extraordinary abilities. Consequently, despite appearing to have endured countless battles, Su Jing lacks substantial combat experience. Realizing this, he has spent the last few days eagerly seeking out seasoned warriors to spar with whenever he finds a moment of respite. After each engagement, he diligently recalls the intricacies of the fight, and even during others' bouts, he watches intently, analyzing their unique styles. These battle-hardened warriors each possess their distinctive flair, complemented by singular techniques that have repeatedly allowed them to elude the clutches of death. This is their wisdom which has greatly inspired Su Jing. Though his realm has not ascended in these 2 days, the transformation in his prowess is nothing short of revolutionary. Equally transformed is his mindset. Clang! Su Jing executed a stunning flourish with his weapon, his eyes gleaming with determination. Who else dares to challenge him? Chapter 63. The Resurgence of War. The purple-gold ape demon strikes, I have arrived. A robust and hearty voice resonated from behind. Su Jing turned to investigate the source of the sound, and beheld a middle-aged man clad in a black combat uniform. In a few swift strides, he approached Su Jing, halting a mere few meters away, gripping a long knife and proclaiming with a smile, I am Su Long, the vice-captain of the 56th Squad, a peak martial artist. Upon hearing this, Su Jing's pupils constricted, and he scrutinized the man before him. Although a peak martial artist also belongs to the 9th tier of martial artists, their prowess generally surpasses that of their peers, approaching the level of a battle general. Come! Su Jing brandished his spear, his battle spirit soaring. No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Long abruptly vanished from sight, and in the next instant, the long knife was thrust perilously close to Su Jing's face. Suddenly, with a deft twist of his wrist, Su Jing deflected the strike, and with an uncanny angle, he aimed the spear's tip at Su Long's throat. Bang! Just as Su Long attempted to evade, an icy wave of murderous intent surged into his mind, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Flowing light escape, Su Long bellowed, his true energy surging forth, conjuring a pale, translucent shield before him. This was the intermediate combat technique, flowing light shield, a widely circulated skill within the defense department that Su Jing had encountered numerous times in recent days. It could be activated instantaneously, and its defensive area could be adjusted at will. The spear's tip collided forcefully with the shield, shattering it into a flurry of pale light particles. However, this brief respite allowed Su Long to regain his composure while simultaneously amplifying his momentum, swiftly creating distance between himself and Su Jing. Yet, Su Jing remained undeterred, his spear shadowing Su Long relentlessly, targeting his limbs rather than his vital points. The assault intensified, each strike executed with fervor, as if he were driven by a relentless storm. Clang, 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 clang. In that moment, the onslaught was as fierce as a torrential downpour, the sound of clashing weapons ringing incessantly. This had become his battle style over the past 2 days. Once he struck successfully, he would pursue relentlessly, striking down any adversary, forcing even those of higher rank into a defensive stance. Su Long found himself in such a predicament, his frustration mounting. As time elapsed, Su Long realized he could not afford to remain passive any longer. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck. He seized the opportunity as Su Jing retracted his spear, closing the distance to negate the weapon's long-range advantage. But Su Jing was not so easily outmaneuvered. This was precisely his ploy to disrupt the rhythm of his opponent, luring him into the trap of his spear. He swiftly positioned his spear to block Su Long's long knife, his forearm pressing against the spear shaft. Su Long furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by Su Jing's intentions. At that moment, a faint golden glow enveloped Su Jing, bolstered by the enhancement of his immovable Ming Wang body, augmenting his physical strength before he swiftly elbowed towards Su Long's nape. Su Long sensed the rush of wind too late. He was on the verge of being struck by Su Jing. Yet, as a peak martial artist, Su Long possessed more than just the flowing light shield. He elevated himself in an instant, breaking free from Su Jing's grasp and deftly evading the attack. Seeing his strike fail, Su Jing remained composed, fluidly adjusting the spear to launch another thrust towards Su Long's chest. Dragon swimming in the sea. Indeed, one of the lethal techniques embedded within the essence of the spear, originally a desperate maneuver, found its application in the hands of Su Jing. The blade of the spear shimmered with a chilling black luminescence, causing the observing warriors to involuntarily hold their breath. Should Su Long be struck by this blow, he would likely face either death or severe injury. Swish! The tip of the spear halted an instant before it made contact with Su Long's chest. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, emerged continuously from his forehead, the earlier sense of peril still lingering in his heart as he blinked at the icy gleam on the spear's edge. Su Jing offered a slight smile and withdrew the long spear. A small hole had been pierced in Su Long's combat attire, yet no injury was evident beneath. Impressive. I am in awe, Su Long remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow and clasping his fists in salute. I concede. Moments later, the previously silent training ground erupted once more with fervent cheers. Su Jing was indeed remarkable, a peak warrior of the 7th rank. It was rumored that he had yet to employ his extraordinary abilities, which was truly terrifying. Su Jing maintained an unaffected demeanor, casting a casual glance around without uttering another word, preparing instead to depart. His intention was not to become infatuated with martial prowess, but rather to refine his combat skills before the impending beast tide arrived. Having already triumphed over seasoned peak warriors, further honing his skills seemed unnecessary. At that moment, a sudden shrill alarm pierced the air. Woo woo woo. Su Jing's body jolted, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Had the beast tide finally arrived? The surrounding warriors, upon hearing the alarm, swiftly returned to their respective squads, gearing up to confront the oncoming tide. Su Jing, however, dashed straight towards the city wall. Standing atop the wall, he observed the distant beast tide, which appeared as a thickening black line. Yet, unlike before, the forefront of the tide was comprised of dozens of formidable beasts, exuding an overwhelming aura, racing through the air. These were advanced beasts. A wave of alarm surged through Su Jing. Advanced beasts were leading the charge. It seemed the decisive battle was about to commence. His suspicions were soon corroborated by a repeated broadcast. Brothers below the rank of battle general, do not breach the energy barrier. Remain within the walls and follow commands. Brothers of battle general rank, be prepared to engage alongside Vice Commander Xingzhan. Repeatedly, the message echoed, urging caution. As time elapsed, the beast tide finally reached the energy barrier. Roar! Dozens of advanced beasts collided with a force that dimmed the barrier momentarily. Monsters! With that furious cry, dozens of figures leaped from the city wall to engage in combat with the advanced beasts, led by none other than Xingzhan. Before long, even while besieged by 7 advanced beasts, Xingzhan managed to retaliate and slay one. Watching this spectacle, Su Jing felt his blood boil, yearning to consume his spiritual roots and fruits to break through to the rank of battle general and join the fray. However, his brow soon furrowed in concern. Although human battle generals possessed formidable individual strength, they were outnumbered by the advanced beasts. The aerial skirmish had persisted for several minutes, with more advanced beasts continuously joining the fray from the tide below. Not only Xingzhan, but nearly every formidable warrior found themselves besieged. In that moment, a sudden anomaly arose amidst the beast tide. A thunderous roar echoed. It was the purple gold ape demon. It had cleverly concealed itself among the ordinary beasts of the tide. Its body swelled violently, towering dozens of meters in an instant, and it struck the protective barrier with a mighty fist. The barrier shattered like fragile glass, splintering into countless fragments. At this juncture, it stood less than 100 meters from Su Jing, and even in the absence of a direct assault on him, the overwhelming malevolence emanating from the creature enveloped him in an icy dread. However, the purple gold ape demon did not direct its wrath toward the city walls, but rather set its sights on the engaged Xingzhan and his companions. With a single punch, it seemed as though the very fabric of space trembled. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Zhang Liang finally intervened. A spear, extending several hundred meters, materialized to intercept the ape demoness blow. Yet, the resulting shockwave still reverberated through the air, forcing the warriors in the skies to retreat swiftly toward the stronghold. The high-level beasts clashing with them also suffered, emitting low growls of distress. Chapter 64. The celestial martial arts, the purple gold ape demon, let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens, and the other beasts seemed to receive an unspoken command, charging madly at the city walls. With the barrier dispelled, the distance of 100 meters vanished in an instant. Kill! Zhang Liang's voice resonated throughout, piercing the ears of every individual present. The warriors guarding the fortress surged forth from their defensive lines. At this moment, Zhang Liang engaged in combat with the purple gold ape demon. Any mid to low-level beasts caught in the tumultuous aftermath of their battle met a grim fate, yet the purple gold ape paid no heed, fiercely battling Zhang Liang. Su Jing, somewhat perplexed, noted that the intelligence of the purple gold ape demon was not to be underestimated, having previously breached the heavenly gate formation and incited the beast tide. Why, then, did it disregard the lives of the other beasts? As the warriors of the fortress commenced their slaughter, Su Jing cast aside his thoughts. 2 avatars emerged from his being, plunging into the fray of the beast tide. However, his main body refrained from joining the battle, for the Beast King and numerous high-level beasts were present. To become collateral damage would be a grave loss. The 2 avatars activated their meat grinder mode against the mid to low-level beasts once more. The sound of experience points being accrued rang out continuously, and this time the beasts were significantly more concentrated, nearly one atop the other. As soon as the beasts at the front encountered resistance, they would be trampled to death by those behind. The 2 formidable forces continued their fierce exchange, dominating the skies above the battlefield. The high-level beasts and the war generals refrained from taking to the air to avoid unintended repercussions, choosing instead to engage on the ground. Yet, this granted the beasts ample opportunity. The high-level beasts, leveraging their numerical superiority, ensnared the human war generals, while those that broke free turned their attention to the ordinary soldiers. Casualties mounted steadily on the side of the fortress. Su Jing, anxiously watching from the walls, felt helpless. While his avatars surpassed typical high-tier warriors, the gap in power compared to the generals was still vast. He could only hope that Zhang Liang had a backup plan, for if he were to defeat the purple gold ape demon, the the fortress warriors would be decimated long before that. Suddenly, dozens of individuals surged forth from behind the defensive line, targeting the high-level beasts. Clad in white combat uniforms adorned with silver cloud patterns, the prominent words Celestial Martial Arts emblazoned on their backs were striking. These individuals appeared youthful, barely in their early 20s, yet their strength was formidable. In less than 2 minutes, several high-level beasts were slain. Could they be students from the Celestial Martial Arts Academy? A chilling thought crossed Su Jing's mind. Indeed, they were students from the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. At that moment, he turned sharply towards the source of the voice, finding Yan Pengyi standing beside him, having appeared unannounced. After you were captured by the Tree King, I hastened to Tianmen City for assistance, and upon arriving with reinforcements in Yang City, I was astonished to discover that you had emerged on your own. Yan Pengyi sighed, casting a glance at Su Jing with a faint smile, and remarked, even so, the War King of Tianmen City has no intention of sparing the Tree King. This time, a War King from Tianmen Martial University has come, and due to the regulations that prohibit the deployment of War Kings in battle, he has chosen to confront the Tree King alone. As for the students of Tianwu, they volunteered to assist. They are not soldiers of the garrison, thus their actions do not violate any rules, much like the Beast Demon sect aiding the Beast Kings. Upon understanding this, Su Jing silently observed the Tianwu students engaged in combat, swallowing hard as he inquired, are the students of Tianwu truly this formidable? Their prowess appears to rival that of the garrison's battle generals. Who would believe they are merely students? Yan Pengyi chuckled heartily and replied, do you truly believe you are the only one with such extraordinary talent in this world? Su Jing felt a tinge of embarrassment. Most of his strength stemmed from the system, otherwise, he might still be at the 7th awakening stage. However, he soon reflected that talent is innate, and perhaps it was merely luck that favored them. Having the system certainly bestowed upon him greater fortune. In this light, it seemed his own talent was indeed superior. Noticing Su Jing's silence, Yan Pengyi assumed he was feeling disheartened. Do not underestimate yourself. He began to offer words of comfort, but as Su Jing turned to him, the unwavering conviction in his eyes abruptly stifled the words on Yan Pengyi's lips. The first encounter with the Tianwu students often left others speechless, not from being disheartened, but rather because Su Jing's silence seemed to breed greater confidence. What did you say? Su Jing inquired, puzzled. Nothing. Nothing, Yan Pengyi stammered, clearing his throat to mask his awkwardness. He gazed at the battlefield below and continued, most of them are 4th-year students, with some in their 3rd year. Even among Tianwu, they are the cream of the crop. Is that so? Another brief silence ensued. Su Jing curiously regarded Yan Pengyi and asked, why do you not go down there? I have more pressing duties up here. Yan Pengyi replied nonchalantly. Intrigued by Yan Pengyi's self-assured demeanor, Su Jing inquired, is the more important task simply to keep me company? Certainly not, Yan Pengyi retorted with a roll of his eyes. I must remain vigilant, observing to see if any battle general falters. Should that occur, I will rescue them, much like I did for you at the stadium entrance. Understanding dawned upon Su Jing. This explained why the students displayed such audacity. In situations where their combat strength paled in comparison to the beasts, every war king was a precious asset. Thus, descending to engage in battle would be less advantageous than remaining above to observe and assist. With a sudden spark of mischief, he declared, in that case, I shall join the fray as well, so do keep an eye out. At this, Yan Pengyi's eye twitched slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. As Su Jing brandished his spear and leapt from the city wall into the tide of beasts, a tempest of thunder erupted, with the creatures suffering relentless casualties. Yan Pengyi felt a pang of envy. Though spatial abilities were exceptionally powerful, his current strength was insufficient to wield them with finesse. He could only apply them in rudimentary ways such as short-distance spatial jumps. Observing it appears quite enticing, yet for him in the present, it has become somewhat superfluous. When encountering those of lesser strength, it proves unnecessary, and against formidable opponents it offers little utility. Its merits lie solely in the realms of rescue and travel. Furthermore, in the current battlefield, the presence of an additional general holds little significance. Unbeknownst to him, while he admires Su Jing simultaneously envies him. From the moment he was rescued from Minan, Su Jing has been coveting Yan Pengyi's spatial abilities, and this reunion has only solidified his aspiration to master the heavenly martial arts. Having gained experience from the prior awakening of his doppelganger's powers, he understands that an unawakened doppelganger can awaken simply by attuning to the fluctuations of the abilities. In the future, once he possesses a third doppelganger, he will surely seek out Yen Pingyi without delay. Chapter 65. Victory in War Boom. The long spear unleashed a thunderous strike, and in an instant, several low-level aberrant beasts fell to the ground. In stark contrast to the foul stench permeating other areas of the battlefield, Su Jing's vicinity remained devoid of bloodshed. The wounds inflicted on the slain beasts were charred and blackened. As the number of aberrant beasts falling to Su Jing's hand increased, higher-level beasts began to take notice of him. Just as his two avatars distanced themselves from his main body, a roar erupted. The black-scaled tiger charged towards Su Jing with ferocity. Startled, Su Jing glanced up at the city walls, where Yen Pingyi appeared completely unfazed, wearing a bemused expression as he observed the unfolding scene. With gritted teeth, Su Jing turned his gaze towards the black-scaled tiger, contemplating his next move. Very well, I shall entertain you. The distance of several hundred meters vanished in an instant, and as the black-scaled tiger approached, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, shot forth from the tip of his spear. The tiger, with a flicker of disdain in its human-like eyes, did not flinch or evade, relying solely on its armored scales to withstand the onslaught. Boom! The lightning crackled, momentarily halting the black-scaled tiger. Although the electric shock did not inflict significant harm, the paralysis left it momentarily disoriented. Regaining its composure, the tiger looked ahead, only to find that Su Jing had deftly maneuvered away with the help of a gust of wind. Meanwhile, his two avatars had also arrived on the scene. Engaging in close combat with a high-level beast was out of the question. However, Su Jing had no intention of fighting the black-scaled tiger at close quarters. Gathering a dark purple radiance in his hand, he hurled it forward, causing it to explode into a whirlwind with a diameter of several dozen meters. Arcs of electricity danced within, releasing a pungent scent of charred flesh from the surrounding aberrant beasts. The primary target, the black-scaled tiger, had evidently anticipated this and evaded the attack with remarkable speed. As Su Jing continued to retreat, he commanded Su Lei and Su Feng to obstruct the black-scaled tiger's path. The tiger hesitated, casting a puzzled glance at Su Jing's two avatars, but merely paused for a second before its massive form surged forward again. Just as Su Jing contemplated sacrificing these avatars to create an opportunity for himself, a glimmer of cold light descended from above, positioning itself before the black-scaled tiger. Su Jing's gaze sharpened. It was a student from Tianwu. With a simple horizontal sweep of his sword, the student unleashed a wave of sword energy, showering the area with blood. The black-scaled tiger roared in pain, retreating while continuously growling at the Tianwu student. Unfazed, the student turned to Su Jing, offering a reassuring smile. I will handle this beast. Thank you. No need for thanks, my junior. I am Xiao Anping, the student replied, playfully blinking. Surprised, Su Jing chuckled in response, realizing that this Tianwu student was not as arrogant as he had initially thought. Subsequently, Xiao Anping fell silent, his expression growing serious as he gripped his sword and charged at the black-scaled tiger. Watching the ensuing battle, Su Jing contemplated intervening to seize an opportunity for experience points. However, recalling Xiao Anping's earlier words about facing the black-scaled tiger alone, he chose not to linger any longer and instead charged towards the areas densely populated with other beasts. Time gradually slipped away, and soon a night had passed. As dawn's light once again bathed the earth, Su Jing withdrew his spear from the carcass of a beast and looked up. The battlefield was strewn with the remains of both humans and beasts. At that moment, the golden-purple ape demon king let out a furious roar, and the beasts ceased their relentless assault, as if regaining their senses, and began to retreat. It dawned on Su Jing that while many low to mid-level beasts remained, the number of high-level beasts had diminished by more than half. Brothers, pursue. A shout from nearby captured Su Jing's attention. It was a warrior of merely the third rank, yet despite his battered body, his eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. This proclamation struck like thunder, reigniting the fighting spirit of the weary soldiers. A smile crept onto Su Jing's face, The war was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, the commanders stationed at the fortress surged into the air, encircling the tide of beasts and forming an immense net of light that enveloped them. Was this the formation used by the fortress warriors to slay the black scale tiger? Now, executed by the commanders together, this net was exponentially larger than before. As Su Jing joined in the pursuit, he marveled that any beast caught within this trap would be unable to escape, regardless of how fiercely it struggled. Among them were high-level beasts, swiftly dispatched by Xingzhan and his men, leaving only the low to mid-level beasts behind. In the small courtyard of the fortress, at 7 in the morning, the commotion outside roused everyone from their slumber. Just as they were puzzled by the uproar, a more fervent cheer erupted from outside. "We have triumphed." It was said to be a resounding victory. Alas, they had not been at the front lines and longed to have slain those brutes themselves. "Indeed, it is a pity we must guard Yang City. Otherwise, I would rush there at once." With that, Li Yueying, upon hearing such declarations, flung open the door and soared into the courtyard, landing before the ecstatic warriors. Having spent considerable time there, the warriors naturally recognized Li Yueying. Before she could utter a word, the news of victory burst forth again. At this moment, Zhang Yu and Su Yuner also pushed open the courtyard door, and upon confirming the news of the victory, stood there in a daze. After a while, Su Yuner exclaimed with excitement, "The war has been won. My brother must be returning soon, right? Mother, should we inquire with Captain Zhang Tian about when my brother will come back?" Hearing this, Zhang Yu intended to agree, but after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Having just won a battle, Captain Zhang Tian must be extremely busy. We wouldn't want to trouble him." Just as her words fell, a familiar voice rang out from afar, "Ha! What could possibly be left to attend to after a victory?" Everyone paused in surprise. Following the sound, they indeed saw Zhang Tian, and judging by the smile on his face, Su Jing must be safe. Immediately, both Su Yuner and Li Yueying gazed at him with great urgency. Even the usually composed Zhang Yu could not help but ask, "Captain Zhang Tian, is Su Jing unharmed?" "It is of no concern, yet he has conveyed a message for you all, stating that he cannot return for the time being and that you must wait a few more days." Upon hearing this, the smiles of the crowd froze upon their faces, and Zhang Yu trembled slightly. Having won the battle, why does he not return? Could it be that he is injured, hence his words? Observing their reactions, Zhang Tian quickly interjected, assuring them that he is quite well, but insists on remaining at the front lines to assist. Yet, this declaration did not alleviate the worries in the eyes of the others. Li Yueying, puzzled, inquired, "With so many guarding the stronghold, what need is there for him there?" To which Zhang Tian replied, "I cannot say, but I can assure you that Su Jing is not only unharmed, but has also gained significant advantages whilst there." As he spoke, Zhang Tian recalled what Xingzhan had mentioned through the communicator. He nodded thoughtfully, muttering to himself, "It is quite possible that he simply cannot bear to leave." With Zhang Tian's assurance, the expressions on Zhang Tian and Li Yueying's faces brightened once more. However, Su Yuner, standing aside, still wore an expression of discontent, grumbling to herself, having acquired such treasures, he does not think to bring them back to enlighten his sister. Suddenly, miles away, Su Jing could not suppress a sneeze. Chapter 66. I await you in Tianwu. After instructing Zhang Tianho via communicator, Su Jing returned to his single dormitory. He ground a spiritual root into powder and consumed it with water in one swift motion. Upon opening the system panel, he discovered that his accumulated experience had reached an astonishing total of over 3,800. However, he had no intention of allocating it just yet. Although it seemed substantial, it was merely sufficient to elevate him to the 8th rank. It would be wiser to wait until he accumulated a bit more, aiming for a qualitative leap. He then reclined on his bed, preparing to rest. The night's battles had left him utterly fatigued. Just as he was settling in, a sudden series of knocks echoed from the door. Puzzled, Su Jing rose and dressed, initially thinking it was Guan Yilin. However, upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Xiao Anping, who had rescued him the previous night, accompanied by another unfamiliar student from Tianwu. After welcoming them inside, Su Jing was abruptly seized by an unexpected sneeze. "Achoo! Su Jing, are you all right?" Xiao Anping inquired with concern, his brow furrowed in confusion. Are you injured? No. Su Jing waved his hand dismissively, perplexed by his sudden sneeze. He recalled tales of beast kings whose mental prowess could directly disrupt reality. Surely, the Tree King wasn't scolding him from afar. Though he pondered this, he dismissed it, reassured by his proximity to Zhang Liang. He had nothing to fear. With a smile, Su Jing explained, "Perhaps I'm just a bit fatigued lately." No sooner had he spoken than the other Tianwu student beside him let out a derisive snicker. How amusing! I've never heard of a high-ranking warrior who couldn't control a sneeze. Upon hearing this, Su Jing frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. And who might you be? Whether I can control my sneezes is of no concern to you. Instantly, the Tianwu student retorted with the fervor of a firecracker, "It's none of our business. You think your slight talent gives you the right to show off? You insist on fighting beasts at the front line, causing others to be distracted by your antics. If it weren't for our support, do you truly believe your Yangqing garrison could prevail?"
Li.
Enough! Xiao Anping interjected sharply, his expression darkening. Do you dare speak such words to Su Jing? Would you have the audacity to repeat them to General Zhang? Humph! Xiao Anping. Others may fear you, but I do not. If you possess the skill, let us go outside and settle this. At least you're somewhat notable in Tianwu. I simply cannot stand your sycophancy towards a battle king. Li Yi scoffed. Xiao Anping, visibly agitated, felt the tension rise as his forehead throbbed with anger, his expression shifting in a tumult of emotions, on the verge of losing his temper. In that moment, Su Jing coldly remarked, "When I first met you, I believed the students of Tianwu to possess both exceptional talent and commendable character. Now I realize that even the finest institutions harbor vermin and miscreants. You, a high-ranking warrior, dare to speak to me in such a manner? You would do well to seek another martial academy. Even if you gain admission, I would ensure you are expelled." As he spoke, Li narrowed his eyes at Su Jing, his aura intensifying, as if ready to unleash violence at any moment. Su Jing, however, showed no signs of fear, continuing with an air of indifference, "You should consider yourself fortunate to be a few years my senior. Today, I shall teach you the true essence of respecting the strong." As soon as his words fell, Li Yi suddenly launched an attack, swift as lightning, reaching for Su Jing. Yet, before he could close the distance, he was intercepted by a sword strike from Xiao Anping. The sharp, clear sound of the blade resonated throughout the room. "Li, how shameless you are, a distinguished third-year student of Tianwu University. Yet you dare to lay your hands on a high school student who hasn't even taken the college entrance examination." Xiao Anping's voice, though calm, was laced with barely contained fury. "I merely wish to impart a lesson in humility," Li Yi retorted, his disdain for Su Jing evident in his gaze. "Once you step outside your little city, no one will coddle you. You will inevitably pay the price for your arrogance." With a slight curl of his lips, Su Jing responded in a similarly scornful tone, "You should focus on your own shortcomings. It's unclear who the truly arrogant one is here." After a brief pause, Li Yi added, "I hope you manage to enroll in Tianwu. I shall be awaiting your arrival." He emphasized the final words with particular weight. With a cold snort, he turned away, ignoring Xiao Anping, and strode out of the door. The room fell into an immediate silence after his departure. The two remained quiet for a considerable time, until Xiao Anping slowly spoke. "I truly had no inkling he would speak in such a manner. My apologies."
Su Jing, puzzled, inquired.
"Why does he harbor such animosity towards me?" Sighing, Xiao Anping explained, "Just yesterday, Governor Zhang briefly mentioned your situation, indicating that you might attract the attention of advanced exotic beasts, thus suggesting we look after you on the battlefield. I agreed without hesitation, thinking it prudent to ensure the safety of a fellow junior who would eventually join Tianwu. Others followed suit, but it seems there was some reluctance. This relates to Tianwu's training methodology, as it is located outside of Tianmen City, designed to hone the students' abilities." Su Jing felt a quickening of his heartbeat at the thought of such boldness. Xiao Anping continued, "However, this method has its drawbacks. Take Li Yi, for instance. He was a prodigy before entering Tianwu, well protected wherever he went, but once inside, he had to rely solely on himself. Each task carries the risk of life and death, which has made him somewhat extreme. Moreover, on the battlefield, Even seasoned generals can find themselves in peril, such as being besieged by multiple advanced exotic beasts, which necessitates their attention being divided, leading to their disdain for you. At this point, Xiao Anping looked at him with some confusion, adding, "But it is true. You possess a doppelganger. Why must your true self engage directly? Even if you were to eliminate a few thousand lower-tier beasts, it would scarcely affect the overall battle." Hearing this, Su Jing could only offer a bitter smile, choosing not to elaborate further. "So it is my apologies for troubling you. No trouble at all. No trouble at all." Xiao Anping observed that Su Jing offered no explanation, and he remained unconcerned, smiling as he said, "What I mentioned earlier was merely an extreme scenario. The situation last night was not particularly complex. Hence I made a point to accommodate you. By the way, Brother Xiao," Su Jing inquired with curiosity, "what did you mean by executing a mission? Does the martial arts conference impose mandatory tasks on students? You shall naturally come to understand this once you arrive at Tianwu." With that, Xiao Anping smiled mysteriously, then rose without looking back, leaving a single phrase resonating in the room. "Su Jing, we shall depart from Yang City this afternoon. I will be awaiting you at Tianwu." Chapter 67. The third round of ranking battles begins 30 miles outside Yang City. Su Jing firmly planted a flag inscribed with Yang City hunting grounds into the earth. In just 2 hours, the third round of ranking battles would commence, and he wondered how many points Li Yueying would accrue. His determination to remain was solely for this third round at the Yang City hunting grounds. No one understood Su Jing's obsession with hunting aberrant beasts. To inquire would yield the same answer. Ever since his father perished at the jaws of such a creature, he vowed to eradicate every last one. This hunting ground is a circular expanse with a radius of 15 miles, within which numerous rudimentary heavenly gate formations have been established to segregate the aberrant beasts into various zones. The periphery predominantly houses lower-tier beasts, while venturing further inward increases the likelihood of encountering them. The central region serves as the habitat for mid-tier beasts, requiring utmost caution even from a novice martial artist like Su Jing. However, for Su Jing in his current state, even a collective assault from these beasts would not suffice to threaten him. After the conclusion of the third round, he would be the one to cleanse the area of these creatures. Maintaining such a multitude of heavenly gate formations incurs considerable expense. Consequently, this would also yield a substantial amount of experience points. Moreover, his undertaking of the hunting grounds cleansing duties would not be in vain, as Zhang Liang had promised a reward of 500,000 in cash upon completion. Although he had no immediate need for the funds, they could be of great assistance to his mother and Yuner. The mere thought of this brought a smile to Su Jing's face. Suddenly, a faint white light curtain rose before him, the outermost layer of the formation designed to prevent outsiders from intruding and disturbing the examinees. The time had come. His shift was about to begin. As he gazed at the light curtain, Su Jing turned and ventured deeper into the hunting ground, where he was also responsible for security in the central area. At the city gate, nearly 1,000 examinees congregated, surging towards the hunting ground in waves. Soon, they arrived at Yang City No. 3 High School. The principal, observing the meager handful of students behind him, sighed softly and said, "Let us set forth." He then led the students to follow suit. Yang City boasts 5 high schools, and while the educational quality of No. 3 is commendable, the overwhelming reputation of No. 1 and No. 2 draws the finest talents, resulting in only a little over 70 students from No. 3 qualifying for the third round. Initially, with Su Jing's presence, they had hoped for a turnaround this year, but after the first round, he was nowhere to be found. The principal, burdened with concern, glanced at Li Yueying among the group and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is Su Jing not participating in the third round?" Upon its conclusion, he could apply to the Martial University. Li Yueying shook her head, replying, "He likely will not participate. He intends to directly enter the ranking battles of the 4 major regions." At this revelation, the surrounding students were taken aback. It was the first time they had heard of someone bypassing the local ranking battles to directly contend in the regional ones. However, recalling Su Jing's formidable prowess, they soon comprehended and were filled with envy. The principal's expression darkened further. The ordinary citizens of Yang City were oblivious to such matters, and with communication being inconvenient, they hardly paid attention to the ranking battles across the 4 districts. Consequently, Su Jing's notoriety in Yang City would remain elusive, leaving the students of Yang City No. 3 to be overshadowed by those from number 1 and number 2. Yuang, do you have any idea where Su Jing has been these days? The principal inquired tentatively. If he could locate Su Jing, he was confident that he could persuade him to participate in the next round of ranking battles, which would be the final round in Yang City, determining the top scholar through a tournament-style competition. After all, what young person does not relish the spotlight? This would pose no detriment to him. At most, he would employ a strategy of emotional appeal, lamenting the struggles of their alma mater, hoping that Su Jing would voluntarily agree to join the ranking battles. The Defense Bureau could not compel him, after all. Li Yueying hesitated for a few seconds before responding. I do not know where Su Jing is. Really? The principal furrowed his brow in confusion. Yes, Li Yueying replied with a wry smile. I genuinely do not know Su Jing's whereabouts. If you truly wish to find out, you might inquire with Captain Zhang of the Defense Bureau. Suddenly, the principal seemed to recall something and asked, He is not within the city? Correct. Upon receiving this affirmative response, the principal inhaled sharply. He was no ordinary citizen. He was well acquainted with the news regarding the Beast Tide. Given Su Jing's rapport with the Defense Bureau, his absence from the city at this juncture likely indicated that he was with the governor. At merely a few years past adolescence, he was already on the front lines. Such audacity was unprecedented, even for a principal who had taught for decades and nurtured countless exceptional warriors. In his experience, the more gifted individuals tended to cherish their lives, often opting to train until they reached the pinnacle of their capabilities before daring to step onto the battlefield. Thus, it seemed that any hopes for Su Jing were futile, and he could only place his faith in Li Yueying, who at least had awakened her powers to level 9, an ability not commonly found in number 1 or number 2. She could at least secure a commendable position in the ranking battles. With this thought, the principal's demeanor softened slightly. Those who advanced through the third round of ranking battles were all awakened at level 7 or above, and their physical prowess was naturally formidable. Within an hour, the banners of the Yang City hunting grounds came into view. Numerous soldiers from the Defense Bureau were already stationed there, primarily warriors, whose roles were twofold: to ensure the safety of the candidates and to verify their identities. For low-level beasts, the scoring ranged from 5 to 10 points, while for mid-level beasts it spanned from 50 to 100 points. After candidates hunted the beasts, they were required to sever the beast's ears. The hunt concluded with these identifiers being used to calculate scores. Both ears were mandatory for scoring. Having only one would not suffice. Upon hearing this, many students began to voice their grievances. One individual beside Li Yueying protested, After we collect the ears, we must continue to fight, and the likelihood of injury is high. In such circumstances, ensuring our own safety is a challenge, yet we must also guarantee that the beast ears are not lost. This is utterly unreasonable. The soldier who fired the signal flare cast a cold glance at him and remarked, The rules are as such. If you are dissatisfied, you may withdraw. Instantly, many faces turned grim. One of the strategies of Yangqing No. 3 Middle School was to allow the stronger individuals to lend a helping hand to the weaker ones, ensuring that even if they could not attain high scores, they could facilitate the advancement of more participants to the next round. At that moment, a derisive snicker echoed from a distance. Oh, so you're panicking now that you can't resort to underhanded tactics? TSK, is this the level of No. 3 Middle School? Upon hearing these words, the students from number 3 immediately glared in the direction of the laughter. What? Are they enraged after being exposed? It was a peer clad in a white combat uniform, grinning as he spoke, utterly unfazed by the glare from the students of number 3. Chapter 68. Finding Su Jing, the principal of the 3rd Middle School, furrowed his brow and inquired, Which school do you belong to? Yangqing No. 2, the individual replied, raising an eyebrow and chuckling. Upon hearing that he was from Yangqing No. 2, the crowd's anger intensified. The disparity between their school and number 1 was vast, while they regarded the 4th and 5th middle schools as inferior. Thus, both number 2 and number 3 schools, one striving to uphold its reputation as the second best in Yangqing, and the other desperately seeking to ascend, bore a long-standing grudge against each other. Have not all the students from number 2 already entered? Mind your own business. There is no rule that states one must enter with the main body of the school. If that were the case, the students from number 1 and number 2 could easily monopolize the hunting grounds. His arrogant demeanor infuriated the students of number 3, who could only grit their teeth in frustration, muttering, "I hope I don't run into you during the exam." At that moment, the candidates from No. 3 received their signal flares. All right, let us proceed quickly. A final reminder. Many soldiers patrol the examination area. Should any cheating be detected, severe penalties will be enforced. Within the first half hour, establish your respective routes and proceed alone. If you encounter danger, promptly fire your signal flare. We will arrive within 2 minutes. Do not act recklessly, the leading soldier from the Defense Corps announced loudly. As the students from number 3 continued to enter, Li Yueying remained unhurried. She had spotted Geng Xiaohui, who had guided them during their first visit to the Defense Corps, although he had yet to notice her. With a flick of her wrist, a gentle breeze swept through, causing Geng Xiaohui, lost in thought, to suddenly look up and meet the smiling face of Li Yueying. "Brother Geng, do you still remember me? How could I forget? I was the one who brought you into the Defense Corps the first time, ha ha ha." Geng Xiaohui's hearty laughter drew the astonished attention of other soldiers from the Defense Corps, who had been stationed at the front lines recently and were not acquainted with Li Yueying. "Old Geng, is this girl also from our Defense Corps? I'll introduce her to you." Geng Xiaohui replied with a grin. She isn't officially part of the Defense Corps yet, but she has been residing here for a while. If she is not one of us, then why? Confusion clouded the faces of the onlookers. Geng Xiaohui smiled mysteriously. "You'll have to ask Brother Su Jing about that." Instantly, the surrounding soldiers widened their eyes, turning their gaze towards Li Yueying. They were familiar with the name Su Jing, having learned that he currently resided in the Defense Corps. What could Geng Xiaohui's words imply? Was this young girl somehow connected to him? As they pondered this, the soldiers lost focus on their duty, curiously sizing up Li Yueying to uncover the allure that captivated them. Li Yueying soon sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Though she never indulged in coyness, she was still a young girl and found it difficult to withstand the scrutinizing gazes directed at her, as if she were a prospective daughter-in-law. With an awkward tone, she inquired, "Brother Geng, how is Su Jing doing? How could he be anything but well?" "He is doing splendidly." Geng Xiaohui recalled the scene of Su Jing dominating the arena and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Really?" Li Yueying, oblivious to his expression, asked with genuine excitement. Geng Xiaohui cast a glance into the depths of the hunting ground and jested. "It's only been a few days since we last met, and you already miss him? If you truly wish to see him, simply ignite a signal flare in the central area. Perhaps you shall encounter him." At that moment, the young provocateur from Yangqing No. 3 spoke up once more. "Hey, is this really permissible? Isn't the garrison famed for its impartiality?" Upon hearing this, Geng Xiaohui shot him a glare and retorted, "Xing Su, if you continue to speak recklessly, I shall inform Lord Xingzhan. Dare to act yet fear to be criticized?" Xing Su, the boy in question, scoffed. He was, after all, the son of Lord Xingzhan. Geng Xiaohui turned to Li Yueying to introduce him, and then, with an air of resignation, glanced back at Xing Su. "All right, you lot should head in quickly." Li Yueying was taken aback to discover that this carefree lad was indeed Lord Xingzhan's son. Is this what they mean by a tiger begetting a dog? Yet she did not dwell on it for long. Having received news of Su Jing, there was no reason for her to linger any further. After expressing her gratitude to Geng Xiaohui, she stepped into the hunting ground. Just as she prepared to unleash her wind wings and hasten towards the central area, Xing Su caught up with her. "Wait for me. What do you want?" Li Yueying slowed her pace, showing respect for Lord Xingzhan, but she felt no fondness for the frivolous boy before her. "I'm just curious. Who exactly is this Su Jing you keep mentioning?" Xing Su inquired earnestly. Li Yueying furrowed her brow in confusion. "Didn't Lord Xingzhan mention him to you?" Xing Su paused, offering a wry smile. "He hasn't been home for quite some time. Even when he does return, he only says a few words." I see Li Yueying's gaze flickered, and she teased. "I was wondering why Lord Xingzhan's son would so casually provoke others. Turns out you've been raised without strict supervision." At her words, Xing Su's body trembled, and he glared at her. After a moment, his eyes glinted with meaning as he replied, "I do not provoke indiscriminately, and I am not an examinee from Yangqing number 2. I am from number 1. When I came from number 2 just now, I provoked them as well, so you needn't be overly upset.
Li Weiying responda nonchalantly.
Her pace unbroken as she continued forward. What do you mean, oh? Aren't you curious? I am curious, but I do not wish to waste time with you right now. With that, her wind wings unfurled instantaneously from behind her, catching Xing Su off guard and sending him stumbling back several paces, staring at her in astonishment. She ascended slowly into the air before darting towards the central area of the hunting ground, her eagerness to find Su Jing palpable. From Geng Xiaohui's words, she gathered that Su Jing was in the central area, likely engaged in rescue efforts. However, Geng Xiaohui was unaware of her ability to fly. As for the ranking battles, Li Yueying had not forgotten them either. She would not overlook the low-level beasts she encountered along the way. With a swift wind blade, she could slay them in an instant, severing their ears with another blade and summoning them to her without ever needing to touch the ground. Here, she truly felt at home. Though slaying mid-level beasts proved challenging, it was equally difficult for them to pose a threat to her. In a swift turn of events, 7 low-tier beasts had already succumbed to Li Yueying's blade, their ears severed with precision. At this moment, she found herself in the heart of the hunting grounds. As she traversed the pale luminescent barrier, Li Yueying took to the skies, gliding gracefully above the central area with her wind wings. The expanse of this region was considerable, designed to ensure that intermediate beasts could disperse, thereby preventing the candidates from being besieged by them. However, this vastness posed a challenge for Li Yueying. Amidst the lush foliage, it became increasingly arduous to discern Su Jing's figure from above. Where could he possibly be? Before long, 30 minutes had elapsed. Being a mere novice at the 9th level, she found it increasingly difficult to sustain the prolonged use of her wind wings. Just as she contemplated finding a spot to rest, a thunderous roar erupted from below. Boom! That sound was all too familiar to Li Yueying, igniting a spark of recognition. With renewed vigor, she swiftly descended towards the source of the thunderous noise. Chapter 69. Both the true self and the 2 avatars of Su Jing were constantly vigilant, scanning the skies for anyone releasing signal flares. How could they possibly miss the figure of Li Yueying? Alas, Su Jing's wind-based abilities could not elevate him, so he relied on the thunderous sounds to draw her attention. In just a few fleeting seconds, she descended rapidly from above, gracefully landing before him. How did you know I was here? Su Jing inquired, observing her as she circled above, evidently searching for something. How can you even ask? You have no idea how worried your mother is. I happened to see Brother Geng Xiaohui outside the hunting grounds, and he informed me. After the initial surprise, Li Yueying elaborated on the events that had unfolded outside the hunting ground. Haha, Lord Xingzhan never mentioned he had a son. What a revelation! Su Jing expressed his astonishment upon hearing about Xing Su. There are many things you would never expect, Li Yueying retorted, casting him a playful glare. In the tranquil woods, the sounds of their laughter echoed far and wide. While others might perceive the central area of the hunting grounds as fraught with peril, Li Yueying experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour had elapsed, and gradually, some candidates ventured into the heart of the hunting grounds. Suddenly, a loud bang startled the 2, still engrossed in conversation. Su Jing glanced into the distance, where a candidate's signal flare erupted, filling the air with a thick plume of smoke and illuminating the sky with a crimson glow. Wait for me here, Su Jing said, without hesitation, preparing to rush to the rescue. Hold on, I can take you there. Flying is certainly faster than running, Li Yueying insisted, grasping his arm as a fierce wind whipped around them, and enormous wings of wind manifested behind her. All right, Su Jing nodded, and together they ascended into the air, racing toward the location where danger had befallen the candidates. In an instant, they covered the kilometer distance. Deep within the forest, a blue-eyed wolf, comparable to a third-grade warrior, was relentlessly pursuing a candidate clad in a school uniform from Yizhong, who was fleeing in panic. Su Jing, harnessing his wind abilities, leapt down from above, sweeping his hand to unleash a flash of lightning. The fleeing candidate, hearing the commotion behind him, turned to look. The ferocious blue-eyed wolf that had been in hot pursuit was now reduced to a charred carcass. Su Jing stood beside the lifeless creature, furrowing his brow as he regarded the candidate, only to discover that he too was a third-grade warrior. A thought struck him, recalling Zhang Tian's words about those who simply immerse themselves in the martial arts hall. This must be the type he referred to. The candidate, still trembling with fear, gazed at Su Jing and Li Yueying, mistaking them for fellow candidates. Thank you, my brother, for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have met my end here. By the way, I am Lin Chun from Yizhong. May I ask which school you two represent, given your impressive strength? He then complained to Su Jing. I don't understand what the town guard is thinking, insisting we hunt fierce beasts. It's far too dangerous. They said that after signaling, help would arrive within 2 minutes. But I haven't seen a soul. I am here to provide that very assistance, Su Jing replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the guardhouse was exceedingly unreliable. I am here to rescue the examinees, he thought. Su Jing interrupted him, reiterating the statement with a noticeable impatience etched upon his face. Lin Chun scrutinized Su Jing's youthful visage, blinking in disbelief. Brother, you must be jesting, right? Once again, Su Jing, exuding annoyance, cut him off, stating, You are Lin Chun from Yangqing No. 1 High School, correct? Your assessment has concluded. Please remain in place for a few minutes. Someone will come to escort you out of the hunting grounds. As he spoke, he produced a token from his hand, an item bestowed upon him by Xingzhan to affirm his identity. Observing Lin Chen's lingering skepticism, Su Jing coldly asserted, My name is Su Jing. If you doubt my words, you may verify with the guardhouse once you exit. With that, he fell silent, standing quietly beside Lin Chun. Witnessing Su Jing's demeanor, Lin Chun could no longer harbor disbelief. When the signal flare was fired, he had already prepared himself for the conclusion of the assessment, confident that the beasts he had hunted earlier were sufficient for him to advance to the next round. He was merely curious about Su Jing and Li Yueying. May I inquire about your ages? He asked. 18 came the reply. At this, Lin Chun inhaled sharply, astonished that they were indeed of a similar age. However, Li Yueying, possessing only awakened level 9, could not discern Lin Chen's capabilities and wondered aloud. How did you manage to reach the central area so quickly? It has only just begun. I am a third-grade martial artist. After hunting enough beasts outside, I wanted to see what the intermediate beasts were like. Lin Chun awkwardly replied, casting a sympathetic glance at Li Yueying. You two have been eliminated. To dare venture into the central area at awakened level 9, you truly are bold. I have not been eliminated. Since you are from Yangqing No. 1, do you know Xingsu? Upon hearing this, Su Jing looked at him with curiosity, not regarding Xingsu but rather Xingzhan. Do you know him as well? Before Li Yueying could respond, Lin Chun clicked his tongue. That makes sense. He is a leading contender for this year's championship in Yangqing, being the son of the vice-governor. It is only natural to know him. Is he really that strong? Li Yueying expressed her skepticism. At that moment, a rustling sound broke the air. A soldier clad in the guardhouse uniform entered their line of sight. Upon noticing Lin Chen and Li Yueying beside Su Jing, his expression shifted, and he inquired, Su Jing, are they part of a team? If they had been eliminated normally, their scores from prior hunts would still be retained. However, forming a team would violate the rules of the guardhouse and warrant severe punishment. Before Su Jing could explain, Lin Chun hastily exclaimed, No, I am not part of a team. The guardhouse soldier, unfazed, turned to Su Jing. As soon as Su Jing confirmed this, they would no longer be considered examinees, but rather offenders. He is indeed not part of a team. He was eliminated normally and I just saved him. As for this girl beside me, she is my friend, Su Jing explained with a wry smile. After all, the ranking battle was a serious matter, and such situations could easily lead to misunderstandings. Indeed, the expression of the guard at the garrison shifted from solemnity to a state of perplexity. After a few moments of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, Brother Su Jing, is what you are doing in accordance with the regulations? Observing his concern, Su Jing let out a slight sigh, assuring him, Rest assured, I have not taken her to hunt beasts, and both Captain Zhang Tian and Lord Xingzhan are acquainted with her. With her capabilities, she will navigate this round of ranking battles with ease. Li Yueying promptly added, Yes, indeed, I had already spoken with Brother Geng Xiaohui outside. Upon hearing this, The guard finally exhaled in relief and gestured towards Lin Chun, who stood aside, saying, "In that case, I shall escort him out for now." Before departing, he added a note to Su Jing. "However, with this arrangement, your friend may not achieve a notably high score." "That is of no concern," Li Yueying quickly replied. Meanwhile, Lin Chun was left in a state of astonishment, as the guards of the garrison were notoriously unyielding, adhering strictly to the rules. Who exactly was this young man? Could it be that he is the son of the governor? Chapter 70. The thoughts of Xing Su after the two departed. Li Yueying continued to gaze at their retreating figures, murmuring to herself, "I never expected Xing Su to be a leading contender for the championship. Could it be a Fa Ade? It would indeed be strange if the son of the vice-governor were not formidable. He would likely venture into the central area, and we shall see then." Su Jing chuckled. "By the way, do you no longer need to hunt exotic beasts?" Upon hearing this, Li Yueying opened her backpack, revealing the beast ears she had acquired earlier on the path. She then retorted with a hint of annoyance, 7 low-level exotic beasts. "My score is already sufficient to advance to the next round. By the way, you haven't grown stronger, have you?" Recalling the scene where Su Jing effortlessly dispatched the blue-eyed wolf, her curiosity piqued. "How strong are you now?" Su Jing pondered for a few seconds, humbly responding, "In terms of martial artists, I doubt anyone in Yang City could match me, although I am slightly inferior to the battle general class." He was indeed being modest. After all, he had previously defeated a peak martial artist without employing any abilities, and he had yet to engage with those at the nascent battle general level, making it difficult to accurately gauge his prowess. Moreover, he still had over 4,000 experience points unallocated, and with those points, Su Jing could easily ascend to a 9th-tier martial artist, preparing him for a breakthrough into the battle general realm. "You haven't already reached the peak martial artist level, have you?" Li Yueying gazed at him incredulously. In such a short span, less than a month, had he truly progressed from awakening at level 7 to peak martial artist? No, Su Jing shook his head. "I am merely a 7th-tier martial artist. Merely a 7th-tier martial artist." Upon hearing that negation, Li Yueying nearly exhaled in relief. Had she not been mentally prepared beforehand, she would have been severely disheartened. However, she quickly found joy in Su Jing's growth, exclaiming while pumping her fist, "If you participate in the next ranking battle, all those championship favorites will have to make way for you." Her assertion was not unfounded. Su Jing's current strength surpassed that of the city's prodigies by several tiers. Yang City was simply too small. The words of Xiao Anping echoed in Su Jing's mind, and his gaze sparkled with determination. If he were to compete, he would aspire for the title of national champion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xing Su did not follow the path Su Jing had envisioned. Instead, he lingered around the periphery of the hunting grounds. Suddenly, he heard the roar of an exotic beast, accompanied by a few angry shouts. Xing Su's eyes brightened, and he stealthily rushed toward the source of the commotion. Soon, he witnessed 2 candidates facing off against each other, with the carcass of a low-level exotic beast, a red-haired boar, lying beside them. The boar bore multiple wounds, gruesomely marred by deep cuts from blades, its condition quite pitiful. Xing Su quietly concealed himself behind a tree, eavesdropping on their heated exchange. "I chased this red-haired boar for half an hour until I exhausted its stamina, only for you to swoop in and claim it. Have a little dignity, will you?" "What do you mean I swooped in? That red-haired boar charged at me. I didn't force it to come. Am I not allowed to kill it? Besides, no matter how long you pursued it, since I killed it, it ought to be counted as my trophy." Upon hearing these words, the candidate who had been robbed of the red-haired pig became increasingly irate, unleashing a furious roar. "To hell with this. Go ahead. Utter another insult if you dare. Do you think this hunting ground belongs to your family?" At that moment, the candidates still lingering at the outskirts of the hunting ground were predominantly the weakest among them, save for Xing Su. They struggled immensely even against a low-level beast, making the prospect of advancing to the next round seem nearly insurmountable. Thus, none were willing to relinquish their claim on the red-haired pig. Consequently, the two prepared to engage in a fierce confrontation. Just then, Xing Su, who had been observing the spectacle, stepped forward. "Hey brothers, let us not get heated." Startled by the unexpected voice, both individuals turned to regard Xing Su. "Who are you?" "Rest assured, I am not here to snatch your pig's ears, Xing Su replied nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow at their eagerness to fight over a single red-haired pig. It's a pity to see you all ready to brawl. Advancing is already a challenge, and even if you win, you'll likely sustain injuries, thereby diminishing your chances of progression. The two remained silent, fully aware of the rationale behind her words. Yet, the thought of surrendering their claim on the red-haired pig was unacceptable to either of them. One of them cast a cold glance at Xing Su and asked, "What brilliant plan do you propose?" With a snap of her fingers, Xing Su responded with a hint of approval. "Now you're getting to the crux of the matter." The man's eye twitched, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, akin to being regarded as a fool. Nevertheless, he remained patient, curious to hear what Xing Su would suggest. The governing body only stipulated that candidates could not form teams and must fight as individuals. However, it did not prohibit cooperation. The two candidates exchanged confused glances, questioning how cooperation could be achieved if forming a team was forbidden. Xing Su continued, "The situation you faced just now is somewhat similar, but it requires a different approach. One person should engage the beast while the other sets a trap." After listening, both candidates began to comprehend her proposal, though doubt lingered in their eyes. In essence, Xing Su was suggesting that they coordinate their efforts from different positions and ultimately strike together. Even if the examiners from the governing body discovered their strategy, they could easily argue it was mere coincidence. The man who had been interrupted gritted his teeth and asked, "Isn't this merely exploiting a loophole in the governing body's rules? What if we are discovered? Will there be no consequences? Moreover, what if one person, after earning sufficient points, decides not to assist the other?" In response to their concerns, Xing Su scoffed, "Hunting beasts requires cunning. Exploiting loopholes to gain more points is merely a display of our skill. As for your worries about betrayal, that's easily remedied. A beast has 2 ears. Before both of you secure enough points, one can keep one ear while the other takes the other." Seeing that the two remained hesitant, Xing Su laughed derisively. "If you are unwilling to proceed, then continue your struggle for the red-haired pig. The difference between the two choices is stark. Even a fool could discern the better option." Indeed, upon hearing her words, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "We agree." Xing Su's face instantly blossomed with a satisfied smile. Under his watchful gaze, the two individuals proceeded to sever the ears from the red-haired pig, each claiming one for themselves. One of them, perplexed, inquired, "Why do you wish to assist us?" He found it hard to believe that anyone could be so benevolent. Had Xing Su not taken the initiative to step forward, he could easily have allowed them to inflict mutual harm and then reaped the benefits of their conflict. After all, in a ranking battle, anyone could emerge as your adversary. A smirk danced at the corner of Xing Su's mouth as he cast an intriguing glance into the depths of the hunting grounds. "Because I desire for you both to advance." "Advance?" The two responded in confusion. "Indeed, and then allow our esteemed vice-governor to observe the outcomes of the ranking battle reforms." Chapter 71. Has there been an incident in the ranking battle? What did you say? The two were immediately taken aback, gazing at Xing Su as if she were a madwoman. This was no mere oversight of the hunting rules. It was a blatant provocation against the garrison. "No way. Absolutely not. You must be joking." They shook their heads vigorously, their eyes reflecting a tumultuous sea. For them, having reached this stage, although gaining admission to the prestigious Martial University was challenging, securing a place in an ordinary Martial University was fairly certain. If they were branded with the accusation of openly defying the garrison, imprisonment was inevitable. At that point, not only would attending school be out of the question, but even after their release, surviving in Yang City would prove exceedingly arduous. It would not only tarnish their own reputations but also label 3 generations of their family as criminal relatives. Exchanging glances once more, they recognized the storm of emotions swirling within each other's hearts. Xing Su let out a derisive laugh, truly timid as mice. At her words, the two shot her furious glares. "Madwoman!" Just as they were about to turn and leave, an unusual brilliance suddenly ignited in Xing Su's eyes, piercing straight into theirs. In an instant, the two candidates stood motionless, as if enchanted, muttering incoherently. Shortly thereafter, as she watched them depart, Xing Su's eyes flickered, and she resumed her leisurely stroll around the periphery of the hunting grounds. Meanwhile, an increasing number of candidates ventured into the central area of the hunting grounds, most of whom had amassed sufficient points and wished to test their mettle in the heart of the arena. This development kept Su Jing and Li Yueying quite occupied. Although martial candidates were scarce, the population of Yang City was vast. According to the garrison statistics, there were approximately over 500,000 candidates this year. With such a colossal pool, it was inevitable that some extraordinary talents would emerge. Boom! Countless lightning-like serpents erupted from the ground surrounding Su Jing, creating an atmosphere akin to a thunderous domain. The intermediate-level beast, the Ironhide Rhino, stood no chance against Su Jing's onslaught and was swiftly dispatched. Its massive carcass crashed to the ground, sending tremors that were felt by nearby candidates and Li Yueying alike. The Ironhide Rhino possessed strength comparable to a 6th-grade martial artist, making it one of the elite in this hunt. You were rather unfortunate. Had it not been for the Ironhide Rhino's sluggish speed and cumbersome nature, you might not have made it here today. Su Jing cast a sympathetic glance at the candidate he had just rescued. Although he was not as formidable as Lin Chen, possessing only 2nd-grade martial prowess, he was nonetheless impressive for his age among candidates in Yang City. His combat gear was tattered, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, indicating he had endured quite the ordeal at the hands of the Ironhide Rhino. Hearing Su Jing's lament, he glanced nervously at the fallen beast, his heart pounding with trepidation. I had only just entered when I encountered this Ironhide Rhino. Initially, I thought it was one of the weaker intermediate beasts, so I wanted to test my skills. He let out a bitter laugh, then curiously inquired of Su Jing, brother, are you also a candidate? Su Jing felt a degree of sympathy for his plight. Moreover, one who could withstand the onslaught of the Ironhide Rhino until rescue arrived could not be deemed a mere novice. He patiently explained, no, I am here to rescue you. Subsequently, Su Jing conveyed the rules of the hunting grounds to him, instructing him to await the arrival of the guards who would escort him out. As time gradually progressed into the evening, the hunt was nearing its conclusion. One couldn't help but wonder whether Xing Su had failed to enter the central region of the hunting grounds. It was quite late, and he had yet to be seen, despite being a favored contender for victory. For some inexplicable reason, Li Yueying's mind conjured up his image, and she pursed her lips in disdain. It was possible that he possessed formidable strength, allowing him to navigate the central area without encountering peril. Su Jing furrowed his brow, contemplating that he might have been rescued by others, as he was not the sole individual aiding the candidates in the central region. At that moment, a brief whistle echoed throughout the hunting grounds, signaling the imminent conclusion of the hunt. Let us depart, Su Jing remarked upon hearing the sound. Earlier that morning, when Li Yueying had mentioned that Zhang Yu and Su Yuner were both quite concerned about him, Su Jing had already yearned to return home. As for the cleanup of the hunting grounds, he would leave that task to his doppelgangers. After all, it was merely a matter of wasting a bit more time. With this thought in mind, Li Yueying utilized her wind wings to carry Su Jing towards the outskirts of the hunting grounds. Upon exiting the luminous barrier, they discovered a multitude of candidates gathered beyond the hunting grounds. As Su Jing descended, he realized that the guards were apprehending the candidates. Approaching one of the soldiers, he inquired with curiosity, what is happening? Brother Su Jing, you may not be aware, but over 600 individuals have qualified this time, the soldier replied, clicking his tongue. Isn't this obviously a case of collective cheating? They are not allowing the candidates to leave, interrogating each one to uncover the truth. Hearing this, Li Yueying beside him gasped in astonishment. With only over 900 candidates in total, how could more than 600 possibly qualify? Su Jing was equally perplexed. Although the low-level beasts in the outskirts were relatively weak, one would need to slay at least 5 of these creatures to qualify, which could hardly be deemed effortless. When he joined the beast hunting team, it typically required the cooperation of 2 or 3 individuals to easily vanquish a single low-level beast. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jing narrowed his eyes and remarked, the candidates do not all hail from the same institution. Such a large-scale cheating operation must undoubtedly be orchestrated by someone. It should not be difficult to uncover the truth. After a brief pause for thought, he deduced that someone was exploiting the hunting rules to prevent candidates from cheating. Otherwise, it would be implausible for individuals, who rarely knew each other, to cooperate so seamlessly. The guard shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the matter. Su Jing then turned to Li Yueying and said slowly, "You should first submit your beast ears. I will inquire further." With that, he strode directly toward the temporary command tent. Pushing open the door, he found himself surrounded by high-ranking officers he recognized, including Su Long, with whom he had previously clashed. However, their expressions were all grave. The interior resembled the command tent at the front line of the guard station, complete with the central array of the Heavenly Gate and the Heavenly Eye array for monitoring beast movements. "Brother Su Long, have you managed to ascertain what exactly is happening?" Upon hearing Su Jing's question, Su Long let out a deep sigh and replied, "Not yet. The results from the interrogations have been utterly astonishing." A rumor circulated regarding a vulnerability in the hunting rules, which soon reached the ears of the candidates. Whenever they encountered one another, they would share this information, and eventually, candidates surrounding the entire hunting ground became aware of this method. Their cooperation was remarkable. Had it not been for the excessive number of individuals advancing to the next stage, we might have overlooked it entirely. Upon hearing this, Su Jing was taken aback and expressed his confusion. "I had assumed there was an organized effort behind this. I never imagined it was disseminated individually. Logically, one would expect candidates to keep such vulnerabilities closely guarded after discovering them, rather than willingly divulging it to others." In response to Su Jing's perplexity, Su Long shook his head and replied, "You are not mistaken. There is indeed an organization at play." After informing the candidates, they were instructed to share the news with others. However, upon investigating those who first interacted with him, their accounts were strikingly uniform. None could recall what this individual looked like or why they felt compelled to heed his words. Chapter 72. Su Jing's proposal in a moment of surprise. Su Jing recalled the bizarre methods of the Tree King and hurriedly inquired, could it be that the candidates were under mental control? Su Long nodded thoughtfully, stating, "Indeed, but mental prowess has always been a hallmark of warriors at the kingly level. Mere mortals cannot typically wield it. We now suspect that a candidate has awakened a unique mental talent without reporting it to the garrison. However, we remain in the dark regarding their identity and intentions." Su Jing's expression turned grave, his brow furrowing as he pondered. Is it possible that this individual is deliberately provoking the garrison? Su Long, my brother, have you investigated the backgrounds of these students? Is there anyone whose family or friends have previously suffered? Although Su Jing did not complete his thought, those present understood the implication. Yet, the garrison had primarily focused its efforts on the exotic beasts, leaving ordinary individuals to endure unfair treatment, a situation far too prevalent for the garrison to manage. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber. "Su Jing, you raise a valid point. I shall investigate their backgrounds immediately," a military officer declared as he hastily exited. Surveying the surroundings, Su Jing queried, "Do you intend to keep the candidates confined here until the mastermind is identified?" This posed a dilemma, for most candidates were innocent, yet releasing them risked the mastermind's escape. Silence enveloped the group, each face etched with concern. At that moment, the command tent was reopened, and two figures emerged into view. Xing Zhan entered alongside Zhang Liang, prompting the assembly to rise in unison, exclaiming, "Governor, Vice-Governor." Zhang Liang gestured for them to sit, stating, "I am already apprised of the situation." Pausing, he turned to Su Jing with a smile, asking, "Do you have any good solutions?" "At present, I do not possess a viable solution. Yet maintaining the candidate's confinement is not a sustainable approach," Su Jing replied, shaking his head. "However, if we consider the mastermind's intention to provoke the garrison, they likely aim for all candidates to advance, relishing our distress. Therefore, let us alter the rules. Instead of candidates advancing based on cumulative points, we can allow only the top scorers to progress. Those who cheated would find their scores precisely meeting the previous standards, thus disqualifying them all. We can then observe if the mastermind reveals themselves, marking the more dubious candidates. Once the background checks are complete, we can cross-reference the lists, narrowing our focus to a select few individuals, making our task significantly easier. Even if we fail to identify them, it will not hinder the upcoming ranking battles, during which they may leave behind discernible clues." Upon hearing the analysis, the assembly remained unresponsive. Su Jing initially perceived that the crowd deemed his proposed method inadequate, yet he remained indifferent, having merely suggested it offhandedly. Zhang Liang, standing at the forefront, smiled and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this approach?" The officials, however, hesitated and struggled to articulate their responses. At that moment, Xingzhan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Let us not discuss the efficacy of Su Jing's proposal for now. Is it not excessively passive?" Instantly, others echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, when has our garrison ever endured such indignities? I propose we detain these candidates right here and examine them one by one. We must never tolerate any affront to the dignity of the garrison." The officials grew increasingly agitated, while Su Jing observed this scene in silence. It became apparent that their focus was not on the ranking battle but rather on swiftly identifying those who dared to provoke the garrison. Moreover, altering the rules only indicated that the plan devised by the garrison was flawed, an unacceptable notion for them, even if the hunting rules were indeed far from perfect. Zhang Liang pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of this concern. His sharp gaze swept over all the officials present as he softly stated, "The garrison must undoubtedly uphold its authority, yet we should not place undue weight on these matters." Upon exiting the command tent, Su Jing exhaled a sigh of relief. Ultimately, they had adopted his suggestion, and discussions regarding specific plans and necessary rule changes were still underway, matters that no longer required his attention. The sky had grown quite dark, and the hunt had officially concluded. The candidates were becoming increasingly restless, as the hunting grounds offered no place for them to rest. Some candidates had begun to voice their frustrations loudly. "If there are those who cheated, then apprehend them. Why must we all be confined? Exactly, we have not cheated." Su Jing paid them no mind, instead scanning the crowd for the figure of Li Yueying. Soon, he spotted her engaged in conversation with Geng Xiaohui, accompanied by a jovial young man. Upon noticing Su Jing's approach, Li Yueying's face lit up, and she promptly asked, "What did the garrison say? Can we return tonight?" Geng Xiaohui and the young man also looked at him with curiosity. Su Jing smiled gently and replied, "A decision has been reached. They are currently discussing some details, which you will learn shortly." "Oh," Li Yueying's eyes sparkled as she pointed to the young man, introducing him, "This is Xing Su." Upon hearing this, Su Jing regarded him with a friendly gaze, considering how much assistance Lord Xingzhan had provided him. "Hello, I am Su Jing." "Xing Su," he responded with a smile. However, the moment their eyes met, Xing Su's pupils constricted, and he momentarily froze, quickly averting his gaze. This left Su Jing somewhat perplexed, and he was about to speak when an announcement echoed through the air. "Due to special circumstances, the garrison will alter the promotion rules for this hunt. All candidates are to form an orderly line and await further notice. The list of those promoted will be announced in 2 days." Instantly, the candidates erupted in a frenzy of emotions, some expressing joy while others displayed anger. Upon hearing the broadcast, Li Yueying's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed to Su Jing, "Hurry back. Aunt and Yuner are waiting." "Oh, very well," Su Jing replied nonchalantly, eager to return and bring back a wealth of medicinal herbs for his mother and Yuner. "I'll just grab my backpack. I shall accompany you." The two made their way towards the command tent. Meanwhile, Xing Su, standing still, silently observed Su Jing's retreating figure before suddenly inquiring, "Brother Geng, is Su Jing truly only a 7th-tier warrior?" Taken aback by her question, Geng Xiaohui scratched his head and responded, "I cannot say for certain. After all, I am merely a 4th-tier warrior and unable to discern his true strength." Xing Su merely acknowledged with a soft hum before turning towards the direction of the line for the first-round examinees. Geng Xiaohui, somewhat bewildered, called out to her retreating figure, "Lord Xingzhan has also arrived. Do you not wish to greet him?" "No, I do not." Xing Su replied with a fleeting smile before continuing on her way to the queue of first-round examinees without looking back. Chapter 73. The third avatar. Upon returning to the garrison, Su Jing and Li Yueying made their way directly to the small courtyard. "Mom, I'm back." As soon as he pushed open the courtyard door, he spotted Qin Fengmian standing in the yard, instructing Su Yuner in martial arts. The moment Su Yuner saw Su Jing, she rushed towards him with delight. "Brother, you're finally back. Are you hurt?" As she spoke, her hand instinctively reached towards Su Jing, but upon noticing Li Yueying standing nearby, she withdrew it. "No, I'm too formidable for anyone to injure me," Su Jing replied cheerfully, then turned to Qin Fengnian in surprise. It had been less than a week, and she was already able to walk. Sister Qin, your leg is healed? Yes, thanks to your bone-mending ointment. Just 3 days after you left, the wound healed. Qin Fengnian smiled. At that moment, others from the courtyard also emerged from the rooms. One figure standing beside Zhang Yu caught Su Jing's attention. Uncle Li, you're here too. Li Zilian teased Su Jing with a grin. Indeed. After the affair with the Beast Demon sect concluded, I intended to bring Yueying back, but she absolutely refused. Thus, I came to see what enchantment this place holds to captivate my daughter so much that she doesn't wish to return home. Dad! Before Su Jing could respond,
Li Yueying exclaimed indignantly.
What nonsense are you spouting? Wasn't it you who said you wanted to come and take a look? Alright. Li Zilian feigned a serious demeanor, shaking his head helplessly. My daughter has grown up. The others present couldn't help but smile, causing Li Yueying's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Su Jing chuckled inwardly. Was this a subtle nudge for him to solidify his relationship with Li Yueying? He then opened his backpack, revealing it brimming with medicinal herbs. By the way, Mom, Yuner, I've brought you plenty of tonics. Seeing the herbs, a warm feeling surged in Zhang Yu's heart, yet her brow furrowed as she reproached Su Jing. You should keep these for yourself. At your age, I don't need them. Su Jing had anticipated his mother's refusal and replied nonchalantly. These herbs are of little use to me. They can help Yuner strengthen her foundation. Meanwhile, at the Yangqing hunting grounds, the candidates had mostly departed, and the cleanup had commenced. The imposing light curtain of the heavy heaven gate array advanced towards the center of the hunting ground, where the otherworldly beasts grew increasingly dense. Su Jing's 2 avatars sprang into action. The thunderous roars and howls reverberated throughout the hunting grounds. Back in the small courtyard, Su Jing's main body focused intently, and as his accumulated experience points reached 5,000, the system panel underwent another transformation. Host: Su Jing. Realm: Martial Artist. 7th rank, 52,000. Killing Intent Spear. Beginner, 25,000. Immovable King Body. Beginner, 15,500. Awakening Avatar. 0,500. Abilities: Thunder Avatar, Wind Avatar. Available experience points: 5,110. The avatar's abilities could now also allocate experience points. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jing allocated all 5,000 experience points to his doppelganger's abilities. Instantly, a tremor coursed through his body. Li Yueying, seated beside him, noticed his unusual behavior and inquired, "What's wrong?" The moment she spoke, all eyes turned to Su Jing. And nothing, he managed to force a smile, feeling a tearing pain coursing through his body, a sensation he had not experienced during his previous awakenings. Beads of sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his complexion turned ashen. At that moment, everyone realized something was amiss. "Brother, are you all right?" Su Yuner asked, her eyes filled with concern. "I'm just a bit tired. I need to rest," Su Jing replied, trembling as he rose and made his way towards the room. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut, and Su Jing felt as if all his strength had drained away, collapsing to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he stifled any sounds of distress, his body curling up like a shrimp. The pain lingered for a while before it gradually subsided. Once his breath steadied, Su Jing struggled to sit up, sensing the changes within him. A smile broke across his face, revealing uncontainable excitement. A figure identical to him materialized beside him. His third doppelganger had successfully awakened. Just like when he first broke through to becoming a martial artist, this doppelganger possessed no abilities, signifying that he could now replicate Yan Pingyi's spatial powers. However, a wave of disappointment washed over him as he recalled that Yan Pingyi had returned to Tianwu. He would have to wait until the ranking battles of the 4 major regions to possibly encounter him. He reopened the system panel, only to discover that the awakening of a doppelganger, which previously required 5,000 experience points, now demanded a staggering 50,000. His elation deflated abruptly, akin to a punctured balloon. Yet upon reflection, he realized that he had been overly greedy. Had it remained at 5,000 experience points, after becoming a battle general and slaughtering high-level beasts, he would have awakened dozens of doppelgangers in no time. At that moment, a choked voice called from outside. "Brother, are you all right?" Sister Yueying has already gone to summon Captain Zhang Tian. Hold on. Hearing this, Su Jing dismissed his doppelganger and opened the door. There stood Su Yuner, her eyes red-rimmed, with Zhang Yu, Li Zhe, and even Qin Fengmian anxiously pacing in the courtyard behind her. Upon seeing Su Jing open the door, they all surged forward. I'm truly fine. Why summon Captain Zhang Tian at this hour? Su Jing asserted, slapping himself twice to prove his words. Thud, thud. The dull sounds echoed. Yet, the others grew even more anxious. Zhang Yu rushed forward to grasp Su Jing's hand, exclaiming, "You might be fine, but you could injure yourself." Su Jing offered a wry smile, and as he looked up, he noticed a dark spot rapidly enlarging in the sky. In an instant, four figures descended into the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Li Yueying had brought along Zhang Liang, Xing Zhan, and Zhang Tian without exception. Governor. Su Jing bowed slightly and hurriedly saluted. Upon lifting his head, he noticed Zhang Liang observing him with curiosity. Hearing the words of this little girl, I initially thought you were in dire straits, yet here you are, seemingly well. In response, Su Jing scratched his head and said, I was merely fatigued a moment ago. I must apologize to the esteemed governor, the vice-governor, and Captain Zhang for this inconvenience. Our journey here was of little consequence, but I do hope your health remains unscathed, remarked Xing Zhan with a smile. Su Jing offered a wry smile in return, insisting, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Zhang Liang turned to Li Yueying, stating, since Su Jing is unharmed, we shall take our leave. Just as the three prepared to depart, Su Jing hesitated for a moment before calling out, Governor, please wait. He suddenly recalled the scene outside the city, where, through the perspective of his doppelganger, he witnessed Zhang Liang battling the Golden Flame Demon King, and it dawned upon him that Zhang Liang possessed extraordinary abilities, with flames that were far from ordinary, felt as a wave of heat even hundreds of meters away. Chapter 74. Special abilities. Observing Zhang Liang turn away, Su Jing conveyed his request through the transmission of true energy. This was the culmination of Su Jing's careful deliberation, primarily rooted in his trust in Zhang Liang, as he sought the latter's counsel. If the third avatar could awaken its abilities akin to the wind avatar previously, then, given Zhang Liang's decades of experience, he could undoubtedly assist in identifying the most suitable ability for him at present. After listening, Zhang Liang fell into silence, studying Su Jing's earnest expression. He realized that this young man was likely not deceiving him. However, having lived nearly a century, he had never encountered such a terrifying ability, which could even be described as unfathomable. In the next moment, Zhang Liang vanished from his position, abruptly grasping Su Jing's shoulder, enveloping him in true energy. Without uttering a word, he soared into the sky, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Moments later, the two arrived at an office. Zhang Liang gazed intently at him. Your avatars can multiply? He inquired. And they can awaken abilities upon sensing them? After a few seconds of silence, Su Jing slowly nodded and summoned his third avatar. Indeed, my avatars can proliferate, and as for the abilities, the last time I awakened the wind ability, it was like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Liang erupted into hearty laughter. Come, experience my ability, but do not awaken it just yet. Suddenly, a small flame materialized in Zhang Liang's hand, its outer layer glowing red, while the center was surprisingly black. Though merely the size of a fingernail, the flame emanated an unbearable heat for Su Jing, a high-tier warrior. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! Fire ability detected. The third avatar can awaken the fire ability. Would you like to awaken it? Indeed, it can, Su Jing resolutely thought. But not yet. He then looked at Zhang Liang earnestly and said, I can feel it. By the way, Your Excellency, is your flame merely an ordinary flame? Why is its power so immense? Oh, initially it was indeed an ordinary fire ability, but it has evolved much like Li Yueying's. However, my evolution is more advanced and leans towards lethality. Now I understand, Su Jing remarked, pondering whether his lightning and wind abilities could also evolve. Zhang Liang flipped his wrist. Retracting the ability, his expression filled with complexity. You haven't awakened yet. Have you? No. Is anyone else aware of this matter? Su Jing shook his head again and replied, I haven't mentioned it to anyone, and previously I could only speculate that it was possible. I only confirmed it now. Zhang Liang let out a sigh of relief, pacing the room to mask his excitement. Remember, never speak of this to anyone. You have witnessed the shamelessness and insidiousness of the beast demon sect in this battle in Yang City. It is imperative that they remain unaware, for no one can guarantee your safety otherwise. No one can guarantee my safety? Is the beast demon sect that formidable?
Su Jing inquired, puzzled.
In his view, apart from the previous Tree King, the strength of the others was evidently inferior to that of the defenders of the stronghold. Furthermore, considering the limited number of individuals within the beast demon sect, it was perplexing why Zhang Liang held such apprehension towards them. With a sigh, Zhang Liang remarked, "The beast demon sect is far more formidable than you can imagine. If it were merely those beast kings, we would not regard them with any concern. However, the sect is graced by the presence of beast gods. No wonder they refer to themselves as the sect of beast gods. They genuinely have deities among them." Su Jing's expression darkened. Is it possible that our Xia nation lacks a war god? Naturally, there are such figures, but experts of that caliber are exceedingly rare. I am uncertain of their capabilities, so exercising caution is undoubtedly prudent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Liang, with a smile in his gaze, inquired, "Since you have the potential to awaken another extraordinary ability, do you have any thoughts on what it might be?" Upon hearing this, Su Jing's eyes sparkled. This was indeed his primary objective. The notion of beast gods felt distant to him. Currently, he possessed a killing intent spear and the unmoving king body. Lightning was more inclined towards long-range lethality, while wind-based abilities emphasized battlefield control. Therefore, he wished to select an ability that would enhance his survival, such as Yan Pingyi's spatial abilities. In truth, wind-based powers could also bolster his survival, albeit through an increase in speed. However, if the disparity in strength against an adversary were too great, even a slight enhancement in speed would prove futile. Yet, spatial movement was a different matter. Even a limited teleportation of a few hundred meters could significantly elevate Su Jing's ability to evade danger. Spatial abilities. Zhang Liang pondered, taking quite some time before finally responding. Yan Pingyi's spatial powers would indeed suit you, but your current strength is insufficient. Even short-range spatial movement would be beyond your grasp. If you were to remain unable to summon a doppelganger for an extended period, then it might be worth attempting. Su Jing was taken aback. So, it turns out high-tier martial artists cannot utilize spatial abilities? However, I have achieved a balanced development in all aspects. Other elemental abilities provide me with minimal enhancement. Just as despair began to set in, Zhang Liang stated, in fact, special categories of abilities yield even greater enhancements. Special categories? Su Jing turned his gaze towards Zhang Liang, as he had never encountered such unique talents himself. Spatial abilities could indeed be classified as special alongside healing, group buffs, group debuffs, and the mental abilities we speculated about last night, all of which could be deemed special powers. At that moment, a spark ignited in Su Jing's mind. Healing and group buffs would be exceedingly suitable for him. If one of his doppelgangers could serve as a healer or provide buffs, the collective combat strength would soar. By bestowing multiple buffs upon his doppelgangers and subsequently merging them with his main body, would his own power not increase? Then, he could summon more doppelgangers. Moreover, what he currently lacked the most was the stamina to sustain high-intensity use of abilities for prolonged periods. Having a healer overseeing the process would allow his doppelgangers to function tirelessly at this moment. Su Jing silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Fortunately, I refrained from recklessly duplicating the extraordinary abilities and instead informed Zhang Liang in advance, seeking his extensive knowledge to assist me in analyzing the pros and cons. In comparison to an ability that appears formidable yet is currently unusable, these seemingly less significant powers are indeed a boon for me. With this thought in mind, Su Jing eagerly turned his gaze towards Zhang Liang. Esteemed Governor, do you have any of these exceptional ability users in the garrison?
No.
Then why have you spoken so much to me? Observing the look of confusion on Su Jing's face, Zhang Liang awkwardly cleared his throat twice. These unique talents are significantly more challenging to awaken than elemental abilities. Thus, our garrison in Yang City certainly lacks them. However, upon hearing this, Su Jing's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. I knew you would assist me. Ahem, I cannot help you directly. Yet, in the grand tournament of the 4 districts, one can encounter all manner of prodigies. Finding a few users of exceptional abilities is remarkably simple. Even if they are absent from the tournament, they are sure to exist at Tiangong Martial University. Chapter 75. An increase in funds 2 days later. Su Jing was practicing his marksmanship in the courtyard when the door was suddenly pushed open. It was none other than Su Yuner and Qin Fengmian returning. The two had developed a close bond, having gone to the sports arena together that morning to check the list of candidates who had advanced in the hunting competition. Brother, did you know? Sister Yueying has successfully advanced. How impressive! Su Yuner exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was still a first-year student at Yangqing No. 4 High School, having only been exposed to martial arts for a year, and had recently achieved the 3rd tier of awakening. Nevertheless, among her peers at the school, her prowess was already noteworthy. It was worth noting that just a month ago, Su Jing had only awakened to the 7th tier. It would indeed be strange if she had not advanced. Su Jing affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and said, with diligent practice and the elixirs and body-tempering materials I've provided you, by the time you reach your senior year, you will surely awaken to the 9th tier. Really? It seems the best students at our school only awaken to the 9th tier. Su Yuner gazed at him in wonder, believing that achieving the 9th tier would grant her admission to a prestigious university. Of course, Su Jing replied, a hint of teasing in his tone. As long as you train earnestly, awakening to the 9th tier is merely the baseline. In the future, I will provide you with even more resources for your cultivation. Perhaps by the time you participate in the ranking battles, you will have already become a high-tier martial artist. High-tier martial artist? Su Yuner blinked in disbelief, still unaware that her brother had already attained that status. The governor values you so highly, yet you have not become a high-tier martial artist. Noticing his sister's skepticism, Su Jing raised an eyebrow, channeling his inner energy. With a casual gesture, a web of intricate cracks appeared on the ground several meters away. Do you see this? This is the manifestation of a high-tier martial artist's energy. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Yuner turned to Qin Fengmian, who was equally astonished, seeking reassurance. She swallowed nervously and nodded in acknowledgement. When she looked back at Su Jing, her gaze was filled with complexity. She had remained at the 2nd tier of martial arts for 2 years, while this young man before her had ascended from the 7th tier to a high-tier martial artist in just a month. Brother, with such strength, if you were to participate in the ranking battles in Yangqing, wouldn't you surely become the top scorer? Su Yuner exclaimed in admiration, wrapping her arms around her brother's arm. I aim to become the top scorer in the nation, Su Jing declared, his vanity greatly satisfied by his sister's admiration. Suddenly, Qin Fengmian spoke up. Su Jing, my leg has nearly healed, and I plan to return to the Qingyang Martial Arts School today. Su Jing paused, about to respond when Su Yuner interjected anxiously, Sister Fengmian, please don't go. With both you and Sister Yueying leaving, I will be so bored here all alone. Sister Yuner, I will miss you too, but I have matters to attend to, and my teammates are waiting for me. Qin Fengmian replied with a resigned smile, secretly fond of the spirited girl. However, she still had Luo Yong, Wu Qing, and Wang Xiaorui waiting for her at the Qingyang Martial Arts School. In truth, Qin Fengmian had intended to leave the day before when Li Yueying returned, but her leg injury had delayed her for 2 days. After all, with the threat of the Beast Demon sect now a thing of the past, it no longer seemed appropriate for her to reside here. The previous Black Tiger had long been captured by the Guardian's office. Observing this, Su Jing refrained from further persuasion. After a brief farewell, Qin Fengmian packed her belongings and departed from the Guardian's office. As for the small courtyard, it had already been bestowed upon Su Jing by Zhang Tian. In his words, given Su Jing's military achievements, there was no issue with her residing at the Guardian's office for as long as she wished. Considering the safety and convenience of staying there, Su Jing did not decline, leaving her old house in the Huarong community to sit idle for the time being. She had thought that the following days would be tranquil. However, unexpectedly, an unforeseen guest arrived in the afternoon, the principal of Yangqing No. 3 High School, carrying an exquisite gift box. Upon seeing him, Su Jing immediately surmised his intentions but feigned ignorance, asking, Principal, what brings you here? Look at you, as a student of Yangqing No. 3, to bravely take to the front lines and fight the enemy is truly commendable. Therefore, after discussion among our teachers, we felt it necessary to reward you. The principal replied with a warm smile, as if he had genuinely come to honor a student. Su Jing chuckled lightly and welcomed him inside. Inside the gift box were a Yangyuan pill and 5 blood essence pills. As soon as they sat down, the principal picked up the box, looked at Su Jing with a gentle sigh, and said, "Our school's annual educational funding is limited, and a significant portion of this comes from the teachers' bonuses. Although it may not be much, it is our heartfelt gesture. As a member of Yangqing, not being able to stand on the battlefield fills us with guilt. Thankfully, we have you at number 3, allowing us to share in the glory." As he spoke, the principal's eyes glistened with moisture, his voice slightly hoarse, yet his face beamed with pride in Su Jing. The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. Why the silence? Have I moved you to tears? The principal thought, casting a furtive glance at Su Jing, who wore a playful expression. In that case, I accept your kind intentions, and please extend my gratitude to the teachers of No. 3. Su Jing replied, knowing full well that he was not a naive high school student easily swayed by mere formalities. Besides, even 1 Yangyuan pill was worth over 2 million. Could it truly be something the teachers could gather? Not wanting to dwell on it, he reached out to accept the beautiful gift box. Upon opening it, Su Jing silently examined the 6 pills inside, choosing not to speak further. Noticing this, the principal narrowed his eyes. "I'm glad you're willing to accept it. Actually, I have one more matter to discuss, which the teachers also entrusted me with. Tomorrow marks the final round of the ranking battles in Yangqing, and we hope you can participate. If you could bring home a good result for number 3, various rewards will certainly await you." Hearing this, Su Jing's expression shifted, and he raised his hand to halt the principal's words. "Principal, I too wish to bring glory to number 3, but the governor has instructed me to patiently await the commencement of the ranking battles across the 4 major districts." Having said that, Su Jing arranged the gift box neatly and placed it upon the table. "I truly apologize, Principal, but I must insist that you take back the reward." Upon hearing this, the principal gazed at him intently, puzzled, and asked, "Do you not aspire to become the top scholar of Yang City?" He could not fathom how a young person could remain indifferent to fame and fortune. The martial path is inherently a quest for an invincible belief. Although I am uncertain of the governor's intentions, I can assert, based on my years of educational experience, that the stronger the conviction, the more swiftly one's cultivation will advance. Even if you ultimately face defeat, you can stand with pride and declare, "I have come, I have strived, I have fought on this arena." If you do not pursue this, how will others perceive you? How will your juniors regard you? A peerless genius emerges from our school, yet has never stepped foot on the ranking battle stage. As he spoke passionately, the principal abruptly rose, his face flushed, and with tears welling in his eyes, he looked towards Su Jing. Chapter 76. The final ranking battle of Yang City commences after a considerable pause. Su Jing sheepishly scratched his head, reluctantly acknowledging that there was indeed some merit to being the principal. "However, I never expressed a desire to participate. Just as I was about to use Zhang Liang as a shield, you insisted vehemently, leaving me at a loss for words. Moreover, when I declined, I had already laid out the box. Did you not see it? You surely wouldn't treat me unfairly merely painting a grand picture, and you expect me to step forth?" Glancing around, Su Jing noticed that apart from the 2 of them, no one else was present. Yuner and her mother had already stepped out. Taking a deep breath to ease his awkwardness, he then locked eyes with the principal, whose bloodshot gaze conveyed urgency. "An increase in compensation, HM?" The principal blinked, momentarily taken aback. A few minutes later, both emerged from the room, smiles adorning their faces. As they were leaving, the principal clasped Su Jing's hand, his eyes brimming with affection. "We are relying on you at our school." Su Jing nodded resolutely, responding earnestly, "I shall not fail your expectations." At that moment, Zhang Yu returned with Su Yuner, who had been out shopping for groceries. The principal of number 3 high school was indeed quite renowned. At least Su Yuner had seen him on posters when she visited the school to seek out Su Jing. Once the principal departed, Su Yuner curiously inquired, "Do you have such a close relationship with the principal of number 3? Hearing this, Su Jing raised an eyebrow and replied, "My relationship is with money." He just delivered 10 million to me. How could I possibly complain? Just moments ago, after proposing an increase in payment, they had engaged in a spirited negotiation and established a wager. Should Su Jing emerge as the top scholar of Yang City, the school would reward him with 5 million, and he would additionally receive another 5 million from the principal in a personal capacity. Coupled with the 6 medicinal pills he had received earlier, the total reward amounted to 13 million. For an ordinary martial artist's family, amassing such a sum would take generations. How could Su Jing not feel elated? After discussing this with Zhang Tian, he promptly reached out to Pang Dan via the communication device of the garrison. Upon conveying his request, Pang Dan had no objections, as he was well aware of Su Jing's capabilities. With Su Jing being the highest-ranked martial artist among the candidates in Yang City at the 7th rank, he would be granted a direct entry into the top 16, exempting him from the preceding 3 rounds. The following morning, the final ranking battle was set to take place at Yang City's largest stadium, sprawling over 30 hectares. Outside, throngs of spectators had gathered, eagerly purchasing tickets to witness the event. Meanwhile, Su Jing and his companions were already waiting in a private box within the stadium, a lavish arrangement made by Li Zilian upon learning of Su Jing's participation. Not only Qin Fengmian, but also the 3 members of the Fengmian team had been invited by the loquacious Su Yuner. The box featured expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of all the arenas, complemented by an 89-inch screen that provided a close-up view of the matches through panoramic cameras mounted on the platforms. There were only a handful of such boxes in the entire stadium, and adjacent to Su Jing's was Zhang Liang's. Boom! As the audience settled into their seats, the clock struck 8, and with the resounding blast of a cannon, the final round of the ranking battle in Yang City commenced. Without unnecessary embellishments, the Minister of Education briefly addressed the crowd before the contestants ascended the platforms. There were a total of 8 platforms in the arena, indicating that 8 matches would unfold simultaneously. Li Yueying was poised on the 4th platform. Li Zhe hurriedly adjusted the screen to focus on the 4th arena. The profiles of the 2 contestants appeared on screen, and Li Yueying's opponent was also a level 9 awakened candidate. With the call to start, the battle commenced, and Li Yueying opted against engaging in close combat. In arena battles, conserving stamina is paramount, so she immediately unleashed her wind-based abilities, sending forth 2 invisible wind blades. The high-speed cameras captured her opponent's surprise. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Li Yueying was an ability user. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yet, there was no time for contemplation as he swiftly rolled to the right to evade the oncoming blades. Bang! Even the steel platform bore the marks of the wind blades, which sliced 2 slender cracks into its surface. That was a close call. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and in the next moment, a long knife was poised at his throat.
Li Yueying emerge victorious.
The match lasted a mere 7 seconds. In such a brief time, her fellow level 9 opponent had succumbed to her prowess. After a moment of stunned silence, the audience erupted into fervent cheers. Li Yueying! Li Yueying! Li Yueying! In the VIP box, Su Yuner and the Feng Mian team celebrated her triumph. Li Zhe, who had just moments ago been tense, broke into a proud smile, unable to hide his elation. After her victory, Li Yueying departed from the platform, not heading to the VIP box but rather to the rest area to await her next battle, as 3 more matches were scheduled for the morning. However, the upcoming battles would only grow more challenging. Ultimately, Li Yueying fell in her 3rd match against an opponent who was a 2nd-grade warrior with reinforcement abilities, particularly in defense. Under the rules of the arena match, she could not rely on her wind wings to exhaust her opponent from the air. Otherwise, the match could stretch for hours, rendering the subsequent ranking battles unnecessary. Unfortunately, her wind blades proved ineffective, and she had no choice but to concede defeat, finishing in 46th place in Yang City. As she opened the door to the VIP box, everyone collectively gave her a thumbs up. She was the only level 9 awakened contestant to break into the top 50. Su Jing had to concede that, at level 9 awakened, it would be exceedingly difficult to defeat Li Yueying relying solely on his lightning abilities. Soon noon arrived, and after a brief intermission, the true climax approached. The rounds of 16 to 8, 8 to 4, 4 to 2, culminating in the final showdown. Similarly, All 8 platforms began their matches simultaneously, and Su Jing's name appeared on the central screen of battle information. Originally, only 15 contestants were to advance. Yet Su Jing was added directly, leaving the audience unaware of his identity. As they gazed at Su Jing's photograph, many spectators voiced their skepticism. Who is this contestant? I've never seen him before. It appears he did not participate in the earlier matches. What could possibly be the reason? Could there be some hidden agenda at play? Goodness! He has not fought a single match yet finds himself among the top 16. At that moment, the visage of Pang Dan graced the screen. Ahem! Please do not misunderstand. Su Jing is also a candidate from Yang City. He simply could not partake in the preceding ranking battles due to special circumstances, yet his prowess should not be underestimated. We certainly do not engage in any underhanded dealings. Pang Dan's lengthy discourse momentarily quelled the audience's uproar, though suspicions regarding Su Jing's origins lingered in their minds. Equally astonished were the candidates in the preparation area. Several among them had been rescued by Su Jing, including Lin Chen, who had narrowly escaped the jaws of the blue-eyed wolf. At that moment, he stared blankly at the central screen, muttering repeatedly, "Please, do not let me encounter him. I beseech you, do not let me cross paths with him." Chapter 77. A single strike that shocks the entire arena as fellow students of number 1 high school witnessed this scene. They couldn't help but frown. No matter how formidable he may be, one cannot succumb to fear before the battle has even begun. Indeed, you are one of our school's finest. How can you display such weakness? Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen's expression darkened, yet he refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he advised, "My brother, let me remind you, when you encounter Su Jing, it's best to concede swiftly, especially when you see him wielding lightning. Do not let pride overtake you." Lightning? Even if he possesses the power of electricity, what of it? Our school has its fair share of ability users, and how many among those who made it to the top 16 can truly contend? He scoffed. Just as Lin Chen was about to retort, the battle information on the central screen began to scroll. Without searching for his own arena, he immediately spotted Su Jing's match order, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Ring 1. Su Jing from number 3 high school versus Wang Dong from number 2 high school. With a hint of pity, he glanced at the corner where Wang Dong stood, a solitary representative from his school, carrying the hopes of his entire institution. However, facing Su Jing, Lin Chen held no belief in Wang Dong's chances of victory. The memory of the azure-eyed wolf being instantly reduced to cinders remained vivid in Lin Chen's mind. It was nothing short of monstrous. All candidates, please proceed to your designated arenas immediately. The announcement echoed, prompting the candidates in the preparation area to rise and make their way to their respective platforms. In the VIP box, everyone silently observed as Su Jing ascended the stage. Su Yuner, her hands trembling, could hardly grip her garment. Though she had heard tales of her brother's prowess, she had never witnessed his abilities firsthand, leaving her heart racing with anxiety. Go, go, go. The rhythmic pounding of dozens of large drums resonated through the air, as the audience of tens of thousands erupted in unified cheers, rallying behind the competitors. On Ring 1, the largest platform in the stadium, Su Jing stood, his heart surging with excitement. Only from the perspective of a contestant could one truly feel the overwhelming tide of energy emanating from all directions. Steadying his mind, he turned to face his opponent, who was visibly anxious, having been saved by Su Jing in the central area of the hunting ground that day. With a slight smile, Su Jing offered a benevolent glance and nodded at him. "Contestants, I am the judge for this match." The judge at the center of the arena spoke with a solemn expression. "The match will commence in 1 minute. Please prepare yourselves. Once the match begins, if either party concedes, the other must refrain from further attack. Is there any dissent?" "No," Su Jing replied, shaking his head. Wang Dong across the arena quickly mirrored the gesture, indicating his agreement. Seeing this, the judge nodded, glanced at his watch, and began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. The judge abruptly waved his hand and stepped away from the platform. Instantly, a surge of energy erupted from Wang Dong, a fiery aura bursting forth from his body. This is a strategy to rapidly enhance combat prowess. In the next instant, Wang Dong propelled himself forward with a powerful leap towards Su Jing, leaving behind a long trail of crimson flames, his fists enveloped in a radiant glow of red. He audaciously employed 2 combat techniques simultaneously right from the onset. The audience quickly rose to their feet, eyes widened in anticipation, believing they were about to witness a fierce clash. However, Su Jing remained rooted in place, utterly motionless. Had he been stunned into silence? A significant doubt emerged among the spectators. Should he be struck? It seemed inevitable that the young man's head would be shattered. Even a warrior would meet their demise on the spot. Observing this scene, the examiners at the foot of the platform turned pale, rushing onto the stage in an attempt to halt the contest. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale. Was the first casualty of the day about to occur on the stage? Yet, unbeknownst to them, the one truly anxious was Wang Dong, who had unleashed his full strength in a desperate bid to preserve some dignity in defeat. Just as his fist was about to collide with Su Jing's face, bang! A shockwave enveloped both combatants, obscuring the view of the audience. Soon, the wave dissipated, and the examiners paused in their tracks. Tens of thousands of spectators leaped from their seats, mouths agape, yet no sound escaped. The once boisterous arena fell into a profound silence. There stood Su Jing, seemingly unharmed, gripping Wang Dong's fist with one hand. Wang Dong, eyes wide with terror, appeared unable to comprehend the scene before him. No one understood the power of that punch better than he. He was confident that even a mid-tier warrior would have to evade its ferocity. Yet, it felt as though his fist was ensnared in an iron grip, immovable. Subsequently, the crimson aura surrounding him surged violently, akin to boiling water, as he delivered a ferocious right kick aimed at Su Jing's chest. Su Jing raised an eyebrow, channeling his vital energy to block the blow. Then, a surge of electricity coursed through his hand. Wang Dong, with his right leg suspended in midair, began to convulse uncontrollably. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang! Su Jing released his grip, allowing Wang Dong's body to crash heavily to the ground, rendering him unconscious. The screens throughout the stadium shifted to focus on the first platform, where the slender figure of the young man stood motionless. He had not moved an inch from the beginning. The audience erupted into a thunderous applause and cheers, waves of admiration crashing towards Su Jing. Incredible! Su Jing is remarkable. Those in the VIP box observed the scene with disbelief, astonished by the sheer disparity. My goodness! He won! Su Yunar's face flushed with excitement as she gripped her mother's hand tightly. I saw it! I saw it! Zhang Yu's voice trembled with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes. Meanwhile, the battles on the other 7 platforms had merely just begun. The camera zoomed in on the unconscious Wang Dong, as the examiners hurried forward to assess his injuries. Upon confirming that he had merely been stunned, the examiner finally exhaled in relief and spoke into the microphone in a grave tone. On stage 1, the victor is Su Jing. The applause from the audience surged once more, akin to a thunderous roar. Su Jing cast a slight smile at the camera before turning to descend the stage. Meanwhile, the teachers and students from the second high school hastily approached the edge of the platform, anxiously inquiring about Wang Dong's injuries. Without lingering, Su Jing made his way towards the preparation area, intriguedly observing the matches taking place on the other stages. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, fixating on stage 8, where Xing Su was engaged in combat. Opposing her was a third-grade martial artist from the third high school, a rarity in the small city of Yangqing. Yet, against Xing Su, he found himself utterly defenseless. The long sword in his hand danced like a soaring dragon, and his movements were exceptionally agile. Merely based on her exquisite swordplay, she garnered an impressive wave of applause. However, in a private box above, Xing Zhan wore a grim expression, watching the swirling blossoms of the swordplay, and muttered through clenched teeth, flashy and extravagant. Chapter 78. Waterproof? It is no wonder that Xing Zhan looks down upon it. However, for someone like him, seasoned by countless battles, Xing Su's swordsmanship cannot be deemed remarkable. It appears more as a display of skill. Zhang Liang smiled faintly, non-committal regarding Xing Zhan's assessment. It seems that the average strength of this year's candidates surpasses that of previous years by a considerable margin. Xing Zhan refrained from further comments and instead inquired, My lord, have you sensed any fluctuations in mental energy? In response, Zhang Liang shook his head, expressing his disappointment. My mental energy has consistently enveloped the entire arena, yet I have not detected any candidate employing such abilities. Was it not a candidate? A look of confusion crossed Xing Zhan's face. With the competition having advanced to the top 16, it was evident that all candidates were exerting their utmost. If there were indeed mental powers at play, there would be no reason to conceal them further. Let us observe, Zhang Liang remarked, his gaze lingering upon the arena. Below, following the victories of Su Jing and Xing Su, the other 6 platforms gradually yielded their results. Victorious candidates, please return to the preparation area for rest. Should you require treatment for injuries, proceed to the infirmary. The quarterfinals will commence in half an hour. Repeating, victorious candidates, please return to the preparation area. At that moment, only 7 individuals occupied the seats in the preparation area, one of whom, despite winning, was gravely injured and unlikely to compete in the next round. Among the 7, aside from Su Jing, the others were all students from No. 1 high school. They were familiar with one another, and upon hearing news of Su Jing, they occasionally cast wary glances, imbued with a sense of caution. Noticing their gazes, Su Jing remained unperturbed, as he had no intention of forming any connections with them. Unsurprisingly, Su Jing effortlessly secured his place in the top 4. Next came the semifinals, distinct from before, as both matches would take place on Platform 1. The information regarding the matchups began to shift on the large screen. Su Jing quickly spotted his name among the listings. Semifinal. No. 1 High School Xing Su vs. No. 1 High School Zhang Tai. Semifinal. No. 3 High School Su Jing vs. No. 1 High School Lin Chan. Lin Chan? The name sounded familiar. Su Jing raised an eyebrow, recalling him as the first candidate to enter the central area, whom he had rescued. Upon recollection, he turned his gaze toward the group from No. 1 High School, only to find Lin Chen gazing back at him with a sorrowful expression. Amused, Su Jing observed Lin Chen approaching him. Brother, do you remember me? Of course I remember. You actually made it to the top 4. Su Jing regarded him in astonishment. Despite Lin Chen's third-tier martial prowess being formidable in Yang City, Su Jing vividly recalled how he had fled in terror from the intermediate beast. Hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. It was my first encounter with an intermediate beast. I was a bit unprepared. Enough, Su Jing interjected, waving his hand to halt Lin Chen's explanation, teasingly stating, I cannot let you win easily, but I can ensure you lose in a more aesthetically pleasing manner. That's the spirit. Lin Chen clapped in agreement. Upon hearing this, Su Jing could not help but roll his eyes. Lin Chen lowered his voice and continued, Brother, I never aspired to become the top scholar of Yang City. I would be content with a spot in the top 4, as long as you can allow me to endure a bit longer. As he spoke, Lin Chen pointed to a competitor at the preparation stand, saying, Let my overall score surpass his. 500,000. In the ranking battles, there are no respawns. Those who lose are ranked according to their performance on stage as evaluated by the judges. Although Wang Dong showcased 2 combat techniques simultaneously with great flair, being defeated instantly relegated him to the 16th position. The initial ranks are inconsequential. However, the distinction becomes significant in the semifinals. The difference between 3rd and 4th place is as vast as the heavens and the earth. In any competition, only the top 3 receive trophies and honor. And what of 4th place? What does that even signify? Upon hearing this, Su Jing's expression shifted. 500,000 was no trifling sum for a student. Should I also add some lightning effects? Lin Chen was taken aback, but then eagerly nodded. That sounds great. Just make sure you don't strike me. However, conjuring lightning is quite taxing. Su Jing furrowed his brow, feigning difficulty. While 500,000 might not be substantial for a student, it was a mere pittance for Su Jing, who was on the verge of acquiring 10 million. Lin Chen's face darkened. What about adding another 100,000? Ugh, 1 million. Any higher? Forget it. Lin Chen's demeanor was exceptionally grim. Fine, Su Jing waved his hand dismissively. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Suddenly, he stood up and walked towards the rear of the sports arena. Brother, the competition is about to start. Where are you going? Lin Chen asked. a hint of anticipation in his voice. Su Jing glanced back and replied, "To the restroom." "Oh!" Lin Chen's expression quickly fell. Yet, Su Jing, leaving the preparation stand, was not truly headed for the restroom. He was making his way to the private box where Zhang Liang awaited. Upon opening the door to the box, he inquired, "Governor, is there something you need?" Just moments ago, Zhang Liang's voice had suddenly echoed in his mind, summoning him. Zhang Liang regarded Su Jing and softly instructed, "During your battle with Xing Su, utilize your third avatar." At this, both Su Jing and Xing Zhan were momentarily taken aback. "Though your third avatar has not awakened any special abilities, it will be more than sufficient to contend with Xing Su. Moreover, it serves as an opportunity to discern whether you possess mental powers." Zhang Liang's voice was clear, yet it caused both present to question their own hearing. "I have been lax in my oversight of Xing Su, but he is not one to conceal his abilities or provoke the garrison," Xing Zhan remarked with a grim expression. Su Jing nodded in agreement. Among the candidates, Xing Su was the most impeccably rooted. His father held a significant position within the garrison, and provoking them was tantamount to slapping his father's face. Zhang Liang smiled gently and said, "Do not rush. I have not stated that it is this child. However, among the contenders in the ranking battles thus far, only Su Jing and Xing Su have managed to navigate with such ease." The words that Zhang Liang refrained from uttering were understood by Xing Zhan, who was acutely aware that Su Jing was certainly not the one. Moreover, the psychic ability is distinct from other powers. It is formless and colorless, and for the majority of warriors and generals, it exists merely as a conceptual force. If one were to employ it covertly, it would be challenging for outsiders, and even for the individual under attack, to perceive it. This is no ordinary competition. It is a ranking battle that determines the fates of all examinees. Which candidate would refrain from fully utilizing their psychic strength? Were it he, I would undoubtedly impose severe punishment. Xing Zhan exhaled softly and spoke slowly. Zhang Liang cast a meaningful glance at Xing Su, who was preparing in the lower seating area, and remarked, "Indeed, if it were he, you must educate your child properly." Then, with a smile, he turned to Su Jing and said, "Hurry and prepare for the next match." Understanding the implication, Su Jing cast a complex glance at Xing Zhan before departing the private box. Chapter 79. Strike my acupuncture points? The super invincible thunderstorm fist before long, the semifinals commenced. Su Jing stepped onto the stage with deliberate grace, and the audience's fervor soared higher than ever, fueled by his previous performance. As he positioned himself firmly on the arena, the two combatants exchanged solemn glances, an unspoken gravity enveloping the atmosphere. This prompted the spectators to ponder. Why did Su Jing exhibit such profound respect towards Lin Chun, who was merely a third-tier warrior? Could it be that Lin Chun was concealing his true prowess? With this thought in mind, the audience's excitement intensified, their eyes wide with anticipation for an epic showdown. On the arena, the examiner signaled the countdown to conclude. "Begin." With that command, arcs of electricity erupted from Su Jing's form. Instantly, a multitude of lightning flashed chaotically, the thunder roaring like an explosion, surrounding him in a tempestuous realm of thunder. Boom! 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 Amidst the overwhelming thunderous might, Lin Chun remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this moment. The audience collectively held their breath, eager to see how Lin Chun would respond. At this pivotal juncture, Lin Chun's vital energy surged around him as he unsheathed the long sword from his waist, charging straight towards Su Jing. Bang! The lightning veered off course. Not far from him, the steel arena was scorched black. Although Lin Chun was aware that the lightning would not strike him, he could not help but gasp, a chill running down his spine. Meanwhile, the over 100,000 spectators were bewildered, questioning how someone could stand their ground without flinching and yet cause the lightning to miss its mark. At that moment, Su Jing bellowed, "Truly deserving of the Lin family's eldest son, you have seen through my prediction. But the next move, I wonder if you can withstand it." Instantly, a multitude of lightning converged, swirling above Su Jing like a silver dragon. Even the spectators nearest to the arena felt their hair stand on end. Observing Su Jing's grave expression, everyone broke into a sweat, astonished that this seemingly third-tier warrior, Lin Chun, possessed such formidable strength. Little did they know, Lin Chun was trembling slightly, his legs quaking with anxiety. Just a mere graze from that lightning could incinerate him to ashes. Struggling to suppress his fear, he blinked at Su Jing, as if to inquire whether he was jesting. Su Jing offered a slight nod, reassuring him not to worry. The examiner, who had been on the verge of calling for assistance, silently retreated to the sidelines, unnoticed by the audience, who were captivated by the dragon of lightning in the sky. Thunder punishment! Su Jing's resounding voice reverberated through the loudspeakers, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The silver dragon circled in the air twice before launching towards Lin Chun, crackling with countless arcs of electricity. Boom! Lin Chun was instantly enveloped by the ferocious current, a blinding light rendering the audience unable to open their eyes. Moments later, as the brilliance dissipated, they beheld Lin Chun, who should have been reduced to cinders, standing unscathed. The audience's minds went blank. Was it truly possible for a high school student to withstand such an assault? How could this be?
Su Jing shouted in disbelief.
Even my thunder punishment cannot harm you. Although the audience sensed something amiss, they were rendered speechless by Su Jing's remarkably lifelike performance. After all, the Thunder Dragon moments ago bore no resemblance to a mere fabrication. Little did they know, the Thunder Dragon had dissipated before even making contact with Lin Chun. Humph! Lin Chun, now fully immersed in the scene, scoffed disdainfully at Su Jing. If this were merely his trick, he should concede defeat sooner rather than later. Such audacity! Su Jing roared towards the heavens, his hair whipping wildly in the gale. Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon the arena, while Lin Chun maneuvered with the agility of a sleek leopard amidst the storm, untouched by even a scratch. The audience could not help but marvel at the prowess displayed by both combatants. In the VIP box, Su Yuner's face was etched with anxiety as she glanced at Li Yueying beside her. Sister Yueying, do you think my brother will lose? Of course not, Li Yueying sighed, supporting her forehead. Really? Su Yuner felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, yet soon questioned, but all of my brother's attacks have been evaded. At her words, Zhang Yu and Qin Fingmian nodded in agreement, their concern for Su Jing palpable. In truth, your brother is doing this on purpose. Li Yueying rolled her eyes, pointing at the screen. Though I cannot fathom his reasoning, Su Jing employs wind-based abilities before each assault, prompting Lin Chun to dodge in advance. Observe Lin Chen's hair. It is blown in one direction, and his body follows suit to evade. Upon hearing this, the group shifted their focus to Lin Chen's hair. Logically, swift movements should encounter wind resistance. Yet, Lin Chen's constant directional changes seemed to embrace the wind. Time slipped away minute by minute. Lin Chun was not merely evading. He occasionally countered Su Jing's attacks with his own tactics. The special effects enthralled the audience, who exclaimed in delight. Meanwhile, the examiners at the edge of the arena began to take note of the unfolding situation, their foreheads lined with concern. If they did not intervene soon, the two would likely continue their performance well into the afternoon. Thus, one examiner shouted into the fray, "Final 5 minutes. Please make the most of your time. Is time running out?" Su Jing's gaze sharpened. He too wished to end this soon, as the special effects were taxing his stamina. Just then, Lin Chen delivered a powerful palm strike. Su Jing, refusing to evade, stepped forward to meet the blow head-on. Thud! He staggered back several paces, blood spewing from his mouth, incredulously staring at Lin Chen. Your vital energy has actually penetrated my Danzhong point. Quite impressive. Now, experience my super invincible thunderstorm fist. With that declaration, he propelled himself off the ground like a cannonball, unleashing a fierce punch. Lin Chen, momentarily caught off guard, felt his pupils constrict as he attempted to evade, only to find himself firmly held in place by the very whirlwind that had previously aided him. Bang! His body was sent flying, but fortunately, the examiner reacted swiftly and caught him mid-air. Upon inspection, it was revealed that Lin Chun had sustained minimal injury, merely being knocked back, with his internal energy still abundant. With a dark expression, the examiner released his grip, allowing Lin Chun to tumble to the ground. I refuse to yield. I shall continue to fight. Lin Chun, clearly addicted to the performance, gazed haughtily at Su Jing across the arena. Enough! The examiner, with a grim expression, reprimanded sharply. I hereby declare the victor of the first match of the semifinals. Su Jing from the third school. Is this truly the conclusion? A massive question mark loomed in the minds of the audience. Where had your graceful and agile movements disappeared to? You managed to evade thunderous strikes, yet were ultimately felled by a single punch. The audience, even those who were once oblivious, began to realize that you were merely toying with us, truly deserving of being the best from the first school. Fortunately, I possessed the super invincible thunderstorm fist. Otherwise, I would have indeed faced defeat here. Su Jing appeared pale, his body swaying as if he were on the verge of collapsing, struggling to maintain his balance. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Over 10,000 people quietly observed him. You struck my acupoint. The super invincible thunderstorm fist. Is it merely the brawling of street thugs, swinging wildly and calling it the supreme dominion fist? Chapter 80. The finals begin. Both of you hurry down. The examiner, visibly exasperated, glared at the two. Su Jing furrowed his brow. Despite his earnest efforts, had he been seen through? As the two descended, the match between Xing Su and Zheng Tai commenced immediately. Unlike the previous bout, these two engaged in close combat, wielding long swords and knives with fervor. The flashes of blades danced in the air, and though lacking the thunderous spectacle of Su Jing's lightning, it nonetheless captivated the audience immensely.
Predictably, sin su emerged victorious.
However, the formidable Zhou Tai, having reached the semifinals, exhibited remarkable prowess, wielding his blade with unparalleled ferocity, making Xing Su's victory hard-won. At that moment, the spectators realized that Xing Su had ascended to the rank of a fifth-rank warrior. Even a few years prior, such an achievement would have secured him the title of champion in Yang City. A collective sigh of realization swept through the crowd. Alas, this year had introduced a competitor like Su Jing. Before long, the intermission came to an end. The finals of the Yang City ranking battle are about to commence. Please, the two candidates, take the stage promptly. The announcement resonated, and both Su Jing and Xing Su ascended the platform simultaneously. This time, the examiner was replaced by Pang Dan, who also took on the role of commentator, primarily concerned about the potential devastation of Su Jing's lightning prowess. Even peak warriors would find it unbearable to withstand its force. In a departure from previous matches, Su Jing wielded a weapon for the first time. His third avatar took the stage, brandishing a long spear. The atmosphere intensified, reaching a fever pitch as the audience's excitement culminated. Standing on the platform were the two most exceptional talents of Yang City this year. Countless faces flushed with exhilaration, and the principal of Yang City No. 3 High School was equally stirred. Tears welled in his eyes as he recalled the years since a student from his institution had graced the finals. The students of No. 3 High School, invigorated as if inspired by an elixir, felt as though the combatants on stage were reflections of themselves. In stark contrast, the students of No. 1 High School clenched their fists, reflecting on their past dominance where they claimed at least 6 of the top 8 positions. This year, they would be content with just 5, with the championship title potentially slipping away to No. 3 High School. It was not a lack of confidence. Rather, the stunning display by Su Jing in the semifinals had left an indelible impression. The arena bore the marks of countless scorched imprints, remnants of the lightning strikes. At that moment, the principal of No. 1 High School spoke up. Even if this year's championship title is claimed by No. 3, what does it matter? Can they produce a Su Jing every year? Or do they believe that a single victory will elevate them above us? It is effort, struggle, and perseverance that form the foundation of our success. As long as our students at No. 1 do not relent, continue their fight, and strive diligently, no one can defeat us. We shall not concede. The principal's impassioned words galvanized every student of No. 1 High School, raising their fists in unison, echoing, "The principal is right. We will never concede. No one can defeat us." Gradually, their voices grew louder and more resonant, drawing the attention of many spectators who couldn't help but share their sentiments. Indeed, it is no surprise that this esteemed high school embodies the indomitable spirit we martial artists so cherish. Undoubtedly, the educational approach of Yizhong is commendable, which explains why it stands as the finest high school in Yangcheng. On the arena, Brother Su Jing, has Governor Zhang passed the killing intent spear to you? Asked Xing Su, observing the long spear in Su Jing's grasp with a smile. Yes, Su Jing replied with a nod, prompting Xing Su to continue. as if reminiscing. I have also studied the preliminary techniques of the killing intent spear, though I later pursued swordsmanship. When the competition begins, I hope you will take it easy on me. Hearing the sincere tone in Xing Su's voice, Su Jing nodded indifferently. Rest assured, I will not employ my supernatural abilities against you. Yet, his gaze remained elusive, scrutinizing his surroundings. It would not do to get too familiar with me at this moment. Undoubtedly, I will have to give you a thorough beating. To what extent should I go? If I hold back, will Governor Zhang accuse me of not pushing you to your limits? Conversely, if I strike too hard, will Lord Xing blame me? After weighing his options, Su Jing concluded that he should indeed be rather forceful, as Governor Zhang is the foremost authority in Yangqing. For reasons unknown, Xing Su felt a chill creeping down his spine. However, upon hearing that Su Jing would refrain from using his powers, he felt a surge of joy, for there were over 10,000 spectators present. He could not possibly go back on his word, could he? Concealing his unease, he looked at Su Jing and said, Brother Su Jing, there is no need for such restraint. Your abilities are an integral part of your strength. Before he could finish his thought, Su Jing interrupted. Do not worry, I have stated that I will not use my powers. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the arena via the loudspeaker. I acknowledge his formidable strength. Yet does this not belittle others? A student from Yizhong exclaimed indignantly. Another student chuckled, but this isn't necessarily a disadvantage. As long as that terrifying lightning is absent, Xing Su's chances of victory have significantly improved. Indeed, he is overestimating himself. If he loses, he cannot blame anyone but himself. The surrounding students chimed in agreement. The principal of Yizhong slightly raised the corners of his mouth. The more talented the individual, the more arrogant they tend to be, especially under the gaze of tens of thousands. When he declares he will not use his powers, it is quite possible that even in defeat, he will adhere to that promise. At that moment, Pang Dan glanced at the time. The competition officially begins. As the announcement echoed, both combatants charged toward each other, and the battle was imminent. Clang! The instant their weapons clashed, the long sword was deflected, and the spear's tip aimed directly at Xing Su. Xing Su's pupils constricted sharply as the recoil almost caused him to lose his grip on the sword, prompting his body to swiftly sidestep several meters. Seeing his strike miss, Su Jing remained unperturbed, a fierce killing intent coalescing into a dark radiance that shot forth like a steel spike. You have indeed mastered the advanced techniques of the killing intent spear, Xing Su exclaimed in surprise. However, it was too late to evade. The dark brilliance pierced into his mind, instantly overwhelming his senses. With his attack successful, Su Jing smirked slightly, directing the spear horizontally toward Xing Su. Yet, just as he was about to land the blow, clarity suddenly returned to Xing Su's eyes, and he quickly channeled his vital energy to block the strike. Su Jing exerted little effort. Thus, he was not surprised when his attack was thwarted. However, he was taken aback by Xing Su's swift return to consciousness. Even among the esteemed martial artists who sparred with him at the garrison, few could recover so swiftly after their minds were invaded by murderous intent. Withdrawing his body and narrowing his eyes, he pondered internally. Could it be that he possesses extraordinary mental prowess? Yet, the system's notification had not sounded. Meanwhile, Xing Su had also discarded his previous playful demeanor, his expression now reflecting unease. Had it not been for my significantly superior mental strength compared to other warriors of the same rank, I might have been defeated just now. Chapter 81. Psychic Powers. The killing intent gun is a martial art created by the governor of Yang City, and only those who have made significant contributions to the city are permitted to learn it. Furthermore, this martial art is exceedingly difficult to master. It is astonishing that Su Jing, despite his youth, has managed to grasp it with such ease. Pang Dan's excited voice resonated throughout the arena via the loudspeaker, his fleshy cheeks quivering with fervor. Suddenly, the energy within Xing Su surged to a new level: martial artist 6th rank. It was unexpected that Xing Su had concealed such power, now placing him only a minor realm away from Su Jing. Following Pang Dan's explanation, the crowd erupted in excitement. Both contenders had reached the finals, and they still possessed hidden strengths. On the arena, Su Jing paid no heed to the spectators' cheers, instead fixating intently on Xing Su. The distinction between 5th and 6th rank bore no significance to him. His sole concern was whether Xing Su possessed psychic powers. Without delay, he launched another assault, eager to ascertain the truth through combat. The blade of his spear sliced through the air, emitting a sound akin to a dragon's roar as it aimed for Xing Su's throat. Faced with the immense pressure from Su Jing, beads of sweat began to form on Xing Su's forehead, and in a flurry, he raised his sword in defense. However, the disparity in their strengths was too vast. Before long, Xing Su bore multiple wounds, all inflicted by the whip of the spear. Su Jing was precise in his strikes, ensuring that while the pain was intense, the injuries remained manageable. Had this been a prior match against an opponent with such a stark difference in power, it is likely that he would have surrendered. Yet this was the finals of the Yang City ranking battle, witnessed by over 100,000 spectators. As long as Xing Su was able to continue fighting, he would never concede defeat. The tempestuous onslaught persisted, while the students from Class 1 watched with bloodshot eyes, their bodies trembling in anticipation. Even without Pang Dan's commentary, the dynamics of the arena were evident. They were astonished that Su Jing, without utilizing any powers, could still dominate Xing Su. This was a contest devoid of hope. Nonetheless, as the pride of Class 1, their spirits would not allow them to accept defeat. Xing Su, keep going. You can do it. Upon hearing the shouts from Class 1, the students from Class 3 could not remain passive, erupting into cheers. Push him down. Finish this swiftly. Go, Su Jing. Well done, Su Jing. The mutual encouragement from both sides began to resonate with the surrounding audience. Witnessing Su Jing's impressive display of prowess and Xing Su's unwavering struggle, the fact that they were merely 18-year-old students fighting fiercely for their alma mater ignited a fervor in the hearts of many. Soon, numerous spectators rose from their seats, their cheers for both combatants resounding in waves. Bang! At this moment, Su Jing executed a horizontal strike to deflect the sword, delivering a kick to Xing Su's chest. The next instant, Xing Su was propelled as if he were a deflated sandbag, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Observing the trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, Su Jing furrowed his brow. Could it be that he truly lacked psychic abilities, even after being so thoroughly beaten? On the surface, the distinction between the two was but a minor boundary. However, the gap between the mid-tier and high-tier was far beyond what conventional swordplay or combat strategies could bridge. Very well, let us cease here, sighed Su Jing softly. At that moment, the focus of the screen landed squarely on Su Jing, who stood still, a long spear slung across his back, his countenance betraying a profound sense of desolation, as if he were disheartened by the prowess of his opponent. Instantly, the audience erupted in astonishment. Was this the real-life embodiment of the legendary Du Gu Qiubai? Alas, one could hardly fault Su Jing for his disappointment. He had already declared his intent to refrain from using his supernatural abilities, desiring instead a thrilling clash, only to find his adversary woefully inadequate. It was not merely that the opponent was weak, but rather that Su Jing was exceedingly formidable. Indeed, the champions of past years from Yang City had typically hovered around the 4th or 5th rank in martial prowess. This year, Su Jing had dramatically elevated the bar for all candidates from Yang City. Simultaneously, on the sidelines, Xing Su noted the disappointment in Su Jing's eyes. A myriad of similar images flashed through his mind. That familiar expression of disappointment was all too recognizable, as two distinctly different faces gradually overlapped, reminiscent of the countless occasions he had observed Xing Zhan's gaze upon him. In an instant, veins throbbed on Xing Su's forehead, and his eyes filled with a web of crimson veins. No longer concealing his intentions, he yearned for vengeance, and the first step toward that was to vanquish the youth before him. A terrifying aura erupted from his being, and with a swift motion, he charged once again at Su Jing. At that precise moment, Su Jing's original form, stationed in a corner of the arena, was momentarily taken aback. The system notification chimed. Ding! A mental-type supernatural ability has been detected, allowing the host's third avatar to awaken psychic powers. Would you like to proceed with the awakening? Before he could ponder further, a ferocious surge of psychic energy, akin to a steel thorn, violently pierced into Su Jing's mind. This sensation was reminiscent of the time when the Tree King had forcefully invaded his consciousness, identical in nature. Yet, It was worth noting that Xing Su's mental strength paled in comparison to that of the Tree King. In the private box, Zhang Liang gently tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers, suddenly pausing before returning to his previous demeanor. He too felt the surge of psychic energy emanating from Xing Su, though it did not manifest on his countenance. With a smile, he remarked softly, "The once tearful little brat has certainly grown up now." Upon hearing this, Xing Zhan, seated beside him, remained silent yet wore a look of satisfaction. Just as the audience had expressed, even in defeat, Xing Su was not to be blamed. His willingness to engage despite sustaining severe injuries was a testament to his own valor. Meanwhile, on the stage, Xing Su had already closed the distance to Su Jing. Observing him still standing in a daze, a slight smirk played upon Xing Su's lips. Ever since awakening his mental-type abilities, he had frequently conducted experiments on teachers at the first high school. Even those of a higher realm, when suddenly faced with a mental assault, would find themselves momentarily incapacitated, at least for 1 or 2 seconds. That was all he needed. The tip of his sword glinted with a chilling light, aimed directly at Su Jing's heart. In the nick of time, a pale white light shield coalesced a mere 10 centimeters before his chest. Intermediate combat technique. Radiant shield. A mocking glimmer flickered in Su Jing's eyes. He was not merely a practitioner of martial arts. During the past couple of days of leisure, he had sought from Zhang Tian the methods to cultivate this particular battle technique. With a mere expenditure of 200 experience points, he successfully mastered the flowing light shield. Although it did not rival the immovable Vajra's form, this instantaneous defensive technique proved to be exceptionally practical, requiring minimal energy. Of course, the primary reason lay in the fact that while adversarial strikes failed to breach his defenses, they still inflicted pain. With a resounding thud, as the attack was thwarted, Xing Su swiftly retreated, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Just a couple of days ago, in the hunting grounds, he had attempted to imprint a mental mark on Su Jing, only to be thwarted. This time, despite exerting all his mental prowess, it was dispelled in the blink of an eye. How formidable was Su Jing's strength! At this moment, Xing Su was unequivocally convinced that Su Jing's realm extended far beyond the mere 7th rank of martial artists. Chapter 82. The secret of Xing Su. His once proud trump card was effortlessly unraveled by Su Jing. The expression on Xing Su's face was one of despair and unwillingness, his body swaying as if about to collapse. He understood that this was the backlash from exerting his mental energy to its fullest. Struggling to muster his spirit, he gazed at Su Jing, managing a bitter smile. "I concede." These 3 words, though lightly spoken, weighed heavily on the hearts of the audience. After an arduous battle filled with relentless attacks, he was met only with profound helplessness. All eyes were fixed on him with a mixture of emotions, and several girls in the observation area were already in tears. At that moment, the young man on the stage suddenly fell to the ground. Had he sustained such grievous injuries? The sight sent a shiver through the spectators, their hearts momentarily stilled. Suddenly, a glass panel in the uppermost box of the stadium shattered, and a dark figure leapt forth, landing on the stage. It was Xing Zhan. He gently lifted his son from the ground, hesitating momentarily before nodding towards Su Jing, and then the two vanished from sight. The unexpected turn of events left the crowd astonished, as only a few recognized Xing Zhan. The host of the finals, Pang Dan, quickly stepped forward to clarify. That was Xing Su's father. Since Xing Su has conceded, the champion of this year's Yang City ranking battle has been determined. With that, he proclaimed, "I hereby announce the winner, Su Jing from Yang City No. 3 Middle School." As the words fell, Pang Dan raised Su Jing's right hand, and the screens throughout the stadium displayed the image of the young man standing triumphantly on the stage. Boom! 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 The drums resounded once more, accompanied by the enthusiastic applause and cheers of the audience. Su Jing! Boom! 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 Su Jing! The fireworks, prepared in advance, erupted at that moment, painting the azure sky with brilliant displays of color. At that instant, 130,000 witnesses celebrated the emergence of Yang City's champion. Zhang Yu and Su Yuner embraced each other, excitedly comforting one another. On the stage, Su Jing was equally overwhelmed with emotion. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he looked up towards the box from which Xing Zhan had just emerged. Without the glass barrier, It was unmistakably clear to see the smile on Zhang Liang's face. On his aged countenance, that smile radiated warmth and kindness. It was Zhang Liang who, at the moment Xing Su unleashed his attack, had conveyed a silent message to him, advising him not to reveal that he possessed mental abilities. Although Su Jing was unaware of the reason behind Zhang Liang's instructions to test the waters yet remained silent about the truth, he could vaguely surmise that Xing Su's provocation towards the garrison might harbor deeper implications. However, that was a matter for them to resolve among themselves. Reflecting on this, Su Jing shifted his gaze towards the box where his mother was seated, his smile broadening. Zhang Yu, witnessing it all from above, could no longer contain her tears, which flowed freely from her eyes. Her once slightly stooped back gradually straightened amidst her trembling. "Old Su, can you see this from beyond? Your son is now the top scholar of Yang City. Our family has moved into the garrison, and it's a lovely little courtyard, far superior to our previous old house. On a tranquil night in the courtyard, although the ranking battles of Yang City have concluded, the journey is far from over. Su Jing's ambition is to attain the national championship. Mother, are you truly not coming with us?" Su Jing implored, casting a glance at his mother. "When the time comes, I will purchase a residence in Tianmen City for you and Yun Er. It is undoubtedly more comfortable and secure than Yang City. Soon, the ranking battles of the 4 major regions will commence, and Su Jing had hoped to bring his mother along. To his surprise, Zhang Yu was unwilling. Furthermore, moving to Tianmen City would offer Yun Er a superior educational environment. As he spoke, Su Jing discreetly signaled to Su Yun Er, who immediately grasped his intent and tugged at Zhang Yu's arm, pleading, "Mom, please listen to my brother. I want to go to Tianmen City as well." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu hesitated, yet remained silent. This left Su Jing perplexed. In the past, his mother had always fretted over their well-being, fearing they wouldn't have enough to eat or wear. Why was she now reluctant to accompany them to Tianmen City? Furrowing his brow slightly, he inquired of his mother, "What is it that makes you unwilling to leave Yang City?" After a few moments of silence, Zhang Yu sighed and smiled at Su Jing, saying, "Mother's old bones don't wish to exert themselves anymore. I've spoken with Captain Zhang Tian. He mentioned that many high schools in Tianmen City have students residing on campus. If Yun Er wishes to go, then let her. I genuinely do not want to move. It would only be a burden." Upon hearing this, neither Su Jing nor Su Yun Er could believe it. There are trains to Tianmen City. How much effort could that possibly require? Just last month, Yun Er had to work despite her eye ailment, so how could she now claim to lack the energy? However, since Zhang Yu was unwilling to elaborate, Su Jing refrained from pressing further. After all, there are still over 3 months until the start of the new school year. He could inquire in detail once the ranking battles have concluded. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Su Jing approached and opened the courtyard door, only to find Xingzhan waiting. "Lord Xingzhan, what brings you here?" Su Jing asked, puzzled, stepping aside to invite him in. However, Xingzhan's expression was dark, as if shrouded in a cloud, and he waved his hand dismissively. "I shan't enter. I merely wish to confirm something with you." "Confirm something?" Su Jing immediately surmised that it must pertain to Xing Su, nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well." Behind them, Su Yun Er and Zhang Yu exchanged curious glances but said nothing, watching as the 2 figures gradually faded into the night. As they walked, one behind the other at a leisurely pace, Xingzhan suddenly asked, "When did you realize that Xing Su possessed psychic abilities during the arena match?" Upon hearing this, Su Jing felt a jolt in his heart but answered honestly, "It was during his final attack against me." Xingzhan did not respond further, continuing on until they reached the hospital within the garrison. The 2 arrived at the threshold of a hospital room, and just as Xingzhan was about to push the door open, a familiar, mirthful laughter echoed from within. It was the voice of Zhang Liang, well known to both of them, causing Xingzhan's hand to freeze at the door. "Do not always blame your father. When you were born, he was overwhelmed with joy." "Joy? I felt none of it," came the response from Xing Su, her voice momentarily faltering before she continued, "Grandfather Zhang, let me be frank. I was particularly afraid of him when I was young, for the way he looked at me was akin to that of an adversary, as if my very existence had led to my mother's demise. Upon hearing this, Xing Zhan's body quivered, and he instinctively sought to enter the room. However, his hand was grasped by Su Jing, who communicated through a subtle flow of energy. Lord Xingzhan, perhaps we should listen a little longer. This may all be a misunderstanding. If you enter now, it may complicate matters further. Reluctantly, Xingzhan lowered his hand. Indeed, inside, Zhang Liang inquired further, while it is true that your mother's death is connected to you, I can assure you that Xingzhan has never harbored such thoughts. Can you share with me why you feel this way? Chapter 83. Preparations for the journey to Tianmen City. This time, Xing Su's voice fell into a prolonged silence before it resonated once more. Heh, Grandpa Zhang. Every time he returns, he wears an expression of profound grievance. Initially, I believed it was my shortcomings that displeased him, prompting me to devote myself to rigorous training. Everyone at school praised my efforts, yet he seemed perpetually dissatisfied. In my childhood, I failed to comprehend this. It was only later that I gradually understood. Perhaps it was not my actions that fell short in his eyes, but rather my very existence that pained him. My mother's name also contains the character Su, which is why I was named Xing Su. I have perused my mother's diary, and prior to my birth, she would always come home with a smile, treating everyone with kindness. I truly cannot fathom how, even if my mother died in childbirth due to me, he could unleash all his resentment upon me. Did I wish for this? Did I hope to be born into a world devoid of my mother? A torrent of questions erupted from Xing Su, each piercing into the heart of Xingzhan outside the door, rendering his complexion ashen. Perhaps he does not blame you. Rather, he chastises himself. Zhang Liang replied in a tone devoid of sorrow or joy. Your mother sustained severe injuries during her pregnancy. Although we all wished for her not to bear you, her resolve was unwavering. I understand, Xing Su retorted with a bitter laugh. That is why I assert he is unhappy with my arrival. No, it is not so, my child. Zhang Liang spoke slowly. Xingzhan underwent a drastic change in character later on, largely due to this incident, but fundamentally, it stemmed from his resentment towards his own inadequacy. When your mother was injured, Xingzhan was nearby, yet he had only just ascended to the rank of battle general and was unable to protect her. This event has become a lingering demon in his heart. Driven by this inner turmoil, he relentlessly hunted exotic beasts, and within 5 years, he transformed from a novice battle general into a peak battle general. Yet, it is precisely due to this inner demon that he has been unable to breach the threshold of Battle King for over a decade. His harshness towards you is rooted in a desire to prevent you from repeating his mistakes. Enough! Xing Su's tone dripped with sarcasm. Grandpa Zhang, discussing this now serves no purpose. I have already acknowledged everything regarding the hunting grounds. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud bang resounded as Xingzhan burst through the door. Upon seeing Xing Su lying on the hospital bed, his eyes blazed with uncontainable fury. Knowing that your father, as the deputy governor, dares to orchestrate widespread cheating among students, I see you have truly lost your mind. In response, Xing Su sneered, What? Afraid I might implicate you? The mistakes I have made, I shall bear alone. Hearing this, Xingzhan's face flushed crimson with anger. At that moment, Zhang Liang raised his hand. Enough! In truth, the matters concerning the hunting grounds do not amount to cheating. They merely exploited certain loopholes. Ultimately, it reflects our flawed regulations. That cannot be. Cannot be what? Today, I intend to impose a punishment upon you. How could you allow such a remarkable child to become like this? What kind of father are you? Zhang Liang's face also bore signs of anger. Xingzhan's expression darkened. As the atmosphere began to ease, Su Jing promptly entered the room. In that brief moment, he gradually grasped the situation at hand. It was likely a misunderstanding, and judging by Xing Su's demeanor, there seemed to be no intention to provoke the garrison. Given this, why not diffuse the situation? Su Jing then urged Xingzhan, Lord Xingzhan, he still has to participate in the ranking battles of the 4 major districts. Perhaps it would be better to allow him a chance to redeem himself then, or to postpone any punishment until after the ranking battles. Upon hearing this, Xingzhan hesitated. After all, this was his own flesh and blood. Sometimes paternal love is difficult to articulate, yet the concern for one's child remains deeply rooted. At that moment, Xing Su appeared to be akin to a rebellious youth. Observing his father soften, Xing Su chose to remain silent, turning his head towards the pillow. You two continue your conversation. While attending to work, do remember to pay attention to your child's education. It's been decades and still, you give me no peace. Zhang Liang remarked, his tone laced with mild reproach as he glanced at Xing Zhan, who felt a twinge of embarrassment. Noticing this exchange, Zhang Liang shook his head, rose, and made his way toward the exit of the room, gesturing for Su Jing to follow. Once they reached an open area, Zhang Liang slowly inquired, so, can you awaken his psychic abilities? It is possible, but I have not awakened them, Su Jing replied thoughtfully. While his psychic abilities may be advantageous, they do not provide me with significant assistance at present. There was an unspoken truth. He held little interest in Xing Su's psychic powers, as he perceived that Xing Su's performance in the arena was rather unremarkable, and he had effortlessly defended against Xing Su's psychic attacks. What he was unaware of was that his ability to defend was due to his own psychic strength, having already transcended the realm of a mere warrior. Back when he was a fourth-tier warrior, his psychic power was comparable to that of a peak warrior, and now, as a high-tier warrior, his psychic strength was on par with that of an average general. That is not without merit. The killing intent spear you practice is itself an application of psychic power. Awakening psychic abilities merely enhances your psychic strength. Zhang Liang nodded. In that case, once you reach Tianmen City, see if there are any suitable abilities to acquire. Startled by this, Su Jing asked, are you not going to Tianmen City? I must remain in Yang City to defend it. I cannot go anywhere, Zhang Liang chuckled. Unless another war king emerges from Yang City, I shall remain here for life, ever vigilant against sudden beast attacks. This time, let Xing Zhan accompany you to the 4 major district ranking battles. He may be somewhat stubborn, but he is reliable. Understanding dawned upon Su Jing, and a faint smile graced his lips. You wish for Lord Xing Zhan to go for another reason, do you not? Zhang Liang merely smiled in response. It seemed his concern was not solely for Xing Su, but more so for Xing Zhan, who harbored an unbreakable mental block, preventing him from advancing to the rank of War King. Does breaking through to War King require clarity of mind?
Su Jing questioned, puzzled.
Isn't that a trope from immortal cultivation novels of the past? It is not certain, yet the breakthrough to becoming a battle king appears rather enigmatic. Involving matters pertaining to mental fortitude, these truths shall reveal themselves in due time, Zhang Liang remarked. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Su Jing had only returned briefly to the 3rd middle school, primarily to collect the 10 million prize. In the small courtyard, he observed Su Yuner diligently practicing, and he raised a cup of his homemade beverage, consuming it in one swift motion. His experience points increased by 30 once more. During this period, the absence of any beasts to hunt had rendered his experience growth exceedingly sluggish, compounded by the depletion from studying combat techniques, leaving him with just over 100 points. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Captain Zhang Tian. Prepare yourself. We shall gather at the front of the garrison at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will depart together to Tianmen City. Upon hearing this, Su Jing nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. After some persuasion over the past 2 days, he had managed to convince Zhang Yu to accompany them. There was little else to prepare. They were ready to depart at any moment. Chapter 84. Disembarking the following morning, at the gates of the garrison. Even before 8 o'clock, a considerable throng of students had already gathered. Not only those among the top 500 candidates but also many aspiring students from other martial universities in Tianmen City, all intending to accompany the garrison to Tianmen City. Although most of them were merely participating in the ranking battles for the experience, with little hope of advancing to the next round, they could still directly register at the Martial University. Tianmen City is home to 5 universities, although Tianmen Martial University is the most renowned. Once they traveled to Tianmen City, returning would not be a frequent occurrence. The students were to be transported in 5 specially designed armored vehicles, each measuring several dozen meters in length, with exterior armor half a meter thick, making it difficult for even intermediate-level exotic beasts to inflict damage. The iron tracks outside the city were prone to destruction by these beasts, thus ordinary citizens utilized this mode of travel. Each vehicle could accommodate 300 passengers, with a fare reaching 2,000 yuan per person. While armored vehicles regularly traveled to other cities, This journey was particularly heightened in security, given the presence of the vice-governor. Su Jing cast a glance at the several suitcases beside him and sighed. He had little to carry, but Su Yuner and Zhang Yu had substantial belongings, most of which were daily necessities. Despite his repeated insistence that these items could be purchased in Tianmen City, the two remained resolute about bringing them along. After entrusting their luggage to a soldier responsible for loading it onto the vehicle, Su Jing entered the largest of the armored cars. This vehicle offered significantly better space and comfort compared to the others, albeit at a much higher cost. However, Su Jing was now entitled to certain privileges. Most importantly, this vehicle featured compartments akin to the soft sleeper cabins of trains, complete with 4 beds for resting. Upon entering and opening the compartment door, Su Jing was surprised to find Xing Su already inside. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, puzzled. Xing Su stood up to make room for him, shrugging her shoulders and replying, "I'm sharing a compartment with my dad. It's terribly dull." The image of the two staring at each other in silence made Su Jing's eyelid twitch. "You could always go to one of the other armored vehicles. Aren't there many of your classmates from first high school on this trip?" he suggested, his expression suddenly turning wary. "I warn you, don't use your psychic abilities to bewitch my family." Xing Su rolled her eyes, retorting, "Why would I waste my time bewitching your family? Aren't you bored?" Su Jing replied matter-of-factly. Xing Su's expression darkened. "Well, you've managed to kill my enthusiasm." She then dropped her facade of indifference and curiously asked, "Just how strong are you? Don't tell me you're only at the 7th rank of martial artists." "I want to believe that." After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Jing replied earnestly, "Actually, I have already surpassed the rank of battle general." Xing Su's mouth fell agape in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is that possible?" It was no wonder she found it hard to believe. A battle general at such a young age was simply astounding, bordering on the extraordinary. "I speak the truth. Yet you remain skeptical. Why do you inquire further?" Su Jing mimicked his demeanor, waving his hand before retrieving a blood ginseng from his bag and immediately began to chew on it. "As long as you can consume this as a snack, your cultivation will accelerate significantly." In mere moments, Su Jing swallowed the entire root. Witnessing this, Xing Su could no longer maintain his composure. He recognized blood ginseng all too well. It seemed rather unorthodox to consume it directly. Unfazed, Su Jing retorted, "That applies to you, not to me." Xing Su's expression darkened, insinuating that while others might falter, he was capable. Suddenly, his pride surged, and he reached out towards Su Jing. With a blink, Su Jing remarked, "If you wish to partake, it will cost you 100,000. That is the standard price, and I assure you I am not deceiving you." He then produced another blood ginseng from his bag. Beside them, Su Yuner quietly observed the unfolding scene, stifling her amusement. Just days prior, she had often seen Su Jing treat such medicinal herbs as mere snacks, even falling prey to his teasing. With little regard for the implications, Xing Su yanked off the outdoor watch from his wrist, a timepiece valued at 150,000. He promptly handed it to Su Jing while seizing the blood ginseng. After bringing it close to his nose and inhaling its distinctly metallic aroma, he took a deep breath and stuffed the entire root into his mouth. Coughing, he was instantly overwhelmed by the pungent taste of blood ginseng. Su Jing, suppressing his laughter, offered him a glass of water and placed it on the table. "Do not rush. It is quite natural to feel unaccustomed on your first attempt." He then began to examine the combat watch. Although blood ginseng is not typically consumed directly, Xing Su, being a mid-tier martial artist, would not suffer any harm. At that moment, the armored vehicle slowly started its journey. As Xing Su struggled to chew, his body suddenly lurched, and he inadvertently swallowed the blood ginseng. Though dubbed a spirit root, its texture bore no distinction from ordinary wild ginseng, consisting solely of fibrous wood. Feeling the discomfort of the root in his esophagus, Xing Su grimaced and raised his head, filled with regret. As he did so, he caught a glimpse of the playful mockery and faint pity in Su Yuner's eyes, reminiscent of the complex emotions one feels when witnessing another's mischief, both amusing and sympathetic. "What do you mean by that?" Xing Su sprang to his feet, glaring at Su Jing. "Did you deceive me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Jing stood as well, frowning. "Who claims I deceived you?" I did not consume the blood ginseng. Taken aback by this response, Xing Su's anger morphed into confusion. Indeed, he had partaken as well. It seemed improbable that Su Jing would risk his own well-being merely to trick him into eating a blood ginseng. Just then, the door to the private room swung open once more, and Xing Zhan along with Zhang Tian entered. The once spacious room felt cramped with the addition of 6 individuals. Zhang Tian, puzzled, surveyed the two standing in the center, locked in a standoff and queried, "What are you two up to?" Neither responded, and it was Su Yuner who finally couldn't contain her laughter and began to explain. Upon hearing that they had consumed the blood ginseng, Zhang Tian's expression instantly transformed into one of perplexity. Similarly, Xing Zhan, who was well aware that Su Jing remained unscathed even after ingesting poison, wore a grim countenance. "If you are bored, you may as well follow the armored vehicle outside. After all, encounters with high level are quite rare at present," Xing Zhan remarked, his demeanor darkened. He had previously perceived Su Jing as a well-behaved child, yet now he seemed to exhibit a more rebellious spirit. "Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Su Jing's eyes brightened with excitement. Given the considerable size of the armored vehicle, it was surely slower than his own speed. He could simply dispatch all 3 of his avatars to hunt for instead of idling in the vehicle. Observing Su Jing's reaction left both Xing Zhan and Zhang Tian in a state of confusion. Had they misjudged the situation? Even while traveling, one must continue to cultivate. Xing Zhan's tone softened. "Since you wish to jump down and run alongside, then go ahead. Just do not stray too far." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he added nonchalantly, "Xing Su, you should join him as well." The moment Xing Su, who had stealthily approached the door, heard this, she was taken aback. "Why must I seek out Su Jing? I feel utterly wronged." Chapter 85. Rescuing the beast hunting squad. At this moment, a myriad of alpacas seemed to race through Xing Su's mind. With a rigid turn, she was about to voice her refusal when she heard Su Jing already agreeing on her behalf. "Fear not, Uncle Xing, I shall keep a close watch on Xing Su." The term of address had shifted from Lord Xing Zhan to Uncle Xing. Were we truly that familiar? Su Jing had already grasped his shoulder, earnestly stating, "As long as you train with me, you will achieve a breakthrough to the battle general rank within 3 months. Xing Su stared at him with an impassive expression, as if to say, "Am I so easily deceived?" Every exceptional candidate possesses a unique method of cultivation. Surely, they are aware of what is beneficial and what is not. Yet, Su Jing appeared unconcerned, casually striding towards the vehicle door. The armored vehicle had just exited the city gates and had yet to reach the area where the aberrant beasts roamed, so there was no urgency to leap outside just yet. Su Jing felt a palpable sense of urgency, uncertain if there would still be beasts to slay upon reaching Tianmen City. While still outside the city, he aimed to eliminate as many as possible. He donned his combat attire, placed 3 long spears at his feet, and sat by the vehicle door waiting. Beside him, Xing Su grimaced at the sight. Why was he running with weapons, especially 3 of them? If he was unwilling to run, he might as well sit quietly. Behind them, Xing Zhan cast a cold glance in his direction. What a farce. I would rather be a fool.
Xing Su ignored Xing Zhan and stubbornly sat beside Su Jing.
Since the day their conversation with Zhang Liang was overheard, Xing Zhan had engaged in serious reflection, acknowledging his previous lack of care for him. Thus, he began greeting him 3 times daily. If these greetings were merely casual, it would be one thing. However, as a rough man, Xing Zhan's daily life revolved around guarding the estate and training, so his inquiries naturally pertained to cultivation. Moreover, he would inevitably compare Xing Su with Su Jing. In recent days, Xing Su found this unbearable. A father's love, as solid as a mountain, was suffocating him. Running may have been a mere physical trial, but enduring time with Xing Zhan was a dual torment of both spirit and body. Meanwhile, Su Jing observed this scene with an air of calm, choosing to remain silent as time gradually passed. The armored vehicle had traversed several dozen kilometers beyond the city when Su Jing flung open the door and nimbly leapt to the ground. Without regard for the following Xing Su, his internal energy surged, propelled by his wind-based abilities, as he swiftly dashed towards the woods by the roadside. He left 3 clones near the convoy to search for aberrant beasts, while his true self returned to the vehicle after a few agile maneuvers. He had no intention of running alongside them. However, poor Xing Su, oblivious to Su Jing's display of skill, genuinely believed Su Jing was navigating through the forest. His pride as a genius compelled him to dive headfirst into the fray. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jing's true self observed the scene through the vehicle window with a peculiar expression. Brother, is it really wise to treat him this way? Is he not the son of Lord Xingzhan? Su Yuner blinked innocently, though her face was alight with amusement. What's wrong with that?
Su Jing replied, I'm fast.
A rebellious youth in his prime? No, it is merely the naivety of one who has yet to encounter the treachery of human hearts. The journey to Tianmen City still requires a day and a night. How could one not seek a modicum of amusement? Although this world bears a striking resemblance to Su Jing's former Earth, its expanse is several hundred times greater. Prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the land area of the Summer Kingdom alone exceeded 100 million square kilometers, rivaling that of numerous beautiful nations in his past life. However, after the mutation of animals, vast territories have been claimed by monstrous beasts, resulting in a significant decline in the population of the Summer Kingdom. After nearly a century of recuperation, the populace now stands at less than 1 billion. Fortunately, the paths between major cities are regularly patrolled and cleared by the garrison, which implies that the probability of encountering beast kings while traversing their domains is nearly non-existent, and even high-level beasts are rarely spotted. With these thoughts in mind, Su Jing fell into quiet contemplation. Upon entering Tianmen Martial University, his true form could remain within the school, but his doppelganger must engage in some form of activity. Soon, the night enveloped the land. The armored vehicle came to a halt for rest, preparing to enter the city at dawn. As Su Jing lay in bed, he suddenly opened his eyes. Just moments ago, his wind doppelganger had encountered a hunting team surrounded by a pack of azure-eyed wolves. Driven by a benevolent spirit, Su Jing did not hesitate. He promptly commanded Su Feng to charge forth and eliminate the wolves, successfully rescuing the 5 members of the hunting team. Thank you, young man, the leader of the hunting team said, approaching with a palpable sense of relief. No need for thanks, Su Jing replied politely. I would have been hunting beasts regardless of your presence. As he moved closer, he noticed a wary expression on the leader's face. Su Jing paused, then realized that his solitary presence in the wilderness at night had raised suspicions about his identity. He smiled and spoke, I am accompanying the convoy to Tianmen City. I found it too stifling in the vehicle, so I decided to take a stroll, only to encounter you all. Is that so? The leader's brow furrowed in skepticism as he took a few cautious steps back. The explanation seemed rather flimsy. It was far safer to remain in the armored vehicle than to wander outside at night. Even the leader's companions tightened their grips on their weapons. With a sigh of resignation, Su Jing offered further clarification. I am a candidate from Yang City, traveling with the garrison convoy to Tianmen City. The convoy is just a few miles ahead. Upon hearing this, one of them quickly retrieved a portable telescope from his bag and peered in the direction indicated by Su Jing. After a few moments, he reported back to the leader, Indeed, it is the garrison's armored vehicle. With this revelation, the group visibly relaxed, and the leader spoke with a hint of apology. I sincerely apologize. We thought you might be from the beast demon sect. Su Jing was unfazed and replied with a gentle smile. It's quite all right. I have also been part of a hunting team. I completely understand. Outside the city walls lies lawlessness. It is only natural for anyone in the wilderness to remain vigilant when encountering strangers. At that moment, the only woman in their ranks suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. One of her companions hurriedly assisted her, and it was then that Su Jing noticed the combat gear on her leg was torn, evidently from a bite inflicted by the earlier encounter with the azure-eyed wolf. Moreover, it was not just her. Nearly all the men in the squad bore injuries. Quickly apply medicine to Xiao Lu and bandage her wounds, Su Jing said, observing the others tending to the bleeding. A sense of contemplation washed over him as he softly addressed the men. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to endure a little longer and proceed ahead to meet the convoy of the garrison. Accompanying them directly to Tianmen City would yield the same outcome. Upon hearing this, the members of the squad were momentarily taken aback. The man stared blankly at Su Jing, inquiring, Isn't it customary for the garrison's convoy to prohibit others from joining them on the road? Chapter 86. Can we accumulate experience points again? Upon hearing this, Su Jing was momentarily taken aback. Was there such a notion? Nevertheless, he dismissed it, for Xing Zhan was also in the vehicle, and even if these individuals harbored ill intentions, they could hardly stir up any significant turmoil. No worries once you arrive. Just mention my name to the people in the vehicle. With that, Su Jing commanded his wind avatar to depart. The beast hunting team, still present at the spot, gazed at his rapidly diminishing figure, exchanging perplexed glances. After a prolonged silence, the woman previously referred to as Xiao Lu finally spoke up. Boss, do you think what he said holds any credibility? Will the garrison truly allow us to board the vehicle? In response, another member scoffed dismissively. Did you hear what he just said? He is merely a candidate, and judging by his age, how much authority could he possibly possess? No, a man interjected, shaking his head with a furrowed brow. I believe it is worth a try. You are all injured and hindered in your movements, and with over 200 kilometers to return to Tianmen City, it might be better to trust this youth. Besides, did you not witness how swiftly he dispatched a dozen blue-eyed wolves? A high-ranking martial artist or an elemental ability user, he is undoubtedly among the elite. Even in Tianmen City, perhaps he truly can assist us. Pausing for a moment, he began signaling to his teammates to extract the beast cores from the blue-eyed wolves, setting off towards the armored vehicle. For Su Jing, these beast cores were mere trifles, yet for an ordinary hunting team, they represented their livelihood.
Meanwhile, Xing Su,
Utterly fatigued, boarded the armored vehicle. Though their progress was slow, the day had been exhausting. Feeling the soreness and swelling in his muscles, he found himself increasingly admiring Su Jing. Xing Su had not strayed far from the convoy, yet after Su Jing disembarked, he vanished completely. It was certain that he had not returned the entire day. The reason Xing Su had managed to endure was his desire to compete with Su Jing. However, they had now entered an uninhabited zone frequently prowled by exotic beasts. Surely, nothing ill could have befallen Su Jing in his absence? After shedding his combat attire and disregarding the sweat-soaked odor, he hastened towards Su Jing's compartment. Just as he was about to knock on the door, it swung open abruptly, and they found themselves face to face.
Su Jing?
What are you doing here?
Xing Su Sengr flared.
Observing his pristine appearance, it was evident that he had returned long ago, or perhaps he had never even disembarked. Instantly, Xing Su felt like a fool. Noticing the other's ire, Su Jing was taken aback. Oh, you're back. I was just about to report to Lord Xing Zhan. Please excuse me. With that, he sidestepped and strode directly towards Xing Zhan's compartment. Seeing Su Jing's demeanor only fueled Xing Su's frustration, and he followed closely behind, determined to expose Su Jing's true character. Creaking open the door, Su Jing swiftly recounted the incident in which he had rescued the beast-hunting team in the wilderness. Could they possibly accompany us in the armored vehicle to Tianmen City? Upon hearing Su Jing's request, Xing Zhan pondered for a few moments before giving a slight nod. There is certainly no issue in allowing them to board for a moment. They can come up directly shortly. Thank you. Uncle Xing. Su Jing turned to leave, only to find Xing Su still blocking the door in a daze. With a raised brow, he navigated around her once more. Meanwhile, Xing Su's mind was a muddle. She wondered where the miscommunication had occurred. His tone indicated he had only just realized the situation, yet she had not seen him board at all. Before long, Su Jing heard a commotion ahead. Upon approaching, he discovered that several members of the hunting team had arrived, but were being halted by the soldiers of the garrison. A man carrying an injured woman waved excitedly at Su Jing, exclaiming, "Young Master Su Jing, over here." Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Su Jing smiled and began to explain to the garrison soldiers. His words proved to hold considerable weight. After merely stating that the vice-governor had consented for these individuals to board, the soldiers nodded and stepped aside, clearing a path. All other armored vehicles were full, but the one Su Jing occupied had ample space to accommodate several more. He guided them aboard. "We truly appreciate it. I haven't even introduced myself. We are the Silver Wind Team and I am the captain, He Hai. These are my team members." As soon as they boarded, He Hai hastily expressed his gratitude. "No need for formalities. But what brings you so far out here?" Su Jing inquired, puzzled. Although this team possessed commendable strength, they were primarily composed of low to mid-tier martial artists, with He Hai being the strongest at merely the 6th rank. It was difficult for Su Jing to comprehend why they would venture over 200 kilometers from the city. The previous Fengmian team had only traveled as far as 70 kilometers, and that was with the protective line of Yang City in place. Tianmen City had no such defenses. Had Su Jing not encountered them, they would have surely met a grim fate today. He Hai sighed wryly. The reason we traveled so far is that there are no beasts to hunt near Tianmen City. To earn a living, we had to take a gamble. No beasts to hunt near Tianmen City? Su Jing asked with curiosity. Indeed, there are far too many hunting teams around Tianmen City. Within several dozen miles of the walls, there hasn't been a trace of beasts, He Hai replied with a bitter smile. Su Jing nodded thoughtfully, then furrowed his brow. Yet you should not have strayed so far from the city. Even if you are unafraid, what of your teammates? Earning money is secondary. Losing your life renders everything else meaningless. Upon hearing this, although he felt criticized for being irresponsible, He Hai could only lower his head in embarrassment. At that moment, Xiao Lu, who had previously injured her calf, indignantly defended him. We were traveling along the highway. Typically, high-level beasts are less frequent near the roads. Today, for some reason, a group of mid-tier beasts appeared. True, He Hai sighed, while there was indeed an element of bad luck. The sudden appearance of so many blue-eyed wolves likely indicated the presence of high-level beasts nearby. The advanced exotic beasts have the ability to gather such a multitude of intermediate exotic beasts. Upon my return to Tianmen City tomorrow, I shall report this to the guarding authorities, urging them to take action. Upon hearing this, Su Jing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Advanced exotic beasts? A significant congregation of intermediate ones? Must we indeed report this to the guarding authorities of Tianmen City? After all, there is a vice-governor present here. Are you certain? Su Jing fixed his gaze intently upon him, inquiring earnestly. He Hai felt a chill run down his spine under Su Jing's penetrating stare. Although uncertain as to the reason behind the question, he responded with utmost seriousness. Based on my years of experience, it is highly probable, and they will not stray far from the roadway. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jing left behind a single command. Wait for me here, and with that, he vanished into the depths of the passageway and into a private compartment. Chapter 87. The Azure-Eyed Wolf King Uncle Xing. Opportunities are fleeting. Upon hearing Su Jing's request, Xing Zhan's eyelid twitched. What is it that fuels your fervor for hunting these beasts? At this, Su Jing's expression sharpened, and he responded with righteous conviction. It is, of course, to ensure the safety of ordinary citizens. These creatures have taken residence near the highways. Who can guarantee that the next convoy passing through won't fall victim to their attacks? Xing Zhan's face reflected skepticism. While it was undeniable that these beasts must be eradicated, the fervor in Su Jing's eyes resembled that of a love-struck youth. Su Jing continued to gaze intently at him, prompting a reluctant nod from Xing Zhan. Very well, let us bring Xing Su along as well. Xing Zhan slowly rose, adding, and call Zhang Tian too. All right. Su Jing agreed, yet hesitated to depart, his countenance fraught with inner turmoil. Noticing his demeanor, Xing Zhan inquired, What's troubling you? Upon hearing this, Su Jing appeared to have resolved some internal conflict. To be frank, ever since my father perished at the hands of these beasts, I have harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Many a sleepless night has been spent in torment. Thus, he implored, I wish to personally slay each and every one of these creatures, including the higher-grade beasts. A flicker of surprise crossed Xing Zhan's eyes as he met Su Jing's gaze. His heart stirred with empathy. So, it is this desire that drives the youth to the front lines, despite the dangers. The death of his own wife had been significantly attributed to these beasts, allowing him to resonate with the boy's fury. However, he did not wish for Su Jing to become burdened by such a darkness, which could inhibit his potential, leaving him trapped at the pinnacle of martial prowess. If you wish to slay higher-grade beasts, you must first prove your strength. Then let us not take Xing Su and Zhang Tian. It shall be just the two of us. Having made his decision, Xing Zhan was determined to let Su Jing face some hardship. It is important to understand that before possessing adequate strength, hatred can serve as both a motivator and a burden. Su Jing nodded thoughtfully, reassured by the presence of his companion. They proceeded towards the Silver Wind Squad's location, where Xing Su awaited. Xing Zhan addressed them, I will clear out the azure-eyed wolves. The convoy may proceed without concern for us. With that, the two exited the armored vehicle. As Xingzhan's energy surged, he enveloped Su Jing and ascended into the sky, beginning their search for the wolves. From their aerial vantage, the landscape unfolded beneath them. Even with the trees obscuring the view, Su Jing quickly spotted the area where they had recently vanquished an azure-eyed wolf. It appeared that a few of these beasts still roamed nearby. Minutes later, the two men followed the azure-eyed wolves to their lair. Upon observing the pack below, Su Jing's gaze sharpened, for he counted an astonishing 60 to 70 wolves. These were no ordinary beasts. They were mid-tier creatures. Not to mention, even a regular hunting squad would struggle against such a formidable pack, let alone a martial squad tasked with guarding the town. Fortunately, due to their altitude, the wolves remained oblivious to their presence. Xingzhan pointed towards the center of the wolf pack and spoke in a low voice. Do you see those 3 azure-eyed wolves? They ought to be referred to as the formidable azure-eyed wolf kings. Su Jing followed his gaze. Although the 3 azure-eyed wolf kings bore a resemblance to their brethren, their size was more than double that of the others. In a moment, I shall descend and inflict severe injuries upon the azure-eyed wolf king. The rest, you can handle yourself. Are you confident? He inquired. Naturally, Su Jing replied, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xingzhan ceased further discussion and, with a swift motion, they descended into the midst of the wolf pack. The wolves immediately took notice of the two, growling incessantly, yet they refrained from launching an attack. The 3 azure-eyed wolf kings, observing that only Xingzhan was a battle general, displayed a flicker of human-like mockery upon their faces. With a resounding howl from the azure-eyed wolf king, the wolves surrounding them launched a ferocious assault. Unperturbed by Xingzhan's presence, Su Jing unleashed a torrent of lightning serpents. Thunder rumbled as flashes of electric light danced through the air, causing several azure-eyed wolves to plummet from the sky, their charred bodies hitting the ground. In an instant, Su Jing multiplied into 4 figures. As the lightning ravaged, a tempest controlled the battlefield. The azure-eyed wolves fell like unresisting stalks of rice before Su Jing's scythe, their numbers dwindling rapidly. The sound of experience points accumulating resonated in his mind, and a smile crept across Su Jing's lips. This was indeed the correct way to engage with the system. Meanwhile, behind him, Xingzhan was already adorned with beads of sweat, his expression laden with concern. You show no regard for the advanced beast beside you. Before descending, he had hoped to temper Su Jing's recklessness, yet now he observed the lad reveling in the slaughter. The 3 azure-eyed wolf kings, witnessing Su Jing's carnage, were filled with fury, their eyes glinting menacingly as they prepared to strike down this human. The distance of 100 meters vanished in an instant. Su Jing's heart raced as the gaping maw, reeking of blood, loomed before him. Just then, a cold snort echoed from behind. Bang! The punch surged forth, and the azure-eyed wolf king, now alarmingly close, was sent flying. When Su Jing turned to look, he found Xingzhan standing steadfastly beside him. The distant azure-eyed wolf king, upon landing, quickly rose and began to growl lowly towards the two, its earlier mockery replaced by deep-seated wariness. The azure-eyed wolves that had previously besieged Su Jing now retreated in fright. Noticing this, the remaining 2 azure-eyed wolf kings approached from different directions, but before they could react, a colossal barrier of true energy swiftly enveloped the wolf pack and the 2 men. Then, in a blink, Xingzhan vanished from sight. In the next moment, all 3 azure-eyed wolf kings were sent hurtling back, crashing against the barrier, blood spraying from their mouths as they staggered to regain their footing. As Su Jing regained his composure, he stood beside Xingzhan once more. The strength of the 3 azure-eyed wolf kings had diminished significantly. It was now a matter of whether he could vanquish them. Hearing this, Su Jing smiled softly. Then you shall witness my prowess. The voice, though soft, is imbued with boundless confidence. The winds roar and the thunder crashes. Su Jing's self-created killing move is unleashed once more. From the dark purple sphere emanates an aura of terror, promising annihilation. The azure-eyed wolves gaze at the orb in his hand, growling softly as they retreat. Although these mid-level beasts lack the intellect of humans, they perceive the threat posed by this human youth. Conversely, the severely wounded azure-eyed wolf king, driven by its blood, unleashes its primal ferocity. The three wolves coordinate their attack on Su Jing. However, their speed pales in comparison to before, even lagging behind Su Jing, who has activated his wind-based abilities. Excellent. Su Jing hurls the orb to the ground, where a concealed tempest swiftly expands, enveloping the flickering arcs of electricity and ensnaring the three wolves. In an instant, the azure-eyed Wolf King bears numerous wounds inflicted by the slicing winds. Yet, it seems to be unfazed, soaring through the air without hesitation, still charging towards Su Jing. Chapter 88. Do you understand what it means to be the king of thunder and lightning? Inside the armored vehicle, the 5 members of the Silver Wind Squad exchanged worried glances with Xing Su. Could it be that there was more than one advanced beast? With only the 2 of them, would they be all right? Do not worry. As long as no Beast King appears, no matter how many advanced beasts there are, they will not be enough for him to slay, Xing Su replied with a smirk. In her mind, she mused that one of them was a top-tier warrior while the other was a formidable general. A mere pack of wolves would hardly pose a threat to them. However, she refrained from voicing these thoughts and instead curiously inquired, "How did you encounter Su Jing? When did this happen? How far are we from there?" She was still perplexed about how Su Jing managed to return. He Hai, although somewhat confused, recounted the events truthfully. How could this be? Xing Su was bewildered. She had been near the convoy the entire time and had not seen Su Jing's figure until the armored vehicle halted for repairs. Suddenly, the roar of the engine filled the air as the armored vehicle powered on. Just as Xing Su was about to close the door, a figure leaped forward. Li Yueying curiously regarded them and asked, "What are you all doing here? Where is Su Jing?" "He went out," Xing Su replied casually. Then, as if struck by a thought, she widened her eyes at Li Yueying. "What are you doing here so late to find him? Your sister and mother are still in the compartment, aren't they? Are today's students so open-minded?" Li Yueying's cheeks flushed red, and she retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Without further ado, she leaped out of the armored vehicle, her wings unfurling behind her, soaring into the sky. Xing Su rolled her eyes, while the members of the Silver Wind Squad stood in stunned silence. They had failed to notice Li Yueying's prowess. Now, witnessing this scene, they could not help but ask, "This girl is so young, yet she has become a general?" He Hai expressed his astonishment. Even in Tianmen City, there is only one person of this age who has become a general. "Are you truly from Yang City? I thought it was said that the candidates from